Welcome to the inside of the course. You've taken a big step by enrolling in developing some of the most in-demand technical skills, so congratulations. I'm very excited to help you to develop the skills and the knowledge for you to become what I refer to as a unicorn, where you're going to be able to become a full-stack web developer and a machine learning, deep learning engineer, data scientist, and you're going to be able to wrap those all together into practical, interactive projects. So remember, there's a lot of content to go through here. So this is a marathon, not a sprint. So I'd like you to take it one step at a time. And I'm going to be alongside you the whole way, introducing each of the sections myself and talking you through all of the concepts. This course is highly practical. So we're going to be doing a lot of practicals together, where I'm going to be setting you different tasks, and I'll be showing you the solutions afterwards once you've given it a go. Once you've had a bit of time in the course, I'd very much appreciate it if you could review the course so that other students can see how you enjoyed it. So without any further ado, let's go on to the next lecture where we'll be talking about how you can optimize your time to maximize your learning during the course. Now this course is pretty extensive, and I want to make sure that when you're investing your time and your energy, that you're doing so in the most effective and efficient way possible to maximize your learning. So here are just a few tips from me in order to how to learn these things in the most effective way possible. First of all, really make sure that you stay practical. We're going to be talking through so many different concepts, and I set throughout a number of different practical projects for you to do. I highly recommend that you do each and every one of them, because when it comes to learning how to code, and especially in so many different languages, it's really important that you actually give it a try yourself and you get used to writing it out. You get used to dealing with errors that might come up or different difficulties, and that's so important. Not only that, but I highly recommend that you get creative. So when you learn new concepts, not only is it a good idea to do the practical projects that I set, but also think to yourself, what other projects could I create by myself? Next of all, when you're working through the course and you're learning new concepts, it's important to take some brief notes. You don't need to write down all the code that I'm showing you, because I'll be supplying the code that I show you to each lecture as an attachment. But just writing some simple notes for yourself to remind you of the concepts that you've learned can be really helpful. Now, one important thing that a lot of people don't actually do at the start of these courses is it's important to think about why you're doing this course in the first place. Are you looking to gain employment in software development, or are you looking to get some kind of promotion in your existing job? Are you looking to become a contractor or start your own business, or are you just doing this for fun? Whatever the reason, it's really helpful for you to think about that now, really drill down into the reasons behind why you've enrolled on this course. So after this video, sit down and write down a few of your aspirations. That will really help in terms of when you learn these concepts, you can start to think of what practical projects you want to do by yourself in order to skill up, in order to achieve your aspirations. Now, one really important concept are positive feedback loops. So whenever you're learning some of these concepts, it's really important to feel good about yourself and to feel good about what you're learning. So that's why it's so important to do these practical projects and feel like you're making progress. Because if you just focus on the concepts, you won't really be able to see your own progress. Now, the top thing is if you can share this with friends, families, colleagues, because getting feedback on the projects that you're creating will give you some great positive feedback loops and keep you feeling good and happy whilst you're working on this course. Finally, keep in mind that this course is definitely a marathon and not a sprint. With over 50 hours of content and over 300 lectures, you're going to want to take it one step at a time. Don't rush it. Make sure you're picking up and you're confident with the concepts you learn at each stage. Now, to talk a bit more about the structure of the course before we get completely stuck in. So you're going to be learning to begin with on creating front-end static websites. So you're going to be able to create most of the websites that you see online that don't deal too much with databases. So you're going to be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to be creating multi-page websites. Once we've done that, I'll be introducing you to some coding, a coding language called Python, and a web application development framework called Django. So at this point, you'll be able to create fully functional, dynamic websites that can take user data and change it in any way you want. You'll be able to not only create the skeleton of a website with HTML, you'll be able to style your websites, you'll be able to make them interactive, and with Django, you'll also make it so that we can deal with dynamic data from the user. And also, it will mean that we can integrate machine learning models later on down the line. So that brings me to the next point. Once you've learned all these skills in web development, then you're going to be able to get stuck in with data science, machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence, which we'll discuss more later in the course. Essentially, these are the bare bones skills that most AI developers out there will know. So that's the structure of the course. I'm very excited for you to get started. So without any further ado, let's jump right into it with creating your first ever website. Now in this course, I put a great emphasis on learning through doing and staying as practical as possible, as quickly as possible. So in this lecture, now that we've had a brief introduction into the course, I'm going to show you how you can create your first website. Here's an example I just came up with. As you can see, it's very basic. It's opened in my browser, which is Google Chrome, and it just says this is my website. But it's a great first start into creating your first website. And the best thing about this is you don't need to download anything at all. If you're using PC, you can open up a program called Notepad. Otherwise, if you're using a Mac, you can just use something called Text Edit. So I'm using a PC, so I'm going to go ahead and just open Notepad. So here we have, it's a very basic text editor. People usually use this to create just basic Word documents and stuff like that. But we're going to use it to create what we call a HTML file. And HTML is the scripting language that we use to create basic websites. And this is the best thing. All you have to do is, so write whatever you want. I'm going to write in, hello world, this is my first website. So now what's really important here is the file type that we save it as. We're not going to, usually, as you'll see, I'm going to go to save as, and it will recommend that we used a TXT file, which is just for basic text files. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this my first website. It's best not to put spaces in the words, so don't put, you can, but it's best not to for best practice. Best not to do something like that. So try and keep it all one word, and then the file extension at the end, instead of being something like txt, I'm going to put .html. So now that I've saved this as a .html file, all I've done is written some text in here. If I go to my desktop, here we go, this is the file, and if I double click on it, or I could go into open with, what I'm going to do is open the file by double clicking on it, and here you go, hello world, this is my first website. So that's a great start. All you have to do is go into your text editor, write in a bit of text, save the file as a .html file, and then double click it to open it. So best to save it on your desktop so it's easy to find. So congratulations, you've just made your first ever website, so I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to this module on HTML. In this section, you're going to learn how to create the building blocks of a multi-page website, where you can add in all of the common elements that a multi-page website would normally have. For example, text, images, videos, navigation bars, all these kind of things. By the end of this section, you'll be able to create fully functional multi-page websites that people will be able to visit from anywhere in the world. So have fun, and I'll see you in the lectures. Now, before we get stuck in, I wanted to give you a quick introduction into what HTML actually is. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Don't worry, you don't need to remember that for now. Eventually, it will probably become second nature to remember that, but don't worry too much. Essentially, what's important for now is that you can appreciate that HTML provides a skeleton for websites. It's a markup language, so that means it contains tags, the more than or less than signs, which you can see there. So all you need to remember essentially is that these tags describe what content goes in which order. So for example, on a website you might put in, the first thing you put in is a navigation bar, and then some text, and then an image, and then some more text, and then a video. So HTML just describes which content goes where. So that's really the bare bones of what you need to remember at this point. HTML runs the internet, so every single web page and every single website you see has HTML in the background. Even those sort of companies that help you can create a website through them and you just have to click and choose buttons. Essentially, they're still using HTML to create their websites. So without HTML, we wouldn't be able to see any websites at all. So just a few small interesting facts. So it was created in 1989 by Tim Berners-Lee. So he invented it as a means for publishing findings in particle physics. So he didn't expect it to become so widely used. So essentially, yeah, the European Laboratory for Particle Physics, this was just so they could share not only documents, but include in those documents text, images, and things like that. And so now it's grown into what we now call the World Wide Web. So the main international standards organization, they're called the World Wide Web Consortium, shortened to WWWC. And that's where you get the www from. So that's it. HTML is a team player. So when we talk about HTML, we're talking about where the structure of the content, what goes where. And then we're going to be looking at later how we can style that using CSS and how we can add interactivity using JavaScript. So we always need to start though with our HTML. So up next, we're going to be looking at how we can get set up and get stuck into creating our first HTML websites. After the basic introduction of what HTML is and what it can do, now let's talk about some helpful tools that you might be able to use along the way to make the process a bit simpler for you. Now before we start, I just want to mention that the two tools I'm going to be describing here, they are optional. You don't absolutely have to use them. So you're very welcome to skip this lecture and just continue using the text editor you have or another one that you prefer. So what I'm going to be using in this course is a text editor called Atom. The reason why I use this instead of something like Notepad is because it has some very helpful features. It's completely free as well, but it has autocomplete and things like that that just make your job a lot easier. So I'm going to be using Atom. I'm going to show you how to set this up. So if you go to the URL atom.io, and it should say Windows if you're a Windows user or Mac if you're Mac, click download. Mine's already downloaded, so I'm just going to click on this file, the .exe file which is downloaded, and after a short wait, it might take a few minutes, you should see Atom appear. So here we have the text editor. And I'll be talking you through this in a lot more detail in the lectures to come, but essentially you can just create new files, and it's just like the text editors we were talking about before. Hi there, this is our website, and then I could Control S to save, go to desktop, and I could save it like we did the last ones as well. So that's an introduction to Atom. So I'm going to be using this, but like I say, you're very welcome to use any text editor that you'd like to use. They're all the same, it just depends on what you prefer. The second thing I wanted to show you is the browser that I'm using, and I'm going to be using is Google Chrome. You can use any browser that you want. Another one I'd recommend would be Firefox, but it's very easy to install. You simply click download Chrome, run the exe file that you get, and you'll be able to use Google Chrome. It's just quite helpful for a number of reasons which we'll go into later. But those are the two things to get you set up with the same tools that I'm going to be using in this part of the course. So in the next lecture, we're going to be talking more about creating the basic website, but going into a bit more detail. So I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be looking back at creating our first website again, this time in a little bit more detail and using a bit more best practice. If you're using a text editor like Atom or something similar, it will be slightly easier than if you're using the basic text editor on your laptop. Either way, I'll be going through the whole thing. First of all, some of you may be wondering if you can get rid of these welcome things. Very easily, you just close the tabs to make space. So I'm going to press Control N. On Macs it might be Command N, or you can just go to File and do New File. I'll do that for now. Now, to get into the habit of the most basic things, I suggest the first thing that you do when you create a new HTML file is you do Control S, so you save, and then you save the file. I'm just going to put this as test site, so all one word, .html. So it's so important that you save the file as a .html file. And then I click save. So now basically my text editor, it knows that it's a HTML file, so it will help me with autocorrect and stuff like that. So this is the really cool thing now. What we did before was fine. So hi, this is a basic website. So this is absolutely fine to do. And if I save this, Control S, go to my desktop and I open it, hopefully you'll be able to do this as well. It shows you the basic website. Now that's fine to start off with, but we're going to do something, we're going to actually get into the HTML a bit more now. So I'm going to type into Atom here, HTML, and it comes up with this, which is basically like an autocorrect or auto suggestion. So I click on it, and it gives you all this stuff. Now this might look intimidating at first, but it's really, really not. So just stick with me. Essentially, what you want to have at the top of your file is this line here, saying doctype HTML, so that basically when your browser opens this file, it knows that the document type is HTML. So it just makes it a bit easier for the browser to recognize that it's an HTML file. And then we have to say that in all of this is all HTML. I'm going to go into more detail into these, what we call carets, or more than less signs. So these things here. Essentially, when they're in these more than or less than signs, I'll be calling them carets. So what we find is that we use these a lot in HTML. We can call them tags as well. So actually I'll refer to them as tags because it's a bit easier. And essentially the tags say, within these tags, we have something. So for example, we have the head tags here, right? With this slash here, that means that's the end of the head, and this is the start of the head. So that within the head, we have this content. Don't worry about what the content is. What's really important for you to realize and to absorb right now is that these tags, they basically, in the file, they say that there's some content inside of them. So we have a head and a body. Now with HTML, the body is very important. This is where you have all of your content. This is where you'll have your text. So I would write, hi there. This is a website. Hooray! And I'll get rid of that typo as well. So we can put all of our text in here, we can put all of our images in here. And actually, if I go back here and refresh now that it's been saved, you can see that we have the new text here. So essentially in the body, that's where your text goes, your images, your videos, the links that you want to put in there, all of the content goes into the body. In the head here, we're using what we call metadata. So before I forget, here in the HTML, we're just saying what language it is, English, and the direction of the text, left to right. You really don't need to know this kind of stuff. It appears automatically in Atom. If you're using a basic text editor, you're going to have to either copy and paste this or just remember to add these each time. You don't have to add these things. You could just have HTML. This is just helpful for the browser, let's say. And this is the character set to be using, which is just a standard character set. The title, that's quite helpful. That's what will appear as the tab name. So name of site. If I save that and then I refresh that page, you will see that at the top here, where the tab is, that's the title here. So I don't want to get you bogged down with too much stuff at the moment. If you're using something like Atom, it's incredibly easy just to get this set up. All you have to do, like I showed you before, is type HTML, select that one, and everything will come up for you. And then, if you want, you can add a title here. In the body, this is where all of your text, all of your images, all of the content of your website goes. We'll be talking about how we order it and how we style it as we go through the course. But what I really wanted to get across in this lecture simply is this is how you create the basics of a script for HTML. You have to state that you have HTML, and within the HTML you have a head and a body. And what we have are tags to say when it starts and when it ends. The start you can just put HTML, but to finish it, it has to have the /HTML at the end. And this is a really basic mistake that a lot of people make when they forget to close their tags. And we'll be going over that again and again in the course. So the things to remember from this lecture, I don't want you to get too overwhelmed, is that you need to have this doc type, the HTML, head and body. If you're using a text editor like Atom, it's super simple. And then just remember that you have these tags. We have an opening and a closing. And that's all you need to remember for now. And trust me, as we go through the next few lectures and we start adding in a few different lines of text and images, it will all make a lot better sense. And all I can say for now is every time that I'm showing you something like this, code along with me, script it out with me, and you'll get so used to it so quickly. So that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so now that we've talked a bit about the basics of creating a web page, now we're going to be looking at how we can have different types of text within our script. So we're going to start, as we always do, with saving it as a HTML file. So I'm going to call this one P and H.html. You can call this whatever you like, but I'm going to be introducing to you paragraphs and headers. These are different ways of putting in text into our web pages, and they'll look a bit different. I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to, now that I've saved it as a HTML file, I'm going to type in HTML, and then Atom's going to set all that up for me. So as the title, I'm just going to call it paragraphs and headers, just for fun. So as I was saying, we put all of our content into the body of our script here. So we're going to start off with paragraphs. Now, as we were talking about before, we have all these different tags. So these are the basic ones. We have the head and the slash head. So that indicates what all of the content that we're going to have in the head. Now, in the body, this is where we have to start producing our tags and writing in what's going to fit in here. So Atom makes this very easy for us, so we don't actually have to use the carets very often. We can just type in, for paragraphs, we just put in P, and we press enter. As you can see, it's already created these tags for us. So P stands for paragraph, and this is very helpful. Just to state, you can write it free text where you don't actually put it in between the P tags, but it's much more useful to do so. So I highly recommend you use the P tags whenever you're wanting to create just some basic text. So I'm going to put, hi there, this is paragraph 1. As you can see, it's created the opening tag here and the closing tag here. And then I'm going to create another one. This is the second para. I'm just going to call it para. Okay, so it's called P and H.html. So I'm going to open that up. As you can see, what's nicely happened here is that it separated it onto two separate lines. So those are the basic paragraphs that we can use. Just remember P for paragraph. But sometimes we also want to have like headlines, like we want to have titles and subtitles actually within our page. So what we can use for this are headers. And for headers, as you can imagine, we had P for paragraphs, so what's headers going to be? It's going to be H. Now, as you can see, when I've put in H, we've actually got a number of different options here. It's not that we just have one heading, we can actually have heading 1, heading 2, heading 3. And this basically dictates the size of the text, and it helps when a browser's reading your file to know, okay, H1 is the big heading, the title, H2 might be a subtitle, and so on and so forth. So just to illustrate what I mean here, I'm going to put a heading first. So with these carets, you have the H1 and then /H1. This is opening it and closing it, and in between those, this is where I'm going to put the content. So tutorial for paragraphs. So that's our H1. Now, just to show you what another one might look like, I'm going to use a H3. So this is going to still be bigger than the paragraph text, but it's going to be smaller than the H1. H1 is the largest. As the numbers increase, it gets smaller. So here is a good pointer. I'm going to save it. As you can see now, this is our header. This is our main header H1. This is our H2. And what is it? We use H3. I think we used H3 here. And then we have our paragraphs. As you can see, they're separated onto different lines. And so headers can be incredibly useful for creating these sort of titles and subtitles. So that's everything for paragraphs and headers. What I recommend you do now is just by yourself, try to create a basic HTML file like we've done before, and then create a basic paragraph. Save that, check it out yourself, make sure it's working, and then try and add some headers and play around with it. Like I've said before, it's really important to get as practical as you can, as soon as you can in this course. So give it a try yourself. The steps that I've mentioned, create the basic HTML file and try and add some of these tags yourself for paragraphs and see how you get on. So best of luck, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So now that we've gone over how to add paragraphs and headers into a web page, we're now going to be talking about how we can format the text. So how we can, for example, make something bold or make something italic to make it look a bit nicer. So as always, we're going to start with the basics. So we've got a new file here. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save this one as bi.html. And what I'm actually going to do, and you should try and do the same, is to keep it a bit tidier. So instead of just saving it all to my desktop, I'm going to create a new folder here. And just call it HTML practice. So I'm going to save this in here. So bi.html. And then let's open that up. Well, first I should actually put something in there. So I'm going to type in HTML, and that's going to create it all for me. As the title, I'm going to call it bold and italic. And in the body here, I'm just going to put a basic paragraph saying, welcome to the bold and italic class. So now we open that up in Google Chrome. Okay, so that all seems to be working. Ace. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to be looking into how we can make these italics and bold. So what's interesting here is we're going to be putting some tags in here now. So I want to make this word, the word bold, I want to make that bold. I want to make the word italic, I want to make that italics. So here we go. All you have to do if you're using Atom, I'm going to show you first, is just type the letter B. And then as you can see, that's come up with bold. So I'm going to click that. And lo and behold, here we have the tags for bold. So I'm just going to write in here, bold. Now, obviously I'm going to be talking a lot about how we can do this easily using Atom, but I know there are a lot of you out there who aren't using Atom. So I'm going to every now and then also do it manually. So I'm going to put less than B more than, and that creates the opening tag. And then I'm going to do less than / B. And that should do the same thing. So now once I've saved the file, what I'm going to do is open this up. And as you can see, now the word bold has come up in bold. So let's see if we can do the same thing with italics. See if you can do that yourself. Okay, so now we're going to do it together. Now, one thing to point out that's really important is there are so many different things that you can do. And as I'm going to show you, there are a lot of different options. And you may every now and then forget a tag. So what's really important is that you feel confident with actually doing something like that. So all I'm going to do is go to my search engine and search for HTML bold, in case I've just forgotten how to do that. Now W3 Schools is a very helpful website. There are so many different ones you can choose from, but usually that's one of the best to look at. So I'm just going to open a new tab. A nice little shortcut for you is I just had held down Control and clicked. On Macs you hold down Command and click, and it opens whatever you click in a new tab. So like I say, W3 Schools is really helpful. It shows you along here all the different things that you can look at, from creating tables and images to things like formatting. Oh, so here we go. So you can do bold with B, and look, it tells you how to use italics as well with I. And there are lots of others. We can look at one of these other ones as well while we're doing this. So give yourself a second, see if you can turn italic and make it look italic in your web page. So I'll pause the video now, and I'll give you a few seconds. So now we're going to do it together. So as it said in W3 Schools, we want to use the I tag. So I'm going to put less than, I more than, to open up. Now, if I were to save it and run it now, what do you think would happen? Well, let's take a look. What I think is going to happen is that not only italic is going to be italic, but class also is going to go italic, and anything else that we add after that, which would get quite annoying. So let's close the tag here, as we're supposed to. So less than / I more than. Now if we run that, there we go, that looks a lot better. And let's try adding one more. Let's go for del, deleted text. So that means it's going to have a line running through it, so it looks like it's been deleted. So this text is deleted. Okay, now give it a try yourself. See if you can make this text look like it's been deleted. So if you had a go now, I'm going to give it a go. So I think I'm going to have to put del here and / del here. Give that a try. Fantastic. Now it looks like that text has been deleted. So what I recommend you do, it's really important that you stay practical with this stuff. So try it yourself. Create your own web page from scratch. Don't use one that you've already created, just to get into the habit of creating these HTML files. Maybe create a header and a few paragraphs, and just play around with making different words within those paragraphs and headers bold, italic, look like they're deleted, but those sort of things. So give it a try, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Next up, I'm going to be assigning you your first practical project. These are incredibly helpful for helping you to integrate what you've learned into a practical project, and it helps you to even add to your own portfolio as we go. What's really important I want to emphasize before we get into this is how you structure the way you're going to set about solving the task that I set you, because this is a really important thing to be able to do as you go forwards as a web developer or any kind of coder, and it's actually a life skill. And that's that when I set you these tasks, I'm going to be setting them as if often I'm a customer. So I'm not going to be saying, okay, create these tags and use this HTML file and things like that. I'm going to try to avoid that. I'm going to try to talk to you more like a customer might, where they'd be saying, I'd like a web page that has this text and then this image, without going into too much technical jargon. So that then you can then start to integrate, right, how am I technically going to achieve what needs to be done? And it gets you into the right mindset. I just wanted to focus on one thing, and that's that it's really helpful before you actually start coding to sit back and work out, right, what is it that I actually need to do? So what I often do is I will create my HTML file on top of that HTML practice, and let's just call this practical prep.html. Before I get into this, I can put this in, but above this I'm going to write in a few lines. Now later on in the course I'm going to show you how you can actually write in lines here and they won't appear in the web page at all. They're called comments, and we'll leave that for later. But what I would usually do, let's say someone came to me and they said, I want you to create me a one-pager website for a portfolio page, which is what we're going to be doing. So at this stage of the learning, I'd recommend you do something like this. Right, step 1, create HTML file. And then step 2, what I would do is set up HTML head and body, like it's done below. And then I'd say test basic paragraph. So at that point, what I would do, I'd write in a paragraph using the p tag, and then I'd test it by just running it on my browser, like we've been doing so far. And then I might put after that, add header and subheader, maybe h1, h3 to remind myself. 5, add in images or add in paragraph. Let's say for example, this is all we needed for now, the header, subheader, paragraph, and then add in formatting. Bold and italic. Now, this is incredibly helpful, although it seems quite simple and it's kind of trivial, like what's the point? I can assure you that this is really, really good practice to get into your mindset. Because then, as well, once you've done one of these things, you can tick it off, right? You can just delete it, or you can put done next to it, however you please. And then once you've, and just keep it like that. And that's also very satisfying. But what's really helpful here is it's very structured, so that when you're actually scripting, you're not trying to think about the structure of everything and keep that in your head, because it's all written down here. So you don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. You've already set it out in front of you. So when I set you the practical project and when you get started on it, it'll be quite a simple one for our first one. Just try and keep this in mind. See if you can get into the habit of doing this as well. So best of luck, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so for your first practical project, what we're going to be doing is creating you a basic portfolio site web page. And as we go through the course, you're going to be building on this more and more until you actually have your own portfolio website, so that you can show off to potential employers or customers your skills in web development and machine learning. So for this first one, we'll keep it simple and we'll keep it within the skills that I've already taught you. So all I want you to do for now is to create a basic web page that has at the top, in the actual tab name, a title, call it whatever you like, maybe my portfolio. And then I would want you to have a title saying portfolio site. Then I'd like you to have a little bit of standard text with a few subheadings, for example, skills, previous work, and rates. And where you see these ... I'd like you to add some text. And the only requirements above that is to make sure that some of your text you include at least once something that's bold, something that's italics, and something that we haven't actually covered yet, which is something that's underlined. But if you remember, in the text formatting lecture, I was showing you that you can research how you can do these things by yourself. So try and make sure you get the bold and italics into your web page, and for extra points, see if you can work out how you can make something underlined. If you can do all three, fantastic. So we'll be going over the solutions in the next lecture. Okay, so I hope you've had a good go yourself at trying to create this portfolio site web page. No matter if you manage to get all the way or part of the way, it's very important just to give it a go yourself. So if you've already done that, congratulations. Now we're going to go step by step through how this can actually be created. So the main requirements, as I said, were to have a title on the tab, to have a title here in the actual body of the content, and then to have a few subheaders, and in the text to have bold, italic, and underlined. So let's have a look. First of all, what I'm going to do is create some steps. So first of all, number one, the first thing I want to do is to, I want to create a basic HTML file. HTML file that is working, and then I'm going to put at there I want to test this to make sure it's working. And then for step two, add a title in the tab. 3, create a title in the content or the body of the web page. Then after that, add a header. Add a header. Then after that, add a paragraph that includes bold, italic, and underlined. And then after that, add subheaders and more text. Okay, and I think that covers pretty much everything that's required. So let's go into HTML practice. Of course, I want to save this as a .html file, so I'm going to call this portfolio.html. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, I want to create the basic HTML file. That's done like this. Fantastic. So I'm just going to test it. So I'm just going to put maybe a paragraph in the body saying testing, testing. Let's try that out now. Here we are, portfolio. Okay, looks like it's working. Now, of course, we'll have the problem that at the top here, the notes that I was working on, they're kind of red at the top. So I'm just going to show you very quickly how to change those into comments. And what I'm going to do is actually show you by searching for it. So HTML comments. So here we are. We go into the W3 schools. So essentially all you need to do is add this kind of tag. Looks a bit long, but it's very helpful to have. So we'll just add this in here, top here. And then closing it over here. And as you can see, it's a lovely comment now. You can see by the fact that it's turned grey. So it's kind of like arrows pointing left and pointing right, but adding an exclamation mark here. We'll be talking about it more in one of the future lectures, but just so you know. So now if we go back to our portfolio, once we've saved it of course, you will see that the website is now working perfectly. So we've created a basic HTML file that's working. So what I'm going to do is just delete this first line because it's been done. Create a title in the tab. Okay, I'm going to call this portfolio website. So that's that done. Now I'm going to create a title in the content. So I'm going to use a h1 tag for that, for a heading. So the title is going to be a h1, which is the largest of the headings. And I'm going to call this portfolio website as well. Content itself isn't too important at this stage. So I've done that. Next I'm going to add a header. So I'm going to add some headers just here. So h3. These are actually going to be the subheaders, which I've talked about here. So actually, I don't need this line at all. So let's start with the paragraph that includes bold, italic, and underlined. So I'm just going to change this text in the paragraph to say, this is John Harper's portfolio site. Enjoy. And so I'm going to make some of this bold, italic, and underlined. So I'm going to make the John Harper bold. So in between those B tags, I'm going to put John Harper's. And then I'm going to put portfolio site in the italics, like so. And then I think I'm going to have the enjoys underlined. Now, I hadn't actually shown you in the lectures how to do the underlined, so let's take a look. If we go back here, HTML underlined. So I'm just going to search for this now and see what it comes up with. That looks quite helpful. A U tag. So let's take a look. Make sure that's right. Yep, that looks about right. It's underlined and they're using the U tag. Perfect. So I'm going to underline the enjoy. There we go. Type in U. Move that into here. Perfect. Okay, so we've added a paragraph that includes bold, italic, and underlined. Finally, let's add some subheaders and more text. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to add this. I'm going to have, let's say, 3 subheaders, and each of them I want to have a paragraph within them. So it's going to look something like this. So what I'm going to do is just copy and paste that 3 times. Except let's have it looking a bit better formatted. There we go. Okie dokie. So the H3 here I'm going to put as, what did we have in the example? Let's have a look. Skills, previous work, and rates. So skills, previous work, and rates. Fantastic. So I'm just going to put a very small paragraph after each of those. My current skills in web development include HTML. And then obviously we'll be adding to that over time. Previous work, this is my first. I'm going to put first in bold, just to emphasize a little bit. This is my first piece of work. Rates, let's say negotiable. For more details, get in touch. This way people can always get in touch once we've created a contact form, which we'll be doing later on. So let's have a look and see how that looks. If I refresh this now, perfect. Portfolio website, and we have the bold, italics, underlined, and then we have our subheaders. And that covers pretty much everything that was in the requirements. So I hope that made sense. If not, feel free to ask me any questions. And I look forward to seeing you in the next lecture. Now, in order to solidify what we've learned, let's do one more practical project before we move on to learning anything else. I assure you that putting in the time now into practicing it really does pay off later. So for this second practical project, what I recommend you to try is to create a tutorial page for beginners. So imagine a friend or a family member or someone you know who doesn't know any HTML, and think about how you could create just a basic web page that could explain to them the basics of HTML. For example, how they could create their first web page. So what the requirements are for this project is to again create a HTML web page that has a title at the top, then has a title, a header, for example tutorial page for beginners, and then a few subheaders. And why I recommend is you have one introduction paragraph, and then you just talk a little bit about what you've learned to create so far. So you can talk about you creating paragraphs, creating headers, and styling the fonts. But essentially be creative with it. Think yourself about how you might like to create a tutorial page using the skills that you have so far. So give it a go yourself, and then we'll cover my solution, how I've done it, in the next lecture. Okay, so hopefully you've had a go at this yourself. Now let's go briefly over how I went about solving this. So what I'm going to do is essentially create a new file here, and I'm going to comment in at the top here all the requirements that we said we wanted to have. First of all, I'm going to save it as a HTML file because it just makes it easier. So this one is tutorial.html. So I'm just going to save that here. So then we have our comments nicely faded because now the text editor understands that we're working with HTML. So I'm going to put in here the different steps I'm going to take to create this portfolio website. So instead of the first thing that I've been putting initially, create the basic HTML file and all that kind of stuff, hopefully by now you're getting into the habit of it. So I'm just going to leave that as it's almost a given that you need to do that first. Create the, save a HTML file, create the head and the body, and test it with a basic paragraph. So I'm just going to assume that you're doing that by now. So what we want to have in this tutorial web page, so we want to have a title, both in the tab and body, and then after that I want to create let's see, introduction header with explanatory paragraph, and then subheading that describes how to create a basic web page, including examples of bold, italic, and underlined. Let's go for that. Okay, so first of all, I am just going to do the basic test. So I'm going to put in a paragraph here, testing. This is just something that I like to do, just to be sure that I'm doing the right thing here. So I'm just going to open up the file now, which is here, tutorial. Okay, fantastic. So the testing is working. Brilliant. So let's go for number one, title both in the tab and the body. So the title I'm just going to call HTML tutorial. And one thing to note is that for if you include a title, it does actually help with search engine optimization. So for example, it helps with, for example, if someone goes onto a search engine and they search for HTML tutorial, your site will be more likely to appear for them. Okay, so now let's look into, we've added the title in the tabs, let's add it into the body as well as a H1 header. So here we go, H1, and we're just going to call this HTML tutorial. Underneath that, I'm going to put in a paragraph. Introductory header. Okay, so I'll add in the introductory header, add that as a H3, and let's just call this introduction. And then the paragraph below, just welcome to my basic tutorial on HTML. You will learn here how to create a basic web page. Okie dokie. And then under this I'm going to add another header, and this one is going to be called let's say how to create a web page. And then underneath this with a paragraph I'm just going to put, so remember we always want to make sure that we're having the opening tags and the closing tags. If you're seeing any issues in what you're writing, definitely check the tags and make sure you're opening and closing them as normal. So I'm not going to write out the whole tutorial here obviously, I'm just going to write in your first web page you will be able to add headers, paragraphs, and format the text. How exciting. Okay, so for headers I'm going to make this bold because I want to include examples of bold, italic and underlined. So I'm just going to have that as bold. Put this in between that. Paragraphs I'm going to put as italics. And then I'm going to underline how exciting. So as you may remember, we looked at this in the last practical. We searched how to include underlined formatting in HTML, and it said to use U. Fantastic. So I'm just going to save this now, refresh this, and we should have everything we need. Fantastic. So we have the title at the top, we have our title in the body, and then we have our introduction header, and we have how to create a web page. So there we go. That's the basics of having a tutorial. So what I recommend you do, which would be really exciting, is to actually fill this out a bit more. Actually include instructions on how to create the basic web page. And then what you could do, which would be really exciting. I mean, obviously the sites we're creating right now, they're all being, you can only use them from your desktop. That's because they're not being hosted anywhere at the moment. The files are being stored as what we call locally. So you can only access this file and you can only run it. But what you can do, which is really fun, is once you've created your HTML file, all you have to do is send this to a friend. You could just email it to them, for example. And then what they need to do is they then go to their laptop or their Mac, and they can basically download the HTML file, open it in their browser, and they will then be able to see it as well. So if you're feeling brave, then why not create this tutorial, send it to a friend or family member, and then they can try and create a web page themselves. So anyway, I hope this was helpful. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next lecture. So congratulations on completing your first handful of practical projects, and for learning the basics on creating a web page and headers and paragraphs and formatting your text. It's always hard to get started with this stuff, and especially getting your head around these different tags and and understanding how things actually work. So congratulations on making it this far. At this point, we're going to be learning a few more fun things. We're going to start off by learning how to actually create URLs. So for example, how we can create a clickable link. So someone could, for example, click on a link and it leads us to some kind of website. So without any further ado, let's get started right away with me showing you how you can create some URLs. So first of all, just for fun, I'm going to put a title in the head content so that we've got the title of the tab, and then in the body here, I'm just going to put a h1, a header. So this is the title and the actual content, saying URLs here. And right now we're going to put in a paragraph just saying, click below to access a website. Excellent. So now we are going to create the tag which is for creating links, which is A, and this actually stands for anchor. So I'm going to do this manually, put in the A here, and then put in the closing tag here. So what you want to do, A basically stands for anchor. You know, it could have had an easier letter to remember it by, but that's just how it is. So we're going to use A. And then what we want to include here, and what's actually quite helpful, is that what Atom is doing is actually telling us the things that we could include in here. So what we want to include is href. So this is actually us saying, okay, this is where, when the link is clicked, where it should take the user. So we put A, and then still inside this more or less than, or inside the carets, we want to include href equals, and then in quotations, the full URL for where we want it to go. So http://www. And then we're going to just go to the search engine that I use, ecosia.com. So I'm going to save that, and let's see how that goes. So I'm just going to open it up here, to URLs. Then we're missing one thing. So as you can see, that's worked well, that we've got the title, we've got the header, and we've got the paragraph. But for some reason, we can't actually click anything to take us to this website. So why do you think that might be? Well, there's no text, because usually when you click on something, it's like a button or it's a bit of text saying click here or something like that. So that's actually what we put in between the two, in between the opening and the closing tags. So I'm just going to put click here. So now what's going to happen when we refresh the page, you're going to see that we're going to have some text that just says click here, and then when we click it, it will take us to Ecosia. So here we are, I'll refresh the page. There we go, click here, and then we click on it. Perfect, it takes us right to the website. So now we're really starting to get a bit more interactive with what we're doing here. So not only can we link it to, for example, an external website, we could also link it to other HTML files. So, for example, let's say we wanted URLs to be connected with our portfolio page. So let's have a think about how we could do that. So it's not going to be the http www blah blah blah, because we don't have a domain name at the moment. This isn't online. But what we could do, we could actually instead just try portfolio.html. Now what's really important to note is that portfolio.html is in the same folder as URLs. Okay, if portfolio was in a different folder, it wouldn't be as easy just to say portfolio.html. But let's give this a try. I'm going to say click here to see my portfolio. Right, let's see how this one goes. We refresh here, click here to see my portfolio. Then it links right to our portfolio website. So some really exciting stuff here, and it really opens up what we can do. So you'll see in some of the coming lectures just how powerful this can be. So what we've gone over in this lecture is basically how to create URLs or links to similar sites. So we're just going to refresh. What we did is we used the A tag. So A is for saying, right, this is going to be something that the user can click to go to somewhere else, whether that's a website or whether that's one of our other HTML files. Now in production, obviously we wouldn't be using files because everything would be online. And then what we did is we added the href. So this tells the computer basically where the address needs to be. And if we want it to be some kind of website, we have to include the http://www. I used ecosure.com. And that's in these quotation marks. And then in between the opening and closing tags, we included some text, which is what we needed in order for the user to be able to click on it. So I'll be showing you in future lectures that you don't just need to have text, you could actually have an image that someone could click to go to a website. But for now, just keep in mind that you want to be using this a tag and the href inside of the tag to dictate where the user goes, and then having the text in between the opening and closing tags. So what I recommend you do now is create your own basic web page now, similar to this, and just play around with linking to not only external sites, but maybe some of the HTML files that you've created as well. Just make sure that whichever file this is, so for example the urls.html, make sure the file is in the same folder as this one. That's very, very important, otherwise it won't work. Okay, so best of luck, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so now that we've gone over how you can add URLs and links into your web page, let's take a look at how you can add images. So for this tag, we want to use the shortened version of, well, a shorter version of image, the word, which is just img. Okay, so we want to essentially just put the opening tag, so img, and then here, as you can see, these are the options we have. We want to use src. That stands for source. So what's the source of the image? Basically, where is the file? So that's very important. We have to tell the computer where it is it can find this image. Okay. So, and obviously, if you are using Atom, all you have to do is do img and then enter, and it will actually quite nicely give you the alt as well, which means alternative. Essentially, this is the text that will appear if the computer can't find the image. So, no image, for example, something like that. And you can note here that you don't need to have a closing tag like img here. That's not required because the image is always going to be just one file. So you never need to have closing tags with the image. So let's look at this src. First of all, let's find ourselves a picture. So I've basically just searched for coding funny, and I like the look at this image because sometimes that's how I feel. So I'm going to save the image as, and go into my desktop, HTML practice. I'm going to save it here just as my image. Okay. It's being saved as a JPEG file. That's very important to note what type of file, because if it's a different type, for example PNG or something like that, you'll need to specify this. So if we go back into the code, now we're going to put into the src my image.jpeg. I'm going to save that. Now let's try running it. So we've got my image here. And let's see if this runs. So the alternative has come up, and as you can see, the image hasn't appeared. I suspect the reason for that is that it's saying JPG file. So actually, I shouldn't have included .jpeg. I'm going to change that. So these are things to really, really pay attention with, because otherwise, if you're not sure, you can go around in circles. As you can see, that's appeared beautifully right into our web page now. And just to make things nice, I'm going to put a header just saying image tutorial, and then I'm just going to put a paragraph just saying this is our first ever image. Hooray! Awesome. So as you saw before, the alt or alternative, it worked well when it couldn't find the image. So if I, for example, spell that wrong, let's just put in some really obvious spelling mistake, and now I try and run this again, you're going to see the image is going to disappear, and it's just going to come up with the alternative, no image. So now let's try something interesting, because sometimes we might have a web page with so many images that we want to keep it in a separate folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to call it images. I'm going to put my image inside of that folder. So as you'll see, even if we try and go back to my image, because it's not in the same folder anymore, it's still not going to appear. So what we need to do now is we actually need to specify the directory, so how we're actually going to get to it, the file path. So we need to put in images / myimage.jpg, because it's basically saying from this file, which is images.html, which is here, how are we going to navigate to the image? So we need to go to the images folder, and then we need to go to this image. So that's what we've said here. We've said images / myimage. So let's give this a shot. And now it works again. Fantastic. So one more fun thing, because I did describe it in the last lecture and I won't keep you hanging, and that's that we can actually make the image clickable so that it takes us to a URL or something like that. How do you think we might do that? I'll give you a second to think about it. Feel free to pause the video and have a think. So if you think about it, let's review what a link is. The link is using the tag A for anchor. Now the href, well, we can say whatever we want. We could say HTTP. I'm just going to go for the one I always use, which is www.ecosia.com. Now, usually we'd put text in here saying something like, click me, right? What if we took this whole line, take just from here, and we put all of that in between opening and closing tags for the link? Let's have a look. So I've put that in there. Let's refresh. Moment of truth. Okay, so it looks like it's clickable because you see the cursor change to a little hand. Da, 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 da. Yay! So it works. Fantastic. So just goes to show that you can actually make an image into a link. And just to make this look nice, I'm actually going to separate it like this, because it's just more easy to read, isn't it? Rather than having all that on one line, I just press enter and it's been indented, that's what we call it. I just think that looks a bit nicer, so you can see where the opening and closing is and what's inside quite easily. So just to review what we've gone over today, we've been talking about how we can include images into our web page. So we looked at the tag, which is img, and then we looked at what's really important here, and that's having src, which stands for source. And then you put equals, and then in quotation marks, the file path. If it's in the same folder as images.html or whatever you've called your web page, that will suffice. However, you need to think about the directory. So if you have to go into a folder from there, then you have to do images or the name of the folder slash the image name. So also we had the alt, which is alternative, and that's basically if it can't access the image for any reason, what text should we display? And then finally I showed you that you can actually put the image in, you can make the image clickable as a link by putting it within the A tags. And so one really important thing to note is that if the images folder was not in the same folder as images.html, then you'd have to think differently. For example, if we go into HTML practice, let's say the images folder was in the desktop or something like that. We couldn't then just put images / the name of the image. So that would need more thought. But for now, this will suffice. So I hope this makes sense. What I suggest you do at this point is download yourself an image, make sure you've got the file extension right, and try and put it into a web page, as I've shown you. If you get confused, I'd say the most likely problems that can arise is that either you're using the wrong extension, you're using the wrong file path. For example, the image isn't in the same folder as the script. Those would be the main two problems. And also, you might not be including them in these speech marks. You have to include them in the speech marks. That's very important. So give it a try yourself. Try making it clickable as a link as well. And once you're able to do that, I'll see you in the next lecture. In the last few lectures, we've been going over how you can include images, URLs, and links into our web pages. Now what we're going to be looking into are lists. As you can expect, lists can basically list out things. For example, if you were instructing someone on how to cook something with a recipe, you would list out the ingredients. So not only can they be useful for creating lists like this, but they can actually be really useful in ordering things, which we'll be talking about in a little while. But to begin with, let's jump straight in and look into how we can create a list that goes, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of different ingredients to use in a recipe. So what I'm going to do is first include a title called lists. And like I say, we're going to be doing a recipe. So I'm going to do h1 how to cook pasta. Okay, something really easy. So now what I could do is something like this, right? P1 boil water. And keep creating paragraphs that could list out different things to do. So let's take a look at how that is. Our lists. So it looks okay. Yep, it's definitely there's a line in between them all. However, it's a much better idea to do it this way. We want to create. There are two different types of lists that you can create: either an ordered list or an unordered list. An ordered list is something where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here we go. OL stands for ordered list. And now within here, we're going to put LI, and that's a list item. So, for example, boil water. And then we can just add another LI. Add pasta. Oops. Wait 10 minutes. Enjoy. So if we have a look at this now, we refresh, you can see we have a nice ordered list. And this is much better because the browser can tell that this is a list, which turns out is really helpful to have. So we have the ordered list, and it's nice to have it structured just like this. So we have the ordered list tags on either side, and then we have all the list items indented within the list. So now let's create an unordered list, which is UL. We do this the exact same way. So this could be, for example, let's put as a paragraph, foods that I like. Because this isn't exactly something that needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or ordered in any way, because there is no specific order. So now I can list out the items. I'm just going to create a number of them. All I did there was I selected the line, did copy, and then paste. Pasta, pizza, pasta, and more pasta, because I do quite like pasta. So let's look at how that is. As you'll see with this one, it's not ordered as in 1, 2, 3, 4, we just have bullet points. So those are lists, ordered lists and unordered lists. And something to keep in mind for the future, which we'll be going over in much more detail, is that lists can be used in a number of different ways. For example, we can use it to list out images so that they appear next to each other, or we can actually even use it in formatting links to create navigation bars at the top of our pages. But we'll be getting into that in a lot more detail. For now, the important thing is just to keep in mind, so just so you know what I did there, I essentially just did Command right and selected this, and this has separated the two on either side of my screen. But we have ordered lists, which the tag is OL, and that's if we want things to be listed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. And then within there we have LI, which is a list item. For unordered lists we have UL, and again we use LI. So what I recommend you do is come up with a few different things you could add as an unordered list, and a few things you could add as ordered lists, and just give it a try and see if you can produce something like this yourself. Best of luck, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, we're now going to be stepping up and looking into how we can create tables. Now, creating tables may take a few tries before you get it into your head. It does take a bit of repetition, so let's get started. Essentially, it's very simple on how to create a table, and this is creating a table of data, ones that have rows and columns. So the best way for me to explain this is just to show you. So first of all, I'm going to use the tags, which is table. As you can see, it pops up here, so I'm just going to use this. So within the table tags, what we need to do now is to create our table columns. So what we're going to be doing first is putting in our table rows. So the table rows, as I say again, it's best to show you. Those are the table rows, and we want to start with our table heads. So these are going to be like the titles of our columns. So I'm just going to put for now, let's create a table that includes people's first names, surnames, and email addresses. So first name, and then in order to make this easy, I'm going to do Control and paste a couple of times. So I'm going to include the surname here. There we go, email. So let's just save this and see what it looks like so far. As you can see, we kind of just have the three words going alongside each other. It doesn't look very special at the moment. So let's add in another row below it to include some example data. So we need to create a new row, and in here, instead of table headers, we're going to include table data. Now, of course, right now there's a lot of TR, TH, TD, a lot of things going on, and you may be tempted right now to pause the video because it's confusing. Stick with me, and I honestly, by the end of this lecture, you will understand what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to put John as my first name, Harper's last name, john.harper at john.john, which is not my real email address. So let's give that a try now. Perfect. As you can see, we now have our table. So this is a row. Those are things that go along horizontally. What goes along vertically, I would describe as a column. So we can add as many rows as we want now, but keep in mind that this whole thing is a table. The top one here that kind of looks like titles, that is the table header, and then we just have our table data. So for fun, let's just add another row. So keep in mind for each of the rows we have to use those in separate tags. So table row and then table data. So let's create some more table data here. Let's add my good friend Hon Japa, and he likes to keep it quite simple. h.p at html.html. Again, not a real email address. So we refresh. There we go, voila. So as you can see, we can add as many rows as we want. What I could do to make things just very quickly, I can just add that numerous times. Oops. Give space in between those. So now you'll see, although the data has been replicated, I don't want to take ages just filling it out, you can see that we can add more and more rows as we go along. So what's really important to remember here is that in order to, let me just remove some of these. In order to create a table, the first thing we want to do is use the table tags. Now as soon as we've created the table tags, that's when we want to start adding our rows. Those are the horizontal parts of the table. So we create our table and then we want to add each of these rows. Now if we want to have a header which has like the names of the columns, then we should add a table header at the top, which is TH. And those go within the table row. If we want to simply add normal text, normal data into the row, within the TR tags we just add TD. So we have table and TR. Those are the two most important things to keep in your mind. You create a table and then you create the rows. Then within the rows you create the data, which is TD, or a table header. So there are 4 tags to remember here. Table, TR, which stands for table row, TH, which stands for table header, and TD, which stands for table data. What I would recommend you do is you note those down somewhere in your notes and you give this a try. It's so important with tables to just right now after the lecture, just to give it a go, creating table, tr, th, and td, because it's at this point that some people might get a bit frustrated because it does take a few times. So I highly recommend, if you can really push through this part and you can start adding table rows and table headers and table data, you're doing really well. So after this lecture, try going away and creating a few tables yourself and see how it goes. If you're looking for an extra challenge, try adding some links into your table data and see how that goes. Okay, best of luck and see you in the next lecture. So I just want to say a huge congratulations on making it to this part of the course. At this point, you've learned the basics of HTML. There's still a few things to learn, and maybe things don't look too pretty yet, and you're thinking, well, it doesn't really look like a proper website that you'd see every day. But we'll be getting to that when we go into the next section on CSS, which is how to style the websites. But I can't put enough emphasis on how important HTML is in order to be able to do any web development. It really comes from knowing the basics of HTML, from which you can create so many cool things. So at this point, you've learned how to create web pages, how to create headers, paragraphs, links, images, lists, and tables. All the basic elements that make a website. And at this point, I want to help you to solidify all these basic elements of HTML so that you feel confident enough that yes, you can create a basic website at this point. And like I say, although it doesn't look all that pretty at the moment, I really mean it when I say you've learned the really important fundamentals of HTML now. So you're able to create the basic stuff from which you can create so many cool things. And once you've learned how to style websites, you'll realize just how often the basic things that you've used are just used over and over and over. So to that end, I want to lead you into this practical project, which shows you how to, well, it gets you to start practicing all the things we've been learning about. Headers, lists, links, paragraphs, text formatting, images, tables, all that kind of stuff. So let's get started, because I really enjoyed creating this one. Basically, the requirements for this website is I want you to create a website that has 3 different pages. That's right. So as you can see at the top here, we have home, animals, and prices. And if I click on any of these, animals, prices, it takes me to a different page. So you'll need to think about how we were doing linking previously to get us towards the different HTML pages. On the home page, I want you to basically just include an image and a bit of text to introduce, say, hi, welcome to our zoo, what would you like to do, and then have a little link that can take you to one of these pages that's above. We call that a call to action. So on the next page, animals, just have some images that include some names. So this is a crocodile named Joey, whatever you like, kangaroo called Billy Hot Pop. It doesn't really matter about the names, I was just being a bit silly. But the important thing is to include images, and when you click on the image, it takes you to the website, Wikipedia, which describes what a crocodile is in more details. On the third page, which is the prices, this is where you'll be using both tables to show, right, okay, this is the, for example, ticket type, price, and info, and then a list showing what the terms and conditions are. Okay, so get started on the home page. Have this unordered. Actually, I'll try not to give you too many hints, but create a home page that lets you navigate to the different pages. Have one for animals and one for prices. Try to include a table, some lists, and some images that link to external websites. So have a go yourself, see how far you get. I'm sure you can do better than you think you can do. And just give it your best try. And then in the next lecture, I'll be showing you how this can be done. Okay, best of luck. So let's see how you got on with this challenge of creating multiple web pages that link together. Essentially a website. So I'm going to show you how I went about doing this. So first of all, what we're going to do is create a new file I'm going to save it as, let's say, so this is actually important now. So because we're creating a standalone website with a number of different pages and images, I actually want to create a separate folder to hold this all in. So I'm going to call it Zoo. So in this folder, this is where I'm going to create all of my web pages and images and stuff like that. This isn't something that you should have done yourself, but this is introducing a bit more to some of the best practice. So now that we're in our folder, I'm going to create I'm just going to call it homepage. So home.html. So I'm going to save that. And in here, this is where I'm going to type out I'm going to put in the comment first. And then dash dash here. So this is our comment of just all the stuff that I want to do. So first of all, I want to create a home page and home page. And in here, in this home page, I want to include a title. I want to include a image. And I also want to include link, which is like a call to arms. Call to action. So the call to action for this, on most websites, if you take a good look on their homepage, they usually have a link that's a call to action, like subscribe here or check out our prices and stuff like that. So for ours, I'm going to have the call to action as see our animals. And then finally, let's look into how we can create the navigation bar to get to the different web pages that we create. Okay, so this is all the things that I want to do for the homepage. So let's get started. First of all, HTML, I'm going to create that, and then with the title, I'm just going to call this Zoo Home, and then I'm going to create a H1. Now I'm not going to go over the top with all the content here, because I'm sure you'll be able to spend some time doing that yourself. So I'm just going to do the bare bones stuff, just to show you technically how this is done. So, welcome to my zoo site. And underneath this, I'm going to put a paragraph just saying this is in bold, great zoo. Feel free to look around. And then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have an image. So I'm just going to search for zoo images. Now obviously when you're creating your own website, you need to be actually getting permission to use these different images. Because I'm not actually going to be sort of using this on an official website, I'm not going to worry too much. But I'm just going to take this one here, save image as, I'm going to save this. We have our zoo folder. I'm going to create another folder in here called images. I'm going to call this just zoo, or maybe zoo welcome. Zoo _ welcome. So zoo _ welcome.jpg. Great. So in here, I'm now going to add an image. And remember, I need to include the source, src. So I need to include the source. So it's going to be images, the folder, then slash, and let's just remind myself of what I called it. So let's go to desktop, HTML practice, zoo, images. Oh, so I didn't actually save it in images. I'm just going to move that over here now. So it's going to be called zoo _ welcome.jpg. So zoo _ welcome.jpg. And as the alternative, I'm just going to call it zoo welcome picture, just in case it doesn't appear. So let's have a quick look at this. Oh, so that's actually not the one we're creating at the moment. Here we go, home. Once this opens up, you'll see we now have our header, a paragraph, and an image. And now I'm just going to add a call to action, which will just say click below to see our animals. And then underneath that, I'm going to create an anchor, which is for linking to our different pages. And so we haven't actually got another page yet. So I'm just going to put click here. And I'm going to create another page in order to link to. So I'm going to create a completely new file, go into our folder zoo, and this is going to be our web page that shows off the animals. So I'm just going to call this animals.html. And I'm just going to create HTML. I'm just going to put a testing site. So I'm just going to say testing. This is animal site. So hopefully, if we put in here into the href, we're going to put in animals.html. So when someone clicks on click here, this is going to click through to here. Let's give it a test. I'm going to refresh here. Click below to see our animals, click here, and it takes us to animal site. Fantastic. So now we're really making good headway here. Let's look back a while. So we've got the title, we have the image, we have the call to action. Now we want to do the navigation bar. So usually we have that at the top. So this is in the original. This is how we had it. Can you remember any time we've seen something like this before with these bullet points? It was in one of the lectures that wasn't too long ago. If you might remember, it's a list and it's a specific type of list. So we're going to include that right at the top. So above the H1. And just in case you don't remember, it's called an unordered list. So we're going to use UL, which was the tags for it. Now within this, we need to list all the items. So it's going to be list items. So I'm just going to copy and paste that because we're going to have 3 pages, right? We're going to have home. Excuse me. We have home. We're going to have animals. And we're going to have prices. Or I think tickets sounds better. We have tickets. So let's have a look at our site. Refresh. Fantastic. However, right now, they're obviously not clickable. So I'm just going to create one more HTML file, and that's for our tickets. So tickets.html, create this, and then just to testing, this is the tickets page. Okay, so now let's start doing some linking, which I'm sure by now you're starting to maybe get a bit more comfortable with. So for linking, of course, we want to use the anchor, that tag. So within this list here, we basically want to create an anchor, like this. And so for home, we obviously just want it to, well, navigate to here. So we could either leave it blank or we could add home.html. I'm going to put it as home.html here, just because we're going to be copying and pasting this, as you might imagine, into the other pages. So we have a navigation bar for all of them. Now we want to move this home in between the open and closed anchor tag. So there we go. This is starting to look better. Let's just test this. Make sure it looks at least clickable. Fantastic. Click on that. Stays at home.html as you'd expect. So let's try this again. For ease, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to change this to animals. I'm going to change this to tickets.html. So now we're going to be navigating to the 3 different pages. I'm going to change this one to our animals and tickets. Perfect. Now we go back to here, refresh, and now if we go on to our animals, takes us to the animals, tickets, takes us to tickets.html. So there's probably some kind of mistype. Tickets.html, tickets.html. what I'm guessing is going on here is because if we look at the browser, I'm quite sure this is the problem, your file was not found. I'm assuming what I've done is I've actually, this is looking for zoo/tickets.html. I think by mistake I saved it to the desktop. Let's have a look. Yes, so we don't have that file in here. So let's check out on home. Did I save tickets? Yes. So I'm just going to copy this, go back in here, paste it in here, put it in the right place. And now if we try it again, refresh, fantastic. So if we click on tickets now, it's all working. And it's actually really good for these kind of issues to come up when I'm doing the practical projects, because these happen time and time again. It's so common. It's good just to have a think about how these things can be solved. So there we go. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to add this list into all of the different pages so that we don't get stuck in any of the pages. We can always navigate. So I'm going to save that. That's also another thing to make sure you do. Whenever you make a change, make sure you save it every time. It's very helpful with Atom. If I type something, you can see at the top right here on the tab, there's a little blue circle. That means it hasn't been saved since the most recent changes. So anyway, let's take a look now. I'm going to go to our animals, then tickets. Okay, so the ticket still needs to be updated. I'm guessing this is still saving to desktop. So I'm going to change that. Yep, so I'm going to change it to zoo and then tickets and save here. Yes. Okay. And now we should have this working. Yay, on every single one. Perfect. And this is what people use to create their navigation bars at the top. It doesn't look like it at this point, but once we get into styling our pages a bit more, you will see that we can do really cool things that make this look like a proper navigation bar. So although it doesn't look that nice, you can imagine what we're doing right now is working on the stuff that's under the bonnet of the car. You know, it's the real nitty gritty, the functional stuff, and then we'll get into making it look good later on. But for now, it's really good that we're able to create the basics. So now for the animals, I believe we had a few requirements here. So just at the top, I'm going to put above the doc type. Nope. On that. And so I'm just creating a comment here. So what I want to do in here, I want to add title. I want to add images of animals. Images of animals, link to Wikipedia. And I think those were the main requirements. Let's just have a look. Yeah, so we just wanted to have that. So let's go to animals. So we have this here. I'm also going to say add names for the animals. So first things first, let's add the title. We already have our navigation bar, which is great. So I'm just going to put this as our animals. And I'm going to have a title at the top here as well. Animals. And I'm going to put this, under our navigation bar. So instead of saying testing, this is animal site, I'm going to say welcome to our animals. Have a look at our furry friends. Then I'm going to use a H3. So this is a header, but it's going to be a bit smaller. We've used it in the past, kind of as a subheading. So I'm just going to add one animal, so this lecture doesn't go on for too long. And let's have a snake. And let's call him Slither Nook Snakeface. Because who wouldn't want to have that name? It's pretty sweet. Now we need to do two things. We want to get an image and we want to get a URL. So let's start with the image. Let's get an image of a snake. Let's just type in snake. I like the look of this guy here, that's pretty cool. So we'll go into images and we'll save this just as snake. Now, snake, you can see there, it has the file extension again, JPG, snake.jpg. So underneath, I'm going to use the image tag, which is you can see there, mg. We're going to have the source, src, that's where the file is. And essentially we need to put it's in the images folder, and the name is snake.jpg. Now the alternative text I'm going to put is snake not found. And now, so let's just take a look at this first, make sure this is all going well. Over here. Snake, slither, smoke, snake face. Okay, now we want to add the Wikipedia. So, Wikipedia, not crocodile, we want to have snake. So let's have a look. Perfect, this looks like the one we want. So let's take this URL, and you might remember how we want to make our image clickable. Essentially we want to include our image tag within an anchor tag. So I'm just going to put it here first, so A for anchor, and the href is going to be this, which I basically just copied from my browser. So it's the full URL, and then we want to put our full image in between those tags, just like this. And to make it look nicer, I'm just going to press enter here and enter here. Looks a bit nicer now. So then the image should now link to the Wikipedia site. Let's have a look. If I just refresh the page, I click, perfect. Okay, so I'm quite happy with this as our animal site. And finally, let's go on to our tickets. So for the tickets, I think the requirements are going to be quite basic. We're just going to have one, table of prices, and two, we want to have a list, so of terms and conditions. Now, just to make sure this doesn't drag on for too long, I recommend let's take a break here, and I'll do this final web page in the next lecture. So I'll see you there. So in the previous lecture, we were going over how to create the home page and the page for animals. And I just wanted to break it up into two lectures so that it didn't take too much of a long block of time in order for you to go through it. So I hope you've had a good break and you're ready to just finish this off with a table and the list. So let's start with the easier of the two. Let's go for the lists first. So let's first add a title. I think we forgot to add a title on the animals.html. Oh no, we've got that there. Perfect. So I'm just going to add a title here, tickets. And then I'm going to add a header here. Again, just saying tickets, dash, prices, and TCs, terms and conditions. Okay. So I'm going to leave a bit of space for us to the table in a second. And I'm going to have a H3 here. And I actually want to have this in italics because I think it would just look nicer. This is for the terms and conditions header. So let's go for that. So I want this to be in italics. If it will let me. Nope. Okay, well I'll just write it in manually. So here we go. So for this, I basically want to say terms and conditions. I don't know why, but I just think it will look better with italics. So once we've done that, we want to create our list. And we don't want this to be an ordered list because we don't want it to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we want it to be an unordered list. So for unordered list, we use UL, unordered list. Perfect. and then we want to add list items with li. Okay, so hopefully you remembered that. If not, no worries, takes time. I don't want this to be on two separate. There we go. So let's say no entry after 11 PM. I'm just going to copy and paste this line, makes it a bit easier. No wrestling with the snakes. I think that's quite an important thing. And let's also say no refunds unless no refunds if caught wrestling with the reptiles. I think that's quite reasonable. So let's have a look at this. Go to tickets. Perfect. So we have our title here, which is our H1, and then we have our terms and conditions, and those all look very good. So now we just want to create our table. So hopefully you found this okay. So I'm going to put a H3 again that's just called tickets, prices, maybe types and prices. So first of all, the first tag we want to use is table, to say we are creating a table. The next thing we want to do after that is we want to create a table row. So our first row is going to be the headers, because we want it, this is where we're basically giving names to the columns. So our first header I think we should have as admission type. That's quite long, so I'm just going to put type, because I want to say, adults, kids, students, that kind of stuff. And let's have three different types. No, sorry, three different columns. So we're going to have type, we're going to have price, and let's have description, or let's just have notes for now. Okay, so these are going to be the initial headers. So if we take a look at this, fantastic. So I just want to point out that although it doesn't look like a table yet, it's like it doesn't have the borders and stuff like that, we will be going into how to style tables. So don't worry, we're just making sure we've got the basics down for now. So now we want to create some data, some table data. So we're going to do another row, and then TD for table data. And of course, we want to do this 3 times. So the type, let's do this as an adult. The price is going to be, let's say, $15. And then the notes are ages 21 plus for an adult. Or I guess 18 is usually. Let's go for 18. Okay. So now I want to have adults, children, and let's say students. So we're going to do, we've got adult here, so let's go for child. Let's go for $8. Let's go for, actually, yeah, okay, and then we'll go for ages under 18. Of course, in real life, you wouldn't call like a 17-year-old a child at all. I just can't think of the right word at the moment. So anyone who's under 18 taking this course, please do not take offense. And then finally, let's have students, and they can get in for $10. I'm going to say valid with student card. So the student would have to bring their card along to make it valid. Let's take a look. Perfect. And there we have our table. And so that's everything that we had in our requirements. So we have our home page, we have our unordered list, which makes our navigation, and then we have our image, and then we have our call to action, which takes us to our animals, which has this nice, beautiful picture of a snake. We click on it, takes us to the Wikipedia site, and then we have our tickets, which gives us a nice unordered list, and it also gives us a table. So if you're able to do all this by yourself, or if you're able to do it whilst watching, with a bit of help from me in these 2 lectures, congratulations, that's huge. It's so important to have these foundations down. So really, really well done. If you're still not feeling too confident, I recommend you give it another try. Try it one thing at a time. See if you can create a navigation page that can take you between different web pages. That's so helpful. Navigation bar, sorry. And then see if you can add images. See if you can link them. It's really a matter of trying it over and over and gaining confidence. There's a lot to do with confidence. And even if you just start by doing headers and paragraphs just to begin with, that's absolutely fantastic. If you can do that confidently, then move on to adding images. But this is a really good point at which we've gone over a nice amount of different parts of HTML. So if there's some parts you're still not sure of, feel free to go back and check out earlier lectures. But I really, really recommend you just keep practicing. Getting practical yourself is the best way to get good at this. So I hope this has gone well for you. You've done very well to get to this point, and I will see you in the next lecture. So congratulations on creating your zoo website. We've gone over a lot of different parts of HTML recently, and I just wanted to have a relatively chilled out, easy lecture for you guys. So we're going to be talking about line breaks. So essentially what line breaks are is they just help put space in between your different elements. Let's say, for example, we have H1, so we have a header here saying, hi there, and then a paragraph saying, I want more space in between elements. Then let's have, we'll just call this second paragraph. So as you can see, when we run this, we have hi there, and then all of these have just a little bit of space in between them. So what I want to do is to show you how line breaks work. So they're very simple. They just add another line in between your elements. So for example, if I put in the tag for line breaks, which is BR, I'm going to add, let's say, 4 of those just to really illustrate what they do. You can see we have a nice gap there now. So that's what line breaks are. I'm just going to add one here just to show you in between the header and the paragraph. And there you are. You see it increases the space. So line breaks can be really useful, and they're especially useful when you are creating forms for contact forms and stuff like that, which we'll be going over in the next lecture. So have a go yourself at creating a few line breaks, and I'll see you in the next one. So we're now going to be going into how to create forms, which call me a geek, but I think they're really cool. And they can be used in contact pages, for example, in websites where they say, give us your first name, last name, email address, and a question you have or something like that. So they're really useful for that, but they're also incredibly valuable, especially if you want to start creating machine learning websites where you need people to input data in order to give them some kind of output. So let's get started. I'm going to give you a very basic example of what a form is, just to make sure that you understand. So, let's create ourselves a form. So all this stuff that appears on the autocomplete, I want you to see it, but I don't want you to actually worry about the contents of it at all. Just by seeing it will familiarize you with it later, but for now, do not worry about it at all. The action essentially just says where to take the user. Like if we had a HTML page called index, when the user clicks the submit button or the button at the end of the form, which page should it take the user to? You don't need to worry about that. Method post basically just means we're going to post the details somewhere, but we honestly don't need to worry about that at all. What you need to remember for now is to use the form tag to create a form, and then to create anything else within your form, you use something called input. So as you can see, it's come up with quite a few things. We don't actually need to worry about name or value for now. All we're going to have is the type. Type equals text. Let's see what comes out if we just have this. as you can see, we have just one input here where we can just put in whatever jargon we want. So we can have basic text input. I'm going to be showing you three of the major ones that are used a lot, which is text, radio buttons, and then submit buttons. So that was text. I'm going to make it look a bit nicer though, just in the page in general. So let's call this the contact form. Yep. And then below that, I'm just going to add a paragraph saying, please enter your details below and we will get back to you. Okay, so now if we just look at, before we do the radio, if we just look at this so far, it looks okay, but how is the user supposed to know what to put in there? Let's put another paragraph just below. First of all, let's add a bit more space. So I'm going to put a line break, which I described in the previous lecture. I'm going to put paragraph, first name with a colon. And then when you take a look at this, you can see, okay, that looks quite nice. So what we want to have after this, input text, let's have last name, oops, let's take this out of here, put this in here, that would be a lot better. Here we go. So we want to have the paragraph within the form, of course. So the last name here, and then we want to have another input. So I'm going to put input, and then just have the type, which we want it to be text. So now we have our first basic contact form. First name, last name, and then let's say I'm going to show you what a radio button is now. So to illustrate it, I'm going to have reason for contact, and you'll soon see what radio is. So I'm going to change that from text to radio. I'm going to put that in like this. So we'll just add here, let's say inquiry, and then we're going to add a line break just here, and then let's try and add two more of these. I'm not sure what else they might be. Let's see, so we've got a question, let's have comment or other. Let's go for those three. So let's see what that looks like. There we go, and you can select any one of those. Now let's have it so that one of them is checked at the start. All you have to do here is add, you can see all the options here. I'm just going to put checked. Here we go. There we go. This one starts off checked. So now let's look at, I'm going to add two more elements in here. I want to include the text area as well. So text area, you'll see in a second. All these you can just leave as they are. We don't really need name. And we're just going to put enter your message here. So the text area basically just produces a box in which the user can write. So you then remove this. I am inquiring. Ta-da! Now obviously there are lots of things that we can do here. We could change the size. As you can see, you can drag this around as much as you like. We could change the font that's appearing here. But we're going to be looking at all of that in more detail when we come to styling. So finally, let's just have one more thing, and that is our button. So we just use input here, and then instead of type equals text, we're going to have type equals submit. And that's going to be what our button is. Value is what's going to appear on the button to click. So I'm just going to put click me and save that. So have a look at that. They click me. I'd like that to be on another line. So let's use the old line break, which we've talked about in the previous lecture. So now that should be looking good. Fantastic. So here we have a basic contact form. Now just to review what we've gone over, essentially we want to include all of this in our form tag here. What's important, the important elements we've added is the input tag with type text. So if you have input type text, you have one of these where you can just type away. Then we had the radio buttons, which is input and the type is radio. Then we had text area, which is where you can add your own text. And then we had input type equals submit. So those 4 elements to play with. So what I recommend you do is basically have a play yourself and create your own contact forms and have a bit of fun with it. Try creating your own contact form that basically just has, text input and a button to start off with, and then see if you can grow from there. What's really important is that you feel confident in being able to create the most basic contact forms, which would be having a text input and a button. So give that a try, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Now, do you remember the portfolio website that we did for one of the first practical projects? Well, I think it's time to update it and make it look a bit better. So this practical assignment is all about using a lot of the skills that we've picked up along the way and adding them in here. So what I want to do for this practical project, what I'd like you to do is to create a few more elements and a few more pages. So first of all, it's important to include a navigation bar. In your home page, I want you to have a call to action for your previous work, and have some headings for skills, experience, and how much you might charge, etc. So under my work, this is where you'd include all the other projects that we've done so far. Pretty cool, right? So for example, the zoo, which links to, yep, you guessed it, your zoo page, your tutorial page that you did earlier, and also include some social media icons on the bottom so that people can follow you. So it might be worth setting up your own social media accounts that are geared towards showing off your coding. Especially LinkedIn is arguably one of the most helpful ones for gaining employment, although Twitter can also be useful. As you can see, they're not very well formatted, some are larger than others. We will be looking at styling them later, but for now just make sure you include the icons. For the About page, this is where I want you to do whatever you feel. Maybe include a picture of yourself, talk about your history, add whatever you like here. And then of course at the end, add a contact page so that people can get in contact if they want to. Here, as you can see, I've included a drop down. So you can have a look at the W3 Schools website and do a little bit of research as to how you can get a drop down into your contact page. So have a go at it, see if you can create yourself a nice home page, previous work, an about page where you can do whatever you want, and a contact form. So I'll have a go at this myself, and then we'll come up with our solutions in the next lecture. Okay, so I hope you did well in having a go at this yourself, in creating your own portfolio site to the next level really. I'm going to code from scratch this thing so that you can compare how you did it to how I did it. Of course, a lot of the time there are no straightforward answers where one thing's better than the other. Sometimes there are. So don't worry too much if you've done things differently to how I have. So I'm going to start completely from scratch and go from there. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the web pages, because I find that's the easiest way to test out my navigation page. So we've got home, work, about, and contact. So once again, I'm going to create all of this in a separate folder. So in HTML practice, I'm going to create a new folder called portfolio. I'm going to try and spell that right as well. That would be good. Portfolio. So within there, I'm going to start creating my other home pages. Now, before I used home.html, actually this time what I'm going to do is call it something called index.html. Now, in best practice, people just use index.html instead of home to refer to the home page. So that's what we're going to start doing from now on, okay? Whenever we've got a multi-page site, we're going to use the home page and call it index. So index.html is the first one. I'm just going to do HTML, and then in the paragraph, this is home. And then I'm going to create another one, which is going to be our work. So make sure I save it into the right folder. I'm going to call this work.html. Save this in there. This is work page. All very basic for now, but it's just so that it's just creating the basic skeleton structure for all of this. So there we go. Come into here, portfolio, and let's see, about.html, about page, and then finally we're going to add contact, which is going to go into our folder, contact.html. Now I wonder where index has gone to, because it doesn't look like it's saved in there. So let's just make sure. Okay, so I saved it in here. I should have saved it into portfolio here. So index.html, perfect. So now let's create our, let's get started by creating our navigation bar. So as you might remember, we want to create an unordered list to create our navigation bar. So I'm going to do UL for unordered list, and then I'm going to add my list items within here. So I'm going to add 4 different items, 2, 3, 4. And within here, I'm going to create these links. So I'm going to use the anchor tag to link, if it will let me. Okay, so let's start with this. A href equals. And then we want to have for this one index.html, and then we're going to just put home, and then close it, and then I'll just repeat that 4 times for now. There we go, and just change this each time. So I'm going to have work.html, about.html, and contact.html. Just going to update what it's going to say about me, and then contact me. Okay, and now I'm just going to add this into each and every one of those pages so that you can't get stuck in any of the pages. Okay, save that. Make sure I save each of the changes. Contact as well. Oh, I haven't got anything for contact, so contact. Okay, let's give this a spin. So desktop, HTML practice. Okay, let's open it up and see how it goes. Here we go, index, that's our home page now. So this is home. Let's try the work one. This is work page, about page, contact. Cotnacked. Anyway, it works, which is the most important thing. So fantastic. We have our initial navigation bar. So let's move on to this now. What we're going to do is create a few headers. So we're going to have portfolio site as our main title, then skills, previous work, experience, and rates. So what I'm going to do, just to make it easier to check between the two, I'm on my PC, so I'm going to use the Windows key and tap right. So I'm holding the Windows key and I tap right. And I'm going to select which of these to look at, which is going to be this. So now it's going to make it even easier. I'm going to close this sidebar. So now I can go between the two much more easily to check that I'm doing things right. So what I'm going to do is go back to our index, which is around here somewhere. Let's close some of these. There we go. Index. So what I'm going to do first is add some of these headers. So first of all, I'm going to have my H1, which is going to be portfolio site. I'm not going to replicate this word for what it's saying there, but I want it to look similar at least. So portfolio in as the title, And then I'm going to add in some subtitles. That's going to be H3. So let's have skills. Previous work. Experience. And rates. So for most of these, I think I'm just going to put some basic stuff. So for here, I won't take too long adding stuff in. Previous work, we've got an unordered list here, it looks like. So I might as well create one of those. UL for unordered list, and then list item. Okay, and I'm going to put tutorial page. Zoo website. And why not this page? So for experience, it looks like we've got a table. So we're going to create a table using the tag table, and then we're going to add, it looks like it's got two table headers here. So first of all, we need to create our table row, and inside that, our table header. First one is skill, with spelled properly, and the second one is amount of experience. Now it's best every now and then just to stop, take a look, make sure it's working properly. So that's looking good so far. Yep, I'm happy with that. Okay, now let's add in the table data, which is where it says like HTML and CSS. So we're going to add a few more rows, tr, td. So this is going to say HTML, and then add in how long you've been learning it for. Maybe you've been doing this course for 1 week so far. Let's say you've done that much. And then we're going to add in another row. And this is getting ahead of ourselves here because you haven't started learning this yet, I'm assuming. But CSS, which is how to style HTML, we'll be going into that very soon. So we're just going to be putting coming soon. And then rates, put in a paragraph, I charge X dollars, however much you please. So now my work. I don't want to spend too much time doing this because obviously this is your time and I don't want to take too long, otherwise you might get bored. So when we get into my work, I'm just going to keep this very simple. Basically, I'm going to just show you the example for the zoo. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to make this a clickable image as well, because for the social media icons, for example, you can download them off any search engine. They're clickable. So I'm just going to show you how you can do that here. So I'm going to put under, this is, well, let's put the H1 at least first, my work. And then we're going to add an image, so img, and the source is going to be, so this is where the image is. It's under html/zoo/images. So if we look at where our portfolio folder is, this is where my portfolio folder is anyway. This is where I have all my stuff. So I'm going to have to refer to the fact that in order to get there, I'm going to have to go backwards out of the folder. Now, in order to do that, in where I put the source, I have to put ... That means go step out of the folder one step. And then I want to go into the zoo folder. And then from there, I need to go into images. And from images, I'll then go into snake.jpg. Right, let's give this a try, see how it goes. Excellent, so that seems to work just fine. And for the alternative, the old snake not found. Now, as I said, I'm going to make this clickable. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this inside an anchor, which is basically a way to put a link in. I'm going to format this nicely. Whoops, make this look a bit, indent it. There we go. So for the href, I'm going to have to do something similar to what I did here. So I'm going to have to go out of our folder, into zoo, and then let's see what's the name of the file I need to go to. Home.html. Okay. So zoo/home.html. Okay. Give this a try. Click into it. Takes you to the zoo. Perfect. So I'm just going to leave it there. I mean, in order to do the other ones, it's very much the same. And for the social media, obviously, for the Facebook and the Twitter, you just need to put the actual URLs. So that's that one done. If we look into About, you can do whatever you like with this page. I'd be interested to hear what you've decided to do, whether you've added pictures or tables, but that was completely up to you. So let's go straight into the contact. So for this page here, what we want to do is not have this misspelling. So I'm going to put H1 called contact, and the paragraph is just, are you interested in my work? Let me know. So here we want to have a form that includes a text input, multiple choice drop down, and then we want to also have a text area. So let's do the ones that we know first. So within our form, which we're going to do like this, remember we don't need to worry about all these things that appear at the moment. We're going to have some inputs. So input type equals text. That all looks absolutely fine to me. And remember, we don't need to worry about name and value at this point. So we're going to have one, and as you can see, we have this here. We have this nice suggested text that comes up, and we'll do the stuff we know first, and then I'll add in those nice little extras at the end. So first of all, we want to have an input for first name, an input for email, and then we want to have our text area. So for that, we put text area. Perfect. And after that, we want to have our submit button, which is another input, type equals submit. There we go. And then the value can be click me. I always like that one. Click me. Okay, perfect. Let's have something in the text area to say right here. Let's see how that looks. Okay, it's looking okay. It's quite blotchy. It doesn't look very well formatted, and there's nothing to tell them whether they want the first name or last name. So let's change that first of all. So let's put a paragraph in here. Basically says first name. And then the second one saying email. And let's have a look how this works. Okay, so that's looking better. Let's see what else. Let's have a line break after the text area, so that the button's on a new line. So we're going to put BR for line break. Okay, that's looking good. Let's leave it there for now, and in the next lecture we're going to pick it up to show you how you can have the drop down and how we can have the suggested messages in here that directs the user on what to put in. So have a break for now. Go over what we've just gone over with creating the forms and creating the images and linking to our different files, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, we're on the home stretch here on finishing off the contact form. So hopefully you've got it in you just to finish off this final bit. So we want to basically create a multi-choice here, drop down, and we also want to add in this text in here that you can write over. It's not like it's added in. So for example, on our contact here, if we start to type here, right here ... is going to be included in the message. So how do we get it to look a bit better? So let's start with that. Essentially what's nice is that you can just add something very simple into any of these. Let's start with our input type for the first name. And we are just going to put in what we call a placeholder. So we just write placeholder equals, and then in quotations we just put, let's give them examples. So e.g. John. And then we're going to do the same for the email. So we're going to put placeholder equals, oops, there we go, John@John. Right, let's have a look at how that is. Perfect. So now if we write over it, it's not included. So then let's try this again for the text area. This time we don't need this text saying right here, ... We can just add in here our placeholder and write that there instead. Right here, ... Okay. So let's see how that works. Perfect. Excellent. I don't like the fact that there's no space in between this box and this box, so I'm just going to add in one more line break just to make it look a bit nicer. So we just need to add in another line break. There we go, that looks a bit better now. So finally, let's add in our multi-option. So we're going to put this just under the email one. So we'll just put it in here. So reason for contact. And in here, we're going to add in our new one. So we're basically, for this, we use something called option. So one too many of these. So let's put in request for work. Let's have 3 different options. You'll see in a second how this looks. Question. Say request for teaching. Now if we refresh here, as you can see, it's not currently working. Oh, that's because we've missed out select. So we need to put all of this in something called select. So if we remove this, we try again. As you can see, we now have this nice request just here. Now we need to close this here. Perfect. So we don't need to worry about this class or name just now. Again, we'll be covering that stuff in the future. But what's important to remember is that you have this select options, and then you add in as many options as you want. And again, you don't need to worry about the values either. So that's it for our contact form. Hopefully you've got something similar, and these new things I've just shown you, have a play with them, have a go, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so now I quickly just want to cover comments with you. I've discussed this previously, but I haven't had a standalone lecture for it. So I just wanted to go over it and make sure that everyone's happy in how to create comments. So the whole point in comments is that you can write text in your script, but it doesn't get processed by the browser itself. So if I just show you here, for example, this is how you create a comment. You do the less than sign, exclamation mark, then dash dash. And you also need to end the comment. So for that you need to do dash dash more than. So now whatever you write in between this, you will see that it is a comment. And that's not going to get processed at all within the browser. So you don't need to worry about that at all. So for example, you could write it at the top here, and you can write it in multi-line as well, like this. So this is also a comment. So you can write it multi-line. You can also write it within your code as well. So let's say, for example, in here, we're going to create a few paragraphs. And here, for example, you want to just point out, let's say that you're working with another person and you want to say to them, oh, add an image into the, I don't know, the terms and conditions section. Then you could just put a comment in here and just write this, or below is the terms and conditions section. And you've seen me do a few times in the practicals. I like to have a comment at the top here that basically says all the things that I need to do for the website. So one, I don't know, add a navigation bar, things like that. So they can be single line or multi-line comments. The important thing is that you have the less than, exclamation, dash dash to open the comments, and then to end it you have to have the dash dash less than. If I remove this, you'll see everything becomes a comment until it's closed here. So you need to make sure you close your comments. And that is comments. So give it a go yourself, try and add some comments into your scripts. You don't need to write lots and lots in your comments. Sometimes it's just helpful to have a little bit in there. So have a go at that, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So now I just wanted to touch on a very, very useful tool that's very helpful in taking a look at your HTML just at a glance using your browser rather than looking at your script. And you can actually use it to look at what HTML is in every website pretty much on the internet. And we'll be using a lot more in the future. For now, we're just going to use the basics. So in order to access this, go to your browser. Hopefully you're using either Google Chrome or Firefox or Safari, something that's commonly used. And you can access the developer's console in a number of different ways. You could use Control-Shift-I if you're using a computer, if you're using a PC. Now, if you're using a Mac, you just do Command-Opt and I. So give that a try. If that's not working for you, you can always just right-click if you're using a PC and go to Inspect. So you want to look for something that either says Inspect. You can view page source as well to do similar, but we're going to be looking at Inspect. When we go on to learning JavaScript in a few modules time, we'll be using this console quite a lot. For now, all we care about are the elements. So what's awesome here is that your browser can actually take a look at the page and show you exactly what the HTML script is that it contains. So if I just click these arrows, for example, we can see in our head we've got the title John Zoo, and then the body. It tells us all of the different stuff we have in here. So we have our unordered list with list elements. We can see where those are going. So essentially, we can see all the HTML that's going on here. So let's take a look at, for example, Ecosia. So here is quite a simple screen. I'm just going to right-click, inspect. I can see this is all the HTML that's being used on this page. Now you might be seeing a few different things you haven't noticed before. For example, div. We're going to be going over that quite soon, but here are a few familiar things. You can see HTML, you can see the head, you can see that they've got a title in here called Ecosia, the search engine that plants trees, and you can see that that's what it's saying up top as well. And then the body here, there are loads of these things called divs, which we'll be going over quite soon. And if we go into one of these, we'll be able to see that they've got some paragraphs here. So let's look deeper into that. Oh, make Ecosia a new search engine, blah, blah, blah. So essentially, this is really helpful at this point, just for seeing the HTML that's used in different websites. So give it a try now. Go to one of your favorite websites and check out the elements, and you'll be able to see all the HTML that's going on there. So give that a try, have a bit of fun with it, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Next up, I just wanted to show you a cool element that you can use in your websites that I think is quite fun. Basically, you can create something called an iframe. What this does is it allows you to create a window in your website that you can use to show off other websites. So it's better that I just show it to you rather than explain. So all I have to do is use the tag iframe, and it comes up with this: source, width, and height. So for the source, we're going to use our good old friend Ecosia, and then let's give that a shot, see what happens. So basically I've said this is the iframe. I don't need to put anything in here in between the opening and closing tags. I've just put the source is that website. So let's take a look. And there you go, you can see that we now have the Ecosia website in this nice little box. Now let's try, it looks a bit small, so let's go for 200 pixels by 200. So that's still looking a bit small, so how about we go for something much bigger? Let's go for 2000. And there you go, see? We have a much larger version of the site in a large iframe. So that's very big, so it doesn't need to be that big at all. But you can also use this to create frames for YouTube, for example. So if we head over to YouTube, I can then, for example, search one of my favorite musicians, Debussy. I go onto one of his videos, and YouTube, very helpfully, if I go to share, select embed, then look at that, it actually gives me HTML already. So it gives me the exact HTML I need to make this look good. So instead of this here, as you can see, it's a bit long, and I also don't want the body tag to be at the back here, so I'm just going to press enter here, save this, and then you'll be able to see in our iframe.html now, yay, we have our YouTube video already embedded. How good is that, hey? So that's iframes. So just to summarize what we were talking about here, if you use the iframe tag, you can select the width and the height, and that's in pixels, and you can choose the source. So that's basically the website that you want it to redirect to. On YouTube, they make it a bit easier, and they give you everything that you need to add in to make it look nice and to work properly. So that's iframes. Have a go, try and embed a video into one of your web pages, and also just try and embed a website that might be a bit easier as well. So give those a go, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So I just wanted to mention something that's very important. We currently work mainly with HTML5. That's the latest version of HTML, and it's got some really helpful functionality and uses that can help us not only with creating better websites, but also making it easier for us to interact with search engines to help us to appear higher ranked in the searches for people. So semantics basically can mean anything. So any tags that we use. So if we look at the iframes, all of these are just different semantics. We have the body here that says, okay, this is where all the content's going to be. The iframe, this is telling our browser that we want to have an iframe here. So the whole point of semantics is to tell the browser what we're making here, and it also helps to tell other developers what we're using. But in HTML5, what makes it even more helpful, if we look back here, we have all these different optional semantics. So for example, header, nav, section, footer. So those are a few that I'm going to use as examples. You don't need to have these in any of your scripts whatsoever. It's not required, but it's very helpful. So I'm just going to use nav as an example. So if we wanted to create our navigation bar, like we've been doing in the past, so what we've been doing so far is creating an unordered list, and then within these unordered lists, we're going to be creating these list items, and each of them contain some sort of link, right? So let's say we have 3 of these, and each one of these is, or instead of home, we're using index.html, about.html, let's say, and then contact.html. So with HTML5, all we can do, this isn't a requirement at all, this is completely optional, is we can add in this nav tag. Put that on either side, like this. And just to make it look a bit better, I'm just going to indent this. And so here, we now know exactly where the navigation bar is, but also search engines can work out where they are. And for navigation bars, okay, it's not all that important, but let's say as well, if we look back at here, we have footers as well. So it might be helpful for a browser to know where our footer is. So our footer might be, we might want to have some stuff like paragraph saying, I don't know, copyright John Harper 2019, email j@j.j, or something like this, right? So this is our footer. We might have our social media icons and stuff like that. All we do is literally just include this in a footer. So it just makes it easier for the browser to know where this stuff is, and it helps with search engine optimization, and it also helps, especially when you start creating larger scripts with many more lines of code, it makes it a lot easier for other developers to see what you're doing. So it's best practice to try and include this where you can. So whenever you're creating new scripts in the future, just keep this in mind. It's a good idea to try and start including the semantics, for example, using nav, footer, and header. that would be a good place to start. So go back to one of your old scripts and see if you can just add those in to make your script look a bit nicer. And when you've done that, I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so we're now going to be looking at something called divs and spans. These are two what we call non-semantic elements, as in they don't necessarily describe a specific function, like for example if we used paragraph or headers or tables or anything like that. Divs essentially what they do is they separate almost like a chunk of our elements, and that'll be really useful when we come to styling our websites in the next section on CSS. So this is just an introduction to using divs and using spans. You don't need to memorize all of it for now, because I'll be doing a whole other lecture on it in CSS when it becomes more relevant, but I want to introduce the concept to you now. So all I want to say for now is, for example, let's say we had a paragraph saying, "Hi there," and then let's say we had a header just called website. This is a great website. Stuff like this. Now, what we can do, let's say for example we wanted to have the whole of our web page to be yellow with the background, like a nice light yellow. But then with just these ones, we wanted to make sure that they had the background color of, I don't know, like a light blue or something like that. Now, the only way we could do that is if we store them in something called a div. Now, you don't need to worry about class either for now. We'll be going over that. But what's really important here is that we include all of this in a div. So this is, now we have this div including, let me just indent this properly. It's always best to indent things. Not essential, but it looks a lot better, a lot more readable. So now we have a div, and everything in here is contained within a div. Now span is almost the same as a div, except it works within one element. So for example, in this paragraph here, we could include a span that just contains this part here. And that's if, for example, we wanted just this to have a certain font size or a certain background color or whatever styling it is. It's just really important for you just to note for now, you don't have to do anything, just note there's something called div and span. Div is very helpful in containing a number of different elements if we want to style it in a specific way, and span is a good way of styling elements, of styling content within one element. So that's div and span. Like I say, you don't need to worry too much about it for now. Just put it into the back of your mind, and we will revisit this very soon. So I'll see you in the next lecture. In this section, I'm going to be showing you how you can finally get your website live on the internet with your own URL. Now we're going to have to take a few steps. I'm just going to outline them right now. So first of all, what you're going to need to do, and I'll be going through these steps, don't worry. The first thing you need to do, you'll need to purchase a domain. So, you know, a URL, and you have to pay for that. And then you need to purchase hosting as well. Now these can both be relatively affordable, but just so you know, there will be costs involved. So it's important for you to realize that this will cost money. It shouldn't be too much, but I'll show you the general costs, at least for in the UK. So once you've managed to purchase a domain and a hosting package, if you so want to, then you'll need to transfer the files from your computer onto what we'd call the server or to their hosting. And we'll be using FileZilla for that, it's free to download, very easy to use. And once you've done that, then essentially you'll have your website working. So let's get started with actually purchasing your domain and purchasing hosting first. I'm personally using 1&1, which is now called Ionos. I wouldn't necessarily recommend these guys as the best people. I've just got my domains here on there. What I would say is that you should shop around. So if you just go onto your tab, for example, onto new tab, and you just type in something like hosting packages, domains, something like that, you should get some good options. So we have Ionos, which is what I'm using. Like I say, I wouldn't necessarily recommend them. You could use 123-reg, GoDaddy, whatever you please. Shop around and see what kind of costs. As you can see, for example, here, these guys are offering hosting for £1.80 per month, and you can get a domain for about £4. So I've already, all you need to do, so for example, let's go on to GoDaddy.com. You would just need to register with them, and then you can just go on to, for example, web hosting, and select get started, and then they'll run you through the options. You basically just want to choose the simplest packages for now, and you need to get yourself, of course, your URL. And that's simple enough. You will just go to their domains, find a domain, and you'll be able to purchase it through this way. And it will be pretty much the same thing on any website you go to. They should make it quite easy for you to not only purchase a domain, but also purchase the hosting. So once you've done that, now I'm going to show you what you need to do next. So obviously, depending on what provider you go with, the user interface will be quite different on here. But what you want to be looking for is something that either says hosting or says FTP, which stands for File Transfer Protocol. So look out for anything relating to that. Once you click through on something like this, then essentially you're going to have the option to manage your users. So I'm just going to go here and click Manage. And then I'm going to create a new user. So all I need to do here, I'm just going to create like example, that's the username. So this number here, and then example, and obviously whatever this might be for you, it will be completely different. So don't worry that that's different. And then just put in a password, whatever you like. So this one has a few requirements. So I have to have a capital letter and a special character. And then for the directory, that's where you put in your URL. So here's a list of all my available ones. I'm just going to choose codingcoaches.co. I'm going to select that and save. So I've now successfully created a new user. I just need to click save one more time actually. Okay, so it's telling me now that it will be ready in 5 minutes. So while we're waiting for that to be ready, let's go on to FileZilla. So FileZilla is essentially a free client or a program you can think of that helps you to transfer your files from your computer onto their hosting server. So all you need to do is download the client and get that set up. So you can see here, so the URL is FileZilla, so FileZilla -project, so project.org. So once you go onto here, you can select to download either all platforms, or for me it's Windows only because I'm using my Windows computer at the moment. And once you've got that installed and set up, you should be able to see something a little bit like this. And so this is going to be exactly how you're going to be uploading your files. So all I need to do is, hopefully this will work by now, I just need to enter in this information. So I need to enter in the server/host. So if I come here, I put that into the host option. So put that in here. Then I need to put in the username. And finally, I just need to put in the password that I put in a moment ago. Oh, and also before I forget, we need to put in the port number. So I'm going to copy that over and put this in here. So that's fine. Okay, so we've been able to successfully connect. So I'm just going to delete these two files here. So all we've got is the store folder. You can ignore that. That's something I've created that contains all the original files for my website. So now if I go on to codingcoaches.co, you can see that it's just on the default website at the moment. So I want to create and upload a new website. So I'm just going to go into Atom, and I'm going to create an index.html just in my desktop. So it's really important that you call the home page of your website. So index.html is really important that you call the home page index.html, because that's what your hosting package is going to be looking for your home page. So you must call it index.html. And now I'm just going to put, I don't know, something like h1 working. So nothing too fancy. And let's say in a moment I'm going to put in a CSS file as well. So I'm going to, actually no, we haven't gone over CSS yet, so I'll just leave that out. All we want for now is say working, say this website is now live. Okay, Fantastic, so I've just saved that on my desktop. And now that we're connected in here, all I have to do, it's very simple, is I'm on my desktop here, this is on the left side. So if I expand this, essentially on the left, this shows me all the files that I have on my computer locally. And I've got this in the directory blueskies/desktop. And this on the side is just saying I'm basically at the root directory. All I have to do is click, hold down, and drag over to here. You can see it's just connecting now, it's transferred, and that all seems to have worked just fine. So now if I go back here, and if I click refresh, you can now see that this, my site that I just created, is now live under codingcoaches.co. So it's literally that simple to create your website and get it live. All you need to do is to select some sort of hosting provider, whether it's Ionos or whether it's some other provider like GoDaddy. You just need to purchase a domain, and then all you need to do is go to your hosting, or what might be called FTP, create yourself a user, then you go into FileZilla, enter in the details at the top, you connect to your server, and then you just upload your index.html. And of course, if you wanted to have other sites as well, for example, you wanted to have a link on index.html, the link to about.html, you just add your about.html right next to it, and that's not a problem. And that's how you get your website live. So have a go at that yourself if you like, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So we've been talking a lot about the different tags that you can use to add different elements into your website. For example, paragraphs, headers, tables, URLs, iframes, and so much more. I just wanted to touch on the fact that there will often come times, especially near the beginning, where you might forget what one of the tags is, especially, for example, creating links, where it's A for anchor, because it's not all that intuitive. Or you might forget how to do an unordered list, or there may be something a bit more complex that you haven't come across before but you want to find out. So I just want to show you how simple it is to find this stuff out. Now, I'm going to be using Ecosia to search. I just wanted to mention there isn't any kind of sponsorship or anything like that going on. I just like their search engine. So W3 schools. You don't even need to actually type in this. What I usually do is type in HTML, let's say add URL. So straight away what comes up is the W3 schools. You don't need to use these guys. You can look at echoecho.com. Stack Overflow is often quite useful, but usually I find W3 schools is quite easy. And it will take you usually to exactly what you need. So here you go, hyperlinks are defined with a HTML tag A. Perfect, and it even shows you the syntax. So href equals URL. And then it goes into a few more, like an example, and different things like how to create link colors. Now don't worry about this too much, because now it's going into using CSS for styling, and we're going to be going over that in the next section. But I just wanted to show you how easy it is to find the things that you need. So for example, along the left here, you can see all the different things that you might want. So for example, tables. You can click on that and it will show you the exact element, the exact tag that you need. Table, table row, table header, table data. It's stuff that we've already gone over. However, it's really useful to have this as a resource just to refer to whenever you need. So I just wanted to mention and show you how simple it is if you feel lost and you're not sure what to do when you're creating a web page or a website or doing one of the practicals. I found when I first started that when I wasn't able to do something, I'd get frustrated because I'd think, well, I don't know the solution, so I'm not sure how I'm supposed to find out, so I'm going to give up. And then I'd stop for a few days. But what's incredibly useful was when people started pointing me to search engines and just saying to me, well, if you've got a problem, just literally type in your question into a search engine, and then usually Stack Overflow or this website W3 Schools will be useful. So I just wanted to make a note for you guys that there are so many external resources out there, like W3 Schools, like Stack Overflow. If you've got a problem, for example, you can't remember a tag or how to create a new element, I highly recommend checking out one of these websites just to be there as secondary help in case you need it. So what I recommend you do is go onto W3 Schools yourself, check out the HTML section, and just take a look at one of these things, maybe something that you're not completely sure of. So often people might say tables or lists or something like that. Have a look at it and you may see some things that you don't know about yet. For example, how to create styles and stuff like that. I'll be teaching you all of that stuff in the next section. So have a look yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Congratulations on making it through this first section on HTML. You're now able to apply the knowledge and skills to create multi-page websites. Right now you can structure content with text, with images, things like that, but now what we want to do is go on to learning how to style our pages and make them look nice for our users. So in the next section we're going to be looking at how to style our websites using the power of CSS. In this section of the course, you're going to be learning about CSS, how to style your websites. So in this section, you're going to learn how to take your HTML multi-page websites and how to style them in a variety of ways to look like all the other websites out there on the internet. So by the end of this section, you'll be able to not only create your multi-page websites, but you're going to be able to style them professionally so they look nice and professional, just like other websites out there. So have fun, and I'll see you on the inside. In this section, we're going to be looking at CSS. Let's just look a little bit into what CSS is and why it's so useful. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Again, like with HTML, you don't need to remember what it stands for just for now, but eventually it will kind of get into your head. So we were talking about before how HTML is the skeleton of a website. If HTML is the skeleton, then CSS is kind of the skin that you would see on top of it. CSS is what you use to style the websites. So you can define what the color of the background is, what the size of the images are, whether you have an image next to text, or where things go on a page. It essentially describes how everything should be seen by the user of the website. So colors, size, layouts, borders, and that can be applied to all the elements. So not just the background of the page, but also all the text. So the font size, the font family, the background color of the text, the border of the text. For tables, images, everything on the page can be styled. So it's still a markup language, just like with HTML, except we use a different format for tags. So instead of using the less than and more than signs, now we're using the curly brackets. And I'll be going a lot more into that in the future lectures, so you don't need to worry too much about it. For now, at the start of this section, all that's important for you to appreciate is that we've used HTML to create the skeleton of a website. Now CSS is what we use to style it. We still use tags as the curly brackets, and that we can style all the elements on a page. So let's get started. Let's look at how we can integrate CSS into our HTML websites. So now that we've talked a little bit about CSS and how we can now start styling our HTML, I want to talk about how we actually integrate this into our HTML scripts. And there are three main ways of doing this. I wanted to start with the simplest. I'm going to show you which is the best at the end, but I'm going to show you two alternatives just so that you know about them. We won't be doing this in the course at all because it tends not to be best practice. The best way to do it is to have your CSS in a completely different file, but I'll be going through all three just so that you're aware of them, and it will help you to understand the syntax or how things are written a bit better. So each of them, we're going to be looking at changing the background color of all of our paragraphs to green. So let me just show you what that looks like. Here we are. So you can see that my paragraph high there, it has a background color all the way along. So you should know that with paragraphs, unless we're styling it to be smaller than the full length of the screen, it is going to appear as the full length of the screen. So we're just going to move this around so it's a bit easier so you can see what I'm doing. So let's say, for example, I want to change this to blue. And we'll be talking more about how you can change colors in another lecture. This is just the real basics on looking at how we can integrate CSS. So don't worry too much. So this first one here, what we're doing is we're actually using the CSS, we're defining the style within the tag itself. So we're saying style equals, and then in these quotations we're saying background dash color colon, and then the name of the color that we want. So we can just do one more. So I recommend, whilst you're watching this, it's a good idea for you to also give it a try. So just try it yourself now, pause the video and see if you can add in this style here to make your paragraph look, give it a background color. Okay, so hopefully you've done that now. So that's the first option. The second option we're going to go for here is actually in the head, and we're going to use a style tag. So as you can see here, we've now created some style tags. You don't need to worry about this media for now. And within this, we're now going to define how we want our paragraphs to look. And so this is another new bit of syntax for you. Don't worry about it too much. But we're going to say here, we want all of our paragraphs to have a certain styling. So we use these curly brackets, like these ones. So it's not the square brackets, it's the curly ones here. So I'm going to press enter, and you can see that's been very nicely formatted for us. So what's really important to remember here is that we're saying for all of our paragraphs, then we want to style something, so we've got these curly brackets. So in here, what I'm going to do, I don't need to write in style or anything like that now, I just put background color, background dash color, colon, yellow. It's a good idea to finish with a semicolon to say that line has ended. So let's just make sure, if we delete this now, I'm going to delete this from the paragraph, I'm going to change this to red, and let's see if it works. Perfect. So as you can see, we're still defining the style, but instead of writing it in the tag, we're now writing it in the head within this style tag at the top. Now, this is another way of doing it, but it's still not best practice. What's best is that actually you don't have any of your styling or any of your CSS in most situations. You have it in a separate file. So what we're going to do now is I'm actually going to create a new file. I'm going to save this as integrate. I'm going to save this in my new folder called CSS practice. So the HTML is called integrating. I'm going to call this the same for now. But instead of .html, I'm simply going to change it to .css. It's really that simple. Okay, so now I'm going to do P, just like we did before. So we're going to style all of the paragraphs, and I'm going to use these curly braces. Inside I'm going to say background color, and as you can see here, now that it knows that it's a CSS file, it's giving us all the possibilities that we could use to style it. So background color, position, image, size, all this kind of stuff. We're going to stick with background color, and we're just going to do, let's see, what other colors could we do? Let's go for pink. And then we're going to do a semicolon at the end. And we're going to save that. Now when I run this, it's not actually going to work. It's just going to have no background color. Now why might that be? Well, essentially we haven't told the HTML file where it can find the CSS file. So now we need to go into here and we need to say how we're going where our HTML file can find the CSS file. So what we're going to do in the head section here, I'm just going to put link. So this is to say I want you to link our CSS, our HTML to our CSS file. So basically what we need to do here, rel equals style sheet is important, we leave that as it is. But now we just put in here where we're going to have where to find the CSS file. Now because the CSS file is in the same folder as our HTML file, all we have to do is just put integrating.css, the name of that file. So just to remind you again, what we're doing here is we're using the link tag, and in href we're saying where the CSS file is. So now if we try this again, you'll see that it's working perfectly. So what the thing to take away from this lecture is that there are a number of different ways of getting your CSS to work, but for best practice we're going to be creating two files. One is our HTML file and one is our CSS file, and using this link and defining the name of the CSS file and where it can be found, we're able to connect it. Now the syntax is something that's quite new for us as well, and here we're saying that we say the element that we want to style, and then within the curly brackets we say what we want to do to it. So background color is pink. Now of course it takes a bit of time to be able to remember exactly what you need to use, background color, all this kind of stuff, and that can also be found on W3 Schools. So if you ever go on a search engine and just type in, for example, here, Okay, so I want to search for CSS change background color or something like that. It's going to come up with, here you go, CSS backgrounds. And it can remind you quite quickly on just exactly what you need to do. Background dash color. So obviously there's going to be a lot of different things that you can style and change. So you can always use search engines to find different things and different styles. I'll be showing you how to choose a much wider range of colors in a future lecture. But for now, it's important just to take away that this is how we're going to be connecting our HTML to our CSS using the link tag and also this new syntax. So what I highly recommend is that after this lecture, you go away and you try to create your own CSS file and try and connect it just as we've done here. If you can do that maybe 2 or 3 times, you're doing really well and you'll be ready to go on to our next lectures. So carrying on from the previous lecture, where we were talking about how you can integrate CSS into your HTML, I'm now going to expand on that slightly to show you not only how you can add background colors, but also how you can add it to different elements and how you can also change the color of your font and also of borders as well. So let's get started. I'm going to go straight from just empty files so that we can go through the whole process together and you can feel confident with creating your own from absolute scratch. So here we have a blank file. So first thing I'm going to do is go into my CSS practice and I'm going to call this file colors.html. And then I'm going to type HTML and then I'm going to select this and this completes all the important stuff for me. So now let's just test this out, make sure everything's working fine. This HTML is working. So now this is called colors.html. Let's just change that. Okay, so this HTML is working, perfect. So now let's try getting our CSS to work. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create the CSS file. So I'm going to give it the same name, colors, but instead of .html, I'm going to use .css. Fantastic. So we now have our colors.html and our colors.css. Now to test if the CSS is working, the best thing to do is, okay, right, we have a paragraph here. So let's try styling this paragraph. So I'm going to type P. So I'm going to say I want to style all of our paragraphs. I need to put these in the curly brackets. I'm going to press enter so it looks nice and it's more readable. And now I'm going to put into here what I want to style. Now if you remember, the last time we used something called background color. So I'm just going to use that again for ease. So background color, colon, and then I'm going to just go for blue. And I'm going to use a semicolon to say this line has ended, because eventually we're going to be writing out lots of things, like the background color, like for example, the font size, font family, all that kind of stuff. And it's best to separate them by semicolons. So now I've created my CSS file, I've created my HTML file, and now I just need to tell the HTML file where I can find the CSS file. So in the head, I'm going to write in link, because that's the way to link the HTML file to the CSS file. I'm just going to give the href colors.css. So now if everything's working correctly, I can refresh this page. As you can see, the background is now blue. So we can do this with our paragraphs. Why don't we try doing it with a few other things? Let's go for creating a header. I'm going to call this colors page. And what else could we do? Let's create a ordered list. And within this ordered list, I'm going to create a few list items. I'm going to go for 3 and just write my favorite color, second favorite color. As you can see, I spell color a bit differently. This is how we spell it in the UK. And then third favorite color. Okay, so we've got a few things to style here. So first of all, we've already styled the paragraphs. Let's try styling the header. So I really hope that you're also scripting along with me, so you're writing this out as well. If not, just feel free to pause the lecture and just create your own HTML with a paragraph and a header. And let's see if you can also try and style your H1 without any of my help. So try pausing the video here and do it yourself. So if you've done that correctly, let's just take a look. So I've already said I want to style the paragraph this way. And now, so keep in mind you don't have to put a semicolon after the curly brace. It's just within the curly braces. You need to do that. I'm going to put H1 because I want to style all of my H1s. Then in the curly brackets, I'm going to put it in the exact same thing. Background color, colon, and then let's make this green. And refresh the page, and there we go. Now we have a green background. Now, we want to style our ordered list. So, try pausing the video and give it a try yourself. So here we go. OL, and then we're going to have the curly braces, and then I'm going to say, let's go for a background color of pink again. Okay, save that. When I refresh, there we go, we have a nice background color. Perfect. Now, what we can't do yet is we have all these different list items, but we can't think of a way with the tools that we know on how we could, so for example, if I just change this to li for being a list item, you'll see that each of the list items has the background color, but the overall list doesn't. But we don't know yet of a way that I could style these three differently because they're all list items, and this is just generically saying for all of the list items, let's make it pink. So we'll be going on to that in a future lecture. But for now, let's look into a few other things. So we've gone into how we can do a background color. We can also, just so you know, we can also make the body a background color. So let's go for orange. Oops, sorry, background color. So we'll put the background color as orange. Now if I refresh this page, boom, we have a full background color. So we're really starting to get rolling now. Now let's look at how we could change the color of the actual text. Well, this is actually very easy, and I'm going to do it on the H1 just so you can see it better. Instead of background color, all we have to do is put color. That's all we have to do. So because that's green, let's do this blue so it stands out. It doesn't look too bad. And there, as you can see, the font now looks blue. So try pausing this now and changing the, let's say, the color of the lists, so of the actual font in here. Okay, so I hope that went well. Now I'm just going to put in here color, and let's put that as red. There we go. Now it's all changed. Fantastic. And so finally, I'm just going to show you, you can see that each of these elements, they actually have a border. So the border is just the outside of the element, you know, what goes along the outside of it. So what we can do for this, not only do we specify the color of the border, but we also say how thick we want it to be and what style we want it to be in. So whether we want it to be solid or dotted or stuff like that. So I'll show you. So let's go for, in the list, I'm going to go for border. And in here we can define the color, the size, and the style of it. So first of all, I'm going to say the size. I'm going to say this in pixels, because that's a good way to define it. Pixels are a way of defining the thickness of these things. So, and I'm going to have it solid, and I'm going to go for blue. So I'm going to save that. And there you can see we have some nice borders around each of the list elements. If I change this to ordered list, there would no longer be borders around each of the items, it would be a border around the whole thing. So let's say I change this to 30, you're going to see a very thick border. And change that from solids to dotted. As you can see, we now have dots as the border. I mean, there are loads of different styles you can do. You're pretty much always going to be wanting to use solid. Let's just change that to green, just for funsies. And there you go. So what we've gone over in this lecture is how we've revisited how you can connect your HTML to the CSS using the link tag, just here, defining the CSS file here. And then in here we've gone over how you can add a background color, how you can add color to your text, and how you can create borders with different colors. So using the size, using pixels, px, the style, and then the color. So what I recommend you have a go at now is create your own web page that includes a background color for the whole body, and maybe a paragraph and a header with different colors for the lettering, and then try and create some borders as well. So best of luck, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So for this practical, I'd like you to try it yourself, just like we've been going over in the last few lectures, on styling your own page. So the requirements are going to be, I'd like the background to be of a certain color, your choice. I want you to add a title with some text. I want to see a list, an image, and a table. All of these I'd like to have different borders, and you can use your creativity here to have whatever size and color you'd like. And then for bonus points, what I'd like to see is the image, no matter how big it is, I want you to make it look a bit smaller. Now, I haven't shown you how to do this, so if you manage to get to the point where you've just got the borders and the background colors and the font colors looking good, then fantastic, you've done really well, and that's all you need to do for this practical. If you want to go a step further and change it so that the size of the image is looking better, then this is kind of like an extra bit of work if you'd like to do it, and you can Google on something like CSS how to make my image smaller, something like that. For the table, you might actually find some difficulty in getting the border to look like this, where it's not only just one border going around the whole thing, but it's going around each of the cells of the table. And for this, I'm going to give you a slight hint on what to do here, and that is that if you look where I've highlighted down here, I've not only stated for the table to be using just styling one part of the element, I'm actually using a comma to say to style all of the different ones. So give that all a try yourself, and then I'll go over the solution in the next lecture. Okay, so hopefully you've had a good go at this yourself, at trying to create a page that has some styling for the background colors, border colors, and font colors, but also trying with the images and the tables. If you didn't get everything done, no worries at all. It's just so good to always try and do your best, even if it's just the smallest amount. Always go at this point for progression over perfection, and I'm sure you'll get there eventually. So just keep on trying. Now we're going to go through a solution together. So I'm going to start off by just closing down what we have so far and starting from scratch. So let's get started. First of all, I'm just going to create our HTML page. So I'm going to go into CSS practice, and because we are creating a standalone project here that contains images as well, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder. I'm just going to call this beginner styling. And I think to keep the name short here, I'll just do styling.html. Okay, so let's just make sure that we have everything working first. I'm going to create a paragraph. Styling page working. So let's try and load this up now. Okay, that seems to be working. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the CSS to be working. So I'm going to come here to CSS practice, beginner styling. And then just for ease of use at this point, this isn't necessarily the best thing to be calling it, but I'm just going to call it styling.css. Okay, so now to test it out, we have a paragraph in here. So I'm just going to test the paragraph by putting in P to say we're going to style all the paragraphs. Then with the curly brackets, I'm just going to put in here. So all I've done is just press enter in order to create some room, in order to write. And then I'm going to put, let's go for background color. I always like using this one first. Background color, blue. And then semicolon to end that line. Okay, it's still not working. And why do you think that might be? Well, because we're not telling the HTML file where to find our CSS file. So in our head here, head section, make sure to put it in the head section because it wouldn't work in the body section. So I'm just going to put in style. Sorry, no, I'm going to put in link. There we go. So, and we're going to change the href here to styling.css. Save that. Now if I refresh this, we'll have the background as blue. Fantastic. So we're off to a good start here. The next thing I'm going to do is just add in all of the different elements that we want. So we want to have h1 for the title, then we want to have an ordered list, then an image, and then a table. So I'm going to quickly do that stuff. I'm going to get in a h1 saying beginner styling page, then we've got our paragraph, and then I'm going to put in an ordered list. So for ordered list, as you might remember, it's OL. I'm going to put in some list elements. I'm going to have, let's just say 3 of them. And because we're not really going into detail here, I'm just going to call this 1, 2, and 3. Okay, fantastic. After that, we're going to add in an image. Now, we don't actually have an image yet, do we? So what I'm going to do is find one. And I'm just going to put CSS image. Go to images here. Okay, yep, that looks fine. Although this one looks a bit cooler. So I'm just going to save image as. And so in beginner styling, I'm going to create another folder just for best practice. I'm just going to call this images. And in that folder, I'm now going to call this just CSS, maybe CSS image, so we don't get confused. Okay, fantastic. So that's been downloaded as CSS image.jpg. So I'm going to create my image here by using the img tag. So the source is going to be, let's go over this together. So this is where our CSS, our HTML file is. So it wants to go into the images folder and then go to CSS image.jpg. So what do we need to do for that? We need to type in beginner styling, because that's the name, sorry, no, into images, because that's the name of the folder we're going into, / CSS image.jpg. The alternative text, if that doesn't appear, we'll just describe it as CSS image. So let's just make sure that this works. Go to our styling.html, refresh. Okay, fantastic. So the header's working, the ordered list is working, and the image, although a bit larger than I'd like, it's working. So the last thing to add in now is our lovely table. So I'm just going to create a very quick table with one table header and one row that's got the table data. So table row, I'm going to create 2 table headers. I'm going to do name and age. Now I'm going to create another table row that's going to include table data. So John 30. Save that. So now we should have, below the image, great, our table. So nothing's been styled yet. So now let's get onto the fun part. Let's start by creating our background color. So I'm just going to put at the top here, just because it feels right to put the body at the top. You can put them in any order you want, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to put body, because the body is basically the whole contents of the page. And I'm going to give it a background color of, let's go for grey. Save that. There we go, we have a nice grey background. We've already done our paragraph, the background color, but let's also do the font color as well. So for that, I'm going to go for yellow, because that's going to stand out. We can see it. Okay, perfect. Now let's do our ordered list. So for this, I am going to give it, let's say, a background color of red, I'm also going to give it a border. So if you remember, for the border we need to state the size of the border first. We're using pixels. Then we're just going to have a solid line and then give it a green colour. Of course the colours I'm using aren't exactly aesthetically pleasing at this point, but we'll be getting into that a bit more later on down the line. Next we're going to go into our image, so img, and then let's give this a border as well. We wouldn't be able to change the colour of the actual image, but we can change the border. So I'm going to go for 5px, solid, and pink. Okay, fantastic. So now we want to look into how can we change the size of the image. So together, let's take a look at how we can search for this. So go to our search engine and let's say image resize. So here we go. So in Stack Overflow, which is a really useful website where people ask questions about HTML, CSS, all types of coding questions. So let's see if this is at all useful. See someone's answer. So to resize the image proportion using CSS, let's try using this. Width is, so let's try defining the width and see what happens. So it says width and 540px. Let's go for this. So that's saying 540 pixels in width. Let's try that, save it. Okay, let's see if we can reduce it even more. Let's go down to 50, so it's a really small one. Okay, now it looks like it's definitely working because we can see it a bit better. If we go back to 500, it gets pretty big. If we go to 1000, which is just going to be silly, you can see it just gets very, very big. So instead of using pixels, I'm going to do something else. I'm actually going to use percent. So I want it to be 10% of its original size. So that looks pretty good. Finally, let's look at styling our table, just the borders. So I'm going to try putting in table, border, and let's go for 3 pixels, solid, yellow. Okay, I mean that looks good. It's doing the outside of it, fine. Let's try just doing the table rows. What happens then? Well, not much at all. How about if I do table data? Okay, I mean that seems to be working for the table data. And if I were to do table header, you can guess what might happen. Okay, so now that's working. Yes, we would like all of those really to have borders. So, as I said at the end of the last lecture, what we can do is actually have all of those. Table, TD and TH separated by commas. Now if I refresh it, we have a border around all of them, and it looks a bit nicer. So hopefully you came up with something similar. If you haven't yet given it a go, I highly recommend you try creating this page by yourself and see how it goes. Okay, best of luck, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So now that I've shown you how to create background colors and to style the different borders and the color of your font and stuff like that, I want to show you how you can choose a few more colors, because so far we've been using pretty much just the basic ones. So I want to show you that you can actually choose a lot of different ones. So let's go into CSS colors. I'm going to Google this. I'm going to show you on W3 Schools. It shows you that there's a lot more options than we initially thought. You don't just have blue, red, green, orange. You can use lots of different ones. So I'm just going to show you some examples of these ones, and then I'm going to show you how you can choose your own color from any single one that you want. So let's start, and this is probably one of the last times I'm going to do this in one of these tutorials, is just start from scratch, just to remind you of how to set up the HTML and the CSS. So let's go into CSS practice, and let's go for color picking.html. And I'm going to create a paragraph. This is working. And now I'm going to create a CSS file, also called color picking, but calling it .css. It's important to have that .css. Save this, and then I'm going to style the paragraphs using the curly brackets. Let's go for a background color of blue. If I can get the blue right, there we go. Okay, so now let's try opening this up. We go back to CSS practice, color picking. So we get this up, and we need to link the HTML to the CSS. So in the head here, I'm going to put link, change this to color picking. Now it should work nicely. Okay, fantastic. So let's look at trying some of these different colors now. I'm going to go for aquamarine. That looks quite nice. So let's change blue here to aquamarine. Nice. So as you can see, we can get a lot of different colors here. Let's go for one more. Let's go for gold. No, goldenrod. That's good. Goldenrod. Refresh the page. Fantastic. So we can use just the words to describe it. What's often used instead are these hex values. So I could use aqua, for example, and I refresh, and that looks like that. Instead, I can use the hex value. I just put that right in here, without so many spaces maybe. And then as you can see, the color is not going to change. Yay! So we can either use the names or these hex values. Now what's really cool is we could actually use any hex value. And for this, to illustrate this, I'm going to use something quite simple called Google Color Picker. There are loads and loads of websites that you can do this with. I just tend to use the Google Color Picker because I'm used to it. So basically the nice thing about this is that you can choose any color you want. So I'm going to slide this along to here, for example, and I'm going to click here. So it's nice, you can see the color appear here. I can make it a lot darker, or I can make it lighter. I tend to like the light colors. You just select this. You can put in the RGB value, it's up to you, but I tend to use the hex values and most people do. And then here, I'm just going to replace that value. So now I'm hoping it's going to turn into this color here. Fantastic. So now I'm just going to do also body, give that a background color. Just to show you exactly how to do it once more, let's this time go for a very subtle red. So let's go almost pink, so you almost can't see it. And let's give this background color, semicolon. Now when I refresh, nice. So now you can see that you can add in any color that you want, which I think is really cool. So I just use the Google color picker, and that tends to do the job. So you can either use the different names, which is fine, and often people will describe to you these names that they want for their websites, or you can go ahead and use the Google color picker and choose any color that you want. So have a go yourself now, see if you can go onto the W3 Schools website, choose a couple of these, then try and add the hex values, and then see if you can use something similar to the Google color picker, use the hex value to define it, and see if you can get some of your nice own custom colors appearing on your site. So best of luck, and I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're now going to be looking into how we can style our text and our font. So, like I said, I've already prepared this now, because I'm not going to sort of take you guys through the basics of setting up a HTML and a CSS file, but this is one I've just prepared for you guys. So as you can see, there are a few different things here compared to how we usually have it. As you can see, we have a nice background color here. We also have some coloring here and in the paragraphs. So you can see that this is a header, and it's actually in the middle of the page now, rather than to the left, how we've had it before. You can also see that the paragraph text is a lot bigger than a paragraph normally is. It's a different type of font. So let's have a look at what's going on here. So if you look at the CSS styling, we're going to start by talking about our text. So there are a number of different things you can do with text. The first one that I've already put up here is text align. So if I remove this, for example, you would see that this will go back to the normal left-hand side. So text align is a really helpful thing where you can choose left, right, justify or inherit, which we'll talk about later. So I select center though for now. As you can see, make sure you're spelling it T-E-R, not T-R-E. You can see it goes nicely right into the middle. So what I've done there is just to use the text align. Now there are a lot of different things you can do with text as well. So for example, one thing we can do is something called text transform. So these are all the different things you could do: decoration, shadow, indent, overflow. We're just going to go for text transform for now. And these are our different options. So we could capitalize it all, for example. So if I go for that, you will notice that it doesn't do anything because it's already capitalized. If I were to change this to, for example, all being lowercase, then you will see, even though we have a lowercase here, there will still stay uppercase here. So one other thing we can do, instead of having capitalized, let's make it all uppercase. So if I do that, you'll see that it all becomes uppercase. Let's say we want, as you can see, the T is capitalized here, but if we add in text transform down here, and we will put it all in as lowercase, you'll see that it all becomes lowercase. Fantastic. So now I'm actually going to write out the paragraph to be a bit longer. I'm just going to be very lazy and copy and paste this a lot of times. Okay. So as you can see, it goes on to new lines. Now let's say we actually wanted the space between the lines to be a bit larger. So what I'm going to do here is then add in line height, and let's have it as 30 pixels, just so you see how it's done. You can see it's not that different, but if I change it to 3px, for example, you might notice it looks a bit strange. So let's go for something a bit more reasonable. Let's go for 70 pixels. Okay, so you can see that it's now starting to look a bit better. Instead of line height, let's go for something called text indent. So what this is going to do is it's going to indent the first line. So let's put this as 80px. As you see here, it's nicely indented, which can be quite useful sometimes. So we can also have things like word spacing. There are just so many of these. I won't go over all of them, but I'm giving you a few of the useful ones. Word spacing, let's go for 30px just for fun. There you can see there's more spacing in between the words here. So those are most of the ones that I wanted to go over today. The other thing, of course, is font family. So you can see here, let me just remove this because it's quite distracting. As you can see, these two have different font families. So I've decided to put the paragraphs in as font family fancy. Now if I add a different one here, you can see all the different ones. You can just change the font size if you want, or the style, or the weight. We're just going to go for font family for now. Let's go for sans serif. There you go. So you can see that you can have a number of different font families, which is always very useful. And there are a wide range that you can search for and choose which one suits you. So to summarize what we've gone over today is we've looked into how you can change the text and the font, and you can do it in many different ways, and you can always use W3 Schools as a fantastic resource to see all the different things that you can do. Some of the main ones I've pointed out can include the font size, the font family, and things like the text align is very helpful, for example, especially when you've got a title going on. So those are just some of the things that you can do to play around with your text and your font. So have a go yourself, have a play, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. For this practical, I wanted to leave you with something relatively straightforward, not too complex, but enough that you can start to integrate the stuff that you've been learning. So for this practical here, what I want you to do is to come up with an idea for any kind of, I don't know, like startup product. And it can be as generic as you want. I've decided to write here, for example, a baby product. And all it is a coming soon page. What's important here is not necessarily the content, but that's just for fun. what I want you to do is to come up with a title that you put up here, and then I want you to have a paragraph that describes what the product is, and then underneath, in italics, I'd like you to have just a small sentence saying, if you'd like to learn more, please contact. And then underneath, I want you to do something where you create a link. So this can link to me@mespace.com or whatever you want. The important thing here is that you style the link so that it's a different color, so that it's underlined, and so you're styling it in a different way. So I want you to put in a few different font colors, and importantly, I want you to make sure that the title has a suitable font family. So for this one, for example, I've decided to use cursive because it looks kind of babyish. So mainly what I want you to do here is to create some kind of page for me that has a title with a suitable name for some kind of product, a font family, a few different colors, and I want you to have a link that's decorated, that has maybe it's underlined, a smaller font is very important, and so give that a go, and then we'll go over the solution in the next lecture. Okay, so let's get to work on creating a site that's similar to this with the requirements that were stated, and that was to create a title that has a suitable font family and any color of my choice, then a couple of paragraphs, one in italics saying if I'd like to learn more, then with a decorated link for an email address. So I'm going to start here from scratch, run through this very quickly. So as always, for best practice, I'm going to create a new folder in here. I'm going to call this product page. So in here I'm going to create my index.html, just the home page, that's what I'm going to call it. And then this. So often for the CSS page, for the main styling, you basically just want to have main.css. That's good practice. So I'm just introducing these things to you slowly. So I've got index.html and main.css. So let's get started. I'm just going to put in HTML, put in h1 tag here, and I'm going to say for this, let's go for new AI car coming soon. And then the main.css, I'm just going to style h1, and let's go for the font family to start with, and let's go for sans serif. Okay, fantastic. So this is all just so I can test that everything's working together. So I'm going to link this in. Have this as main.css. Okay, so let's try opening this now. Go into desktop CSS. Okay, let's try opening our main page, index.html. Okay, so that seems to be working. Just to be sure, let's add a background color. Let's go for brown or something just for now. Cool, okay, that looks great. So what I want to do, first of all, let's get our background color. So for this, I'm just to show you, I'm going to use the same background color as here. So how do I find out what the background color is? Well, there are a number of different ways, but one easy way to do is I can use a Google Chrome extension. If you're using Google Chrome, it's quite useful. It's called Colorzilla. So it's just up here, and all I have to do is click here, and then I can do select here, and then I can click anywhere, and it will show me what the color is. So as you can see at the top right there, just in the top, if I click here, it's now copied to my clipboard. So if I paste here now, it will actually automatically change to that. Perfect. But we're actually looking for the blue. So I'm going to click here. Okay, so I'm just going to select this. As you can see, it's changed nicely to that. Fantastic. But we want the background to actually be on the whole thing, not just the header. So let's put body, and then put the background color in here. But what we do want as well is for this title to be in the middle of the screen, not on the left. So if you remember from one of the recent lectures, we use something called text align, and this is so useful. Text align center. Easy as that. Now if I refresh the page, we have the background color all over, and fantastic, we have this in the middle with the font family that we want. Okay, now let's create a paragraph. So all I'm going to do to save time is just say, this is a car coming soon, powered by AI. How cool is that? It's going to be awesome. Okay. So let's see if how that's looking. Okay, fantastic. And you know what? I'm going to copy and paste this one more time, or twice more, so that goes over to more than one line. And then I think it would look nice if we indented it, so that if this first sentence here, if it moved over to the right a little bit, it might just look a bit nicer. So for this, I'm just going to put P, and this is obviously an extra, not a requirement that we were talking about, but just to remind you of the text indent as well. I'm just going to do 10 pixels in. Great, it just looks a little bit nicer. I might actually increase that to 20. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is to create this in italics. So we want another paragraph. So we don't need to use styling for italics. We can just put another paragraph in here. For more details, please get in contact. And then I'm going to put all of this in italics. And if you remember from earlier on in the course, in the HTML, we can use I, which stands for italics. Oops. Just close this here. Okay. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Although what would be nice is if we could also have a different font color for this. So let's just check out what color this is. Okay, fantastic. We already have the value of the pink here. So let's just stay with those colors. So we're going to put this as color. And there we go. Except we want to have the hash here. Okay, let's try that. Okay, looking good. I wouldn't mind the font being larger for the paragraphs, so let's go and do font size. Let's go for 16 px. Sometimes you just have to put in a number, see how it looks, and if it's not looking great, you can go for a bit more. See what 30 px looks like. Maybe a bit too big, so let's go for 20. Okay, fantastic. So finally, we just want to add in at the bottom here, we want to put in our URL, which we're going to use anchor as the tag. href can be anything you like. Let's just go for j@j.com. So if they click it, then it will take them to probably their Outlook or something like that to send the email, and then just put j@j.com. Okay. So now we have that here. Okay, what we want to do, just for practice, is we want to actually style this so that it's smaller than any of the other text. So we're not going to use P for that, obviously. We're going to have to use A. So we're going to put the font size as something ridiculously small, just to show how it works. So there we go. All we had to do was style the A instead of the P, and it worked okay. Fantastic. Okay, and then let's put the H1, let's use cursive again here. Or no, let's put cursive in here. So then we have styled two different things. Okay, fantastic. It doesn't look exactly how you'd want a car one to look, so I don't think I'll go for cursive in the end. Let's go for another one. Let's go for monospace. Let's see what that looks like. Cool, that looks a bit better. I like monospace because it kind of looks like a good AI font. So anyway, we've managed to meet the requirements, and so what we've done here is we've looked into creating a background, and we were using something called Colorzilla, which is awesome, very helpful for us to pick colors off different websites. We looked into aligning our text in the center for the title, and then we looked into a number of different things such as creating our font size, the font family, indenting, and creating the color. So hopefully you found that relatively easy. If not, feel free to give it another try, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So we're now going to take our CSS skills and start to style our portfolio site. So what I recommend you do for this is just make sure you do some basic styling. So for example here, I've made sure my title is in the center of the page. I've changed the color of the headers. I've also changed the font for all of the different text, and we haven't gone over that, so I'm just going to show you how to do that. What I've done is in body, I've dictated a font family. I've decided on Helvetica because I quite like this font family. If you want to see a list of all the available font families, if you simply Google CSS font family, then it will come up with a nice list of appropriate font families. So you'll also see that I've created a colored border for my table and for the links that are here. Of course, we're not yet able to style our navigation bars so it looks properly good, but I've also added a little background color, a very subtle one, just to make it look a bit different. I've made sure to have the images of the same size, or at least the same width, and so these, as you can see, I can't style it yet that I can have these images, for example, larger and these ones smaller, but we'll be going over that in a lecture very soon. So for now, just see if you can make all of your images slightly smaller. Then in our contact page, I've just added a background color for the form. So a few things to style here. Have a go at doing something similar yourself, and then in the next lecture, I'll be showing you how I've done this. We're now going to go over together how I styled my portfolio site using the power of CSS. So here I've basically created a copy of all of my files, and so I'm just going to delete my CSS file, and we're going to create that together. So if I just open this up now, so this one is unstyled, but I still have a copy here of the actual styled one, so I'm going to try and get this to this. So let's get started. So the first thing I need to do is to create I'm just going to delete these as well. So that we're completely starting from scratch. There we go. So first thing I'm going to do is to create my new CSS file. So I'm going to just save here in the same folder as we have our CSS files. So I'm just going to call this 1.4.css. Don't worry about the title names here. Okay, and then I'm just going to try something. I'm going to do body, background color. Let's go for blue, just to test it out for now. And when I refresh the page, fantastic. Okay, so we have two options now on how we're going to replicate the site. We can either choose our own colors, or we can use this cool color picker I showed you previously to dictate the color. So I'm going to look at this, and it's been copied. So now if I change here, I'm just going to refresh the page. There we go, we have the same color. Fantastic. So all I've done there is I've changed the background color of the body. The next thing I'm going to do is to decide on a font. I actually want to use the same font throughout the website, the whole website. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to search for, let's say, CSS font families. Let's go for a font family list. Okay, so here we go, CSS web-safe fonts at our friend W3 Schools. So here are a few that we can have a look at, and they give a few examples. So for example, we have Arial, Helvetica, Impact. Like I say, I like the look of Helvetica quite a lot, so I'm just going to go in here and do font family, select it from here, and then I'm going to enter Helvetica. Vertica. So now if you look closely, when I refresh, the font changes. Perfect. And you can choose, this gives you a nice list of the web safe fonts. Not all fonts are web safe because some browsers don't have all of them stored. So it's a good idea to use something from this list. So next up, what we're going to do is we're going to look at creating these borders. So let's start with doing the table first. So I'm just going to go table, and then if you remember, for styling a border, you just need to put border, and then you put in the width of the border, and then the style of the border, so whether you want it to be solid or dotted or lined, and then you put in the color. So we're going to have a thin border of 2 pixels, let's say, and I always go for solid borders because I like the look of that. And then let's see what color it is. So just paste that in here. And then if we refresh our page, fantastic. So it looks like it's done the table, but as you may remember from a previous lecture, it's not doing the same as what we want here. And that's because we also need to select the table header and the table data. So in order to do that, all we have to do is just put a comma. We just separate this by comma, and we say table header and table data. So now if I refresh, fantastic, that's looking good. The next thing I want to do is to style these ones here, so all of our links. So it looks like all I'm doing here, all that's been done here, let's say, is it's got a border. So we'll start there. So we want to style our links, which for the HTML tag is A for anchor. So we want to make a border, so we're going to do the exact same thing again. I think we're going to have a border pretty much the same, except I might make it slightly thinner. So we'll go for 1 pixel. And there we have it, that looks nice. And I'm going to use a color picker. I use ColorZilla. As you can see, this background is ever so slightly lighter than the background around it. Just a fine detail. And if you look closely, you'll see the background has not changed. Oh, of course. That's because I've changed the border. So if I undo that, and then underneath, we include the background color. Oops. Let's get that color again. There we go. Enter it in here, semicolon afterwards as always. Now if we refresh, oops, I got the wrong color there, so let's try that one more time. Here we go. Okay. Now this time it should work nicely. Perfect. Okay, so next up we want to look into making these all the same, at least the same width, because it's all looking quite crazy at the moment. We could do a percentage, or we could go for a pixel size. So let's just get stuck in. So we want to style all of our images. Now, from what I've taught you so far, you wouldn't be able to necessarily style the images differently. So you had some large and some small. Don't worry, we'll be getting onto that very, very soon. So let's just have a go at it. So with the images, let's try having everything at the same pixel size. So as you can see, that hasn't done much. So let's take a look as to why that might be. Well, I haven't actually put in anything here. So we want to have the width as 100px. As you can see, now that has gotten a lot smaller. Let's see what would happen if instead we did 50%. So we're doing 50% of the original width. Okay, that looks good, that looks good. But yeah, the social media icons are way too big. So let's go with pixel values for now. Okay, fantastic. And I'll be showing you in a future lecture as well how these can actually be ordered so they're next to each other, horizontally rather than vertically. Okay, so let's see how this is doing compared to that one. Okay, looking good. And then if we go to our contact page here, now we just want to add a background color onto our form, so it stands out a little bit. So I'm going to use the same color as here, Perfect. And for the form, so I'm going to style the form. So if I go in here, and I'm just going to put background color. And if I refresh this page now, perfect. So as you can see, in not too much time, we've been able to do some basic styling. The last thing to do that I've forgotten is to style our headers. So for our H1, I always like putting these at near the top of the CSS file. So H1, we want to have it aligned in the center. And I want to change the color as well. And I also want to change the color of the other headers, which I believe are H2. There we go. Okie dokie. So I'm just going to put color in here. And then I'm just going to use the color picker again to get that color. Okay, now if I save that, there we go, that's looking good now. All I want to do now is change this link as well to have the same color because it stands out a bit. So I'm just going to put color in here. Remember that just color by itself like that, that means the color of the actual text. Perfect. So now we have a nice basic styled website. So what we've done here is we've created borders for the links. We've also styled the font family, the color, and we've been able to align the text into the center. We've been able to style our table, done a bit of background color work here, and we've been able to resize our images here. So if you haven't already done this yourself, I highly recommend you give it a go. Not only do you start to have a portfolio page that's looking a bit better now, but it's also fantastic practice. So have a go yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, now I'm very, very excited to introduce you to the IDs and classes. These are super, super important concepts in CSS, and they're incredibly helpful, and we'll be using it a lot when we come into JavaScript and more web development stuff. So I recommend you really pay attention during this lecture and practice it as much as you can. You remember how in the last practical I was just talking about how it can be kind of difficult, the fact that in our, for example, our CSS, if you look here, we just have our image styling, and we can only style our image, we can only style all of our images in one way. So here I've said the width should be 100 pixels, and so all of the images we have are 100 pixels. Now wouldn't it be great if we could style them all differently? Or we could just have a group of them to be, for, let's say for example the social media icons, if only we could have them really small, the same size, so they all look the same and good, and then we could have these ones looking different. Well, this is where IDs and classes come into. So for example, I'm going to start by using classes. So what we can do with classes is we can actually group things together. So for example, I could create a class that says anything that is in this class should have a width and a height of 50 pixels. And any of the images that don't exist in that, well, they won't be styled. So the best way to show you what I mean, in case you're not completely sure, is to show you an example. So here we have all of our images unstyled. Now, instead of creating just an image here, an image styling, that's going to tell all the images what to do, I'm going to create a completely new class. And the way that I do that is by using a dot. If I use a dot, then that's how I define a class. So I'm just going to do dot SM for social media image, and you can call this literally whatever you want. I'll show you once we've done an example. I could change the name and it wouldn't make any difference. The reason why I'm writing SM image is because it makes it more readable, so that when I come back to the CSS in a few days, I won't be looking at random names like, I don't know, class number 3 or something that doesn't really tell me what's going on, and it's much harder to understand what it's styling. So I'm going to put social media icon or image, it doesn't matter. I'm going to use social media icon. So with the dot, I'm basically saying that this is a class. Okay, so even if you're not understanding completely what's going on right now, all I recommend you do is just associate the dot with a class. So instead of us saying I want to style all of the links, or I want to style all of the forms, I'm saying I want to style any element that has the class SM icon. Okay? And so for this, I'm just going to give it a width of, let's say, 40px, and let's see how that goes. So I've created this class, but I haven't actually specified any elements that should belong to this class. So I'm going to go to my images here. So this is the HTML where I've created this unordered list. Whoops, clicked on that by mistake. And so yeah, so this is my unordered list of the 3 images. So what I'm going to do is within the image tag, before source, you can do it afterwards if you want, but usually it's best to put this first. I'm going to put class equals, and then the name of the class, SM icon. So I'm not putting .sm icon, it's just SM icon. So class equals, then in quotations, SM icon. So I'm going to save that, and when I refresh, you can see that it's just this one has changed so far. Why have the other ones not changed? Well, I haven't yet put them in the same class. So we can see that it's not styling all of the images, it's just doing the ones that belong to the SM icon class. And so far, I've only said for that one to have the class of SM icon. If I were to add this now, in here for the Twitter icon, and just to make a note, this is why you call your files things like twitter.jpg, linkedin.jpg, because then it's really obvious on what it's referring to. And the same thing with classes. So I'm going to save this now that we have our Twitter icon belonging to the same class. As you can see, yay, so it's got the same width as the Facebook icon. Now, let's do the same thing again. That's just for the LinkedIn. Perfect. So now you can see that these images are belonging to the class that we created called SM icon. All the other images are the same height or same width, but these ones, they're going according to what we've put in our CSS. So if you haven't already, I highly recommend you pause the video here and you have a go yourself. So just to recap, what we've done is we've created a class by using the dot and then a class name. We can call this whatever we want. And I'm just going to change the name now just to illustrate that you can call it anything. I'm going to call it .blah. And then, by the way, to select multiple things, I'm just holding down Control while I select those things. And I can change them all at the same time, which is quite nice. I change these all to have the class of blah, and you'll see nothing's going to change. If they were to remain as SM icon, of course, they would change because there is no class called SM icon anymore. It's just blah. So let's change that back to SM icon. So have a go at that now. Create your own class using the dot and then a name, and then go into your HTML and add the class into the tag. So pause the video now and give that a try. So I hope that went well. Now we're going to try doing the same thing, but we're actually going to create a class that can go between different elements as well. So it's not just that you can only use a class to style things within, the images, for example. We could style anything. So what I'm going to use for this is I'm going to create another class. I'm going to call this dot background color. Again, I want to emphasize that I could call this anything that I want. It doesn't need to be called background color. It's just, it makes it much more readable, and I'll understand what this one's about. So I'm going to style this so that anything belonging to this class is going to have a background color of red. So it's really going to stand out. And now let's go for the home page. Let's go into home. So what I want to show you now is that I can style different elements. I can add them to this class so that they're styled. So let's just start with a h1. So if you remember, within the tag, I'm going to put class equals, and then background. It's being very helpful here and suggesting it. Background color. So you'll see that the h1, it now has a red background. Now let's say I want the table to also have a red background. I'm going to go in here into the table and say class equals background color. We're going to save it, refresh, and there we go. We have another background color. So maybe now you're just starting to see how useful this could be. It's a very, very powerful tool within CSS. And if you're still not understanding it, I couldn't recommend enough giving this another go, getting practical with it until you're feeling pretty confident. So just to go over the steps, you put a dot to define that it's going to be a class. Give it a name whatever you want. Use the standard syntax for styling, and then you can go into any element and go into the tag and put class equals and then the name of that tag. So this is classes. Now I want to talk about IDs. So this is kind of like the sibling of class. We usually create a class when we know we want to style a number of different elements in that same way. So for example here, I wanted to style both the header and the table. So I created a class that could style lots of different things. Now an ID you use for styling just one single thing. So, you know, for example, if you had loads of images like this, and they all, they're all being styled fine, but you just wanted to style one image, so you obviously wouldn't want to go in and style the image element. That wouldn't make sense. You could use a class, but it's best practice to use an ID. And when we come to using JavaScript, we'll be working with IDs quite a lot. So it's good to get some practice in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an ID, and instead of using a dot, what I use is hash. So this I'm going to do for this image here. So that's for our tutorial page. So I'm going to call the ID tutorial image. So it's exactly the same as creating classes, except we just use the hash, and then we won't use class but ID when we come to assigning our elements the ID. I'll show you what I mean. So for this, let's create a border. 4px solid green. So we go into this now, and I just want to style this tutorial page one here, which could be, it's not, there we go, JPEG, right in here. So after image, I'm going to put, instead of class equals like we did before, I'm going to use ID equals, and then I believe I called it tutorial, there we go, image, perfect. Great. And then this should just style only this image. So if we look here, great, it's only styled this image here. So that's everything to do with class and ID. It's a super important concept to get your head around, so definitely just practice away, have some fun with it. Just to recap, you create your class in your CSS file using a dot, and then whatever name you want to create, and for classes, that's when you want to style a number of different elements the same way. If you want to style just one element, it's best practice to create an ID, and you do that using the hash. When it comes to actually using it in your HTML, all you have to do is go in and within your tag, you put ID equals and then the name of the ID, or class equals and the name of the class. So like I've said before, definitely give this a go, practice it yourself, and once you're feeling slightly confident with it, I'll see you in the next lecture. So I hope you've had a go now yourself at practicing the classes and the IDs. If you've already done so, then you're in a good place to revisiting divs and spans, which we did talk about previously in the course, but I just wanted to talk a bit more about it now, because combining divs and spans with the classes and the IDs is incredibly powerful, and if you want to be a good web developer, you'll need to have these tools in your toolkit. So essentially, I just wanted to show you here what I've done, and then I'll show you how I've scripted that out. Essentially, I've created a div here. So a div, to remind you, is like a block of elements. You can include as many different elements in a box. You can consider it like that. So as you can see, I've included a H1, a paragraph, and an image, all in this one box, and I've made sure that the background is red just to highlight that everything is contained within a box. And then we have a paragraph down here saying, hey, why aren't I colored? So you can see that something is existing outside of this box. So what's going on here? What I've done is I've put this into some HTML. Essentially, this H1, the paragraph and the image, you can see they're all inside a div. Now, if we just pretended that we weren't using a class for now, just to keep things simple, it's not going to work. The blue is still going to work because we're using a span, and span essentially is something you use within an element. So right now I'm using this inside a paragraph. But you can think of divs if they're not actually being styled. So one thing I could do, for example, because we only have one div on the page, I could just style it the normal way. I could just go div, background color, let's try again, background color, there we go, as red. This should work just fine. So there you go, as you can see, the div is colored red. Now, when we usually use a website, for example with this image, you can see we have lots of different boxes or blocks of elements going on here. So for example here we have a header that's probably got an image, a logo, and then maybe some text, and that's all within a div. So you've got divs around here, you've got a blue div here, and then a light blue div within that, and a green div within that. Essentially what I'm trying to say, without confusing you too much, is that a website, any website, is going to have a lot of different divs. Whether that's because you want to have them with a certain background color, or you want them positioned in the page somewhere, which we'll be getting onto in a future lecture. There are so many different things, or you might want it all to be underlined or indented. However you might want to style it, you're almost definitely in your website is going to have lots of different divs. So there's no point in just styling your div like this. And that's why it's so important that you start to get a bit more confidence in using these classes and using these IDs. Just to make sure that you're gaining confidence in this, let's create a class together for our div. So right now we have our div tags on either side of this, and we've included within it our header, our paragraph, and our image. We could include whatever we want in there. It could just be the H1 and the paragraph, for example. And just to show you, I'm going to move that outside of the div. Okay, perfect. So what we have here, we have a few elements within a div. That's all we've got going on here. Now, in order to style this div, we need to create a class. In order to create a class, we use the dot, like we went over in the last lecture. And for this one, I'm just going to give a very basic name, like color green. Okay, and then I'm going to put in some curly brackets, and then just give it a background color of green. Okay, so now I need to assign this class to the div. So I'm going to put class equals, what did I call it? Back green? No, color green. Okay, color green. There we go. So now that I saved this, we've created a class, and if you remember from the previous lecture, a class can style any elements that have that style name, the class name. So color green, and then we've put in the class equals color green in the div tag. So let's refresh the page, and lo and behold, the green background, which we've put in here for our class, it's now covering the header and the paragraph, not the image, because we moved the image out of the div. Now, if I were to put the image back into the div, you'll see that it's all going to be background green. Even the little guy, this little paragraph under here, he's still not in there. So let's add him in there just for fun, so that he's not lonely. Perfect. And now they're all in the background. Let's take out these two. Let's take the paragraph out again. Okay, perfect. So finally, let's look into having spans. So a span, like I say, is kind of similar to a div, except a div contains a number of elements. Like here, the div contains the header, the paragraph, and the image. A span is used within an element. So most normally it's used within a paragraph. So in order to do this, we're going to create in order to style just this span, we're going to create another class. For good practice, we're going to create an ID instead. Now, any of you guys who have gotten a bit more confidence with using classes and IDs will rightly tell me that because we're only using this style once, color green, for best practice we should probably be using ID, because basically you want to be using an ID when it's only used once. You want to use a class when it's used multiple times. But for practice we're creating one class here, and we're going to create an ID. And so the ID, probably not going to call it ID, but hash, let's call it color yellow, because we haven't used that color in a while. Background color yellow. And what you might find nice when maybe you're scripting along with me, which is fantastic, or maybe you're doing it after the lecture, which is absolutely fine. But what will be nice is to realize sometimes that, okay, you're struggling with new concepts like the class and the ID, but what's really awesome is, doing the things now like creating the curly brackets and, stating the background color and stuff like that. That's probably getting a bit smoother in your mind now, and you're able to do that a bit quicker. So it's awesome just to notice every now and then how you're progressing over time. So if you haven't given yourself a pat on the back yet, I recommend you do so, because you're doing great. So we've created this ID and we're calling it color yellow. Now we need to assign it to the span. So we just come in to the tag and we say ID equals, and then hopefully it will recommend it. Yep, color yellow. So now if we refresh, you will see that the span is highlighted yellow. So I know we've gone over quite a lot in the last two lectures, so I highly recommend that you do play around with creating more classes, more IDs, and trying to use these divs and spans in creative ways. See what works, see what doesn't work, and undoubtedly you'll get frustrated at some points, but that's all part of the learning process, so don't worry. What's really important is that you persevere and just keep playing around with it and be creative, have fun with it. See how in different ways you can apply divs and spans and classes and IDs. So just to go over, we have ourselves a class here, and classes are used to style a number of elements, but we don't want to style, for example, all of our images, all of our paragraphs. We just want to style specific ones. So that's really helpful. So we can create our class here using the dot and then a name of our choice, and then we can just assign it to any element we want. Here we did it with the div. We could very easily instead not assign the div anything, which will then make the div useless to us, but we could put the class in for the header instead, and you'll see we just have a background color of green. Same thing with the ID. You can use it in the exact same way, except the ID should only be used once in your script. So then in this lecture we've gone over divs and spans. So divs, you can think of boxes that can contain some elements. And right now I'm just using it to show you that, for example, in this div we could have everything in it with a background color. But you will see as we go on in future lectures that it can be used for so much more. And then we looked at spans, which have a similar concept, except they're not used to contain elements, they're used within an element, like a paragraph, for example. So, as I say, have a go with yourself, have a play, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to this lecture on positions. In this lecture, we're going to be tying together our uses of classes, IDs, divs, and spans in a fun and interesting way. And this is a really good milestone moment where you can kind of feel like you're moving from the beginner CSS to some more intermediate concepts. And this is where you realize how much fun you can start to have with CSS. So positioning is all about now how we can position our different elements and our different divs, and we're going to be talking a lot about divs now, how we're going to be positioning them on our page. And that's either relative to our viewport. What I mean by viewport is pretty much, I'll just call it the page, or how it's positioned relative to another element. So let's get stuck in with the different ones. So I'm just going to write in here the different types of positions that we're going to be going over. Going to be going over static, relative, fixed, and absolute. And we'll go over these one by one. So to begin with static, that's actually a very easy one to do. Static just basically means it's not positioned in any special way. So let's just have a look at that anyway, even though it won't be too interesting. So let's create first of all a div. So a div you can think of as a container, and within this we're just going to put this is static, not positioned in any special way. So then we're going to create a class, and hopefully you can remember how that's done. Use the dot, and then we're just going to call this one pos static, so position static, curly brackets, and I'm going to use position, and then this one is going to be static. Fantastic. Now if we refresh, you'll see there's actually nothing really special about that. But what I'm going to do as well is give them more background colors so that they're more discernible. Well, let's go for borders. Background colors gets a bit messy. So let's go for 3px solid green. Okay. Of course, it's not working just yet because we haven't assigned this new class to the div. So we're going to go into here and put div class equals, then what did we call it? Pos static. Okay, now if we refresh the page, you can see that this is now contained in there. Okay, so next up we're going to go for relative. Relative is, how do I say this? Awesome. I love using relative because it's very, very helpful. Basically what happens with relative is you can start to position your elements on different parts of the screen. So I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. I'm going to have within here a header saying this is fixed. How cool is this? And then just for fun I'm going to put in an ordered list just so we have a few different elements in here. I'm just going to put in numbers. Okay, so for this one, let's define the class first. So I'm going to call this one pos. Use the dot first to define the class. Relative. And do you know what's, yeah, okay, cool. And then I'm going to do position, and this is going to be relative. And then let's create a border for it. Let's give it a red back. Let's give it a red color. Okie dokie. So now we just need to assign this class to the element. So to the div, that's relative. Okay. So it doesn't actually look any different to the one above, but basically what's define the position as relative will do is we can now tell it how far away from the left or from the right of the screen we want it to be. So I'm going to put in left, literally just left. And then I want it to be, let's go for 50 pixels away from the left side of the page. As you can see, that's moved it to the left. Fantastic. What if I did top? So just to make sure, we've got top, left, right, and bottom. So from the top. So now it's looking at its nearest element. So it's saying, okay, I'm going to be 50 pixels away from the nearest element, which is this other paragraph. So if I were, for example, to say 0 pixels, it'll be right next to it. If I put 100 pixels, it's going to be further away from it. Or we could say from the right, 0px. So we want it to be right next to the right hand side. Now if we make this bigger, so now to have even more fun with it, I'm going to define the width. Just like we did with images, you can also do this with any element. So for example, for this one, I'm going to give this div a width of 200px. And now that we have a border, you're going to be able to see that's going to get smaller. Fantastic. So now, let's go back to using the left. 50 pixels. Fantastic. Now the next one is a lot of fun. You probably wouldn't be using this as much, but it's called fixed. So we're just going to create another div here. Pause fixed. I'll create the class in a second. This is fixed. Then in here, we're going to create our class. So we're going to call this pos fixed. I just realized in the HTML, I called this one fixed. It's actually relative. So now we're just going to, for pos fixed, we're going to do position fixed. And then let's have it in the bottom right hand corner. So from the bottom, we're going to have it 0px. So it's going to be 0 distance from the bottom. And then from the right, it's also going to be 0 pixels. Let's give it a border of 3. Let's go for 2px for no real reason. Solid blue. Okay, so now if we refresh this, you'll see this at the bottom. And here's what's really interesting about fixed. Let's make this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a image here, and I'm just going to use the one from the last one, which is called div and span.jpg, because for this fixed position, it's really important that we can scroll up and down. So look where this is fixed is. It actually doesn't change position at all. So no matter how much you scroll through the page, that's going to stay right there in the bottom right. And then finally, we're going to be looking at absolute. So we're just going to put it in here, have a div, and we're going to call it pos absolute. Now, the important thing about having the position of absolute is it needs to be what we call nested, but you can think of it as just being inside another div. So for example, we have this div here that's in the paragraph here, and what we're going to do is put this div inside. We're going to have a paragraph here saying this is absolute, and then we're going to create it here, so dot pos absolute. So then we're going to put position of absolute. We're going to give it a very small width so that it can fit inside it quite nicely. Let's just go for, I don't know, 40px. And we're going to have it just a little bit from the right hand side of the div. So now, if we run this, you will see, well, it's not very apparent right now. Let's make this static box larger. So I'm just going to put in the height as 400px. So this is going to be a bit larger now. And let's increase the width ever so slightly. So that's looking a bit better now. Let's give it a border. 2px solid red. You can see that it's now looking nicely on the right hand side. Just a bit more within this other element. So we've gone over a lot today. So we've gone over static. So the static position is basically where it's just on the page, nothing special going on. Relative is very, very useful in that we can then we can position it relative to the elements near it. So usually if there's no elements to the left or right, for example, it's going to be moving in relation or relative to the page itself. Although if it's under an element like it is here, so this one here is under this box, it's going to move. So if I say, for example, from the top I want it to be 20 pixels, you'll see that it moves ever so slightly down away from this one. And then after that we have position fixed. Position fixed just stays on the page and you can dictate where it's going to be wherever. So let's make that a bit higher, for example, or sorry, further to the left. You can overlap and look not so nice, so you need to keep on top of that. But yeah, you can move it wherever you want. And then the position of absolute is where you can move it relative to the other element that it's in. So what I recommend you do is to, as I say always, is to just have a go yourself. Have a go at relative and static first of all, have a bit of fun with fixed, and then give absolute a try. What's really good here is that if you have a go at this yourself and keep trying, not only are you practicing the position, which is so important, but you're also practicing what we've been going over recently with the classes, IDs, divs, and spans. So have a go yourself, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So in this practical, we're going to be integrating what we've just been going over in terms of using divs, classes, and also positions. So this is what I want you to do. I'd like you to create your own movie poster for whatever movie you want, to just say it's coming soon. So what are the requirements for this practical? I'd like you to create a title that has a suitable font family. I would then like you to, underneath it, I'd like to see a picture of the film and a picture of coming soon. I'd like to see that in some kind of box that has a different background color to the rest of the page. And then in the bottom left, I'd like to see another smaller box that has a different background color and just says copyright for the film, rights reserved, or something like that. So those are the requirements. Have a go yourself. As I say, you're going to be using divs in here, you're going to be using positioning, and you're going to be using classes. So give it your best shot, and once you've had a proper go at it, then I'll see you in the next lecture where we'll be discussing how to create this. I hope you've had a good go at this yourself. Maybe you've learned a few things along the way, and now we're going to go over how I went about solving this problem. So as you can see, full screen, it looks nicely formatted. When we go to halfway like this, it looks a bit strange, but we'll work with it. So I'm going to start from scratch. So I'm going to first of all create the HTML. So we're going to CSS practice, and we're just going to call this one Lord of Rings.html, and then we're going to do Lord of the Rings CSS. Lord of Rings.css. Okay, fantastic. So let's start off by just creating the basics of this. So it looks like we want to have a header that says and you, by the way, you can choose whatever movie you wanted. I just decided to go for a parody of the lovely film Lord of the Rings. So that looks like it's by itself. And then we have these two boxes. So as you can see, we have one box here that has two images and a different background color, and we also have one at the bottom here. So I'm assuming that to create these boxes, I think the best way is that we create a div. So I'm going to create a div here. I don't have a class yet, so I'm going to leave that blank. But we want to have two images, we want to have a background color. So we'll come back to that. We'll put image in here. We don't have a source just yet because we don't have the images. We can use those momentarily. Now that we've created this div, we're going to have one more div just at the bottom here. This is going to be for the copyright. So I'm just going to create one more div here with the paragraph saying copyright load 2019 some rights reserved. Okay, fantastic. So as you can see, these have different fonts from here and up here. So we're going to have to use classes for this and IDs. First things first, let's just make sure that this is at least the basics of it is at least working. So let's give this a try. And let's open it. Here we go, Lord of the Rings. Okay, that's looking not so fancy, but we're getting somewhere at least. As you can see, that's very, very different. So the next thing I'm going to do is get the images. So I'm going to take this text and see if I can get a nice image. Any of these will do. I'm going to go for this one. Put this, okay, so this is in CSS practice, perfect. So I'm just going to do Lord, that'll be Lord.jpg. So I'm going to make sure I include that in here, Lord.jpg. And then let's get a picture for coming soon. This one looks fine, so I'm just going to save the image. Coming soon. .jpg. So coming soon. .jpg. Okay, fantastic. Let's just have a look, make sure it's all working. Nice. Okay, so it's not looking that well formatted, but we're getting somewhere. So we now have all the contents that we need in our HTML. We have the text, the paragraphs, and we have these images. So we're off to a good start. So the next thing we're going to look at is just basically having a background color. For this, let's use the color picker. So there we go. So for this one, I think I'm going to go for a different color other than purple. Let's go for more of a gold feel. I think that'd be nice. So let's go for something like this, maybe a bit lighter. And then we'll add this into our CSS, which we haven't yet started on. So what we can do here is put in for the body, we want the background color to be this hex value. So that's not working. And that's because we haven't yet linked it to our HTML. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. It's called Lord of Rings.css. Perfect. Now we have the background color. So now we're going to look into the different fonts that we've got. Now, obviously we could just go ahead and guess what these might be. What could be a cool idea is if we actually use this inspect, like I was showing you in one of the previous lectures. So we can go into that, we can actually have a look at what fonts are being used. So we want to go into the body. Let's just make this a bit smaller. So this one here, I want to see, right, what font family is it using? And so here you can see what color it is and what text align. So it's showing you all the CSS that's being used. So this is the font family that's being used. So I can just copy this whole line. Maybe not. I'll just copy this and I'll put into the CSS the font family is this. So no spaces there, I think. So that's important to note. You can't have white space, so you have to remove that. And just in case you forgot how to get this up, it's different whether you're on a PC or Mac. If you're on a PC, you can do Control-Shift-I. If you're on a Mac, it's Command-Opt-I, or you can just right-click go to inspect. And that will bring up the HTML and the CSS of the website, and you can just go into the body, and then we can go into all this as well, and we can see even what the image sources are. We can look into what the colors are. So that's very, very useful. So let's just make sure this is working. Looks good to me. So that's for the, oh, but we don't want to have that in the body, do we? We want to have that for H1. So we'll put this in here. There we go, that's better. Now it will just be for this one, and this will remain the same. Okay, fantastic. I think what we should do next is add in the different colors for the divs. So let's go for a much lighter yellow now. Something like this maybe. Okay, and we want to have this color for both of the divs. So because it's for all the divs, I think we can safely just add this in. So this will apply to all of our divs. So sometimes you may not want to do this, and you may want to stick to just your classes, but because we know that it's going to be in all the divs, I think we're quite safe. So now the images, now they're a bit of a problem because they're so big. So let's take a look at the images. Because we want all the images to be the same again, we don't need to worry about creating classes or IDs at this point. So I'm just going to put their width as, let's go for 30%. Okay, now it's starting to look a lot better. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to add a few different things. So let's start with moving this div over to the right a little bit. So what we're going to do here is we need to create a class because we don't want both of our divs to be in the middle, although we want to have the same background color. So we're going to create a different class that we can use to style just this div here at the top that contains the images. So we're going to call this image container. Okay, fantastic. So for this, what we want to do is, can you remember what kind of position we might want for this? So the one we want to use is relative. And then we want to say how far away from the left we want it to be. And I'm going to say, let's go for 100 pixels. Let's take a look, see how that is. Okay, that's because we haven't actually assigned the div to the div. Sorry, the class to the div. So let's put class equals image con. Let's see which one that is. img. Okay. Container. Fantastic. Now if I refresh this, there we go. That's looking better now. Okay. And the width is looking fine for that. Now let's try and get this div down to the bottom. So we're going to have to create another class. Or we could very well be using IDs for this as well. So maybe actually for this one I'm going to use an ID, and I just need to change the keyboard type because it keeps changing. So here we go. If I do the hash to create an ID instead of a class, so this is going to be, let's just call it copyright. Lowercase. And in here we basically just want to make sure that this goes right to the bottom. So the position for this one is actually going to be absolute, and we want it to be from the bottom, let's just say like 10px or something, not too much at all. And then we need to assign copyright, of course, to the div. So this isn't a class though, it's an ID, and I think we just called it copyright. If I refresh this now, lovely, it's appearing here at the bottom. So now we're really starting to get somewhere. Let's move this to the middle and update that a little bit. So H1, text align, center. Excellent. Let's change this a bit. Let's make our paragraphs to be, I think the size should be a bit larger, so I'm going to put font size Let's go for 14 pixels. No, let's go for 24 pixels. Okay, that's looking a bit better. So you can see we're slowly but surely getting closer to that. Let's choose a different color for our text. Let's go for a nice red, kind of like a tomato-y red. And we're going to just do color for the font color. So we'll do that for both the paragraph and the header. So that's looking a lot better now. So it looks like the last thing we just need to do, the only thing that's looking kind of different now, is the font of the header. So let's look into that as to why that might be happening. Because we styled it here Lucida Console. That's actually my mistake. For font families, you can leave white space. So Lucida Console as is absolutely fine. Fantastic. And there we have it. Now we have our basic coming soon website. Looking a little bit different, but very much the same in some ways. You can see here that the images, they have this nice amount of padding between between each of the images and between sort of the image and the outside of the div. That's something that we actually call padding. And I'll just add it in here. I'm going to be showing this to you in a lecture coming soon, so don't worry too much, but it's good to introduce this to you now. So if I add in some padding, you'll see right now there isn't much space between the images or the images and the divs. When I add the padding, you can see very nicely that now there's a bit of space between the images and between the image and the div. So that's something we'll go on to in one of the future lectures not too far away. So I hope you had fun doing this one, and so you've really managed to pick up a number of different skills here, using divs, using classes, and now positioning. These are huge skills to have in CSS, so congratulations on doing that, and I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, I want to talk about the power of using something called float. So this is a way of basically describing how you want your elements to sit next to each other. So as you can see in the CSS file, I haven't put any floating in there at the moment. What I've done is I have a paragraph, and within that paragraph I've put an image and then some text. And it kind of makes sense that it starts with the image and then the text goes alongside it. So now what if I wanted this chicken to go on the right hand side of the text? Well, let's try using float. So I'm going to tell the image I want it to float to the right. As you can see, it's now moved over to the right hand side of the screen. So now if I want it to float left, it's going to move to the left. Fantastic. So all you have to do when you have elements like this, you just tell them how you want them to float next to each other. Let's look at another example now. I'm going to use 3 images. So I'm going to use one image, and I'm just going to copy and paste this. So I'm going to use the chicken again, chicken.jpg, and then I downloaded a picture of a polar bear and one of a lamb. So as you can see, what you've got going on here is you've got, oh, there we go, typo there, JPG. You can see it's all a slight mess, so I'm just going to remove this paragraph. So there you'll see that we have all of these sitting nicely next to each other. We have this float left in here. So what's going to happen, do you think, if I create a class? So I'm going to call this left image, and I'm going to float one of these images on the left. But I'm going to specify it for the polar bear. So I'm going to put in the image tag, class equals, and then I think I called it left image, yep. So what do you think is going to happen when I refresh this page? Take a guess. Yeah, so basically what's happened is this image that's got the class left image that's being told to float to the left, well, that's going to go mostly to the left. Now what do you think is going to happen if I add this to the lamb.jpg? So you might be surprised. Was left image. Okay. So you can see the lamb's moved to the middle, it hasn't moved furthest to the left. And the reason for that is that the polar bear is also being told to float left, and it's occurring before the lamb. So that means it's overriding the lamb in terms of position. So that's important to notice. So if I were to remove the float left for the polar bear now, the lamb would move over to the left. So in this lecture, we've gone over how to use float. You can tell elements to float to the left or the right in comparison to the elements around it. So it's very useful for using if you want to float an image next to text, or you want to float them next to each other. And we're going to be doing a practical about this relatively soon. So I recommend that you have a go at this yourself, download a few images, and play around with making them float next to each other. So have a go at that, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So now I just wanted to add a nice easy lecture, just introducing the fact that you can use height and width not just for images, but as you've seen in one of the previous practicals, for example, you can also do it with just divs in general. You can create an empty div with a background color to create a nice shape. So I'm just going to quickly show you what I've done here. Essentially, I've given it a height and a width, so I could change this, give it a larger width, for example, and it's going to be a lot longer. And let's say I give it a much smaller height, make it smaller, and now I've just given it a background color of blue. Now let's just make this smaller so it's easier to see. Okay, now what if I wanted to move this to the right? Do you remember what we do there? Well, this is about positioning now. So I do position, relative, and then left. Let's go for 100 pixels. And there you go. So I just wanted to basically make sure that you're understanding that you can use height and width not just for images, but you can use it in divs as well, which is very helpful in the future. And then I thought we would just go back over how you can use position as well. So have a go yourself, maybe create a few shapes for yourself, and we'll be doing something similar in the practical coming up. For this practical, I want you to get used to using divs, classes, and starting to play around with the position a bit more. So your challenge for today is to try to create these 3 boxes. I want you to have one small box, followed by a medium box, followed by a large box. I'd like to see there to be space in between each of the boxes, and it kind of to look like steps. So the smallest one starting closest to the top left, and then it going diagonally down and right through the 3 boxes. So have a go at that yourself, and then we'll go over the solutions in the next lecture. Great, so I hope that went well, and let's go over how I went about solving this problem. So first of all, let's just get this up. So I'm going to delete the divs for now, and we're going to go through this together. So I'm just going to delete all of the CSS so that we only have color boxes. Okay, so the first thing to remember is that in order to create these boxes with colors, all you need are empty divs with a background color. So I'm just going to create 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and each of these are going to have different classes. So I'm just going to call this one small box, this one medium box, and finally this one can have a class of large box. Now because we're only going to be using each of these styles once, it might be best practice to use ID in real life or in production. For now we're just going to use classes. So let's start by creating our small box. So the first thing to do, and let's just make sure that we're linked. Yep, so we have the CSS linked there. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is create this first class, which is .smallBox. So we're going to have a background color of purple for the first one, let's say. And then let's create the next one, medium box. That's not what we wanted. Medium box. Background color. Let's go for orange. And then finally, let's go for the large box. And we'll give that the background color of, let's go for green. So now if I refresh the page, so as you'll see, nothing's appearing just yet, and that's simply because there's no content in here. There's nothing in the divs. So either we need to give it a height and a width, or we need to add something into the div. So I'll just show you an example if we put something in there. So if we were to add some text, for example, it would appear immediately, because as soon as you put an element in, it's been given a default height and width. But let's go in and do this manually. So in the small box, let's go for a height of, let's say, 50 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. And then you'll see that this will appear perfect. And let's just copy and paste this so that we have our nice 3 divs. They're all the same size at the moment, and they're all on the left hand side of the page. So let's start by moving some of these along. So now that we have the height and width, we want to make sure that they all move a bit to the right hand side. So we'll start on the small box actually. So the first thing we want to do is we want to use the position. So we have to state that the position is going to be relative. Once we've stated that the position is relative, then we can tell it to move. So we're going to tell this one to go 50 pixels from the left, for example. Perfect. And then the next one, let's go for, again, position. We have to say that it's relative. And then left, this time let's do, I don't know, 190 pixels. Perfect. And then the third one, and let's go for position relative again. And then from the left to 50 pixels. Perfect. And then of course we can do more things. So for example, we could put some space in between the yellow and the green by just going top 30 pixels. Well, let's go for 60 pixels. Give us a bit of space there. And we'll make these ones a bit bigger maybe. Have this as 90. Have this as 150. Have this one as 100. Have this as 190, so that we have a small, medium and large boxes. Perfect. And there you are, there's the solution. So mainly what I've done here is I've created 3 divs. I've had to state what their height and width is and give them background color. And then in order to move them, I've had to state their position as relative and then tell the browser how far from the left it needs to be. And with the large one I said how far from the top it needs to be as well. So if you didn't manage to get it first time, have another go at it now, give it your best shot, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So I now want to introduce you to the box model. You will have heard me talk about a few of these terms before, but here's the content. So for example, if I highlight a paragraph, this is the content here, and then you have what's called padding and a border. So you might remember that we've done border quite a few times, and I'll just show you what that might look like. If we style paragraphs to have a border, we could have 5 pixels solid green, for example. These are the borders. Now the space between the content and the borders is called padding, and then the space between 2 paragraphs or between 2 elements is the margin. So let me just show you what I mean. If I add some padding, let's say 10 pixels, you will see that the space between the content and the border has increased. The margin hasn't changed. So now, if we were to change the margin, we could then, for example, let's go for 30 pixels, so it's quite obvious. We can separate them even further, and that's all around. So what's interesting is we could just have the margin going in one way. So let's say we only wanted there to be space between the top and the bottom here. So actually what I might do, instead of having the full margin, I might just go for margin. You can go left, margin right, margin top. I'm just going to go for top. So that's going to mean there's more space between here and here. So between the top of the content and the bottom of the second content. But it will be there won't be that space to the left. There we go. So it's important to remember the difference between these. You have the padding, that's the space of in the element, between the element and its border, and then you have the margin that is the space between elements. So what I recommend you do, as always, is just have a go yourself. Try adding in some images, some tables, some lists, and see what happens when you change the margins and the paddings, and make sure you have a border in there so you can see very well what's going on, and play around with what happens if you just, instead of having full padding, you just do padding right, for example. Or, let's go for padding left. The important thing right now is just to play around with this stuff and see how it looks, so you get a feel for how to use it. So have a play around yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so now we're going to do a practical that's based around using all the things we've been learning recently. So basically we're going to be creating a very simple sort of paintings website where you can show off some fake paintings and have a fake shop for people to visit. So the main requirements for this site is that you have a title that has a border. Now, optional for extra brownie points, if you can make the edges rounded like I've done here, you'll need to do a little bit of research yourself on that. See if you can, if not, no worries. Then have an introductory sort of subheader and try and include some text in here about what, some random stuff about what your paintings are about. Then most importantly, I want you to have a box with a border that has your paintings fitting in there next to each other horizontally, just like this. Then underneath you can have a small box, basically just with any bit of text you like, and then a copyright at the bottom. And then finally, on the bottom right, I'd like you to have a little coloured box that says visit our shop. So have a go at this, and then in the next lecture I'll be showing you how I went about doing this. Okay, let's get started with creating our art gallery. I hope you've had a good go yourself, and regardless of whether you've managed to get it looking just like this, or you've been a bit creative and you've got the important parts down, either way, really well done for having a go at it and getting practical with the exercise. So right now what I've got is this. So it's not looking all that much like this, but we'll get there, one step at a time. I'm going to, for the purposes of this site, I'm just going to go from the top down. So first of all, I'm going to get this thing with John's art going, the header, then I'm going to get this part going, then I'm going to do the images, and then I'm going to get these little blocks at the end. So let's get started with the title. And to make things easier, I'm going to move that over here and have my code over here. Okay, fantastic. So right now all I have is H1 John's painting. So first of all, actually, I'm just going to get a nice background color going. So I'm going to use my ColorZilla to get this color value. Okay, let's go for this one. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is go into my CSS file and just put the background color for the body. So, body. And I'm going to put this for the background color. Okay, and put a semicolon at the end so it's all looking nice. Okie dokie. So then when I refresh this, it's not, there we go, perfect. So the next thing I want to do is I want to give it a border, and I also want to move it to center. So because this is going to be the only H1 that we're going to be using, I'm just going to put this, I don't need to create a class or an ID or anything, I can just style the H1. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move it to center. So that's going to be text align center. Let's just make sure I'm spelling that right. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to have a border. So for this, let's go for, it looks like quite a thick border, so let's go for 3px, blue, solid, and then blue for the color. Okay, let's have a look. Fantastic. We can even go make this probably double the size. Let's see how that looks. Okay. Well, I mean, that's quite a big border, so let's go for 9, and then we'll leave it at that. It doesn't need to be exactly the same. Great, that looks fine. So the next thing we want to do is work out how we can make the borders rounded like this. That's not something we've gone over before, so we're going to have to do a little bit of research. So I'm going to go into my search engine and put CSS how to round board. I'm going to, instead of corners, I'm going to do round borders. how to round border CSS. That looks good. So our friend W3 Schools has come up well again. Okay, so it's talking about something called border radius here. With this property, you can give any element rounded corners. Okay, yep, this is looking exactly like what we want. So let's have a look. Border radius 25 pixels. Okay, so it shows that we can do different curve amounts, but we just want it all to be the same. So okay, let's have a go at that. So as I just showed you at the top here, it was saying border radius as a property. So let's just try any random pixel value for now and just see how it looks. So here we go, border radius, and let's go for 10 px. Okay, let's have a look at that. Brilliant. So as you can see, it's now got some rounded corners, and that looks good enough to me in terms of the size and then the rounding. So I'm happy to move to the next part here. So next of all here, we have what looks like a H3 saying welcome to my painting. So I'm just going to add that in to my paintings, and then I'm also going to add in a paragraph here saying these are my lovely paintings. Not really, I downloaded them off. Let's make this look a bit better. The internet. Okay, cool. So now what we want to do, it looks like we want to move that into the middle. So let's put all of this in a div. Now, this isn't going to look exactly how this looks, but I think this is going to look, it's going to work well. So we've got a div, so we're going to put all this into a div. There we go. And next up, we just need to put the H3 in here as well. Can't forget that. And we're just going to give this a class name of welcome message. So there are a few things that we want to do here. First of all, we want to move it to the middle. Let's define our class first. So to define a class, we use the dot, and then we use the name, which I believe we had as welcome message. So let's then style this. So we want to have the text align in the middle, center. And let's go for a different font family as well. Let's go for sans serif. Okay, and we'll go for a background color. And you might as well use the Google Color Picker, because I don't always want to be relying on the ColorZilla, because I know some of you may not be using that. So here we go. We just put this in. Let's go for a nice light color. Save that. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's looking better. Now, I'd actually like to have a bit more space, both in the top and the bottom, so that there's more color between sort of the words and what's above and what's below. So I'm going to add in some padding. So for this, we have the padding as normal for all of them. So I could say 20px, and then that'll give us padding on every single side, like that. We could just have the padding on the top. Have a look at that. So then it doesn't go down at the bottom as well. So I'm going to go for that. That looks fine. It doesn't look exactly the same as this. However, I think it's good enough for our purposes. Or actually, let's go for it at the bottom. So that at least looks more similar. That's good. And let's give a little bit of padding on the top. Let's go for 5 pixels. Okay. Fantastic. I'm happy with that. So now let's go on to the big thing, which is getting our images into a nice div. So, into a nice box, I should say. I just gave away what we're going to do next. We're going to create a div. We want all this to be in this box with a border. Best thing to do is to use a div. So for this, I'm going to create another class. I'm going to call this paintings. Maybe paintings. I'll just leave it as paintings. And then we're going to put inside all of our different images. So instead of me spending time going and getting some paintings off the internet, I'm just going to use some standard images that we've used in previous lectures. But of course, it'd be nice if you went and got some paintings for your own, so looked all good. So let's see, I'm going to put in 4 images. Now here's the fun part. Let's see if I can remember the names of some of our images that we've used before. So we used a picture of a polar bear, which I believe we called P-bear. We used a picture of a chicken, I think. So I think it was called chicken. I think we used Lord of the Rings, so maybe rings.jpg. And finally, I believe we used one called css.jpg. Okay, let's see how many of those are correct. 1, 2, 3. So we just got one wrong. Let's have a look at which one. Ah, Lord. That's what we did. It wasn't rings, it was Lord. Fantastic. Now, as you can see, we have a bit of a problem here. They are very big, and they're all below each other. So they're in our div, so we don't have to worry too much about that. But first of all, let's start off by making our images smaller. These are the only images we're going to be using, so I don't need to create a class or anything like that. I can just directly style the image element. So I'm just going to go for a width of, let's go for 30%. See how that looks. Fantastic, that's looking better. And if I make this full screen, okay, so let's make it a bit smaller. Okay, let's make it, I don't know, 18%. Give that a try. Fantastic. Okie dokie, so the next thing we want to do is maybe have, let's see, let's have a border. I have 3px, orange, solid orange. Okay. So that's around the images, of course, so we actually want to put it in the div. So let's take it out of the image, and let's create our class for the div, which I believe we called, let's have a look, paintings. Okay, so we define it's a class by using the dot, and then we're just going to put in paintings here. Okay, then that should change the borders from being around the images to around the whole thing. Okay, fantastic. And now I'd like to see a bit of space between this div here and this div here. So you might remember we used padding before when we wanted to have space within the div, but outside the div, instead of using padding, can you remember what we use? It's called margin. So I'm going to use 30 pixels for that. As you can see, hopefully what's going to happen is these two divs are going to be a bit further apart. Fantastic. Now it's also further apart from the left and the right, which actually looks quite good. If I didn't want that, then I could just put margin dash top. So that it only separates from the top, like this, which is fine, but I actually quite like the look of it when it's moved in a bit from the sides as well. So I'm just going to have the whole margin as 30 pixels. Okay, so that's looking good. So the next thing down we want to do is we want to have a little div here, and it looks like it's spaced a little bit away from the side. It's a certain sized box or rectangle, so let's get stuck in with that. Obviously what we're going to be wanting to do is create a div, because that's that's almost definitely what's being used here. Like the div is the container. So the class, I'm just going to mix it up and use this as an ID instead of a class. I mean, all of these could be used as IDs. Just for ease, I've been using them as classes. So let's have a look. I'm going to use this ID as description. Now, inside of this div, I'm going to put a paragraph just saying all paintings were created with power of creativity. Oops, getting a bit excited there. Creativity, there we go. Okie dokie. Let's take a look. Okay, so that looks kind of okay. It doesn't have a background color. It's yeah, it's not looking how we want just yet. So let's have a go at changing that. Let's first of all style our ID. So it's not a class, it's an ID. So what we're going to do is, if I just change my keyboard to UK, there we go, that's better. Okay, so it's called description. So I'm going to use the hash to say that it's an ID. And I'm going to use description, and I'm going to style it. Let's start by just giving it a background color of blue. Okay, fantastic. Looking good, looking good. So let's see. Let's now make sure that it actually comes out from the side. So we want it to be away from the left-hand side. Now, we could either use margin left, which we were just using margin before to move it, or we could do before, like we used before, use positioning. So position, do you remember which one we need to use? So it's relative. And then we want to be, let's say, 25 pixels from the left-hand side. So I'm just going to put left, 25 px. Okay. Great. So now we've moved it in a little bit. Next thing we want to do is have it looking a bit more like a square. So that's where height and width come into play. So let's define the height as being 60 pixels, and let's have the width as 80. Okay. Okay, that's kind of good. It's a bit too small, so let's go for 300 in height, and let's go for 500 in width. That should be a bit better. Okay, great. We could even do with making it a bit smaller. Fantastic. Okay, so as you can see, there's actually a bit more space on the top of this one. So if you haven't already, pause the video here and just have a quick think as to how you think we can get some space in the top here. So the paragraph can have a bit of space from the div in the top area. So if you've had a good think, don't worry if you didn't get it. It's not the easiest one. But what we can do here is essentially, if we haven't styled a paragraph yet, so let's actually give this an ID anyway. ID equals description text. Okay. And then let's style this description text. And now for that paragraph, we're going to give it a padding on the top of 30 px. As you can see, that's giving us a bit of padding there. Let's double that. Fantastic. So that's just given us a bit of padding, which looks nice. Okay, fantastic. So the last two things to go for, we just want to get this copyright in the bottom left, and I'll visit the shop. So let's get started with our copyright. Right at the bottom here, let's have another div. This class is going to be called copyright. And we'll create a paragraph just saying copyright me 2019. Okay, so now we want to style this class. So we go to our CSS file and let's just put it in here. Use a dot to define that it's going to be a class. And copyright. Okay, fantastic. So now we want it to be at the bottom of the page, but just a little bit higher. So the first thing we need to think of is we need to use positioning in order to put this in the place that we want. And we're going to use relative. And then we're just going to say we want it to be, let's say 10 pixels from the bottom. So we're going to put bottom and 10 pixels. And let's give a background color of yellow. And let's see how that looks now. Okay, fantastic. I should do maybe just 5 pixels. And we don't want it to be running along the whole bottom line. So let's just say width of 50 pixels. Maybe a bit longer actually. Let's go for 100 so that it actually fits the text in. A little bit more. Okay, that looks a lot better. And now finally, to finish it off, we want to have bottom right a link to our shop. So we're going to create one final div, and we're going to call this shop, and then we're going to put in a link. That doesn't have to lead anywhere for now, we're just going to leave it blank. But we're going to put some text saying click to shop. Okay, make sure that's looking okay. Where is it? It's gone down here. But we want it to go to the bottom right. So what we will do is we will take that class called shop and we'll style it. So use the dot to define that it's a class, and then shop. Background color, let's go for red. And we want it to be, so we want it to stay, even if we were to scroll, we want it to stay at the bottom right, let's say. So let's put the position as absolute. Oh, sorry, it's fixed. Perfect. And then let's put in, again, so we want it to be from the bottom. So let's say 10 pixels, and in from the right a little bit, 20 pixels. There we go. Perfect. So if we were to have to scroll, let's say, for example, let's take away the styling of our images so that they're still large, which is at the bottom here. Let's just remove this styling so that we have to scroll on our page. Now, as you can see, our click to shop is staying bottom right because we've used the position of fixed. Let's just revert to that. Okay, fantastic. So in this lecture, we've been able to basically create the Basic Paintings website. So I hope you've had a go at this yourself and you're feeling confident. The main things that we've been integrating here is the use of divs quite a lot, using classes and IDs, and also using positioning. So if you're not completely sure, I recommend you have another go at this and just try and play around, especially with using position and padding and margin. It takes a long time to really get used to this stuff, but the best way to solidify your learning is to just be creative. Keep trying to just play around with it, see what you can do, see what you can't do, and play around with it like that. So have a go, have a play, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Now in this lecture we're going to do something really fun, and we're going to be looking at how we can now decorate our links. You'll notice on some websites when you go on there, when you, for example, hover over one of the links, it will change background color like I'm doing now. Or just as you're clicking on it, it will change to another color. Things like that. It's always really fun to be able to do this. So we're just going to jump straight in. I'm going to show you how you can now decorate all of your links. So what I've done here is I've already created a number of different links using the A tag, which stands for anchor. So hopefully you remember that by now. And so all we have to do now, you'd think maybe we need to separate these into different classes or IDs or something like that. But actually it's something completely different, but very simple once you get the hang of it. Basically, all you have to do is you style your anchors or your links. So you put the A, and then you just have to put colon, no white space, and then you have the options of visited, active, link, and hover. So the most obvious of these, probably the most two obvious ones, will be hover. So that's where I've said basically for your links, whenever you're hovering, give it a background color of green. So as you can see, when I hover over one of the links, that one turns the background to green. So that's kind of intuitive. And then visited, so I want the background color to be pink if that link has been visited. So let's click through. For example, for I haven't been there yet. I haven't visited that website. So if I click through to it, then it takes me to htmlcolors.com. Now if I go back to our website, you can see it's been visited now, so it's turned pink. So the next one I'm going to explain is active. Active is when you're already clicking on something. So I'm saying to give it a background color of black, but let's go for something like orange. So it's hovering, it's green, but when I'm clicking, so I'm going to hold down with my left button, you can see that it's changing. There you go. And then finally, we want to have link, and that's just when it's a normal link. So that's just what you want to see as the bog standard. So what I recommend you do at this point is pause the video and you try and style some links yourself. So what you do, first of all, create a few links. You can create just one if you want, but it's good to have a couple. And then you go to your CSS file and you type in A, and then you use a colon and you add visited, active, link, or hover. You can choose one of them, or you can create a number of them. It's completely up to you. But pause the video here and give that a try. So hopefully you've had a go at that yourself now, and now we're just going to look into a few more details. So for example, for my links in general, I don't always like it when it's underlined like this all the time. What I would prefer is something like this, where I have, let's say when it's a normal link, I don't want it to be underlined. So for that, what we use is something called text decoration none, because by default, basically all links have the text decoration of underlined. So we're saying when it's just a link, so not when it's not hovering, when it's not active or visited, I don't want to have anything to be underlined. So as you can see now that's disappeared. So now let's say when you hover over it though, we want the text decoration to be underlined. So now there's no underlining. If we hover over it, you can see it's got a nice underline. Fantastic. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is show you something quite exciting, and that's how we can now turn one of our links into a button. So I'm going to remove these bottom three, so we just have one link. I'm going to change this to click here. Okay. Great. So first of all, how am I going to make it into a button? Well, let's say in general, I want to have, let's say when it's just a link, let's have the background color as yellow. Okay, that's looking good. But now what we're going to do is let's just have it for link and hover. To make things simpler. And let's start by making this look like a bit more of a button. So let's add some padding. And let's have 40 pixels. Okay, that might be a little bit too big, but we're getting there. Okay, great. Let's position it a bit better. So let's have a position of relative. And from the left, let's go for 40px. Looking good, and let's move it down a little bit. Okay, fantastic, that looks good. So now as you can see, our link looks pretty much like a button. Now we're in the hover here, we're not saying to have the padding and the position and everything like that, but it's still kind of understanding it. So when we're hovering, it's not like, you know, the position, the left and the top is being completely ignored. It's actually being inherited. So that's a new word to remember, inherited. So a hover is basically inheriting all of these things from the a link. So what I recommend you do now is have a go at this yourself. So in this lecture, we've basically gone over how you can style your links, and it's a good way to practice just by using background color. Once you've had a go at that, try creating a button just like this. And then once you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. So for this practical, I want you to try and apply what we've just talked about in terms of styling links and create your very own navigation bar. Now, this one's quite a nice one, quite fancy. Give it a go yourself just so that you can have something that looks relatively similar to this. Basically where all you have to do is where you hover over it, the background color changes. Now, if you want it to look similar to this, the things to keep in mind when you're working on it, first of all, is to remember using float. You might remember we used that in previous lectures, and look into padding. So those are the two main things I would recommend you think about before trying to create your navigation bar. But you could try first of all by just creating the 4 links, for example, home, about, more, and contact, and just styling them so that when you hover over them, they change color, and then try and order them like this using something like float, and then give it a bit of space by using something like padding. So have a go at yourself, and then I'll be going over the solutions in the next lecture. Okay, so let's have a look, see if we can't get this page looking something like this. So we're going to go one step at a time together. I hope you had a good go at it. This did have a few tricky elements to it, and it's not important that you got it perfect. I'm not saying this is perfect, but looking good like this. What's important is that you had a go at it, and you're able to maybe get them lined up like this, or you're able just to style so that when you hovered over them, the background changed. However far you got, well done. And I'm going to show you how to gradually get from having nothing to creating something like this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create our links. If you might remember, what we want to do, we want to put this into a list. So we don't want to have it ordered like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to go for an unordered list. You may remember with HTML, what we use is UL, that stands for unordered list. So then for each of those, we're going to create a list element. So I'm going to create 4 of those. Just copy and paste. So let's go for home, about, more, and contact. So, and let's just remove this header for now, just to make things simpler. Okay, fantastic. But now what we want to do, we want to make these into links. So we're going to use A for anchor as the tag, and then put this in the middle here. And actually what I'm going to do, just to make things easier, I'm just going to do the old copy and paste again. Just change these, about, more, and contact. Fantastic. So now what we have an unordered list, which is basically our navigation bar now. So it's looking okay. We want it to be ordered left to right. We don't want to have these bullet points. So these are some of the main things that we'll get started with. So if we go into our CSS file, which is currently, I prefer to have the CSS file on the right. So it's currently nothing's going on with it. So the first thing I'm going to do is try and get these ordered left to right. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is remove these annoying bullet points, and that's something we haven't done before. So we're basically just going to try and remove that decoration. So let's see if we can't use the power of search to see how we can do this. So we want to go for CSS, and then we want to go for unordered list, no style. Let's give that a try. So this one from W3 Schools looks good. I also just had a look here, and that seems very relevant. I need an unordered list without any bullets. So I'm actually going to go straight to this one on Stack Overflow. So yep, that looks like a good question. And if we scroll down, we'll see a solution. And 3,465 people have said that this is the useful answer. So they're saying in CSS, we want to style the unordered list style type as none. Okay, so let's give that a try. List style type, yep, it appears, so that's good. And then let's go for none and see what happens. So let's give it a try. Fantastic. Okay, now we're on our way. So the next thing we want to do is look at how we can make these go next to each other. So you may remember I was saying something about float before. Do you remember what float does? Well, let's have a think about what float does. It basically tells elements to go to the side of each other. So if, for example, we wanted something to go next to each other like this in order, so home being the first, about being the second, then we might want to try doing float left. So we're telling home to float furthest on the left, and then we want about to float on the left, but it'd come just after home, etc., etc. So that's what I'm going to do. I mean, some people may have tripped up when you're trying this. You may have thought to put float in here. Float left. As you can see, it doesn't really do much, and that's because you're telling the whole element of the unordered list to float left. What you want to be saying is that you want each of the singular list elements to float left. So that's looking good. We've now got them floating all next to each other. I mean, it's not looking fantastic, but we're definitely getting there, right? Next thing I want to do is just to remove the text decoration which we did last time, the underlining, because that's just a bit annoying. So I'm just going to change that really quickly. You might remember I just put in text decoration for the link, and then I want no text decoration. Okay, it's looking better and better. So what we could look at now is having a bit of separation between these elements. So one thing we can do is just have some padding. And instead of having full padding, why don't we just have padding to the right, so that we separate each of them. Let's just go for 5 pixels. Fantastic, it's looking better and better now. It's not looking exactly like this, but we're getting there. So next, let's go for having a complete background color just for the navigation bar in general. So we want to have this on our unordered list. As you'll see, this may not go as we expect. So actually nothing's happening here at all. So what we actually need to do, this is a little trick, we use something called overflow, and we define it as hidden. As you can see, that's appearing nicely. Of course, it's not looking great at the moment because it's actually removed all of our listings, but we're definitely getting there. So let's bring our text back to life by adding, we need to give it a text color. So let's give it a color of, so we want to color the text here. So we use color, and then let's go for white. Okay, fantastic. So now you can see it's actually starting to look a bit more like an actual navigation bar. I'm going to give a bit more padding actually. So that's looking good. So the next thing we want to do, let's go for the background colors. So let's say when we're hovering, we want it to be a black background color. So do you remember from the lecture how we do that? We do A, colon, and then hover. There we go. We want to style that now, so when we hover over it, background color is black. So let's have a look. Okay, that's looking good. As you can see, it's looking a bit strange because the text is actually on the left-hand side. So what we can do is just what we've done before, often with our headers, is we can move it to the middle. So instead of just having it on the left, in our list items, we can do text align, just like we did with our H1s, and then, oops, have this centered. Excuse me, we want to have the text align in our link. And this is because when we were doing the padding earlier, we wanted to give a bit of space between each of the links, but we've just created padding on the right hand side. So let's even that out now. So instead of having 20 pixels on the right, let's have 10, and let's have 10 pixels on the left as well. So padding left, let's have 10 pixels there as well. So now that looks a bit better. And finally, what we want to do is something that I haven't shown you before, and that's have padding on the top and bottom as well. So what we might as well do, instead of having these different ones here, let's just go for 13 pixels for padding everywhere. So that's for the top, bottom, left and right. So that's looking better left to right, but for some reason it's not padding out top and bottom. And that's because one other trick we need to use is something called display and then block. When we run this now, you can see that it's nicely spaced out. So let's go over what we've done in this lecture today. So essentially we wanted our navigation bar to look similar to this. I think we've achieved that. We created an unordered list, and we made sure to remove the list style type to get rid of those bullet points. We then gave it a background color of blue, and we had to use a trick where we added overflow hidden. Then in order to make sure the elements were next to each other like this, for the lists, each of the list elements we used float left. Then for the actual links, we removed the underlining by doing text decoration none. We added some padding, and that's to all the different sides, but in order for it to appear top and bottom, we had to use display block. And then we gave the text color white. Then finally, for hovering, we did the background color of black, which we did by putting a colon hover. So if you're feeling comfortable with this, go on to the next lecture, but I do recommend that you give this one more try by yourself from scratch without looking at these notes. See if you can remember the different things we've done here, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, let's now do a fun lecture on how we can style our tables. Now, obviously we're not going to go into too much detail on all the different styling we can do for tables, we're going to go over most of the basics so you can style your tables quite nicely. So here's a nice example I created where you can just hover over them and they also change color. So here we have some nice borders. We no longer have those double borders that we've seen before. There's a bit more space in the table header, and we have a background color here and it changes as we hover over it. So we're going to do this together. I've already created the table. If you want to, go ahead, pause the video, create your own table so you can script along with me. So pause the video now if you'd like to do that. Otherwise, let's continue. So I'm going to delete all the CSS that I did for this table. So as you can see, this is just a basic table now. There's no styling done whatsoever. So let's start with the basics of what we normally do when we want to, for example, create a table. So when we want to style the table, sorry. So we want to do the table, we want to do the table header and the table data, and we want to give it all a border. So let's give it a border of 2 pixels thick, solid black line. So when I refresh it, we have this, which we've seen before when we've been styling tables. So now we want to look at, right, how can we actually get rid of these double lines? Well, we use something called border collapse, which is border dash collapse. And all we have to set it to is collapse. So when we do this, we get this nice single line now. Fantastic. So let's go on to the next thing. I want to make the space in the headers a little bit bigger. So what are we going to do? Well, first of all, we have to select the table header. And now we basically just put in what the padding wants to be. So I'm going to go for 20 pixels. There we go. So it's a bit bigger now. It's already looking good. Now let's go. We want to get the background color for all of these. So I'm going to put the table row, because if let's start with the table data, and I'll show you why we may not want to use the background color for the table data. So let's go ahead and use let's use a different color. Let's go for a nice light blue, something like this. So in table data here, we're going to go for a background color of this blue. If I refresh the page, you'll see that it fits nicely. But what we could also do is put it as table row. So you see it covers the table header as well. So we can either do table data or table row, and then just in the table header, put background color of white. There we go. So the next thing we want to do is to try and have it so that we can actually have the background color change when we hover over it. Now this is exactly the same as what we did for when we were doing the decorating the links. So have a think now, pause the video here and just give yourself 10 seconds to think about, right, how could we style this so that when it hovers, it changes background color. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay, hopefully you came up with something similar. So instead of using a:hover, all we have to do is change that to tr::hover. So now when it hovers over, we can give it a different background color. Let's go for like something a bit grayer maybe, but light. That looks good. So we'll give a background color of this. So when we refresh the page now, when we hover over, you now have a different background color. Fantastic. So it just looks a bit nicer. So just to review what we've done here, essentially using the table header and the table data tags, we've styled them to give them a border like we've done before, but we've used this property called border collapse, and we've told it to collapse to give us one line instead of two. Then for the table header, we gave it a bit more padding, and we decided to give it a background color of white. And then for the table row, we gave it a different background color, and then we set that whenever you hover over the table rows, we get a different background color. And that's all there is to doing basic styling with tables. So what I recommend you do now is, as always, give it a go yourself, get practical, see if you can create a nice, interesting table. If you're interested in looking at some more intricate properties, then you could always go to W3 Schools and check out what other properties you could use there. So have a bit of fun with it, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, we're now going to look at parent-child elements, and this is a relatively simple concept and something useful to keep in mind. So essentially we can think of parent and child elements as the child element is something that is within the parent element. So the best example of that is if you have a div and then you have an element within it. Let's say, for example, a paragraph. So we don't have any class here. So those two look the exact same, except that this paragraph is in a div, and we could say that the parent element of this paragraph is a div, whereas this paragraph doesn't have any parent div. Now, what's useful here is that we can actually say, in our CSS, we can style it to say that if we have any paragraphs inside a div, then style them a certain way. And the way that we do that is we put in the name of the parent element first, which is the div, and then we do the more than sign, and then we put in p. So here we're basically saying any paragraphs that are in the div. Okay, we want to say, I don't know, let's just use we want to style it so it has a yellow color, for example. So when I refresh this page, what should happen is this line here that I've highlighted, this should turn yellow because it is, like we have here, is a paragraph within a div. The p is the child element and the div is the parent element. So as you can see, that's worked nicely. And I can even show you that if we have a div, get rid of that, and we have a paragraph, but we put that within a span. We haven't actually used span in quite a long time, but if you remember, we did a lecture a long time ago that was on div and span. If we put the paragraph in the span, this is the child of the span. Obviously it doesn't matter what text I'm putting in here. You'll see that this one also, it doesn't turn yellow. The paragraph, yes, it is within a div, but the parent element is no longer the div. The parent element is the one nearest it, which is the span. So we could then come here and say, if we have any spans that have paragraphs in it, give it a background color of blue, for example. And then that will turn blue. Fantastic. So let's just use one more example here. Let's put a h2 within a div. So let's go to the top here. We're going to create a div. Within that div, we're going to put h2. This line has a h2, and it is the child element of the div. Okay, and like I say, it doesn't matter what text you put in there. The important thing is that the h2 is within the div, so it's the child element of the div. So we just come in here now, and we can say any h2 that are within the div or are the child of the div, then curly brackets, and then we can give a background color of, I don't know, pink, for example. And there you have it. This also has a background of pink. Now if we create another h2 directly underneath it, for example, that's not in a div, this has no parent element, you will see, well, hey, it hasn't been styled. So this is just an important concept to keep in mind. You can use this more than sign to just style elements that are the child of, for example, a div or a span. So just have a little play with that yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. We're now going to be looking at how we can use the property of display. Display has four options: inline, inline block, block, and none. There are many others, but these are the main ones. It essentially dictates how an element should be displayed in the browser. The best way for me to actually illustrate this to you is, here's a paragraph of text. It's the description of a certain play by Shakespeare. If you guess the right one, congratulations. Extra brownie points for you. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to include a span in here so that we can style a small amount of this. Actually, I'm going to put it let's just put it in here. we're going to put the span around letter for Rosalind. So if I can just show you, let's connect this CSS as well. Display. Okay, just to make sure it's all working, I'm just going to test it. So let's style our spans. Color yellow. Okay, so far we're not actually doing any display. Essentially, it's just showing as it's supposed to in line. So if I were to, and let's change the span so we're actually covering Rosalind and Rosalind receiving, because then it's on the same line. It's a bit easier to show you what's going on. So if I move this here really quickly. There you go, that's a bit better. Now it's all on one line. So essentially, first thing I'm going to do is go for display inline. And as you can see, nothing actually changes because it's inline. It's where it's supposed to be. That's working just fine. Now, if for example, I wanted this span to have a different height to everything else. Let's say I wanted to have 100 pixels. So I wanted this to suddenly be a lot larger. If I refresh, nothing's going to happen because when I'm saying that I want this to be displayed in line, it kind of overrides this. This height 100px actually just gets completely ignored because I'm saying the display should be in line, which is basically saying I want it to stay how it's supposed to be. However, if I say I want it to be in line, I want it to be inline block, what I'm saying there is that, yeah, I want it to stay in line, but I also want the whole line to become a block. So if I refresh this now, you will see that that whole line has become a height of 100px, and this is looking like inline block. Now, if I change this to just block, what's going to happen is that just this part of the paragraph, this span, is going to be on its own line altogether. So this is just going to take up a whole line. So finally, if we go for display none, interestingly enough, it's just going to completely disappear. The text is no longer there that was there before. And that's because we're basically saying not to display it. And you might be wondering, well, that doesn't make much sense. Why would you want to put something into your browser that just doesn't appear? Well, when we get onto using JavaScript, you'll see that that's actually really helpful for, like, if we say we want the user to click a button and then for something to appear, then we'll be changing the display from none to something like inline, or let's say we want to look block. So then we refresh. Okay, now it's in a block. So what's important to realize here is that you can do this with all elements. It's not just paragraphs and spans, but to display inline is to basically say display it how it should be displayed inline. Inline block is to say, you know, keep it in line, but I want it to be a block, so you can then basically do things like give it a height. And then finally, if you give it a display of block, which is one of the most commonly used ones, that's just saying put it on its own line, just like this. So give it a block that covers the whole line of the screen. So those are the four main ones. Give them a try playing around with them with different elements, not just paragraphs. See how you get on, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Now in this practical, we're going to be doing something very cool, going back to our old paintings gallery website, and we're going to be looking at a very interesting challenge. As you can see right now, all the images we had before were grey, but if I hover over any of them, you can see that that image gets its colour back, and also we can see the text below is appearing, which describes what the painting actually is. So this is going to take quite a lot of brain energy, so prepare yourself. I know you can give this a good shot, so absolutely do your best. And in terms of looking at what's going on here, in terms of, you know, it's being grey, the picture, what I recommend you search for is a property that's called filter, F-I-L-T-E-R. So take a look at that and see if you can filter each of the images to look grey, but then change to having all of its colour back once it's hovered. And for bonus points, when you hover over any of the images, you can see the names of the paintings just below. So give it a try, and then we'll go over the solutions in the next lecture. Okay, I hope you've had a good go yourself at coming up with the solution for how you can have your images looking grey without colour, and then when you hover over one of the images, it goes to colour. We're going to start with that, and then at the end we'll also be looking at how when we hover over any of the images, the titles appear below. So let's give it a shot. The first thing we're going to look at is, right, how can we make our images grey? Well, I described to you a property, if you can remember, called filter. So if we look in here, so already we're seeing something come up called grayscale. So we do want things to look grey, so that sounds about right. So let's look at the CSS filter property on the W3 Schools website. Okay, this looks interesting. So filter grayscale. Let's give it a try. Let's take a look at what it does. So that looks like what we want. Fantastic. So it looks like it was telling us this thing here. Filter grayscale. So I'm going to give that a try and see what it looks like. So in my CSS, I'm going to see if I've already styled the images at all. I have here at the bottom where I've defined the width. So below that, I'm just going to put in filter, then grayscale and 100%, because that seemed to have turned it completely grey. So if I refresh, doesn't seem to be working just yet, but that's probably because I think I need to update where it's linking, because I've created a copy of the files. Fantastic. So now you can see that all of these grayscale. However, they're not grey, they're still grey when I hover over the images. So let's go back here. And on the images, do you remember when we were doing the link decorations and how we can style our links? We were looking at what we can do when we hover. We would do A for anchor, which is the link, and then colon hover, and then we would have defined the background color and stuff like that. Well, we're going to do the same thing with the image. So instead of using A, we're going to use img, and then colon hover, and then to style it, all we're going to do is change that filter from what I assume it was grayscale before. So before it was 100%, so I'm guessing if we do 0%, if I hover over, fantastic. So now you can see that when we hover over any of the images, it's now looking colourful. Great. So now that we've solved that problem, let's look at how we can add the text at the bottom. Well, first of all, we just want to have some text that's there, and then we can focus on the problem of, right, how do we actually make it disappear and appear? So I'm going to just put a simple paragraph in here. And I'm going to give this an ID of titles. So in there, I'm going to put the titles, the names of the different images. So I'm going to put polar bear, and then chicken. Actually, I think what's probably better is if we separate these into different paragraphs. Let's try this way first, just so I can illustrate to you why that's a good idea. Chicken, ring, and CSS. So now if I refresh, you'll see that they're kind of over here on the left. That's fine, we can move them a bit to the right, but the spacing between them isn't great. So one thing we could do that's kind of hacky is we could do this, right? If we put loads of white space in between, basically what HTML does is it ignores it anyway, so we'd have to do a workaround for that. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the ID. I'm going to put all these in different paragraphs. So what I will do is just delete all of this, and I'll create 4 of these, and then give them their names. Polar bear, possibly the worst spelling of polar bear anyone's ever seen ever. Then chicken, ring, and CSS. So I think it will be even easier as well, because we're going to be using these quite a lot as a group. I think we should put it all within a div. I think it will just make things easier. So I'm going to add that in a div, and the class I'm going to call titles. Perfect. So now what we can do, let's take a look at how that looks. Okay, so first of all, the problem is that they're all being listed vertically, and we want them to be next to each other. So probably what we want to do is we want to have them float left. Do you remember just how we did with styling our lists, our unordered lists, to look like a navigation bar, like a nav bar at the top? So we could do that, but we don't want to style all of our paragraphs to float left, because that just wouldn't make sense for this website. We also, we could put put a class for all of these and then do it that way, or we could use the parent-child thing, which we've been using recently. So I reckon we should try that, because all of these paragraphs are in this div. So what we could do is we could say at the bottom here, the div class is called titles. So within titles, we want to have any paragraphs that are within our class title. We want them to float left. So this shouldn't affect any of our other paragraphs because they won't be within the class title. So let's refresh, have a look. So all that's happened here is I've misspelled the class, which is titles, not title. Oh, and as you can see, there's some overlapping here. So I just need to move this div down a bit. So where's this guy? Here we go. So I'll just put, let's just to move them out of the way for now, let's just add 100px. It'll probably overlap on the copyright, but that's fine for now. We're not paying much attention to that. Okay, so now we have them all in one line. Let's take the titles class as a whole and let's make the position relative because we want to move it in a little bit. So we're going to, from the left, we want to move it, let's say, 30 pixels. And then you'll see that it's moved in a little bit, which is good, but now we want to space them out as well. So we want chicken to appear under the chicken, ring under the ring, etc. So why don't we just add some padding to the right? Let's add some padding right. Maybe, I don't know, let's go for 70px and see how close we get. So nothing so far. That didn't seem to have worked, and that's because we want the titles, let's see, we want to have the titles P to have the padding. So let's change that to here, because we want the paragraphs themselves to have the padding, not the div. Fantastic. So as you can see, we need to make that a bit larger. So let's go for 130. See how that goes. Okay, a bit more. A little bit more. Let's go for 190. Okay, that looks good enough to me. Okay, so now what we want to do is when the user hovers over any of these images, we want these to appear. So first thing we need to do is make them disappear. So what do we do there? All we have to do is say all the paragraphs in the titles. We can use something we've looked at recently, which was the property called display. So we can just do display none. So now they should disappear. They're still there, but you can't see them. So now what we want to have is when someone hovers over an image, so we could have it here, for example. We want the titles, the paragraphs and the titles to then display. So actually what I'm going to do, just to make things simpler, I'm just going to have the whole div, instead of just the paragraphs, I'm going to have the whole titles div still not appear. So what we have to do now is we can create a new one here. So when someone hovers over an image, I've done this before, we want to change the titles div. So we can just put the titles div like this. And then we can put display block. Okay, so now that we have our text here all on one line, just like we had before when we were doing the navigation bars, we look like we're good to go. So we're just floating all of the paragraphs within the titles class to the left so that we have them all on one line. So now you can see that the text is there, but it's underneath this div here. So what I'm going to actually do is instead of having this div of paintings separate to having a separate div of titles, I'm actually going to have the div titles within the div paintings. So I'm opening the div here and then I'm closing it here. So this div here is within the div paintings. So if I change this to titles, that might be better because that's actually the correct name, I believe. Let's have a look. Yep, so it's titles and not title. So let's give that a try. Okay, fantastic. Although now we're getting a problem that this div is overlapping. So let's just, where is that description text? So we want it to be in this one here. So let's just move that down for now, just so it's not in the way. Let's move it right down. Okay, perfect. Now we don't have to worry about it, at least for now. So we have our text here. Now what do we want to do? Well, we've got it floating left. We want them to be under the correct image. So all we have to do here is let's first do a bit of padding. So let's have padding to the left of, let's say, 15 pixels, because I want to get the polar bear one under the polar bear. So let's double that to 30. Okay, and then let's add some padding right to move the other ones to the right a little bit. Let's do that by 80 pixels. Okay, that's looking good enough for me. I'm happy with that. So now what we want to do, now that we have the writing in the right place, we want to actually make these completely disappear. So that then we can have it so that when we hover over this div above, that the text will appear. So let's just put in the class titles, and let's have the display, you might remember from a recent lecture, as none, because we want it to just not be there at all. Okay, perfect. So the element does exist, but it's not appearing there anymore. Now what we want to do is say when we hover over this, we now want our titles display to be something like block, so that it actually appears. So let's give that a shot. So all we have to say is we want, I'm just going to write this for now, we can change it in a second. When we hover over the elements, we want to change our second element. Okay, so whatever we hover over, we want to change the other element. So we're going to be hovering over, let's see, what's the name of our main one? So we want to be hovering over the class paintings. So I'm going to put dot paintings here. And then we want to be changing this class dot titles. We have the display of none. So let's change this to display block. Refresh the page, and now I've just thought of what the issue might be. Yes, so we currently have the paintings class here, and then we have the titles class as a separate div. So what we want to do actually is we want this div with the class titles to be inside the paintings div. So when I refresh the page now, when I hover over these, now the text is starting to appear. So all I've done is I've made sure that the titles div is within the paintings div. So fantastic. We've gone through this practical. So let's just recap on what we've done. First of all, we were able to make our images grayscale. And the way that we did that was when we went to our images here, for all of our images, we basically used filter, the property filter, and we gave it a grayscale of 100. And we said whenever we hover over an image, we want the grayscale to be 0%, as in it's all color. After that, what we did is we created our titles, and we did it the similar way to how we create navigation bars by doing float left and then adding a bit of padding. Although the padding is a bit much there because it's going to another line, so let's just reduce that to 70px. There we go, that's a bit better. We could even reduce it a bit more actually, so it looks nicer, but we'll leave that for now. And then what we did is we made our paragraph here disappear by doing display none in the titles class. And then we had, whenever we hover over the paintings div, which is this large one, whenever we hover over that, we want this div, titles, to have a display of block. So that hopefully you had a good try with that one. This definitely wasn't the easiest practical, but it's been filled with a few useful things. If you don't understand all of it, don't worry at all, because there are a few different things going on here. If you can keep in mind that you understand the basics of the fact that if you hover over an element, you're able to change it, that's really good. Being able to remember the filter isn't all that important at the end of the day. It's very useful just to realize that we have this hover that's very useful, and we can use it for things like display none, display block. But if you don't get it, not a problem at all. These aren't the most essential concepts for CSS for now. It might be good revisiting at some point if you're not feeling fully confident on it. But either way, well done for getting through this, and I'll see you in the next lecture. So I just wanted to take a moment at this milestone to say congratulations. You've now learned how to harness the powers of both HTML and CSS to create functional and styled websites. That's a huge first step to have taken. So I wanted to say congratulations, well done, keep up with the momentum, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Congratulations for completing this section on CSS. Not only now do you have the ability and the knowledge to create multi-page websites, but now you're able to style all of the elements within a website. Things like color, style, background, font family, borders, formatting, positioning. You know all the tips and tricks to using CSS successfully with HTML. Next up, we're going to be using a handy tool to make styling web pages even simpler, using something called Bootstrap. In this section, you're going to be learning how to use Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a very powerful tool where you can style your websites with absolute ease. So no longer do you need to add in all your styling by yourself. You can use Bootstrap as a tool to style things and make them look great, and also with simplicity. So by the end of this section, you're going to be able to style your websites in a simpler way and in a very beautiful way. So I'll see you in the lectures. Now, getting Bootstrap actually into our website is incredibly easy. So this lecture shouldn't take us too long at all. So what you need to do first is go to the website getbootstrap.com. You can always just Google Bootstrap and it should take you to the right website, getbootstrap.com. Then just go to Get Started. And what you need to do essentially is to include this in the head of our HTML, and then include these 3 lines in the body of the HTML. To give you a bit of an explanation of what's going on here, is that this is basically loading some CSS that's provided by Bootstrap from this link here. So it's basically, you can think of it as downloading it from the internet. And then we also need to include some of this, which is JavaScript. And this will make more sense once we do the JavaScript module. But really, it's just as simple as this. Here we have an empty HTML file. So I'm going to do what I always do and just put in HTML. Now in the head, instead of doing what we usually do when we add our own CSS, which we can still do as well, we just put link and then we put the name of the CSS file here, right? So we're pretty much doing the exact same thing here. We're just adding this line of code. So if you've gone to Get Started, it's just the first thing here under CSS. Just copy that whole thing. You just paste it in to the head like that. And then in the body, we just take these 3 lines of code. You can just click the copy button up here. And then you just add it to the bottom of your body. So just before the closing tags. And these are essentially doing the same thing, but instead of downloading some CSS, it's downloading some JavaScript. And then we can do whatever we want above this. Like, we can add our headers as normal, Bootstrap, add our paragraphs, whatever. It really doesn't matter now. All that's important is that we include the link in the head section, and then these 3 lines that say script at the bottom of the body before the closing tags. And that's it. So what I recommend you do is you basically just create your own HTML file like this, add in the CSS and the JavaScript, just like I've done here, and then you can save that and you can have that as a template. So from then on, you'll always have a template that has Bootstrap running. So that's it for how to get it set up. Now let's have some fun with Bootstrap, and I'll see you in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we were looking at how we can integrate Bootstrap into our websites. We've already successfully integrated it by using the link and adding in some Bootstrap CSS in the head, and then the JavaScript files in the bottom of our body. You can already see when I actually run this site, the font's actually slightly different, and this is just one of the standard Bootstrap fonts that they use. So we know that it's working already. Now, I'm not going to give you a full overview of everything that Bootstrap can offer, because that in itself would be its own course, because you can get very deep into it. What I want to show you is how you can use this as a tool, how you can integrate some really cool stuff, and then if you feel like really getting into Bootstrap, you'll know how you can explore it more and get further into it. So if you go to getbootstrap.com, click on documentation, and then go down to components, I'm going to show you how easy it is to start using some of the quick out-of-the-box functionality of Bootstrap. I'm going to show you how you can use some of their buttons, drop-downs, jumbotrons, and also navigation bars, which makes things a lot easier, and they look very pretty. So it's up to you whether you use your own CSS skills now, or if you want to start using some of the stuff that Bootstrap offers. So here's just an example. You can see all the nice different buttons that they have to offer. So I'm just going to show you quickly how we can integrate one of these buttons into our own site. All we have to do, let's see, I want to have the warning one. So I'm going to look for the warning one, which is here. And you can see that there's a class. It's called class button-warning. And this is actually held within the CSS file that we're importing and integrating here. So we don't need to actually create any classes ourselves. That's already been done for us. So if I'm going to put that in here, I can obviously change the text to Bootstrap button. If I save this, you'll see we now have a button just like it was before. And obviously, like we can add loads of different things. So for example, let's go to an outline button, and we can add, let's say, the success one. All we have to do is copy this, add this in wherever we want, and then lo and behold, we have our awesome success button. So that's buttons, and you can take a look. They offer a wide range of different buttons, everything from large buttons, small buttons. You can even have ones that are like the radio buttons we were looking at before, like this. And you can play around with all of these yourself as much as you like. For now, we're going to go look at drop downs. You can see here that all you need to do is, if you want something like this, for example, all you have to do is take the code that's being offered here. So we want the whole thing for the drop down. And let's just put this in under the buttons. We're going to paste that in. I mean, it could be formatted a lot nicer. So let's just tap that in a little bit. There you go, that looks better. I'm going to refresh, and there we go. We have our own drop down button. So we could change the text very easily by putting that as menu, option 1, option 2, and option 3. So now if we refresh this, we have our very own menu button ready to go. Fantastic. So, but there are so many different drop downs that we can have, and all we have to do for any of these is we just have to copy and paste the code. It's really that easy. So it makes things just a lot easier to go with. So for example, even forms, you can just take this, which is incredibly easy. So you can, and they offer all the different options that you might want for a different form. You can have things like choosing files to integrate, but that'll wait. You'll have to wait a while to work out how you can actually use files, but we will be getting onto that in the future. So now let's have a go with jumbotrons, because they're always fun. This is something, for example, you might want to be on your home page, something that's quite eye-catching, the first thing that you want someone to see. So I'm going to get rid of all the stuff we've had so far, making sure that I leave the script in there at the bottom. Going to refresh the page. There we go. We have a nice jumbotron. And so you can use that, you know, instead of saying hello world, can be welcome to my portfolio. So you could use this even in your portfolio website. And then for your button, you can just put see my work. And then in the href, you could link that to where you have on your website your work. It's really that simple. Finally, I just want to show you, it's all the same thing really, but I want you to see how easy it is to do for these different incredible things like nav bars, like the buttons, like the drop downs. So let's have a look at one. You can add everything. So if you just copy this code here, you can have a whole nav bar that has the home, link, has drop downs, it even offers you a disabled one that's a disabled link so you can't use it, and even a search bar. So that's awesome. Let's take a look at what else we can have. So if we just wanted like a basic one here, we could use that. Let's say we wanted this, but we didn't want to have the disabled one at the end here. Let's take all of this out. Add in the code we've just put. Okay, great. So we have this, but now let's try and get rid of this disabled part. All we have to do is really just look in here and see where it might be. It looks like we have it here. It's quite obvious because it's named quite clearly, nav link disabled. So all we have to do, I mean, because of all the HTML we've been doing so far in the CSS, we can kind of intuitively work out what's what. And we want to get rid of that list item, don't we? So all we have to do is remove that. And there you go. We have our navigation bar as we like. So essentially you have all of these at your fingers now. You can use these however you want. And if you're very interested in going deeper into it and seeing what you can do with all these different things, all you have to do is go to Bootstrap at any time, go to documentation and click on the components. And then you'll be able to see all the different things that you can do. So this is something you can have a play with whenever you want. Let's say a month down the road, you think, oh, I could really do with using some more Bootstrap because I don't want to spend too much time with the CSS myself. All you have to do is go to the site and it will show you exactly how you can integrate these different things. So as always, what I recommend you do is do this by yourself now. So make sure that you go back to the last lecture and you're able to integrate the CSS of Bootstrap and the JavaScript in your HTML file successfully. Then go on to this documentation on Bootstraps, go to the components and see if you can add your own navigation bar, your own drop-down menu, your own Jumbotron, your own buttons. And if you can do that, then you're well on your way to being able to use Bootstrap in your websites. So have a go at that and I'll see you in the next lecture. Now that you've learned how that you can use and integrate some of Bootstrap's components, such as the navbar, buttons, forms, etc., I've had a few questions from people asking, okay, so we're given these classes that have a completely specific styling, but I'd like to change it a little bit. So how can I use the Bootstrap components, like for example this navbar, but how do I change the background color? Or how can I change the size of it? How do I edit the class that's already been given to it? And it's very, very easy to do. We pretty much do the same thing that we'd do when we're trying to style anything. And I'm going to use a button as an example. So here we're just going to take one of Bootstrap's buttons. So I've just gone into documentation and then components and then buttons. So here we are. So I'm going to essentially just copy this one here, which is the dark button, and add it in normally into my HTML. So I'm going to add it in just below this navbar. So if I refresh this, you can see we have the button right here. And this is how Bootstrap wants it to be. It's dark. When you hover over it, it gets a bit darker. It's rounded at the corners. Okay, so now we can see that the Bootstrap button is working correctly, just as it's supposed to from the Bootstrap website. But let's say we want to make, for example, the color of the text in the button blue. So obviously, usually what we do is something like this. Let's just say, for now, let's just call it class button, even though that's not the actual name. What we'll do is we put color blue, right? So let's keep that in our minds. But let's take a look at the HTML for this button. So if we look, it's already got a class defined, and that's going to be somewhere in the Bootstrap file, which we've linked at the top here. But we want to change it slightly. So all we actually have to do is now look at the most basic class, which is button dark here. We could change button, but if we change that, then that would change the CSS for all the different buttons. So instead of focusing on the BTN, we're going to focus on the BTN-dark. So what we want to do is in our CSS, we're going to use that class And we can just make changes this way as well. So let's change the text color to blue. Oops. And of course, the only other thing we need to do now that we've found out what the name of the class we want to change is, and we've put that into our CSS file, we need to link that as well. And so we want to add this just below the bootstrap line. Wherever we're linking in the bootstrap, we add this in just below. So we link here, and then we add bootstrap.css, and lo and behold, now that has turned blue. And let's say we want it to be blue when it's hovered as well. All we have to do is go btn dark :hover, just like we've done before. And then let's go for color pink actually. Let's mix it up a little bit. So now if I refresh this, it's blue now, and then it turns pink when I hover over it. It's not a very obvious color, so let's go for something like red, so you can see a bit more obviously. That's better. Perfect. So what we've gone over in this lecture is how you can basically customize the existing Bootstrap classes. All you have to do is make sure you link your CSS file underneath the Bootstrap link in the head, and then you look at the HTML itself, look at what the class is called. Here we're looking at button dark. Then we go to our CSS file and we just change it in this way. So what I recommend you have a try at is maybe put a few buttons in yourself, maybe try a form. That would be very interesting practice. Have a go at adding it into your HTML, finding the right class to change, linking your CSS file just below the Bootstrap file, and then play around with how you can customize it and look exactly the way that you want. So have a play, and I'll see you in the next lecture. For this practical, I want to make this quite fun and light-hearted to get you introduced better into Bootstrap. So all I want you to do is essentially, using the power of Bootstrap, I want you to just go a bit crazy, get creative, and it doesn't have to have any reason or purpose. Just add in many Bootstrap components as you like. So add in a navbar, add in some alerts, a jumbotron, a few buttons, a form. I've even added in a slider here. I've also added in something where you can choose a file from your computer, all that kind of stuff. So what I'd say is just have a go with that and have some fun. So don't take it too seriously, just get into the practice of adding in lots of different Bootstrap components into a site. And for bonus points, if you feel like it, go in and try and edit some of the classes that you're using so that, for example, you can make your buttons bigger or change the color of them or something like that. So have a go, and then we'll go over the solutions in the next lecture. Okay, so I hope you had a bit of fun having a go at integrating some of the Bootstrap components into a website of yours. So let's get started and have a go. So the first thing obviously I'm going to do is I want to go to Bootstrap. So I'm just going to search for Bootstrap. Getbootstrap.com. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go into the documentation in order to find all of those components. So here we go. At the left here, we have all the components. And I'm just going to go crazy here. Let's start off with a warning alert. Actually, no, let's start off with the navigation bar. That kind of makes sense, right? So I'm going to go to navbar. And yeah, I like the look of this top one. So I'm just going to take all of this and put it into my HTML. Obviously, first thing I want to do is actually get the HTML going. So I've got a head and a body. Now, when I run this, and I'm just going to indent this a bit more, a bit better. There we go. That will do for now anyway. So when I run this, now hopefully you will have realized this isn't actually going to work properly. So the reason for that is, so we go run this one, fun. You can see none of the Bootstrap styling is working. That's of course because we haven't yet linked the Bootstrap in our head. So if any of you came across this problem where it just wasn't styling at all, that's probably what's going on here. So what we want to do is we want to go to Getting Started. Here we can get those lines that we talked about at the start. So we get this one, the CSS, we put it in the head, and then let's also add in all this JavaScript to the bottom. So that's just at the bottom of body. Okay, so now if we run this, there we go, we've got our navigation bar. Fantastic. Now let's go back into our components, and yeah, so I'm going to add a warning alert at the top. So yeah, I've just found the one that says alert warning. And we're going to add this in. So I won't do too many components because you'll get the idea of what I'm doing quite quickly. I'm just going to change this a little bit to say, warning, this site is awesome. Because you have to warn people if your website is too awesome, of course. There we go, fantastic. And I'm going to add, let's take a look at cards. We haven't been over cards yet. So I'm going to add one of these in. Just underneath. Now obviously we don't have an image to add to this card, but I do like cards. They're very useful, especially if you're creating like a one-pager. And this is a really good way if you have like 3 of these lying next to each other to describe the value of what you're offering, for example. It can be really cool. So you could put, for example, my skills. Let's say if this is in your portfolio, you can say my skills by span. Nice little pun there. Well, not a pun, but we're using some HTML there. Span HTML, CSS, and bootstrap. See my work. I save that. Fantastic. So we don't have the image, unfortunately, but well, I guess we could download an image. Let's just download this as an image. No, we'll leave that for now. But you get the idea of it, essentially. So we have that here, and let's say I want to change this now, just to practice the whole customizing the classes stuff. So we want to look in to where we have our warning. As we can see here, the class is alert warning. That's the one that we want to change. So I'm going to go into my CSS. I'm going to use that alert-warning, I believe it was called. Yep, alert-warning. And I basically want to change the color of the font to blue. So also what I need to do is I need to link this, my custom CSS, in just below the bootstrap, because if I add it above, it's not going to work properly. So I always have to add it in below. And if I refresh, fantastic, that's changed. So hopefully, I'm not going to keep adding more things because you kind of get the idea of what I've been doing here, and you can just keep clicking through and finding out all these awesome different things to use. So I hope you've had a really good play around with the different components, and you've been able to edit a few of the classes as well. So congratulations on having a play with Bootstrap. You're doing really well so far, and what I'd say is, once you get into the rhythm of using Bootstrap, it becomes like a second nature. It becomes very, very easy to do. So I do recommend you go over this a few times. And then when you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. Now, Bootstrap offers something called Grid, which allows your websites to become more responsive to different size screens and different size browsers. So let me just show you. I've created one very simple one here. So if I make it smaller, you can see that it's actually very responsive, and they get smaller until a certain point at which they then stack onto a row. So this is really cool, really helpful. I'm going to show you just the basics of how you can get this working. Here's the HTML of it here. I'm just going to remove this and we can work on it together. So as you can see, I've already integrated all of the Bootstrap that's required. So that's the CSS at the top here, and then the JavaScript at the bottom. So essentially what Grid does is it separates the browser screen into, so we have rows and columns. Obviously rows are going down and columns are going horizontally. And the columns are split into 12 equally which you can assign the divs to however many you want. Here, what I've done is I've given 4 columns to the left one, 4 columns to the middle one, and 4 columns to the right one. Before we get into that, doing it ourselves, I'm just going to show you how I can change that. So I can change that to 2 and change this to 6. So 2 plus 4 plus 6 still equals 12. Here you see the columns have been distributed differently now. So they're always split into 12 different columns, which you can assign the amount to however many you want. I could put in more divs, for example. I could put in, let's say, 6 divs and give them all 2 columns each. So you can do it however you like. Now let's go through how we do this together. So first of all, I just deleted the body tag, so let's make sure that's in there. Remove the closing tag. Okay, so these are all contained in divs. So the first div you have to include in there is the container. That basically is the container for all of your rows. So within this, I'm just going to put in 1 row for now. So 1 div with the class row. And then within this div, what I can then do is I can add in our different columns. So I'll put in another div here. I'll put it onto one line just so it's easier to see. Oops. There we go, that's better. Okay, so in here, this is where you saw I'd put before col, and I'd put -md-4. Now I'll just explain what that means. Col means the columns, so you're saying, I want to assign columns. MD is the size. Now we have 4 different sizes in all. We have XS, which is extra small, SM, which is just small. Then we have MD, which is medium, and LG, which is large. And basically what these mean are for what device sizes you want to make it responsive. So for example, XS refers to the screen size of a mobile phone. SM, you could imagine it being kind of the size of a tablet. MD is like the size of a laptop or a normal desktop. LG are some of the larger screens that you get. So we're going to go for MD because I'm doing this on my laptop, for example. You can do it on any of these different ones and play around with how they look. And then finally, the number is the number of columns we want to assign. So we usually want this to add up to 12. So I'm going to this time, like I say, I'm going to have 4 this time. Let's go for 4. And I'm going to just have far left, middle left, middle right, and then right. So right now, these add up to 16, sorry. We want them to add up to 12. So we could just have 3, 3, 3, 3. I'm going to have 1, 5, 5, 1. So that adds up to 12. That should all work. Now, obviously when I save this, it's going to come up. We won't have any background colors, but you can kind of see that it's starting to work. This has been assigned 1 column here, and you can see that these 2 have a much larger width. And then all I was doing before is, you may remember very early on in the CSS, I was saying that you can also style, we want to always style in a separate CSS file, but sometimes for ease, we can just put it here instead. All we have to do is put style equals, and then we just put in, the property, background dash color blue or whatever. So we can do that if we like, and then that works like that. So I'll just do that quickly and add that into each of those. So I'll just copy and paste these in. I'll give them all different colors so that it's very obvious to you which one's which. Let's go for brown, and then yellow, and then let's go for orange. Okay, so when I refresh now, they all have their different colors, and it can show you a bit better on what they're covering. Now, one more thing, we can actually change this to container-fluid, and what that will do is that will mean that these now cover the whole size of the browser. So instead of just covering some part of it. So now if we just make this smaller, you'll see that it's still working and being very responsive, which is great. And so that's the basics of Grid, really. That's how you cover the different columns and make it responsive for any screen or browser size. So just to review what we've done, first of all, of course, we've integrated the CSS at the top here, and we've got the JavaScript here at the bottom from Bootstrap. And then all we have to do is we create a div with a class called container, or container-fluid if we want it to cover the whole screen. We then, within the container, we can add as many rows as we like. So for example, I'll just show you. Let's add in another row, just so you see that we can do this multiple times. We can give this, I don't know, green, pink, red, and we'll just go for white. You can see here that we can have as many rows as we want. So all we have to do is have a div container. Within the container, we want to have a row, and within that row, that's where we can separate the different divs and give them an allotted number of columns that want to add up to 12. We put in col, dash, and then for what browser or device size we want it to be responsive for. So whether that's XS, SM, MD, or LG. And then essentially that's all you have to do, and give it the number of columns. So it's actually quite an intuitive thing to use. It's very helpful. You just have to have a container, and then you add your rows into the container, and then you separate your different divs or your different elements however you want, as long as it adds up to 12, and you can specify the size of it there. So what I recommend you do is have a go yourself. Try and replicate something like this, where you're essentially just creating divs with different background colors that cover a different width. And then once you've done it, you can bask in the glory of being able to move it larger and smaller and see how it looks. So have a go, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So in this practical, I want you to have a go at integrating some of the Bootstrap that we've learned in this module, and I want you to try and create your own product page. What do I mean by that? I mean, I want you to create a one-pager website that looks quite nice, and that you can make up any different product you want. Obviously this isn't actually copyrighted or anything like that. I just came up with a name called VoiceTime. This isn't an actual product or anything like that. I'm just having a bit of fun here. And I've just come up with it. I've pretended, okay, it's one place where you can share your voice to the world, record your opinions, upload and share. It's all made up. It's not real. And so what I've done is I came up with an idea, and then I decided to make a very short web page. None of these links work for now. That's not too important. Just try it and then add some different jumps, like for example, a Jumbotron here, add some different Bootstrap components so that you can make it look like a reasonably good startup page. And once you've done something like this, you can actually sit back, look at your page and think, wow, actually, I'm starting to make progress now, and I'm creating a website that looks kind of cool. So you don't need to make it look like the one I've done here. All I've done is added a navigation bar, a Jumbotron, some cards, which you can look up on Bootstrap. And just have a look and see what takes your fancy and what you think looks cool. So have a go at it yourself, and then in the next lecture I'll be showing you how I created this one. So I hope you had a good go yourself at creating some kind of product website. I think the best way, in order for me to show you the process of setting something up, rather than me trying to just emulate what I've created here, I'm going to create another one from scratch that has the basics of what I think we should have. So essentially we're just going to be starting off with having getbootstrap.com, and then also I've just got my empty HTML and my CSS page, and we're just going to get started from here. So the first thing I'm going to do is obviously create my HTML. And within that, I'm going to be adding the Bootstrap, the CSS, and the JavaScript. So this is kind of the first thing you want to try and do. And then I've got my own product.css as well. I'm going to link that here as well. Obviously, like I've said before, I link it underneath the Bootstrap. So I just put product.css here. And then I copy this stuff. Fantastic. Now we're good to go. Let's just get that indented a bit nicer. So now that I've done that, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add myself a navigation bar. So I'm going to go to Components, and I'm going to go to Navigation Bar. And I reckon for this site, what sort of product should I create? Let's say I'm creating I'll have a think about it. First of all, I'm just going to add in a navigation bar. So this one looks fine. I don't want to make it too complicated. I don't really want drop downs disabled or search bars. So what I might just do is copy this over, like so, and then just remove the parts that I don't want. So in the body, I'm just going to add this here. Okay. Where are we? Yeah. Make sure this is all indented. Okay. So as you can see, we have at the top this nav tag, and that's we discussed this previously. It's kind of just a way of saying, right, this is our navigation bar. It's not necessarily important, but it's very helpful, especially in Bootstrap. So we're obviously going to leave that. So the ones that we don't want are the drop down. So let's find drop down. Here we are, class equals nav item drop down. So I'm just going to delete this whole list here. And then I'm also, the one below it looks like it is the disabled one, so I'm going to get rid of that one. And then the search looks to be right below it as well. So I'm just going to delete all of this. That should be fine. So let's just make sure that's looking okay now. What are we running here? Okay, so we're running our new one. So here we go. Okay, that looks fine. I want to have maybe 4 links up here. So I'm just going to copy over 2 more. So I'm just going to take this link one and just duplicate it. A bit nicer than that maybe. There we go. So this one's going to be called, let's say, about team and contact. Okay. So I've decided to call this, so the product's going to be some software that can create new music. So that's what I'm going to call it. And I'm going to call it, I don't know, like Muse site. Because it's a website and it gets its muse from technology. I don't know. It's not a complete idea, let's say. Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. I do want to change the background color at some point, but for now let's just add the basic components. So we have a navigation bar, that's looking fine. I might add some padding so that it's spaced out a bit more and change the background color, because I think that might look a bit nicer. The next thing I'd like to do, I always like to have a Jumbotron, because it's something that's in your face. It can introduce everything very well, and it gives, a call to action here, which is really useful. So I really like Jumbotrons. I find them very, very good to have on your homepage. So, but it's all down to taste. So you do whatever you like. So I'm just going to add this here. Okay, and instead of it saying hello world, I'm going to be welcome to new site. And then change this text. I'm going to write in music made by humans is over appreciated. Let the computers do the hard work. Obviously I don't necessarily agree with this. This is all just for fun. So let's just see how this looks so far. I'm just going to put that on one side like that. So as you can see, what's really cool here is with the nav bar is when I've made it smaller, it's already been able to do this for us. So it's just so cool. It's completely responsive. So that's cool. And this is our Jumbotron. Welcome to Muse site made by Muse. Okay, cool. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to put with a team of professionals, we have created the best product ever want to get involved. And I'm just going to do sign up now. That should be in the button. And I can tell that because, as we look here, we've got anchor, so that's definitely a link. And then we're using a class called button primary, button large, role equals button. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be the right thing. Excellent. So now we have the beginnings of our site. So underneath this, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add some cards. So pretty much cards are very useful things. I'm just going to make this full screen actually, it makes it a bit easier. You'll see what cards are in a second. I think I've already shown them to you. So these are what cards are. And I want to have 3 of them lining up horizontally next to each other. So let's just get that. Okay, I'm just going to indent this so it looks a bit nicer. That's more like it. Okay. So now let's refresh the page. Okay, so far we have 3 cards. They don't have any images, so it looks a bit weird, and they're not lining up next to each other, and I would like them to have a different background color as well. So there's a lot of things we can do here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add the contents in first here, and then I'm going to do the styling afterwards. Everyone has the different process. What I kind of like to do is I like to add in the hard contents, and then I like to style it afterwards. So for these 3 cards, I'm just going to put something very quickly. I'm going to put actually a little header here, H2, saying the power of MuSite. And then each of these cards are going to say why MuSite is so good. So let's say quick, because it's quick and easy to make. Let's say 10 seconds is all it takes to make a song with our site. And then the button is going to be sign up or try for free, let's say. Underneath, let's say, let's go for cheap. Then we can say flexible subscription rates means you can make AI music for cheap. And then see prices. Can you tell that I've written a few websites before? Okay, so let's see, it saves you time, saves you money, and be part of the future. AI is great. So how can anyone not agree with that? And this button's just going to say agree. When they click that button, they'll give us all their money. Okay, cool. So this is looking a bit better now. We've got everything we want, all the content. All I want to have now at the bottom is some kind of footer. Now you'll notice that actually in Bootstrap they don't offer a standard footer. So what I find is the best thing to do if I'm wanting to make this quite quickly is I'll essentially just go onto my search engine and I'll literally just search for Bootstrap footer and then see what comes up. Because usually what comes up is, for example, MD Bootstrap or something like this. All of these tend to have some pretty good footers that you can just copy the code over and have a go with. So let's have a look at what this guy has to offer. So this is mdbootstrap.com. So that looks quite cool. I want something relatively simple, not too many links like that. Maybe like a search bar or something would look good. Perfect. So here you can have a search bar and a sign up. So I'm going to copy this over. And just underneath here, as you can see, usually has quite a lot of content, and they're very helpfully added in some comments here. So this is the footer. footer elements, and they're using the grid here, which is cool. So if I refresh now, just underneath we now have our sign up as well and our search, which we can type into. So that's very cool. So I'd say this is all we really want for our product page. We just want it to look a bit nicer now. So let's get started with the nav bar. So here we have our, let's go for, because we're only using one nav bar, I'm tempted just to change the whole thing here. So I'm going to go into my CSS and use the class navbar. Remember, you have to use that dot at the start in order to say it's a class. And let's go for background color black just for now, just to make sure it's working. Now, as you see, nothing has actually changed when I've restarted this. So what's happening here? So essentially, I've looked at the class and I've decided to go for navbar, and I've put in the class right, I've put in the background color of red, but it's not appearing. So I did a bit of looking, and so the reason why it's difficult, and this is a really good thing to keep in mind, is that in the class, if it looks like the final thing here, the final class, refers to some kind of color, that might be getting in the way of actually getting your custom CSS to be working. Obviously it looks like I'm putting my CSS file after the bootstrap one, so that's working fine. So let's see what happens if I remove this. Okay, so now it's working, fantastic. So all I've had to do here is I've just removed this BG light. So there's another option I could use, which is a bit more hacky and is kind of preferable to avoid it, but so let's just change this back so you can see that it's stopped working. So if you put at the end of this after red, you put exclamation mark important, this is kind of like saying override anything else. And that will still work. It's just, so that's only really to be used if you really can't find any other solution. So don't use that too often. So all I've done really is I've just removed this BG-light, and now that seems to be working. So now let's get a nicer color though. I still want it to be quite a light color. HTML color picker. Let's just go with this one for now. Oh yeah, that looks absolutely fine. I'm going to go with this one. Let's change that from red to this. Perfect. Okay, great. And then I'm going to add some padding for, let's see, where have we got it? Each of these list items. So that is nav-item. So let's add that in down here. So there's a class, so dot, then nav-item. Okay, and I'm going to have some padding. Let's just say to the right. Yeah, that'll be good. Let's say 20px. Okay, yeah, that's looking a bit better. I might even add a little separator in between them. So I'm going to put border, just the right side of their border. I want to be really, really not too big, but just so you can see a little bit, red. So this is like I'm creating a border, but I'm just doing it for the right hand side of each of these. And yeah, that looks okay. I mean, it could look better, but I think that'll do for now. Okay, so let's get on to our Jumbotron. That's looking nice. I won't change too much about that for now. What I might do is add a background image to that in a second. So let's go on to the cards for now. So I want these all to be lined up to the right horizontally. So this is where we're going to start using our grids. So all we need to do is to add all this into a container and then put them into a row and then separate them with the old columns that we were doing before. So first thing we're going to do is create a div with class container, and then within this we want to create a row. Class equals row, and then we can put one of these, for example. So let's take this one. I just want to create one more div, which is class equals col, then dash, and we want to have it for a medium-sized screen, let's say, and we want to have 3 of these cards lined up next to each other. So we do 12 divided by 3, which is 4. So we want this column to cover 4. and then we just add each of these. So let's make sure we get these divs right. Sometimes it's a bit hard, so we want to get it on this lining. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. So then we have the next one in here. And we do another div. And then the class is col-md-4. Let's add one more as well. col-md-4. Okay, fantastic. Now what we need to do is put these in those. So put this one here. And let's take this one. Put it in here. Then if I refresh the page, fantastic. Now they're all lined up next to each other. So we've pretty much got everything we want here. All that's left to do is add a background image here, images into these ones, and then we should be ready to launch the site. Not really, we're not going to launch this. So let's go for adding in the background image first. So first of all, let's get ourselves a nice image. So I'm going to do Jumbotron AI image. Let's see if anything useful comes up. So nothing looking too useful. Let's go for Jumbotron AI image bootstrap. Okay, let's go for technology. Meh, nothing too great. Let's just go for a Jumbotron image. Let's go for this one. Why not? Save image. Let's go. So you don't want to be in CSS practice. We want to go to Bootstrap practice. And we'll just call this Jumbotron.jpg. Actually, we just put it as Jumbotron. It'll do that automatically. Okay. And then let's add this image into our Jumbotron. So essentially, we need to do this in the CSS. So all we need to do here is just find the class. So the class is Jumbotron, easy enough. So dot Jumbotron. Then we need to put in background image as our property. It's this one here. And then we just put URL, then in brackets, the name of the file, which is jumbotron.jpg. Right, let's see if this has worked. Okay, fantastic. That looks okay. So we might want to make our font a bit brighter. So let's go for a different color with that. Let's go for the color orange. So within the Jumbotron, let's say the color is going to be orange. So you'll see now that none of it's working at all. So what we need to do now is we need to specify it just for the Jumbotron paragraph. And then for the header as well. So we remove this from here. We add this in here. And let's add a background color as well. Oops. Background color. Let's just have it as white for now. Why not? And let's do the same thing for the, I believe it's a H1 or H2. Let's see, H1, there we go. So then we're specifying the elements within the Jumbotron just to have. So like we were talking about the parent-child before. Okay, that looks good enough for now. Fantastic. And finally for the cards, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove those images, and I'm just going to have instead a nice background color. So here we are. We can just move these. We can literally just delete these lines. Great. And then for class card, save that. Then we want to style the class card. So dot card, and then we'll just have a background color of, let's go for blue for now. Okay, I mean, that doesn't really work too well, so let's just go for a light yellow. So at least it's readable for now. Okay, fantastic. So obviously there are much more things that we could do to improve how the site looks. So for example, we can improve the borders. I don't think the background color is fantastic there. And we could probably do something here to maybe make this look a bit nicer, maybe increase the opacity. That could look nice. But yeah, all in all, we've got a good start to an introductory website. So just to go over the main points of what we've done here. So what's important, we've really gone into Bootstrap. We've had to think about what we want to add to our site. So we added in a nav bar and a jumbotron, and then we added in some cards. Now what's important with the cards is that we added them into a container and a row, and then we used the grid system in Bootstrap to separate them. We gave them 4 columns each, so they lined up, each of them by a third of the page, and it looks quite nice. For the footer, what we did is we simply Googled Bootstrap footer, and then we found some suitable code online that someone else was sharing. And we've got the makings of a good product page to begin with. So hopefully that's all made sense to you. I recommend, if you haven't already had a go at creating your site, just give it a go now. Add in a few of these different components, see if you can play around with them, even change some of the properties of them, style it a bit differently, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. In the next section, you're going to be learning your first coding language, JavaScript. With the ability of using JavaScript, you're going to be able to make your websites not only functional and stylish, but you're going to be able to add interactivity, and you're going to be able to start to handle user data. So I'm very excited to show this to you, and I'll see you in the next section. In this exciting section, you're going to learn how to code in JavaScript. So not only are you going to learn an incredibly valuable skill of being able to code, but you're also going to be able to integrate JavaScript into your website. So during this section, you're going to learn how to add interactivity to your website so that users can not only interact with the pages, you're also going to be able to deal with user input. So you're going to be able to turn your website into something a bit more dynamic now, where you can take user input, manipulate that data, and put it back out to them in whatever format you like. You're also going to learn how to add animations to your website and how you can have the user even click and interact to change the styling of the website by themselves. So by the end of this section, you're going to be able to create fully functional websites that include HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Users are going to have a feeling of not only beauty when they see your websites from the CSS, but also interactivity. So let's get stuck in. Before we get stuck into coding our own JavaScript, let's take a look into a little bit about what JavaScript is all about. So we've now had HTML, which was the skeleton of the website. We then used, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language. We then added CSS, which was cascading style sheets, in order to style our websites. Now we're adding in JavaScript, and that's going to allow us to make everything on our pages interactive. So that's really exciting. We can start to create things that move around the page, where users can enter in information, and we can do stuff with that. We can do a lot more things now, which is going to really turn you into a fantastic website developer. So essentially, we're adding in the interactivity for a website. It was invented by Brendan Eich in 1995. So he was building on previous attempts of other coding languages trying to make websites interactive. So what's important is that we're no longer working with a scripting language. So before, we were working with markup languages with HTML and CSS. Now we're working on coding. So coding is slightly different. What's important is that it allows us to manipulate data. That's one of the most important things. So not only are we able to manipulate data, but we're also able to change the styling on a web page based on the user interaction and any other variables that we want. So, and what's really, really useful is that the concepts that you learn in JavaScript, and this is something that I wasn't aware of when I was first learning, but it turns out that all the skills and all the concepts and the foundations you learn in JavaScript are incredibly transferable to all the other coding languages that you may have heard of. So you might have heard of Python or Java or things like that. They're essentially, all the concepts are much the same. You just have to learn different ways of writing it out, let's say. But it's incredibly worth your time to learn JavaScript, not just for being able to create websites, but also because you're then going to be able to apply this to a lot of other coding languages. So JavaScript is very much worth learning. So in 2019, it came up as the third most in-demand language based on Indeed.com and its postings in the USA, alongside Java and Python. So we're going to also be learning Python in this course as well. So as you can see, even the salaries are looking very good for JavaScript. So it's definitely worth learning JavaScript, not just because there are some of the most jobs going out there with some of the largest salaries, but as we talked about in the previous slide, it's very transferable as well. So things to take away from this introduction lecture is essentially prepare to make your websites more interactive with JavaScript, where you can manipulate data and the styling of a web page. And keep in mind that it's very much worth going through the whole section on JavaScript, not just so you can make your websites interactive, but because you're going to be able to transfer those skills and you're going to have one of the most desirable coding skills out there on the market. So up next, we're going to look at how we can integrate JavaScript into our websites. So now that we've gone over a little bit about what JavaScript can be used for, it's important to talk about how we can actually add JavaScript into our websites. Well, it's kind of similar to how you would integrate CSS. So you could add it into the body of our HTML file, but what we're going to do as always for best practice is we're going to go straight into how you can add JavaScript by having the JavaScript in a separate file. So first of all, let's create our JavaScript file. We've just got a normal tab here, untitled, nothing in there. I'm just going to save this in our new folder, JavaScript practice. I'm just going to call this add to HTML. Obviously you can call the file name whatever you want. So instead of doing .html or .css, all we have to do now is just do .js, which stands for JavaScript. It's really as simple as that. So we've created a separate file called add.html.js. Now, instead of what we were doing for CSS is we were using the link in the head. Now for JavaScript, we actually need to include it in the body. So I'm going to add it at the bottom of the body, right at the end. And we just used, instead of link, like we did for CSS, we use script. And all we have to do, we can remove all this stuff. We don't have to add anything in there. All we have to do is add to this and write src for source equals, and then the name of the file, which is add to html.js. Now the reason why I'm adding it at the bottom of the file is because when your browser opens an HTML file, it reads from the top down. So if you had a lot of JavaScript to load, essentially you could imagine it'd be quite frustrating for a user because they'd have to be waiting for the JavaScript to load before they could see any of the content to the website. So if we do it the other way around, where the website loads the content first, the H1, the paragraphs, whatever we've got going on in there, and then at the end, once all that's loaded, add in the JavaScript, have that loaded. It's just a much better user experience and it makes more sense to most people. So the main points to take away from this are, your JavaScript file, it's the same as saving a HTML or CSS file. You just use the file extension .js when you're saving it. And then all you have to do at the bottom of your body, add the script tag, and within that tag, add src for source, and then equals, in quotations, the name of the file. And it's just that simple. So have a go at just doing that yourself, and then we'll go deeper into actually using JavaScript in the next lecture. So now that we know how to integrate JavaScript as an external file, let's look at having some fun and actually adding some interactivity into our sites finally, using the power of JavaScript. So here I've basically created a basic web page where if you click on this button, you'll get an alert at the top saying working. So let's go through this together. And what I'll say here at the start of the lecture is we're going to be using something called functions. So this word here, function, is going to be very, very important going on through any of your coding from now on, whether you're using JavaScript or Java or Python, any coding language, functions are very, very important. So just keep that word in your mind. Now, a lot of people have different ways of teaching JavaScript. The way that I think is the most effective is to get stuck straight into doing it the correct way and doing functions. So that's the way we're going to do it. But what it requires is for you to take an active role in this and make sure that you're coding along either at the same time or you do this exercise immediately after you've listened to this lecture. I can't emphasize just how important that is. So let's get started, and hopefully you'll be able to pick this up quite quickly. So what we have here, we have a basic header and a button. I'm going to delete everything to begin with so that we're starting from scratch again. So I'm just going to save this. So now we have no HTML. I'm also going to remove all of this. So all we have now are two blank, let's just delete everything, why not? We have two blank files, one blank HTML file and one blank JavaScript file. That's it, nothing else. They're both in the same folder. So we'll get our HTML started the same way as always. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to link my JavaScript file in at the bottom of the body, which we went over last time. But basically the reason why we load it in at the bottom of the body is because it's the last thing that will be loaded, so that our HTML can first be loaded and then JavaScript will be loaded afterwards. So I'm just going to put this onto one line so it looks a bit nicer, a bit more readable, and then src for source equals, and then the name of my JavaScript, which is onClick.js. Okay, and this is case sensitive, so I do have to make sure I have the capital C here. Okay, and you can obviously call your files whatever you like. This is just what I've decided to call mine. Next, I'm just going to add a heading as normal, so on click magic. Then afterwards, I'm going to add a button. And I want the button to say, click me. So when I refresh, brilliant. When I click this button, nothing's happening. That's because we haven't yet added any instructions for JavaScript. So what I'm going to be doing now is creating the function. So what a function is, you can basically think of it as a list of instructions. So if, for example, someone were to tell you how to, I don't know, make pasta with a sauce, there'd be a list of instructions, right? It might be, okay, open the pasta, boil the water, add the pasta into the water, chop up your vegetables, and it can be as specific as you like, but what I'm trying to get across is that it's a list of instructions. So it's a nice lot of instructions. So for this lecture, we're just going to be putting one instruction in our function, but a function can hold as many instructions as you like. All we're going to be doing is adding one instruction, and that's to say, basically have that alert appear, which was appearing before. So I'm going to go into my JavaScript file, and the first thing I need to do is write the word function. So you can see it turned a purple color, which is good. The reason why you write function first is to basically tell your JavaScript, I'm creating a function. Now we can call this function whatever we like. So we could literally call it like ham sandwich if we wanted to. But the thing is, that doesn't really make sense. We want to make it at least something that makes sense. So if we had like, I don't know, 20 functions, we wouldn't be like, oh, what does ham sandwich do again? We'd want it to be like button alert, because then when we look at that we think, oh yeah, I remember now, it's the one where we click a button and an alert appears. So it's best to call your function something that makes sense. Then afterwards we're going to add these empty brackets, which we'll come to later, and then we're going to add some curly braces. So basically the curly braces are saying within these curly braces, these are all the instructions that I have. So for example, if we wanted to alert on something, like we wanted that pop-up box to appear, JavaScript has made that super easy for us to do. All we have to do is write alert, then in brackets put in whatever text we want to appear. This is working. Fantastic. So just to go over what we've done here, we've created a function. So the first thing in JavaScript, if you want to create a function, you have to write the word function to tell JavaScript, I'm creating a function. The next thing you do is you give your function a name. You can call this whatever you want. Just make sure to include these empty brackets afterwards. Then within these curly brackets, that's sort of the contents of the instructions. We added just one instruction, and that was to alert, which is just a useful JavaScript tool. They've already built this for us. So we want it to alert and this text that's inside. And then after this, we just add a semicolon, just kind of like we were doing in CSS. So if I were to try and run this now, it wouldn't work because we haven't connected this function to the button. So let's go back to our HTML. We've created a button, but we haven't actually said when it's clicked, it needs to do that function. So what we use is something called onClick. OnClick equals, and then we just put in the name of our function, which was button alert. Fantastic. And empty brackets. So now if we run this, yay, we can see that this is now working. So let's review what we've just done. Essentially, first thing we did was we connected our JavaScript. The next thing we did, we created our own function. So we wrote the word function, we gave our function a name, whatever we wanted, added the brackets, and then the curly braces we added instructions. And just to illustrate that you can have as many instructions as you want, let's add another alert. This is a second instruction. Then a semicolon afterwards. Number 3. So now we have 3 instructions in our function. Once we created our function, we linked it into the button by just inside the button tag putting onClick equals, then the name of the function with the empty brackets. So now if we do this again, we should see an alert. Then when we click OK, we get the next one appear, and then the third one appear. Fantastic. So as you can see with JavaScript, it's gonna, hopefully you can already get a feel that this is going to be a really, really useful tool to have when creating websites. But the thing is, in order to get there, you do have to remember these syntax because it's so important. So what I highly recommend you do is to go ahead and create some of your own functions and try and use it like we have now. So create a button, just a normal HTML button. Then in your JavaScript file, you write the word function, then the name of your function, then you have to use empty brackets, then in these curly braces, you add your instructions. For now, just have them as alerts with text. At the end of each line, add a semicolon. And so once you've done this like 5 or 10 times, you can really get into a rhythm and start writing them over and over. It's really powerful. So you just need to learn the initial syntax on how to do this stuff, and then add it into your button using the onClick. And then once you can do that, you're doing really well, and you can do a lot of stuff very easily. So at this point, at this initial milestone, it's really important just to make sure that you're comfortable creating your own functions. So once you're feeling at that level, or you're feeling relatively confident, then move on to the next lecture, and I'll see you there. So even at this early stage of learning JavaScript, you can already do some cool things. So I want to get stuck in with a practical where you can do something that seems actually quite useful. So that thing is, I want you to basically create a button. When you click it, it gives you the current date and time. Now I'm going to give you a hint for this so that it makes it a lot easier for you. Essentially, all you need to do is to use another JavaScript tool which they've already created called date. So when you do your alert, in that alert, instead of putting text like this is working, you can remove that, and without the quotation marks, put date. And if you're using a text editor like mine, it will show you that it's correct because it will come up in blue. Okay, so I'll leave the rest to you. Try and add an alert that gives you the date and time. See how it goes, and then we'll go over the solutions in the next lecture. Okay, so hopefully you're able to do that practical, where you're able to click a button and it gives you the date time. So let's just go over the solution that I have for this. And even if you didn't complete the whole practical yourself, as long as you tried, well done for giving it a go. Let's go through it together now. So I already have 2 blank files here, one HTML file and one JavaScript file. So in my HTML, I'm going to do what we always do, and then make sure at the bottom of the body, I'm going to add my script tag that connects me with the external JavaScript file. So here I'm going to put src equals, then the name of our file, date time .js. Okay, perfect. I'm just going to add in a little header just for fun. Date time generator. And I'm going to add my button. And the text for this is just something like click for date/time. Might be a bit of a wide button now. Okay, so now that we have the basic HTML, which should be working, obviously this isn't going to be working yet. What we want to do now is we want to create our function. So to create our function, we want to go into our JavaScript file. So I'm going to click into here, and then as you may remember, the first thing I want to do is write the word function. So I'm telling the JavaScript file, essentially, I'm creating a function here. Now we can name our file, name our function whatever we want. I'm going to call it date time, then the empty brackets, of course, and then in the curly brackets, I'm going to list what I want to happen. And that's that I want to have an alert. Let's just test that this works first by writing in this alert is working. Because it's best to try one thing at a time. If I tried the date, I tried to alert on the date, it could be, and it didn't work, it could be a number of different things that aren't working. So if I make sure this is working, then at least, we're at a good stage. So now in the button, we don't really need this name thing for now, so I'm just going to delete it. So now in the button tag, we just put in onClick, and equals, then the name of our function, which is date time, and then the empty brackets. So now this should give us an alert. Excellent, saying this alert is working. So now we're at a really good place, and now we can test out this date thing and see if that's working. So I'm going to now delete this. I'm going to put in date. And the empty brackets. I'll refresh here. Okay, so now it's not working, which is fine. So we know that before that the alert was working, but now there's something to do with this date that's not working. So let's have a look as to what that could be. Now one of the problems here is I haven't added a semicolon at the end, which isn't the end of the world here. So we know that the button is linked correctly. So there's nothing wrong in our HTML. We know that our function is working and the alert's working because it was alerting the text. So it's got to be something wrong with the date here. So what I think it is that I didn't use the uppercase D. So the reason why I went through this problem is because I've actually had a lot of students coming across this issue before where they're using the lowercase d. So what I wanted to show you was it's good to go through a certain steps and not try and do everything at once, because if you write all of this out, all the HTML and all the JavaScript like this, and then you run it, you have no idea where the problem might be, and it would be the last thing you'd think of to look at, whether it's a lowercase or uppercase d. So what I did is I made sure that the alert was working with just text first, and then I increased the amount of functionality or the complexity by adding in this date afterwards. So then when it went wrong here, I knew it was a problem with date. Anyway, let's have a look and see if that's fixed it. Fantastic, that's fixed it. And now let's just add another line, just because it's fun. So let's alert saying, hooray. Okay, so now if I refresh the page, click here, we're going to get the date and time first. Then after that we get hooray. Fantastic. So if you had to go at this yourself and you came across some problems, definitely go over it again, give it another try, and try going through it methodically. So first of all, creating your HTML, making sure that looks fine with your button, then link in your JavaScript, see if you can get a text alert appearing first. If that's all working, then move on to adding the date. So have some fun with it, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So in this lecture, we're going to be looking at something really exciting now, which is how now we can interact with the content of our elements. So as a basic example in this tutorial, I'm going to show you that by clicking this button, I can change the text that is here. So I click this button and you can see that the text changes, which is really exciting. So you can change so much of this, not just paragraphs. You can do this with headers, you could do this with tables, you could do this with lists, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really exciting part of it, and let's get stuck in. I'll show you how it's done. So I'll start off just without any of this, and we shall code it all together. Okay, so first of all, obviously you want to have your HTML file and your JavaScript file, and in your HTML, at the bottom of the body, using the script tag, you want to include your JavaScript file just here. So what I'm going to start off with first is just heading, so let's refresh that so it's empty. So inner HTML, and then we do a paragraph. This is the original text. Yep. Okay. So now what we want to do, let's create the button as well while we're at it. Before I forget, click me to change text. Okay, so now that we have all of our HTML elements here, obviously when we're clicking this, nothing's happening yet because we haven't added any JavaScript. But you may remember quite some time ago we were talking about classes and IDs when we were going deeper into the CSS. And I said that IDs would be really useful to remember for when we get into JavaScript. So basically what we can do is in JavaScript we can give this paragraph, we could give it a class, absolutely. There's no real need to. Because we're only doing this for this specific element. So we're giving it an ID, and let's call this ID change text. So now in my JavaScript I can refer to this, and I can basically I can create a function that says change the inner HTML, that's what we call it, or change the content of the element that has the ID change text, for example. So let's get started with creating some kind of function that could maybe do this. So first of all, let's have a think about how to create the basic function. If you're coding along with me, top points, good on you. Have a go at just setting up the basics of a function now by yourself. Feel free to pause the video. And now together we're going to go through this. So the first thing we do in JavaScript is we write the word function. That's to say, basically, we're going to be creating a function here. And then we need to provide a function name. So I'm going to call this, let's see, what do we call the ID? We call that change text. I don't want to get too mixed up with this, so I'm going to put, let's see, change function. And then I'm going to, I know what I'll call it. We'll call it p change for paragraph change. Okay, so then I'm going to put some empty brackets, as we always do. And then I'm going to add some curly brackets, and within these curly brackets that's where I'm going to put the instructions. So for here, this is something that you just kind of need to remember how to do. So first of all you say document dot then get element by ID. Okay, so that might feel a bit long, but basically what it's saying is go into the document and get an element by the ID. Then in brackets you give the ID name. So our ID name is going to be change text. I'm going to copy and paste it just to make sure I've got no typos. So in this first bit what we're doing, document dot get element by ID and then the name of the ID. Basically we're in this function, we're basically just accessing that ID, the ID of that element. And then we're going to do dot inner HTML. And all we're doing here is we're basically saying the inner HTML, so we're saying change the content of this element, and now I'm going to put in new text. So just to go over what we've done here, I'm going to put a semicolon at the end for good practice. So I'm creating a function, I'm giving the function a name called pChange with the empty brackets, and then this first part, document.getElementById, and then giving the ID name, I'm basically just accessing this element because that has the ID of change text. Once I've accessed it, I'm saying change the inner HTML or change the content, and then I'm giving what the new content should look like. So now that I've created this function, I just need to connect that to this button. So I'm going to do what we've done before, the old on click. Let me put in the name of the function, which is pChange. Empty brackets. I just noticed one little thing. At the HTML, I need to put equals rather than a bracket. So document.getElementById, the ID name, then dot inner HTML, and then equals the new text that we want. Okay, and now we've just added a button and we've connected that with the function pChange. So what should work now? There we go. So now when we click the button, the text is changing just fine. Okay, so what have we done in this lecture? Essentially, we created a paragraph, and let's just say, just to show you, this doesn't have to be a paragraph, it can be, there we go, it can be a header, for example. Still going to do the exact same thing. So we gave an element, let's say, we gave it an ID. And then we use the ID in our JavaScript. So we used, in our function that we created, we used document.getElementById. Then we gave it the ID name. Then we used .innerHTML equals and the new text. Then all we had to do was connect this function with the button that we created here. So that's quite a lot to remember. So what I recommend you do is maybe go over this lecture again if you're not feeling too confident. Get to the point where you can create this by yourself. You can create a header or a paragraph or something, and then you can create a function in your JavaScript that changes the text when you click on a button. So give it a go, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Now that we've looked at how we can use button clicks to change the HTML, how to change the content of paragraphs, let's now look at how we can change the CSS, the styling of our sites. So now we're going to have even more fun. So I've created something here where I can click on this button and a few things are going to change. As you can see, the background color of my paragraph has gone blue and the background of the body here has turned red. So as always, we're just going to start from bare bones and we'll go together from there. So I'm just going to delete all of these lines so that all we have left is pretty much an empty HTML file. It's connected to our JavaScript file. And just in case you want to take a peek at what we've done here, feel free. I'm just going to delete it now. We're going to recreate that very soon. So let's start off just by creating the basics. I'm going to create a header that just says style changing CSS for the better. And then underneath I'm going to create a paragraph that I'm going to want to change. So this is the boring paragraph. And so I'm going to give it an ID because we know we're going to want to access this paragraph to change it in a moment. So I'm just going to give this an ID of boring P, the capital P. And then I'm going to create a button just underneath. And I'm going to right click to change everything. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this name because we don't need it. So far I've just created the basic HTML. What's important is that I've given, an ID, that's better. I've given my paragraph an ID of boring P. So now what we can do is we can start working with our JavaScript just to get things working. So I'm just going to go through this quite systematically so that we get, so that I instill into you an idea that you want to progress your functionality slowly so you make sure that you're doing things correctly at every step. So just to begin with, I'm going to make sure that the button's working properly. So I'm going to have an onClick and function, so equals, and then we're going to call the function obviously something like change CSS. And then with the empty brackets at the end, don't forget the empty brackets. Now I'm going to create this function, so obviously I'll write function first, then change CSS, empty brackets. Now instead of actually changing the CSS, I'm just going to make sure that the button is connected to the JavaScript correctly. So I'm just going to do an alert, just saying working. So this is a good systematic way, just to make sure at this point, okay, yeah, everything's working, the files are connected. Okay, fantastic. Let's move on to the next thing. Well, before we were able to change the HTML, so let's just test let's test that the ID is working by essentially changing the HTML like we did in the last one, and this will be good revision. So the first thing we do is write in document.getElementById, and then the ID name is boring P. And then you might be able to remember the next bit, dot, and then inner HTML equals working. So that's the next step of us making sure everything's working correctly. Okay, fantastic, that seems to be working. So actually I'm going to keep this in. I'm just going to say this is the new fun paragraph. I'm going to add even more exclamation marks because, well, you know how fun you are based on the number of exclamation marks you have. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to change the CSS. So the first thing we need to do is we need to access the same thing. So we need to access the the element itself. So we're going to access that ID. So we do the same thing we've done before. Document dot get element by ID. So it's the exact same process as before. There we go. Boring P. So at this point we've now accessed the element. Now instead of changing the inner HTML, we're going to change the style. Okay? And once we've put this in, then we can select the properties, just like we did before with background color, font family, height, width, border, all that kind of stuff can work in here. Although slightly annoyingly, it's a different syntax. So in CSS, for example, we would have done this, right? Background dash color. Unfortunately not. So JavaScript doesn't accept that it's hyphenated. So we have to do something called camel case, which is where we have the second word is a capital. So we do background color like this, and then equals, let's go for red. Have that semicolon on the outside. Okay, now let's refresh. And as you can see now, not only has the HTML changed, because we did what we did in the last lecture, but we've now been able to change the CSS. And we've done that by accessing the ID as we normally do, document.getElementById, then the name of the ID, and then we've put .style to access the style, or the CSS, whatever you want to call it, and then we're changing the background color. Now if you ever want to reference the syntax on what you have to use to change different properties, you can always go to w3schools.com, and here if you just search for HTML DOM style object, it will give you a nice long list of all the different things you can do. So I'm just going to search. So let's say for example I'm not sure on background color, so I go background dash color, and here you go. It says in the description, and this is what I use, background with an uppercase C color, and it's got all the properties that you could need. So for example, you can see that border is just fine, sets or returns border width, border style, and border color in one declaration. So things like that. So we could even give that a try now. So instead of background color, or let's say include as well as background color, we're going to add a border. So let's give that a try. So we're going to do document.getElementById, and change that to boring P. There we go, and then I'm going to change the style, border, equals, let's go for 3px, solid, green. And then save that. Now if we click this, not only do we have the background color, but we also have the border. So hopefully you're starting to get a bit of a knack for what's going on here and how it works. Like I say, you can always check out the W3 Schools section, and you just search for HTML DOM style object and you'll get the long list. Now just one more thing to add, we don't necessarily we can change the all elements, so we don't always have to use getElementById. We could do something as simple as document.body, and then we can just say we want to change the style of the body. So you remember us using body in CSS, for example, which is basically just the whole of the page, or the background of the page. So let's just change the background of that as well. So document.body.style.background color equals, let's go for pink. So you can see that you don't just need to do things by getting elements, you can just give the name of the thing here. So click on that, and there we go, the body's working as well. So I hope that all makes sense. Definitely give this a go yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. In recent lectures, we've been looking at how we can trigger functions to happen by using the onClick function. So we were looking at how we can, for example, on a button, when we click this button, how we could change the inner HTML or the content of a paragraph, or how we could change the style or the CSS of one of our elements. So I just wanted to bring up in this lecture that that's just one event of very many. So I've just created something fun here, for example, where we've got one where if we put our mouse in and then we take it out of the element, it's going to change the background color to blue. We've got one here where I can click down, but it's only going to change once I lift the clicker up. Then third of all, I have a little input here where I can put text in. The second that I push down one of my keys is going to change the background. There you go. So as you can see, there are many different events that we can use. It doesn't just have to be on click. So in this lecture, we're just going to go over how we can do a couple of these, mainly on mouse out, mouse up, and key down. So as always, I'm going to start from scratch with you. So I'm going to remove all of the contents of the body here in our HTML. As you'll notice, this time we also have some CSS. That's in order to create those boxes at the start. And then I'm also going to remove the JavaScript. So we're starting with a blank page. So just start off with, I'm just going to put in a h1 header just to say this is events. And then underneath I'm going to have a paragraph. I'm going to put text in here to explain the events. So that's kind of like a placeholder for later. And then I'm going to create two divs. And also we had one input as well for text, so I'm just going to add that in as well. We don't need to have any of this. So now let's start off just by doing a bit of CSS revision, and we're going to style these two divs. So let's have the classes. So we're doing class instead of ID this time, just because it's a good idea for you to practice using both ID and class with JavaScript, so that if this comes up in the future, you know what to do. So this first one, let's just call it div1 and div2. Nothing too exciting. So now let's just check that that's all looking okay. Okay, fantastic. Now let's style those divs a little bit. So if you remember, for CSS, in order to style a class, we have to put the class, that's the dot first, and then the name of it, so div1. And for this, let's give it a background color of red. Let's give it a height of 80 pixels, and then a width of 150 pixels. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this whole thing, so it's easier to change it for div2. Have this as orange. Let's go for the height as, let's just go for 180, and the width can be just 50. Okay, let's take a look at this, make sure it's looking nice. Okay, fantastic. So we now have our divs. And why not? Let's add a margin to this one. Let's just have it as 100px. There we go, that looks a bit better now. So this is out there, this is down here. And let's add a small margin to this one as well. We'll reduce the margin for this one slightly. Let's just put in 20px. Just because otherwise it just looks a bit boring and it's all sort of stuck together. Okay, so now we have our HTML and our CSS all sorted. And I'm going to put some paragraphs in now actually into each one so that it explains what's going on for each of them. So that's not where I want it. Let's have this one here. Actually no, it might be a good idea. Let's have this just above actually. And then a bit more. Yeah. Okay, so in this first one, let's have the first one as mouse out. So put your mouse in, then out to change the background color. And then for the next one, we're going to instruct them to have to click in here. When you lift the mouse, things will change. And then finally here, please start typing to make a change. Okay, so now we have some instructions here that kind of make sense. So now we've styled it, so we're going to move straight on to the JavaScript. So the first one that we're going to do is we're going to look at div1 where you put your mouse in and then you bring it out to change the background color. So for this we use on mouse out. So up until now we've just been using on click, right? But now we're going to be doing on mouse out. So before we even look at that, let's create the functions. So I'm just going to call the functions based on, we need to give our input a class as well. So let's call this one input1. Okay, so now let's start with our functions. So I'm going to put my first function as change div1, so it's clear what we're doing. empty brackets as always, and then we're going to get started. So first of all, we need to access the ID or the class of this one. So we're going to do document as always, dot, then instead of get element by ID, we're going to be doing get elements by class name. And then the name of this class is div1. Then we're going to do dot style, then dot background color. Remember, we have to use an uppercase here rather than a dash. Then equals, let's go for brown. Okay, fantastic. So now let's go back in here, and on this div, instead of doing on click like we were doing before, we're going to have on mouse out. So as you see, it's already suggesting some of them, and these are some of the options. So on mouse up, on mouse down, which is pretty much on click, on mouse move, mouse over, but we're going to go for mouse out. That's where the mouse goes into the div, and then once it comes back out. So we want to call the function, which I believe we called change div1. Don't forget the empty brackets. I'm going to save this, refresh, put the mouse in, and then so far it's not working. So let's have a look as to why that might be. Apologies, I realized that using class name right now isn't the best thing for us, because it does require a bit more JavaScript knowledge for us to work with that. So for now, we're just going to be using IDs. So we're going to revert back to document.getElement by ID. So if I do that here, then I change this to an ID by using the hash, if you might remember. I'm just going to change this as well while I'm at it. And then instead of having these as classes, I'm just going to put them as IDs. So we will be using getElementName by class later on, but for now we're just going to be using getElementID, simply because there's just a few extra things you need to know, but we'll definitely be touching on it in a future lecture. So for now, let's make sure we have the IDs correct instead of classes. So do it here as well. So now if we run it, what should happen is when we put our mouse in, nothing happens, but when it comes out, the color should change to brown. Fantastic. Let's just make that into a different color so it's a bit more obvious what's going on. Change that to orange. Try again. Okay, much better. Let's just have it like this. Okay, great. So the next thing we want to do is we want to have when we lift the mouse up, things are going to change. So we're going to create another function here. And this is to change div2. So we're going to create a function called change div2. And using the open brackets and then the parentheses. And I will soon be discussing these empty brackets and why they're going to be so useful to us. And hopefully you're coding along with me now, because it's so helpful for you to write this out. If you're not, then definitely have a go at this straight after the lecture. I can't recommend that enough. So the first thing we're going to do is access the ID that we want to change. So we use document.getElement by ID, and then we're going to use div2. And then we want to change the style, or the CSS. So we're going to put dot style, dot background color equals, actually no, yeah, okay, yeah, and then we'll change this to green, let's say. And let's also change the body of the whole thing. So for that, all we have to do, we don't have to do this to get element by ID, we just do document.body.style.background color, as always, equals, let's go for pink. Okay, now let's test. Well, first of all, we actually need to get this function into the div. So we go back to our HTML here. And so we've got the ID, and after this now, we want to put in, we usually have on click, but this time we want it for when the mouse comes up. So we use something called on mouse, and then you can see it's the first one recommended here, on mouse up. Then we just put in the name of the function here, change div2, with the empty brackets, of course. So let's give this a try. So this one's working fine. Now when we click, and then I lift up, the color should change and the background should also change. Fantastic. And then finally, let's go for this entering the text. So we have an ID of input 1. Keep that in mind. So this next one I'm going to call change text. So in this one we want to, okay, this time let's do something interesting. Let's change all of the paragraphs, so not just one of them. So for that we can just do document.p, and then we can change the inner HTML. And we're going to change the text for all of them. So this is no longer changing the style, we're changing the text. And we're going to put a shocked face. You have changed all the text. So let's give that a go. So it looks like it's not working. So what we should do first is make sure that we've got the right name here. So change text. And of course, that's immediately what I haven't done here. We haven't yet put in the event, or what we can call the event listener. So for this one, we're going to be doing on and then key. And then the first one it offers up is key down. So that's exactly what we want. Then we want to call this function, which is change text. So now maybe you're starting to see that having a text editor like Atom or something that gives you sort of recommendations on what ones you can use or suggestions is very helpful, just in case you can't remember the exact wording. Let's just put an ID for this paragraph equals, let's just put para for now. And then instead of p, let's do document.getElement by ID. And call that para. So now, when we run this, yay! So you might not have noticed that. Let's try it again. So when we start typing, you should be able to see this text here change. Excellent. You have changed all the text. So let's just go through all three of them. Put our mouse into this one, then out, changes color. When we lift the mouse here, the background color of this should change and the background of the body. And then when I start typing here, excellent. The inner HTML here changes as well. So that's it. To recap on what we've discussed in this lecture, the most important thing is just that there are a lot of other different events that you can look at. So it's not just looking at on click, there's a wide range of them. For example, on mouse out, which we did here, on mouse up, on mouse up, which was here, and then on key down, which was here. Now again, at W3 Schools, if you search for HTML DOM events, you will see that there's all the different events you can look at. You probably won't need to know many of them for now, but it's just good to know that there is a resource here where you can have all these different things. Mainly it's just a bit of fun. So if you feel like it, this is kind of optional. Feel free to have a play and give it a go. It's really good at just improving your general ability for creating functions, linking them to elements and stuff like that. So give it a go, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. In this practical, I'd like you to revise just how you can add in what we call event listeners for using something called on mouse over, so that you can use an event to change the style within. So here, as you can see, when I hover over the left, when I hover over this big box that says blue, the background turns blue. When I hover over this box that's red, it turns red. So that's all you need to work on. So give that a try yourself, and then we will go over the solution together in the next lecture. Okay, so hopefully you've had a good go at this practical yourself. Now let's go over how I would go about solving the solution. So first of all, I'm just going to move this to one side and have this on the right side. As you can see, this isn't a very responsive site, so you may think, oh well, we could use some Bootstrap and use the grid system to make it more web responsive. That would be good. Obviously for now we're just practicing the JavaScript, so we won't bother, but if you feel like it, it's always good to do some revision on it. As you can see here, I've got 3 completely blank files. I've got HTML, CSS and JavaScript, so we're going to go over the solution from scratch. So first of all, I'm just going to create my HTML file, and I'm going to link together, first of all, my CSS, which is called color changer. And then at the bottom of my body, as always, I'm going to add in my script, which is my JavaScript. Source equals color changer. JavaScript. Okay, fantastic. So now we have the basic makings of what we need. So it looks like what we need are two divs. So these are the two boxes, and they're going to have some text in it. So let's create two divs. First one I'm going to call blue div. I'm going to put a paragraph in there saying blue. And then the second one, I'm going to call it red div. Put in a paragraph that says red. Easy enough. Okay, let's test this out. So, going to JavaScript practice, color changer. Okay, so that's not really looking as pretty as this one just yet, but don't worry, we'll get there. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to style both of our classes. So the first one, blue div, we're going to use a dot for the to say it's a class, and then blue div. And first of all, let's do a height of, let's go for 120 px, width of 80 px, and then it seems to be a little bit from, no, okay, so it's a little bit away from the top. So let's just do our positioning. You might remember that from our CSS. Position is relative. Then we want to be from the top. Looks about, I don't know, 20 px, really not that far at all. Then let's add finally our background color, which is going to be blue. And we can change the type of blue obviously if we want to, but there we go, we have our first one. So now let's go for our red div, which is dot, because it's a class, then red div. And then let's go for a height, let's make it a bit bigger, 150. Let's go for width of 200 pixels. And then, so we want this to be on the other side. So let's go for a position of relative again. And let's move it from the right side by just 30 pixels. Let's, background color of course, red. Let's just see how that looks at this point. So, okay, so it doesn't seem to be moving. Oh, that's because we want our position to be absolute, not relative. There we go, that's looking a bit better. Okie dokie. And let's see, what else do we want? That should do for now. So now let's move on to the JavaScript. So essentially what we want to be able to do is to access this ID and set and give some kind of function. So let's say we have our class blue div here. I'm going to start the other way around just so you can see that we do it another way. So I'm going to put on mouse over, and then let's call the function. So let's call it background, let's call it background blue, and then with the empty brackets. So now in our JavaScript we need to create this function called backBlue, empty brackets, and then the curly braces we want to change the background of the whole thing. So for this we just do document. We don't need to do get element by ID because we're just changing the whole body. And then we go for style, and then background color equals, and then we're going to go for, let's go for a different type of blue. So let's go for HTML color picker. Just go into this one here. So we're going for a blue, so let's go for a nice blue, like this one. This looks nice. Let's go for an even lighter version. Let's go for this. And then semicolon at the end. So what we've done is we need to put function at the start as well to say that it's a function. So now we have our function defined. We've put function, the name of our function, and then what it should do. So it should change the body, and that's the style, the background color to this here. Remove that white space. And let's just make sure in the HTML we've got it right. So when we put the mouse over, it calls this function backBlue. Okay, fantastic. So there we go. When we put the mouse over, it turns blue. Now actually what might be quite nice is to also have something that when the mouse comes out, it goes back to it goes back to white. So I'm going to add that as well. So on mouse out, and I'm going to create a function just called clear. So in my JavaScript now, I'm going to create a function called clear. And for this, I'm literally just going to change the background color just back to white. So I think that'd be quite cool. There we go. So now that that's working, let's do the same thing for the red. So now let's add a mouse over event listener. Delete one of these. So let's add the event listener here, which is the same thing. So we want to have on mouse over. We want to change the background to red. So let's go into JavaScript now, and let's create this other function, which is back red. So we're saying we're creating a function, giving the function name, and then we're adding the curly braces to describe what we want to happen. And we just want the same thing. So document.body.style.background color equals, and then let's go for a color of red. So HTML color picker. Let's go for, yep, that one looks fine. So let's go for this one here, for example. Looks good. So now when we reset, go over the blue, turns blue, red, turns red. Blue, red, fantastic. So it doesn't look as styled as I've done this one here. So I just picked a few nicer colors, and it's slightly different. However, what we're focusing on here is the functionality. So if you can do this red to blue, then also you could spend more time making the text look better, making the colors a bit nicer, but I value your time, so I'll let you do that in your own time. Now that we've got the functionality down, I think we can stop here. So let's just go over what we've done. So essentially we've created two divs that have separate classes, and then we use the on mouse over event listener so that whenever the mouse goes over this div, we're calling a function. Okay, and this function, for example, here is back blue. So then in our JavaScript, we created our function back blue here. So function back blue. We were just using document.body. So we're saying in this page, change the body, change the style, the background color to this color. And then we just did the exact same thing, but we did it for this div here with a class red div, the event listener that called this function. So hopefully that makes sense. And you can do this in many different ways. You know, you could add 5 different divs around the page that changes the colors each time. And you can even start to make your own games out of this, which could be quite fun. So anyway, I'll leave you to play around with this yourself. And when you're feeling ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, we're now going to look at something that's fundamentally essential to coding. And that's when you're coding in any language. And those are variables. Variables, essentially, you can think of as data that you store. So for example, what I'm going to show you here is creating just a basic variable. I always prefer to show through doing rather than explaining, so we can really get stuck in. I'm going to create a variable. It's basically like a very small block of data that we're giving a name to, and we're storing some kind of information. That information might just be a number, or it might be a bit of text, or maybe a long list of objects, like a list of numbers or a list of different bits of text. It can be a range of things, and we'll go into that in a future lecture. But for now, we're going to look at something very basic. So just like when we create functions, which we've done before, we give it a function name, whatever we want, my function, or whatever we please. We can do that, right? So now we're going to create a variable. Now to do that, we have to give it a name. So we put in var to say it's a variable, and then we can give it whatever name we want. I'm just going to call it my variable. Okay, it can be whatever you want. I'm just going to call it that for now. Now I'm going to put equals. So this is the value that I want to store in my variable. I'm just going to put the number 20, for example. Okay, so we now have a variable. And maybe that doesn't seem very important right now, but as you'll see over the coming lectures, And throughout this module, and then when we get into using Python as well, you'll see just how essential it is. It's used absolutely everywhere. And this is actually, it can be used to show you some more functionality of when we're creating our own functions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function here. Let's go to function, my function, and then here's where things get interesting. Okay, I'm going to put in just some random name. So I'm going to put in a value. Okay. So the empty brackets are no longer empty. So I'll show you what's going on here. In my function now, let's say that we want to change the HTML. We want to change. Let's add a paragraph in here. Let's put in P. This is a para. So we want to change that. We want to change it to some kind of value. So what I'm going to do is, let's just change the ID of this as well. So ID equals para. That'll do. So then we want to do document dot get element by ID. And we'll call this para. And then let's change the inner HTML to whatever we like. We can say just working for now. So we can just see that it's working. So, and let's add here on mouse over, like one of the events we were just looking at before, and then we'll call this function, which is called my function, with the empty brackets for now. And let's remove that for now. We'll add that in a second. So now, when I go over, okay, that's working, fantastic. So what if we want to add, we don't know the exact text that we want to add straight away. Well then, what we can put in here, like I said, is a value. Then instead of putting actual text in here, we put a value here. Okay, now stay with me. It takes a few times in order to really understand what's going on here. But essentially I'm creating a function, and I'm saying in this function, a certain value needs to be put in. And this is where it's going to be used in the function. Now remember, it doesn't matter what I call this again. This could be called blah, blah, blah. It really doesn't matter. So all that matters is that this here in the brackets is used somewhere in the function. Otherwise it just wouldn't be used anywhere, and what's the point? So now we have this my variable though. So what we could do is using this my variable, we can put this in where we're calling the function. So my variable, and now you'll see this will actually change to what we put as my variable, which is 20. We could change that to 2000, and then that will work. Or we can even change it to some text. This is a variable coming into the web page. Ta-da! Fantastic. So we've gone over a few different concepts here, and I've tied them all together so that you have this complete view very early on, because I find when you're learning this stuff, it's so helpful to have a complete view and see how it's all working. However, one thing that we need to make sure of is that you're able to put the different pieces together. So let's go over things step by step. The first thing that we went over was creating variables. So if you pause the video now and just try to explain to yourself what a variable is. Essentially what a variable is you're storing a small amount of data, or well, a certain amount of data, let's say. So what you're doing here is you're saying, I want to store data. This is the name of the variable, so this is where you can find it. So for example, you can't, if I were to again put var my variable and I gave it a different value, this would actually override this one. So this would get deleted, and this would be the new value that appears. So you can't store two different bits of information in the same variable. I'd have to call this a different variable, so I could call it different var or something like that. The important things to keep in mind when you're naming your variables is you can't use numbers at the start. You should also very much avoid using any of these at the start, just focus on using letters for now. Of course you could do my underscore variable, things like that. That's entirely possible, but for now just focus on using letters because it keeps it much more simple at the start. So we learned how to create variables by saying var, then giving a name of whatever we want. Then this is the value that we're actually storing in as the variable. So we've stored some text here. We could store numbers. We can store a lot of different data types, which we'll go on to in the future. But once we've learned how we can store these variables, we've seen how we can actually start applying those. So we can start using them in functions. Now this is where before we had empty brackets in our functions. This is where we started to add it in. So for example, we could put x in here. And then here, we just have to make sure that we refer to it in our function. So we're saying there's going to be a value coming into our function, but we don't know what it is. So here's a placeholder. We're going to call it x for now. And when the function's actually used, we'll give you the value. And then within, we're saying, okay, we want to change the inner HTML here of paragraph, of the ID para, to this value. We don't know what it is, but when we call the function, we'll give you a value. So then here, when we're actually calling the function, we could have put anything in here. We could have put in the number 30, for example. And then as you see, it changes to 30. But what I wanted to show you is that the variables can now be put into the function. So we can change this to my variable. Fantastic. And then that's using my variable, which is 50 up here. So hopefully you're starting to understand how this works. So, I mean, one of the things I really believe with variables is that as we go through these lectures, you'll just come to see how they're being used so often. So don't worry too much about everything included in here right now. Just keep in your mind that var is how you basically state, I'm creating a variable, and then you give your variable a name and you give it a value. Then what we stepped up to, and you don't have to worry too much if you don't get this right now, because we will be going over it many, many times in the future. What we've done is in the empty brackets, we've said there's going to be a value provided for this function when it's called. And that data or that value should be used at some point, and it's being used here. And then when we're calling our variable, when we're calling our function, we're giving it a value here. In this instance, we're actually using a variable that's being stored thanks to our JavaScript. So what I recommend you do is have a go at creating a variable like this, and then if you're feeling up to it, try and do exactly what we've done here. Create a function and then use the value of your variable to call the function, and then have the function change to that. If you're not feeling up to that, then you could do something a bit more simple, and you could do something like this. Just alert, you might remember we used this before, alert x. So then this time what will happen is we'll just get an alert. So if that's a bit easier for you, go ahead and do something like that. But make sure you have a play with it. Even if it's confusing to you right now, just give it a go. See how far you can get. And I assure you in the coming lectures, it will all start to make a bit more sense. So have a play as always, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So we're now going to look at some of the different data types that we have in JavaScript. So these are the different types of data that we can store within our variables in our JavaScript. So let's just take a look at a couple of them now. So we have numbers to begin with. So we can go into even more detail, but for now, I'm just going to say that we have, whole numbers, for example, 4, 50, 100,000. We might call these integers. And then here you can use decimal points as well. And there are a number of different other types of numbers that we have in JavaScript. But for now, let's just stick to, you can have things, for example, like whole numbers, and ones that have decimal places and stuff like that. When I refer to strings, I mean text. So for example, hi there, I like strings. And these are usually contained within double quotation marks, but similarly, you can have them within singular ones as well. Those work fine either way, just as long as you're using one or the other. Now arrays is a really interesting one, and especially when we get into the data science machine learning stuff, we'll be using these a lot. And just a warning, although they're called arrays here, we call them something different in Python, but that's fine. Don't worry about that for now. They can be used interchangeably. So essentially what this stores is a list of things. So you can imagine, like, for example, you want to store all the things you want to go shopping for. You can store that in an array. You could also store an array of numbers, or you could even store an array of a mix of them. So you could have some strings and some numbers. You can basically, within an array, you can have any other object type in there. You could even have an array within an array. So for example, I could have something like this. Hi. Array in array. So this would be a completely valid type. We've got an array that's inside an array. Except we don't want to have this here. And they all need to be comma separated. So as you can see, there's a comma in between each of the strings. So that basically says, okay, we have one here, then the next one here. And what's useful in arrays is they're actually stored in order. So you could say, I want to access the third object that's in there, and you'd get that. So then we have booleans. So you don't have to remember these for now. It's not a big deal. I'll be talking about them in the future, but that's just basically true and false, which can be very useful as we go on. Finally, we have something called objects, which is basically where you have a key and a value. So here, for example, I'm using a person's name and then an age. So for example, if we had, like, I don't know, we had a database with 1,000 or 1,000,000 people, and we wanted to find one person's age, then we could just put in, what's Phil's age, and then it would return the age, the number here. So those are the main data types, and they can all be stored. So I've just got here some JavaScript, and as I said the last time, to create a variable we have to put var, and then let's create one of each of these. So first we're going to create a number. I'm just going to call this, just because I want to have a range of names, just to show you it can be anything. I'm just going to call it awesome num, and I'm going to put 50. Then I'm going to create a string called myString, just saying hi there. I'm going to create a second string, and you'll see why in a second. My second string equals how are you? And you'll notice I put a full stop and a space there, which might seem weird for now, but you'll see why in a second. I'm going to create an array. This is array equals, and then I use these square brackets to say that it's an array, so JavaScript knows what to expect. And then I'm just going to put in pineapple, then a comma to separate it to the next one, and then I'm going to put in a number, and then I'm going to put in another string, Ferrari. Okay, who knows what the purpose of that array is for. And then I mustn't forget to have a semicolon after each line for best practice. And then I'm going to have a boolean, my boolean, false. And then finally an object, var I like objects. So you'll notice in general, the way I like to create variables is to have a lowercase in the first word and then uppercase starting on all the other words. It's just a good way of having it in general. So then use the curly brackets to say that this is an object, and then you can put in your keys. So for example, I don't know, let's go for, let's just go for the same thing. Save time, instead of you guys waiting around for me to decide on something either interesting or witty, which could take forever. So we have to make sure that that's actually in the object, like so. Close it here. Okay, so now we have all of our variables. Of course, when I refresh this, nothing's going to happen, because why would it? So let's just have an alert here. So in do alert, I'm just going to put in alert. And then just to make sure it's working, before we start working with variables, let's just test that, make sure it's all good. I'm going to add in a button, just the bottom here. And then on click equals, and then what did I call that? Do alert. Okay. then with empty brackets for now. So refresh. Probably best that I add something into the button so it's not tiny, but it is working. So I'll just put click me. Okay, that looks a bit better now. Great. Okay, so now let's start putting in some variables. So we've defined all these variables up here, so now we can start entering them in. But because we want to change what's actually going to be going in there, but we don't know exactly what we want to go in there in the function. So we're going to just put in something called, let's put input var. I'm just going to call it that. You can call it anything you want, as long as you refer to it as the same within the function. So I'm basically saying when the function is called, I want you to use a value that's being put in when it's called, and I want you to do this with that value. I want you to alert. So now we have all these vars, all these variables stored. Let's start using some of them. So awesome num. Let's start with this one. So when we're calling the function, I'm going to put it right in here. So basically when I call the function, the awesome num is going to be put in here, and so it's going to be used in the alert. So what we should see is 50 should have popped up in our alert. So when I click here, excellent. Now let's go for my string. See if that works. Hi there, fantastic. Let's go for one more. Let's go for I like objects, just to show that this is working. Click at the bottom. I think that's simply because I need to change the uppercase, because when it's a boolean it needs to be lowercase, so that should work. Now it's not going to output actually what all of this, it's basically just going to output that's an object, and we'll be looking at that in a future lecture. But for now let's look at one more. Go for this as array. Then I refresh this. Fantastic, and it outputs everything in the array. So I just want to show you one more thing which is quite interesting, and that's how you can deal with strings and numbers. So we can do things like adding them together, but we can only add strings together and numbers together. I'll be showing you that in a lecture very, very soon. So have a go at this yourself. Basically try and create your own numbers, your own strings. If you're feeling brave, then go on to creating some arrays, booleans, and finally objects. The three main ones to keep in mind for now are the numbers, the strings, and the arrays. You can create them all the same way just by saying they're a variable, giving them a name. Then if it's a number, you just put in the number. If it's a string, you use quotation marks, singular or double, as long as you keep it the same throughout. And then if you want to create an array, you use the square brackets. So have a go at that yourself and try using the alert to make sure it's all working properly. Once you've done that, I'll see you in the next lecture. Now, before going any further, I just wanted to go over how we can handle errors with JavaScript. As we've been going over the last few tutorials, you may have come across a few errors along the way, things might not have been working, and you're unsure as to why. Well, this is where the developer console comes in really handy. So if your browser allows it, so if you have Chrome or Mozilla or something like that, you should be able to access it. So all you need to do is go for, if you're on PC, use Control-Shift-I. If you're on Mac, you can do Command-Option-I. Otherwise, you can just right-click and go to Inspect. So this is where we were looking at our HTML before, you might remember, and our CSS. We want to now look at the console. So as you can see, that's looking fine. If I click me, nothing appears because it's working fine. However, I'm going to, on purpose, I'm going to make an error. So we have a function called doAlert here. And in here, we're calling the function. And I'm actually going to misspell this, so that now we're not actually calling a proper function. So if I refresh this page now, I try and click it, you can see that an error has come up. And it tells you, it gives you an idea of what's going on here. It says uncaught reference error, and it says doAlert blah, 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 is not defined at HTML button element on click. So it's telling us that this function is not defined and at this HTML button element. So we can already see, okay, we have a problem here with do alert blah blah blah. So I can look at that and be like, check the function name here. Okay, yeah, it's called do alert. So we have a misspelling here. I'm just going to change it back to that. So also what we can do is click through here and it will show us exactly where in the HTML we're having the problem. So as you can see, it's saying it's on the button where we have on click, do alert, blah, 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 blah. So it just helps you to look into what's going wrong with your code, where it's all going wrong. So just to reiterate what I was saying, you want to go to your developer console on your browser. Having Google Chrome makes it very easy. So you go Control Shift I if you're on PC, or Command Alt I if you're on Mac. Or you can just right click and go to inspect, and you just make sure you go to console. And then this is going to be really helpful just in general whenever something's not happening that you want to. Check this out and see if there's an error that can give you a point in the right direction on what's going wrong. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of the developer console, and so from now on, whenever you're having problems with your code, you can take a look at what's going on using this. So just keep in mind to use this in future lectures, and I'll see you in the next one. So now that we've gone over the basic data types in JavaScript and how we can create our variables, I just wanted to dig a little bit deeper into how some of these interact with one another. So for example, how strings and numbers interact, and some important things to keep in mind. So one cool thing is that we can add numbers together. So we could do var num1 equals 9, and then var num2 equals 1900, for example. Let's just create a button really quickly so we can alert on it. So I'm just going to do button and then use an on click. On click equals, I don't know, we'll just call it alert this. And then click me. So I'm just creating a button here so that we can get an alert going, so I can illustrate what's going on. So I've created that, so I'm just going to create the function called alert this. So function as always, then alert this, empty brackets, or we could even just put in, let's leave it like that, and then alert, and then just working for now. Working. Okay, make sure this is working. Okay, fantastic. So what we can do here, instead of just putting working, we could do alert num1, for example. And we'll see that the number 1 appears here. So we've already gone over how we can do this, but now I want to show you that we can do something like this. We could actually alert a num1 plus num2. And as you see, it gives us the result of num1 plus num2, which is 1909. So that's awesome. We could also, instead, to make things even better, we could have a third variable called num3. We could do num3 equals num1 plus num2. And then all we have to do here in the alert is alert num3. So it's doing the same thing, but doing it a bit nicer in the code. So we're adding them together here. We could also do the same with strings. So if we change 9 to, I don't know, for example, 9, and this can be whatever we want is a number. We have whatever strings we like. We can actually add these together. And the fancy word for that is concatenate. So we're concatenating two strings. As you can see, there's no space between 9 and is. So I'm just going to put a space in here. And that should look a bit nicer now. There you go, 9 is a number. So we can add two strings together. Now what's really important is that we can add two numbers together, we can add two strings together, and although it's not advisable, we could also add a number to a string like this. JavaScript is really smart. So JavaScript actually realizes that we have a number and a string, and it just outputs the number and then the string. So in Python, for example, that wouldn't work, but JavaScript is quite smart like that. So this is just to show you and give you an introduction to how we can use things like pluses to either add together two numbers or concatenate two strings. Basically what concatenate means is just adding two strings together. So give that a try yourself. Try adding two numbers together and two strings together. Once you've done that, I'll see you in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we went over one of our first operators, and that was the plus sign or addition. So essentially what we looked at was doing something like, for example, 1 plus 1 equals 2. So I'm just going to show you a few of the other ones we can look at now, the different operators. And I've put together some interesting HTML and JavaScript to help illustrate the point. So I'm just going to just very quickly show you what I've done, just to help to talk through some of the JavaScript that we've already learned, mainly using functions. So what I've decided to do is put a button on the bottom that calls a function called calculate. And essentially what I've done is I've created a function called calculate here, which takes in 4 different parameters. So we can put in two numbers, which I'm calling x and y, and so I'm going to create a variable from both x and y to provide z, and then we're going to get an element by ID, and which ID it is actually fed into the function here. So for example, on the first one I'm using plus, and then what happens after that is we've given a 4th parameter here, and what we do is we add the message and z. So for example, I might put a message of 3, I'll use just letters to illustrate the point, plus 1 equals, so that's the message, and so then that will output that and z, well, hopefully. And I'm actually going to use single quotations because we're already using the double quotes here, so that would just confuse things a lot. So you want to use single quotations if it's within the double quotations already. So if I refresh this now, you will see what comes out nicely is that because I've put in 1 and 3, so those are the first two parameters, that's going to be fed in here as x and y. So we're going to get z equals 1 plus 3. And then we're going to get element by ID. And the third thing I'm putting in is plus. And that's the ID here for this paragraph. And then I'm putting in this message that's outputting message plus RZ, which is the product of our calculation. So it's just something fun I put together to help illustrate the point here. So you don't need to pay too much attention to it, just a bit of fun. So next we're going to go on to looking into minus. So let's illustrate the point by doing, let's have 50 and 10. Now we want to put the ID in of minus. And I won't bother putting in a message each time, just maybe calculation. And let's see what else we need to do. In our function, we'll change the plus to a minus. There we go, calculation 40. So the next one we're going to use is multiplying. So for multiplying, we use the asterisk, which on my keyboard, for example, and most people's keyboard, is going to be Shift 8. It might be different on yours, so be sure to check. But it's the little sort of star-looking sign that's a bit higher than the middle. So I just want to show you what that's like. So we could just do 50 times 100. Let's go for 50 times 5. And the idea is multiply. So that's 250, fantastic. The next thing is division. So let's do 50 divided by 5. Why not? I'm just going to use the ID divide. I'm going to change the operator from multiply to divide. And a divide here is a backslash. That's all we need to put. So we're going to do x divided by y, or how many times can y go into x? So here, how many times can 5 go into 50? So we're going to get 10 as the answer. Now what's interesting is if I were to put, for example, 6, obviously that's not going to be a clean whole number. So it gives us some decimal points, which is very helpful. Now increments is very interesting. So instead of it actually, and I can't really use this function here because we're only having one number really. So incrementing essentially is like adding 1 to something. So let's say, for example, we had, x, or let's just say number equals 50. If we were to then, what we'll do actually is I can alert instead of doing that. So I'll just change this. Okay, actually, let's just forget that. So essentially what we do when we use plus plus is that we add 1 to 50. So if we were to then go number plus plus, then number would then be equal to 51. Now plus equals is a very useful one. So what we could do, let's say we wanted to change var number and we wanted it to become 55, then we might do something like this: number equals number plus 5. And that would end up with number being 50, because we're saying number is now equal to number, which was 50. So number is equal to 50 plus 5. So number would be equal to 55. There's a shorthand in JavaScript which is very helpful, where you can just do plus equals 5. And that's basically a shorthand for saying add 5 to number. So number is now equal to itself plus 5. So those are some of the main operators. There are a few others, but I want to keep things simple and just using the ones that are immediately helpful. The other ones will come naturally along the way. So I also just wanted to show you a cool way that we can use functions and adding these different parameters to make things quite interesting. And what I thought was cool to show is that not only can we add in little things like numbers and stuff like that, but we can actually put in IDs themselves. So we can actually use functions and say which ID to change, as long as we just add that in as a parameter and put that in the get element by ID. But the main thing to take away is just that we have these different operators. We can add numbers together. We can also add strings together. So play around with these operators yourself. You don't have to do anything at all as fancy as what I've done here with the functions. You can literally just do something like alerting or something like that. So if you wanted to remove all this stuff, for example, we could literally just have something like alert. Let's have an x and y. Var x equals 5, var y equals 10, var z equals x plus y, alert z. I mean, you could do something just like that, and that would work just as fine. A much simpler way of just testing out how you can do adding, you can do multiplying, divisions, anything like that. Just make sure that you have a go at playing around with these different operators and you just get used to doing this. So have a go yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So now that we've looked at operators like plus, minus, multiply, divide, all those things, we're now going to look at comparisons, comparison operators. So when we were looking at the operators in the previous lecture, you can kind of see how that would be helpful immediately. Like, it's obvious that especially if you're going to be doing machine learning, you're going to need to know how to do things like adding, multiplying, and that kind of stuff using JavaScript or other languages. However, maybe looking at comparisons, you may think, oh, well, where's that going to be useful to? But actually, they're used all the time. They're very, very helpful. So we're just going to go through a few of them, and I'm going to give you an example just to start with. So let's say, for example, we have less than, and let's say we want to create a program where someone puts in their passport or their driver's license because they want to buy alcohol, and the program can immediately look at their date of birth and say, okay, this is their date of birth. If their age is less than 18 or 21 or whatever, refuse service. But they're used all the time, so it's very important that you get to know how to use comparison operators. Now, for now, the way we're going to be looking at this is using the data type which we went over earlier, which is called a Boolean. You might remember Boolean. The Boolean can either be true or false. So for example, what I'm saying here in this function is simply 1 is equal to 3. So this is the first comparison, equal to, and it's just 2 equal signs. And this should say false when I run it. So all I'm going to do is click this button. because that calls the function, and it says false. Fantastic. Because it's basically saying, I'm saying 1 is equal to 3, and that's obviously not true. So it's saying, no, that's not true. Whereas if I were to put 3 is equal to 3, of course that's true, because the number 3 is equal to number 3. And so it's saying true. And just to show you, just to make it even clearer, if I were to put, for example, 4 is more than 3, which we'll be going over in a second, more than, well, obviously that's true. But if I were to put 4 is less than 3, it's going to come back with false. So let's go through the examples one at a time. We could say 5 is equal to 1, and it's going to return false. What if we use strings instead? Hi. Hi. And then hello. So these strings are different from each other, so they're not equal to each other. So when we run this, it's false. However, if I change this to hi, and I run it again, it's going to be true, because they're the same thing. They're equal to each other. Now, the next comparison operator on the list is exclamation mark, then the equal sign, and that's saying not equal to. So what do you think is going to happen when we run this? We're asserting that hi is not equal to hi. Well, that's just not true, is it? So it's going to return false. There we go. Whereas if I put something like, I don't know, snake. Well, those two things aren't the same. So snake is not equal to hi, so this is going to return true. Now let's look at some of the others. Obviously, if we do more than or less than with strings, JavaScript is going to get very confused. However, if we move to less than and more than, so let's assert that 5 is less than, and we use this sign, less than 9, well that's true, isn't it? 5 is less than 9, so this is going to return true. Same thing for more than, except this is going to return false. And then finally we have less than or equal to. So basically, if 5 is less than or equal to 9, then this is going to return true, which it should. But if I were to put, for example, 50, well 50 isn't less than or equal to 9. So we're going to get false. Whereas if I put 9, 9 is less than or equal to 9, because it's equal to 9, so it works. True. So those are our comparison operators. What I suggest you do, as always, is just give it a try. Although you may not see completely how useful this is, once we get into a few more of the lectures, you'll see just how often comparison operators are going to be used, not just in JavaScript, in any coding languages. So it's a great idea at this point to get used to them and just feel comfortable with using these basic comparison operators. So have a go, and I'll see you in the next one. In this short lecture, we're just going to be going over logical operators. We've already looked at one, and that was the not operator, which was an exclamation mark. For example, 1, you could say is equal to 1, or you could say 1 is not equal to 2, or something like that. So we were looking at before is equal to, now we're looking at not equal to. And there are two others. We have and, which is 2 of the and signs, and then or, which is 2 of the pipe signs. They're horizontal lines, and you should be able to see that sign somewhere on your keyboard. So we're just going to look at how these can be used. I've just created an ID here in my H4 called output. I'm just going to be showing you through the use of booleans, which, as you may remember, are either true, come out as true, or false. So for example here, what I've done is created a variable called a, and I've just said 1 is equal to 1. And I've just made the background blue because I felt like it. Now, what I'm going to do is use document.getElementById and use the output, which is for H4, and then .innerHTML equals a. So what should appear here on the screen will just be true. Yep, fantastic. Okay, so now let's try using some of these logical operators. If, for example, I were to use 1 is equal to 1 and, let's say, 23 is equal to 57, what do you think the output's going to be? If someone were to say to you, this is a really good way of doing it, if someone were to say to you, 1 is equal to 1 and 23 is equal to 57, true or false, what would you say? Well, you'd say that's false, because you know that 1 is equal to 1, but 23 is not equal to 57. So this whole statement isn't true. So let's see. False. Fantastic. However, if I were to put, is equal to 4 is equal to 4, then of course both those statements are true, so we'll get a true. How about if we just undo that? So this, of course, is false. What if we change the and to an or, using those two horizontal characters called pipes? So this is going to probably go to, well, it's definitely going to go to true, because if you say out loud 1 is equal to 1 or 23 is equal to 57, it's basically saying one of these things is true. So in this case, 1 is equal to 1, so yeah, one of those statements is true. Fantastic. But if both of them were false, like 1 is equal to 9, then it's going to be false. Or let's say 1 is more than 9. Or 23, well, if we do this first, we'll still have the same result, because neither of them are true. But if I were to change this to is not equal to, so now I'm saying 1 is more than 9, or 23 is not equal to 57. Well, this is all going to turn out to be true. Why? Because one of the statements is true, and that's this one. 23 is not equal to 57. So if I refresh this, we'll get a true. So that's all there is to it. We have three different things to keep in mind. You can use and, or not. And there you have it. We've gone over and, or, and not. So what I recommend you do now is do the exact same thing. So create a variable that's going to be a Boolean, like either a true or false, and you'll see why this is going to be so useful in a few lectures' time when we start looking at if-else statements. But for now, create a variable that's going to be a Boolean, and just first of all try doing something simple like 1 is equal to 1, and then you get that to be outputted in the HTML or something like that. Then once you've done that, and you're confident with that, try adding some of these logical operators, and, or not equal to. So give those three a go, and then when you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. So well done for making it through the first part of the JavaScript module. It's great that you've been able to learn things about variables, functions, operators, comparison operators, and other things. What I want to make sure is that we don't get too bogged down with all the conceptual stuff, and I want to make sure every now and then we take a step back and look at how we can make this fun and interactive for users. So in this lecture, I basically just want to go over how we can now look at having variables and the operators we were using to have something where the user can actually make a change, and they can actually interact with the page and change one of our variables. So what I'm going to do here is basically just put in a paragraph and say, let's say something like, the value is currently, and then I'm going to have another paragraph here that's just going to be blank. And then I'm going to put a button underneath. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm doing in a second. Click 2 plus 1. So essentially what I want to do, actually I'm just going to put this at 0 to start with. That's better. So on this page we currently have a paragraph saying the value is currently, and then another paragraph saying 0. And then what I want to do is have it so that when the user clicks on this button, this number is going to go up each time I click it by plus 1. So how do you think that we could do this? So essentially what you might remember is in the previous lecture with operators, we could do something where we change a variable. What I think we should do to start off with is just create our variable. So I'm going to create a variable called value, var value. So make sure that we have it linked together. otherwise we are going nowhere fast. So src equals user interaction variables. Okay, cool. So I'm going to create a value, and this value is going to be set to 0 to begin with. So what I want to happen is that essentially every time a user clicks this button, I want this value to go up by 1. So how could we do that? Well, first of all, we want to make sure that we are having it so that when we click this button, it interacts with our JavaScript. So let's just start there. So essentially, we're going to go to the button and say on click. Sorry, no need for uppercase there. On click equals add 1. Okay. So now in here we need to create the function. So we're going to say function. So we're going to create a function called add1, empty brackets, and then in here we're then going to put in what we want to happen. And essentially what we want to do is two things. The first thing we want to do is make sure that this number 0 goes up by 1. So essentially we have a value 0 here, so why don't we just put in here value equals value plus 1. So we're essentially saying when this function is called, just add 1 to the value. And for brownie points, you may remember that there's a shorthand for this in JavaScript, which is just plus equals. So when I do value plus equals 1, I'm basically saying add 1 to the value. And for now, just to make sure it's working, I'm just going to say alert and then value, just so we can check that it's all working. So if I click here, what I'm hoping will happen is the pop-up appears saying the number 1. Fantastic. And then if I click again, 2, 3. Fantastic. So we've definitely got the starting of something good here. Now, the reason why I haven't added this into my function, can you think of why? Maybe pause the video here and have a think as to why I haven't included this in my function. So let's go over to this together and think about it together, because this is often a sticking point where students get confused as to why we're not including it in here. Well, if you think about what we'd be doing, the user would click and it'd call the function. The value would be set to 0. Then we would add 1. So, okay, let's see what happens. Fantastic, it goes to 1. What if we click it again though? It seems to stay at 1 each time. So basically, each time the function is being called, the value is being reset to 0. Whereas if we include it outside of the function, then it's just being set to 0 at the start of the browser loading, and then each time we're running the function, we're just adding 1. We're not resetting the value to 0. This just stays at the start, and it doesn't get reset every time the button is clicked and the function is called. So now that we have that working, now what should we do? Well, instead of having this alert, why don't we change this paragraph to whatever the value is? So in order to do that, what we need to do is the document.getID stuff. So I'm going to give the paragraph an ID of, let's say, number, I don't know. Okay. And then in here, we're going to, instead of using alert, we're going to do document.getElementById, and then I'm going to call this number. And then in order to change their HTML, we just use inner HTML. And then we change it to the value. So that now, when we refresh the page, so it's not working just yet. So what I suggest we do is we look at the developer console. So I'm going to do on PC, Control-Shift-I. And once that's loaded, here we are. Oh, I think I've loaded that in Atom rather than in the browser. There we go, that's better. So if I refresh and then I try and click it, let's see what the error says. Okay, so it's saying unquote type error. So this line is not a function. Aha, so I realize what I've done is this is thinking that I'm trying to call a function. So I've actually used the wrong syntax. So what I want to do is just put equals value instead of putting that in brackets. I believe. There we go. So let's have a go now, see what happens. Okay, fantastic. So that's just showing you how the developer's console can be very, very helpful to solve these situations. So when I click this now, it's just going to keep going up for as long as I like. So fantastic, that's working nicely. So just to summarize what we've done in this lecture, we've gone over how we can now have the user interact with our screen, with our HTML, and directly change variables in our JavaScript. The way that we've done that is that we initially set a variable that was in our JavaScript. And then we had a function. When it's called, it changes the value of this JavaScript. The way that we had it that the user can then interact is that when they click on this button, each time they call the function. And this function, each time it's clicked, will change the value by 1. It's adding 1 to its own value. We could obviously change that number. And then it just goes up to whatever we want. It's quite fun just messing around like this sometimes. There we go. And then finally, in order for that to feed back into our HTML, we gave our paragraph an ID, and then we used the document.getElementById, by ID, using that ID, .animate HTML, and then plugging in the new value in here. So hopefully that's been of help to you. So in the next practical, we're going to be using exactly what we've learned here. So if you're feeling confident, feel free to go ahead onto the next lecture where we'll be doing the practical. Otherwise, maybe have a go at this yourself, just using this basic button, interacting with the JavaScript. Go back over this lecture maybe, and then when you're feeling confident, I'll see you in the next lecture. In this practical and the next one coming up, we're going to be going over how to create a counter. So as you can see, all you need to do is create 2 buttons, one that you can click to increase the number and one that you can click to decrease the number. But now here's the interesting thing that we'll be going on to as well, is as we click to increase, we actually change the background color. Now obviously for this practical, all you need to focus on is the count, the number. I just wanted to get you excited that we can also use these buttons to start changing the style of the page as well. So for this practical, all you need to do is to create 2 buttons, one that increases the count and one that decreases the count. Don't worry about the background color for now, we'll be covering that in the next practical. For now, just focus on creating this counter. Have a go, and then we'll go over the solutions in the next lecture. Okay, hopefully you've had a go at solving this problem. Now let's go over the solution together. We want to get this page working like this page where we can add or minus numbers. So let's give it a go. So the first thing I want to do is just to create the HTML. Let's keep things quite simple for now. So there's a button to start with. We don't need to worry about the name of the button. And the text in here is click the 2 plus 1. And then we'll create a paragraph saying count 0. And then we're going to add another button. And this time we shall do the same text as this one, but just replace the plus with a minus. Okay, fantastic. Now let's get into creating the JavaScript. So the first thing we want to do, and I just want to make sure, okay, yep, I just want to make sure that the JavaScript is connected, because that's often something that I forget to do, and I spend a long time trying to work out where I've gone wrong. So src equals counter.js. Okay, fantastic. So first thing we want to do is to create the variable, and obviously we want the variable to begin at 0. So we'll just call this variable count. Let's call it user count equals 0. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is start to add in how the buttons can then change this variable. So let's give these both an ID. So this one is, let's call this plus button, and then we'll call this other one, we'll give it an ID of minus button. Okay, So now let's try and get one of these working. Let's create the function. So the function we're going to be calling, let's check, plus button. We don't need anything in the brackets. Curly braces, so inside here we put the instructions, and all we want to do is put user count. We could either do equals user count plus 1. So we're saying basically we want to add 1 to the user count. So this would be user count equals 0 plus 1. So user count would then be 1. The next time we run the function, it would be user count equals 1 plus 1, which is 2, and so on and so forth. So just to start with, let's just test this is working by using the alert. And we just alert user count. So let's just give this a try, see if it works. Obviously we need to put it in the button as well, on click. So we actually don't need to add the ID. What I meant was we need to add the on click, which is, let's see, plus button with empty brackets. So let's give it a go. Oops, wrong one. That would have been nice. There we go, 1. Try again, 2. Okay, fantastic. And let's change this as well. This shouldn't be ID, it's on click. And then the parentheses, or the brackets. You can call them brackets or parentheses. You'll hear me use both of those terms. Okay, so that's working so far. Now instead of having the alert, let's change the HTML. So for that, we need to give an ID to our paragraph. So ID equals, let's just do overall value, or something like that. Or let's put value paragraph. Makes it a bit easier to remember. Okay, so instead of now alerting, we want to get the ID and change the HTML. So what we do is as always, document dot get element by ID, and the name of the ID is value para, and then we want to change the inner HTML equal to, and then let's have it as count colon space and then plus the user count. So we're using our operator here, so we're basically going to be outputting this as a string and then whatever the user count is. So let's just see if that's working as we were hoping. So it's still alerting, which is strange. Let's try saving, refreshing. There we go, much better. And now it seems to be going up just fine. So now we want to do the exact same thing, but for the minus button, because at the moment that's not doing anything. Essentially this is going to be really easy. All we have to do, if you think about it, is just copy and paste that again, change this to minus, change this to minus, and hey ho, we have the next function. Make sure it's called the correct thing, yep, minus button. So it's still getting the user count, whatever the variable is. So we could do user count equals user count plus 1, that'll be 1, but then user count will be stored as 1. So then it would be user count equals 1 minus 1, so we'll go back to 0. Let's test this out. So I'm going to refresh, I'm going to add 1 here, and then click to minus 1, goes back to 0. Perfect. So we can go up and down. So hopefully you've been able to code along with me. Congratulations, we've just created our first counter. In the next practical that's coming up, we're going to be looking at how we can do something awesome, like have the color change in the background. So pay close attention to the next few lectures and start thinking about how I might have done this. So just to review what we've done in this practical. Essentially what we did is we created 2 different buttons, one to click to +1, one to click to -1, and we created a paragraph. With the JavaScript, the first thing we did was we created a variable and we set it to 0. And then we created a function where if the user that clicks this button, it calls the function. What does the function do? Well, it adds 1 to the variable and then it changes value para, which was our paragraph ID here. And then all we did was output the current value of the variable user count and with a bit of text, and we did the exact same thing for the minus button for this one here, on click equals, and then it calls the function minus button and it just subtracts 1 from the variable user count and outputs that in the same paragraph. So I hope you had fun doing this. I look forward to showing you the next few lectures so we can get on to improving this practical very soon. So I'll see you in the next lecture. I just want to do a quick recap on one data type, and that's arrays, because we're going to be going into that in our next practical. So best to pay attention to this. As always, I couldn't help but just use some of the previous stuff we've been using with changing the inner HTML and using a button to run a function. So I've just created this here. Basically, I've just created a button, and when it's clicked, it runs the function show, and that basically takes this variable, and with the ID show, which is in the paragraph here, I'm then changing the inner HTML to whatever this variable is. So it's nothing that flashy. I just want to create these things just to always give you a bit of revision on what we're doing. So here we have an array. Essentially, an array is a data type that can store lots of data within it, which is really helpful. And we can store loads of different data types. So we can store numbers. We can also store strings. We can store booleans, so true or false. We can even store more arrays. So these are just some of the things that we can store. So if I click show now, you see that it will happily output all of this stuff. So an array essentially keeps things in order as well. So this is the first element in, this is the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then this whole list is the seventh. This one would be the first within the seventh, if that makes any sense. But basically what I wanted to remind you of in this lecture is that an array is a very powerful data type. It can store a range of other data types within it, and it keeps things in a specific order. So that's all I really wanted to show you. What I suggest you do is just create a basic HTML and a JavaScript like I've done here, and just output a few arrays and just play around with what you can add into the arrays. You just have to use the square brackets. So if I just remove all this gobbledygook. So in our variable, we call our variable whatever we want, equals to, and then this square bracket. So the square bracket right now just means it's an empty array. However, we can start adding things to it. We just need to separate each object with a comma. And then click show, and everything looks good. So that's the basics of an array. So have a go at creating it for yourself. In the next lecture, we're just going to be going a bit more into detail into how we can access just one element or one object at a time from the array, and also a few built-in functions that JavaScript offer to make it easier for us to work with arrays. So like I say, have a go at creating a few arrays by yourself now, and then when you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to go into a little bit more detail into how we can use arrays. Specifically, we're going to be looking into how we can access singular elements or values that are within one of our arrays, and also how we can use some built-in methods that JavaScript provide, and also properties that we can look at of the array. So first of all, we're going to look at how we can access just one value from an array. As I said before in the previous lecture, within an array, which I've created a variable just here, within the array they are ordered. So you can say the string England here is the first value within our array. This is the second one, this is the third, and this is the fourth. Now what's cool is we can actually just get access just one of those by using the fact that this is the first one, second, third, fourth, using something that we call the index of an array. So I'm going to do, let's just go for array value. I'm going to make sure this is outputted in the HTML. Perfect. So I can access any one of these by using the index. Now, confusingly enough, the way you can access an array is like this. You say the name of the array, and then you use the square brackets, and you use the number. So you'd think that England would be number 1, Spain would be 2, France 3, Germany 4. Now what's really, really important to note here is that the index always starts at 0. So you could say that England is the 0th occurrence. Spain would have the index of 1, France the index of 2, and Germany the index of 3. So if you think of it like this, if England's the first one, you just minus 1. If Spain's the second one, you just minus 1. So England will be 0, Spain 1, etc., etc. So the first occurrence of a value in an array will start at the index 0. So if I just output this now, click show, England's going to appear. If I put in 3, that's actually going to be the 4th one that occurs in the array. So 1, 2, 3, 4, that's going to be Germany. So if I refresh now, you will see that Germany appears. Fantastic. So we can add on a few more values, let's say. Let's add in some numbers just to get nice and confusing. Let's say we want to output the number 4. Then we'll want to look at index number. Let's count together. So 0, England will be 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the number 4 will be index number 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should work. If I click show, let's try refreshing. There we go, that's more like it. So just keep in mind, and this will be very useful for the practical coming up, that to access just one value within your array, you can use the index. And the index starts at 0. So pause the video now and try to access number 56. So the last value in our array using the index. So pause the video now and give it a try. Or at least have a think about it. So now let's count together. So if England's going to be 0, then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's give that a try. Index 6. Refresh. Hopefully it'll be number 56. Fantastic. And then if you want to get a bit more complex about it, let's say that we want to add a list within a list. Let's just put it in here, for example. Sorry, an array within an array. And we'll just put in 1, 2, 3. Now, if you're still sort of trying to work out how to do the original array, then don't worry too much about what I'm doing here. This is for people who feel quite comfortable with the standard indexing of an array. So we're going to look at here. This is the 0 index, this is the 1, and then this whole thing is index 2. So let's just take a look at that. If I change that to index 2, refresh, then show, you can see that whole array has been selected. Now if I just wanted to get the first index from that array now, I just add another square bracket and add 0. So it's first of all it's looking for in the big array, it's looking for the index 2. So that's going to be 0, 1, 2. So we get that array. And then I'm saying take the first index, or the index 0, from that array. So we should end up with just 1 here now. Perfect. So that's indexing. Have a go at that by yourself. And now we're going to look quickly into how we can use some of JavaScript's built-in properties and methods to help us. So I'm just going to add this below now. Actually, I'll just delete this one. So the first thing that we can do is we can quite easily output the length of an array. So we have, how many values do we have in here? 1, 2, then 3 as the whole array, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 8. We want to output that, but now using one of JavaScript's inbuilt properties. So all we have to do is do my array, and then all we have to do is dot length. That's literally all we have to do. That's built into JavaScript, and you can use it for any array. So now when we refresh this, we get the number 8, because we're basically saying take the array we have and then use this built-in property, just put dot length. Next we have a couple of, well, there are quite a few different methods we can use. I'm just going to show you two of them, and these methods allow you to manipulate your arrays in some way. So the first one we're going to do is dot pop, and for this, now that they're methods, we have to, just like we're doing up here, what we do is we add these empty brackets. So what pop does is it basically just removes the last index in your array. So in this instance, it's going to remove 56. So if I refresh this, it's removed that. So if we now put in the original my array, you will see that 56 won't be in there because it's been removed. Fantastic. So the other one we're going to do is dot push. And this does the exact opposite. It adds something to the end of the array. So it's a method, so we have to have these parentheses or the brackets, and now we have to say what we want to add. So I'm just going to put in last item. So go refresh that. Now you can see that our array contains one more value called last item. So if you wanted to see what other methods are available, you can go to the W3 Schools website and go to array reference, and it will show you all the different things. So we've gone over dot length here, and then we have things like you can add together two arrays, and you'll see that we have pop in here and push that we used, but we also have a lot of other powerful things. For example, we have filter, so we can create a new array with every element that passes some kind of test. So for example, you want all the values in your array that are less than 5 or something like that. So just to review what we've gone over today. First of all, we went over indexes, which is basically a way that we can access a single value within our array. And the way that we do that, we put in the name of our array, with square brackets, we put in the number index. So 0 will be the first value within our array. We then looked into how we can use JavaScript's built-in properties and methods. For example, dot push. We also had dot length, and for that we didn't need to have the empty brackets. And then we had dot pop as well. So dot push added something to an array, dot pop removed the last value in an array. So that's it for this lecture. Now we're going to go into a practical where we can start to apply some more of our knowledge of arrays. Now that we've gone over arrays in a bit more detail, let's go back to our counter practical, and this time we're going to make it even cooler. So instead of it just when you press up, instead of it just changing the number here, I also want you to be able to change the color in the background. Now this may take a bit of thought because the answer may not come straight to you. So let's just go over some of the concepts that we went on in the arrays in more detail lecture previously. So we went over the fact that in arrays we can access different values within an array using an index. Now what we're doing here is we're changing a variable that will have a certain value. So if you think about it, we could use the variable that's being changed to access different values within an array. So have a think about that. How could that be used to then change the background color of the body? Have a go at it. Even if you don't get it right, that's not a big deal at all. What's important is that you really give yourself maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes to really have a good think about how you can use the indexing of arrays to change the background color on the screen as you click these buttons. So have a good long think, have a go at it, don't worry if you mess up, just give it your best shot, and then we'll go over the solutions together in the next lecture. Okay, I hope you've had a good go at this yourself. If you managed to get it working, congratulations, that's awesome. If not, I think the solution is either going to be frustratingly simple for you or just a great aha moment. That makes sense. So what I was hinting at before is that you can use the index of arrays here to somehow change the background color. Now, if you remember what we can do in order to change the background color, let's think about that first. So let's say when we click the plus button, we want to change the background color. Let's just try that by just changing it to a simple color, just when we click it, that's it. Not changing colors repeatedly as we click it. So it's always a good idea to start with as much of a basic attempt as possible to make sure that that's working. It helps get your confidence up, and it helps make you see that you're at least getting things right. So we actually don't use getElement by ID, we use document.body. You might remember that from one of the previous lectures when we were talking about how we can style elements using JavaScript. So we're doing document.body, then you might remember it's .style, then .background color. And then let's just change it to red. So when we click on this counter for the +1, this should turn red. Okay, so we're on the right lines here. But now what we want is that as we click this more, we want it to change color. And in my example, it changed like at a nice gradient. We don't need to worry too much about that. We can look into that, but let's just make it change into a wide variety of colors. Let's just keep it simple for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create an array up here called, I don't know, color array. And so I'm going to use the square brackets to create it. And then inside of this array, I am going to add a number of colors. Okay. Right. So that should do. Now what I'm going to do, instead of using just the word red here, I'm going to be using this user count as an index for this array. I'll show you what I mean. So you may remember, to get an index, I just put in the name of the array, and then I use a square bracket, and I could put 0, for example. If I do that, it's still going to turn red. If I change that to 1, or let's say I want to turn it to blue, then have a think about what number needs to go in here. So this is going to be 0 for red, 1, because this is the 0 index. Arrays always start at 0 index, and that's really important to remember. So 0, then 1, 2. So we want to put the number 2 in here. We refresh this. Fantastic, that's still working. Now, instead of using a solid number, let's use user count. Because this way, whenever the user clicks the button and runs this function, user count is going to change by +1. And we're going to change the background by the color array, so one of these, but the index is always going to increase by 1. So the first time we click it is going to be green, then blue, then green again. Let's change this to orange, then to orange. Now what we could do if we wanted the first click, well, let's do this first. So I click this, it's going to turn to green. Why green and not red? Because the first time that this is going to happen, the user count is already 1, and the index for red is 0. So what we could do is put -1 here. So the first click we do is then going to be 1 minus 1, which is 0, and red is the 0 index. So there we go. We start with red, then green, then blue, then orange. Fantastic. Now all I did to make it increase in gradients over a certain color is I just went to HTML color picker, or yep, and let's go for this one. Okay. You will see it's very simple what I did. I started with a very light color. Where's the value for this? Here we go. Oh, there we go. Nope. Okay, this isn't the best website. Let's just go for this one again. Let's go for something very light. I'll just copy it from here, I guess. And I'll put this in as the first value. And then I'm going to make it a little bit darker. Now, obviously, I won't do it too many times because you kind of get the idea quite quickly. I don't want to take up too much of your time. So let's just have it change 3 times. And then it can end in orange. Why not? So let's refresh this. Then when we increase, we need to add these in quotation marks. So okay. Add this in here. This one here. And one more. Okay, then we've got orange. Okay, fantastic. So now this should work. 2, 3, 4. Excellent. So every time we do that, it increases. Now what about when we go minus? Well, we just need to do something very similar. Let's add in all of this. We literally just have to paste, actually we need this line. Paste that in at the bottom. And then this should work just as well. So let's go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Perfect. So now we have a working counter that also changes the background color. Let's just review what we've gone over here. So we've applied what we know now about how to use arrays and indexes. So what we did is we said whenever the plus button is clicked, so let's go to the plus button first. So whenever this button is clicked, we call the method plus button. Then, so in plus button, the user count is increased by 1. And we're doing what we've always done by changing the text in the paragraph. What's important is that we've added a line here. We created an array that has a list of an array that has a number of different values, and they're all colors. They're all color values. So in here, now we're saying document.body.style.background color. That's basically saying in our web page, change the background color to, and then one of the values in our array. So we take the array, and then with the square brackets, we're saying use this index of the array. So starting at 0, because the first time this is clicked, user count is already going to be 1, so it's 1 minus 1. And then it just keeps increasing. And we did the same for going down. So what's really important here, whether you completely understand this or not, what's really important is you get 2 things. First of all, we can create arrays in our JavaScript. The second thing is that we can then access singular values in our arrays using the index. That's all you have to keep in mind. So have a go at this again if you're not completely sure about what's going on here. Or think of your own way that you could apply this JavaScript of creating an array and accessing just one index within the array. See if you can just come up with one example of how you can do that. Give it your best shot, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Objects are a very efficient and useful way of storing information. I'm going to begin by using a car as an example. So we could create an object that described the different properties of what the car was. And in doing so, we create something like this here, where essentially we have name value pairs, so that for any property we can access. So we want to know the color of the car, for example. The color would be red. Max speed, seats, wheels, anything like that. So I'm just going to jump in and show you an example. So essentially what objects can do is they can contain as much information as you like, and essentially you can have a name value pair so that you can access this information by putting in that you need to know the color, for example. So I'm going to change this to my car, because of course we could have lots of different car objects. So the way we can access a singular property from one of our objects here, for example my car, what we can do is we can just put, let's just put value for now as a variable. We just put my car object, then dot, and the property that we want to get. So we could, for example, just put this, and then this will output red. There we go. So we can change this. We could do max speed instead. There we go. Perfect. So essentially, these can be as long as you want. And when they're stored in data, they're not like arrays where they're stored by index, where they're stored by their names. So you can get the values by just putting in the names. There's another way that you can access a property, and that's by putting this in square brackets, but I don't want to confuse things, so we're just going to focus on having the object, then dot the name of the property that you want to access, or the value you want to access. So you don't just have to do this for cars, you could do that for people as well. You could put in traits like their name, their eye colors, their skills, whatever you like. But we don't even have to focus just on a singular object. We could have an object that contains all of the different populations of the countries in the world. Obviously these aren't correct, I'm just using it as an example. So just to show you how we create an object to do it together, I hope you're coding along too. You create a variable, and we can just call this test, for example, and then we use the curly brackets. So then we first create a name. So let's say, for example, we want to store let's say we're a zoo and we want to store the number of different animals we have. So we could put in monkeys. Let's say we have 4 monkeys. So we put in the name and then we put in a colon. After the colon comes the value. Then we separate that with a comma and we could add the next one. Lions, 10. Let's say flamingos, we have, so then we separate lions, we separate this with a comma, then we put in our next name, then a colon and a value. Let's say we have 106,000 flamingos, because we love our flamingos. So hopefully you're coding along with me, and you can have a go now. See if you can work out how to now access the number of flamingos we have. So the way we do it, if you've worked it out already, we put test.flamingos. And you'll see if I refresh this and run it, we now get the output of how many flamingos there are. So that's the basics of how you can create your own objects. They're incredibly useful, especially when you have a lot of information and you want to be able to get the information you need based on some kind of name. For example, let's say with the zoo, you want to just put in the animal name, or for example, with a specific car, you just want to get its color or something like that. So now let's look at how we can add new properties to, for example, the car. Let's say we want to also include, let's say, the engine size. So, but we're not going to actually add it here. What we're going to do is down here, we can actually put var, and then we put the name of the object, so my car object, then dot, and then let's call it engine size equals, I don't know, I'm not great with cars, so let's go for 2 liters. Okay, so now what this has done is it's taken the my car object, and because it doesn't have a name like this currently within the object, it's going to add it in, and it's going to add it in with the value of 2 liters. So now if we put the value in here as my car object dot engine size, it should output 2 liters. Oh, of course, I put var in here. We're not creating a new variable here. We're just adding to the existing object. So as you can see, that has now been accepted into my car object because we used it here. So what we've gone over in this lecture is essentially that we can create objects. Objects are really useful if we need to find information, find values from names that we have stored. For example, if we want to store information on one specific object, for example, a car or a person, we can also store more information, for example, the populations in different countries. Then, once we've created an object, we can add to that object by simply using the name of the object, then dot, then the name of the new name, and then you equals the property. The syntax for creating a new object is you do var object name, then equals curly brackets, then you use the name and then the value. And that's all there is to it. And as we go on, you'll see that objects can be very useful in storing and getting back lots of data very efficiently. So I recommend that you try and create at least 3 of your own objects and be creative with the information that you store in them. So for example, storing information on just one object, like a car or a building or a football player or something like that, and then try and expand it to something like populations in the different countries or something like that. So have a go at that, and I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to be going over the very powerful if-else statements, where essentially we use comparisons to then execute some kind of function. So as always, I like to explain with an example or with something practical. So I've put 2 examples here. The first one is, let's say for example, we want to see if someone's old enough to drive. And we can say if the person's age is more than 16, then they're allowed to drive. Else, they're not. So when we say else, we mean basically if not. So we can say if the age is more than 16, they're allowed to drive. If not, then they aren't allowed. So else is another way of saying if not, basically. So another example is if a password that's used isn't the same as the correct one, then we can allow access. If not, or else, don't allow access. So what I recommend you do is pause the video here and think of 2 similar examples that you can think of that would fit into this pattern. Okay, I hope that went well. Now I'm going to show you how you can actually apply this. And we're just going to use alert for now to try and get it to work. So as always, we can do this in a simpler way, but I always like to do it this way because it helps us to revise. We're going to create a button, and then we're going to use the onClick equals, and then a function. I'm going to call this function, let's see, if else, with the empty brackets, of course. And with the JavaScript, I'm going to create this function, if else. Okay, and we're just going to do alert just to make sure it's working. So let's give this a go. Click this tiny button. Let's just make sure. Also, we need to make sure that this is connected, which is not. src source equals, and then the name of our JavaScript file. If else.js. Okay. So that should be working now, and let's make the button actually have some text. Click. Okay, so I click this, it's working, fantastic. So now let's just have a go at using if else. So let's have a go at doing this first example. So if the age is more than 16. So let's first put in the person's age. So we'll create a variable called person age, and let's give them an age of 20 to begin with. Now, here comes the syntax. So we can say if, then in brackets, we just put the condition. So for the condition here, it is if the person's age, so person age, or variable, is more. So you might remember we used this before in the lecture for conditional operators. So this just means more than. So we're saying if the variable person age is more than the number 16, and then essentially what we do is we can, in some curly brackets, then put something to do. So we're going to move that and put that in here. So what we do is we put if, and then in brackets we put the condition required, and then afterwards within curly brackets we put what we want to happen, just like we do in a function. Okay, so if the person's age is over 16, we can alert you are allowed to drive. So let's run that. Okay, fantastic, because 20 is over 16. Now, if I put in a number less than 16, that condition is not going to be met and nothing is going to happen. So nothing's happening. So what we want to do now is add another part that basically says, well, if not, then what happens? So we want to give a condition and something to do if that doesn't work. So then outside of these curly brackets, we just put else, and then we put some new curly brackets to say what to do if not, basically. So we'll do another alert to say you are too young. And then we'll save that. So now it's going to say you are too young because the age is not more than 16. So basically we have a variable here 12, and we're saying if that variable is more than 16, then do this. Now because it's not more than 16, the JavaScript goes straight to the else. So if not, then what do? Okay, I alert you are too young. Let's change that back to 20 just to make sure it's working. Great, it says you are allowed to drive, and obviously we could put that as any number and it would still work as long as it's over 16. You are allowed to drive. Fantastic. So let's just revise what we've done here. So we've created an if-else statement. The important parts to remember here are that you put if to start with, and then in brackets you put the condition required. So the condition here is that we need the person's age to be over 16. If that's true, then we say what to do within these curly brackets here, and we just say alert. Then outside the curly brackets we put else, so that's if not. So basically if the person's age is not more than 16, then we do this in the other curly brackets, which is to alert saying you are too young. So what I highly recommend you do is pause the video here and try and replicate exactly what I've done here. Maybe change the variable name and the condition slightly, so maybe you have to be over 18 or something like that, and change what alerts. Whatever you like, just make sure that you're practicing how to use this correctly and how to write it out correctly, because it does take a few times. So once you've done that, let's have a go at the second example here. So we're going to start again from scratch. We've just got the function here. So inside this function, so we're going to have password. So I'm going to create a variable called var correct password equals, let's put in a really good password like my password 1234. No one's ever going to remember that one. No one's ever going to be able to hack us. Now let's put in var attempted password. Now obviously on a website this would be coming in from the HTML. When someone writes in, I'll just show you really quickly. For example, if we have an input text and then right here or something like this. So obviously in real life we would have it where someone puts in their password here, my password or whatever. We'll be getting on to how we can do that in the future, but for now, to keep things simple and to keep us focusing on the JavaScript at hand, we can just imagine that and we can just put in these variables for now. So I'm going to put my attempted password as password. So as you can see, the passwords are different. Now I'm going to create an if-else statement. So I want to say basically if the correct password, if the attempted password is the same as the correct password, then I want to have an alert saying access granted. If not, then I want to say access denied or something like that. So I'm going to start off by writing if, not in caps, if, and then in brackets the condition. So the condition, in order for this to have a positive response, we need to have the correct password to be equal to the attempted password. And if you remember from the previous lecture, to say equal to, we just use two equal signs. And then we put in attempted password. So if the correct password is equal to the attempted password, and then we're going to use some curly brackets to say what we want to happen in this situation. So we just want an alert to say password correct, access granted. Great. Now, if not, so let's just give this a try first, So refresh this page. So we'll click. Obviously nothing's going to happen here because the correct password is not the same as the attempted password. Just to show you that it's working correctly, let's make them so they are actually the same. So I refresh. There you go, password correct, access granted. Now let's go back to having them different, and we'll add an else. So if not, so we'll just write else, and then we just have to add some more curly brackets to say what to happen now. We just put alert, incorrect password, so now we'll see when we run this, because the correct password is not the same as the attempted password, this will not be true, so it will just skip straight towards the else, and it will alert incorrect password, access denied. So we'll click through here, incorrect password, access denied. And just to show you one more time, if these two are the same, then it should say password correct, access granted. Fantastic. So obviously what we're doing here is kind of a simulation, because we're not having an actual input for the correct password, and yeah, we're just alerting, we're not necessarily providing real access. But the concepts we're going over here are so very important. We're laying down the foundations here. You can think of it like that. We're getting the important conceptual stuff down, and then we can work on the practicalities in future lectures. But if you get down how to use if-else statements quite quickly, you can apply them in so many different ways. So just to go over what we've learned today, we've learned about if-else statements. So that's where we can provide some kind of condition. So for example, if this is equal to this, or this is less than this, or more than, or the same as this, these sort of things, which result in a true or false. So if this condition is true, then we have some kind of function happen here, and then we write else, and then we put in the next function. Now there is a bit of syntax to remember here. You have to put the if, and then you have to put the condition in brackets, and then you have to put what to do in some curly brackets, and then afterwards we have to have the else and then some curly brackets. And the best way to learn this is just by doing. So really, I think the best thing to do is, as soon as you finish this video, think of at least 2 or 3 examples of where you could see if-else statements being useful, and then try and make it work yourself. Don't worry if you're not getting the syntax right straight away. You can always just come back to this lecture and take a look at the syntax and give it another try. What's important is that you're giving it a go at least 2 times after this video. So once you've done that, I'll see you in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we went over the if-else statements. Now I'd like to go into if-else. Essentially, it's an addition for something you can use within if and else statement. So the one drawback of having if-else statements is that you can only have one condition, right? So for example, what we were looking at last time, if you're under the age of 18, then you're too young to drive. But what if you wanted to add another condition? For example, if you're under 18, you're too young to drive, and if you're over the age of 80, you're too old to drive. Something like that. How could you do that with just if and else? Well, the answer is that you can't, and you need to have something called else if. So if we were to use the example of the age thing, what you'd do is you'd say, I'll write it out so you can see the syntax, and we can go over that as well. Let's create a variable called age, and we'll set that to 12. It doesn't really matter. Basically, what we want to do is we want to say if, and then we put our condition in brackets. So if the age is less than 18, and then we put in curly brackets, I don't know, let's just say we have an ID, so we can say document dot get element by ID, and we'll just have this as, I don't know, age paragraph, then dot inner HTML, we can say too young. Okay, and then before, what we'd do at this point, we would just put an else here. But instead what we can do, well, let's put the else in. No, so the thing we can do after this is else if. So we're going to say if the age is less than 18, and now we want to say or if the age is over 80. And so if you think of it like that, so if you say it out loud, you say if the age is under 18, do this, else if this happens, and then we can use the else at the end. So we use else if, it writes it out for us very nicely. And then in this we want the other condition, which is age is over 80. And then we just literally do another line saying something like this. we can say too old. Too old. And then at the end of that, we can put in our else, then brackets. We can say, because the only other possibility, if they're not under 18 or they're not over 80, is that they're in between that age. So that's fine. Perfect. So that's one thing we could do. Now, what I was doing here, the reason why this is a background of green here, is I was just playing around with how we can use if, else, and else if to change the background of the screen. So what I recommend you do is pause the video here and have a think about any potential way that you could make it so that you have 3 different possibilities where under a certain circumstance the background is red, under a certain circumstance the background is blue, and then one in green. So those 3 colors. So pause the video now and have a think. I'm going to do pretty much the most basic way of doing it, where I don't even have to create a variable. So this is good. This is a good way, for example, if you want to test, if you want to create a load of code and add in some statements, but you want to make sure it's working first, you can add in something really basic like this. If 1 is equal to 3, which of course isn't true. So this is not going to be true. But I'm going to be document dot get which go to document.body dot style dot background color. So this is a bit of revision here for you from the CSS. Equals, and then we're going to do, let's say, yellow, no red. Okay. And then we want to do another possibility. So we have to have 3 possibilities. So we can't just do if else. So we're going to use else if. Else if 1 is equal to 1. So I'm going to have this one as the correct one. And I'll just copy and paste this. And this time I'll put this as yellow. And at the end here, all I'll do is put an else. So if 1 is not equal to 3 and 1 is not equal to 1, then it will go to the else statement. Obviously here it will just stop at the 1 equals to 1 because that's true. So now if I refresh this, it should turn yellow. Fantastic. If I turn this to 4 or something, so now it's going to say, okay, if 1 is equal to 3, that's not true, so we'll ignore that. Else, if 1 is equal to 4, well that's not true, we'll ignore that. So we'll just go straight to the else, which is green. So when I refresh this, it will turn green. Fantastic. So the thing to really keep in mind is to revise the syntax we went over last time. So how you write out these statements. First of all, you put the if, and then the condition goes in brackets, and then that what's actually supposed to happen, the actions to take, goes within the curly brackets. And then you just add one after the other. So if and else. Now, also in this lecture, we've been going over else if, which is basically saying, if this condition doesn't work, then check out this condition. And you could add as many as you wanted as well. It's not just a few. So we could add another else if just here by copy and pasting, probably be easier. So we could add loads in, literally as many as you want. You could add lots of different conditions. So for example, one thing you could have is if your website has a password where, for example, when the user creates an account, they have to give a password, and you want to make sure that not only is their password over 6 characters long, but also it contains numbers and let's see, I don't know if they're changing their password, it's not the same as the other one. All those kind of things you could put in an if else if an else statement where you could say, if the number of characters is too short, then you could return, sort of change the inner HTML somewhere and say your password is too short. Else, if the password doesn't contain any numbers, then change the inner HTML to say you need to have numbers in your password. Else, if this new password is equal to the old password, then change the inner HTML to say you can't use your old password. So that's and that's how it's used literally when people are coding their websites, their apps, anything where someone has to create a password. They're all using if, else if, and else statements, like the industry standard. So even the best coders will be using these sorts of things. So they're really, really useful. if, else if, and else. And right now, the biggest challenge is for you is to, first of all, get your head around how else if works. So basically you're able to add on more conditions, but also just remembering the syntax. Once you get used to it, it's completely easy, but you really want to get used to writing this out. Because before you do that and you don't feel comfortable with it, you're less likely to just do this all the time. So what I recommend you do at the end of this lecture is have a go at just writing out a few of these yourself, and think of a few applications. Like, for example, try the password thing. That could be fun. And think about how you could have some applications that would use if and else statements. So you can kind of get a feel now that we're getting into these sort of if-else statements, and we'll be going through some things in lectures to come. We're starting to realize, oh, this is actually how real coders, real programmers, what they do on a day-to-day basis. They actually use this stuff. So you're really getting close to industry standard sort of the coding. So congratulations on making it to this point, and I'll see you in the next lecture. In this practical, you'll be applying what you've learned in recent lectures, so keep in mind those concepts we've gone over recently. This is going to be quite a cool and unique practical, wherein I'd like you to create a welcome page. Now this isn't just going to be any normal static web page. No, I want you to create something where not only does it have a welcome at the top for everyone who comes in, but based on the time of day, I want you to have a greeting here that fits accordingly. So for example, if it's morning, I want it to say good morning. If it's daytime, I want it to be, so for example, like around 12 o'clock, I want it to say good day. If it's the evening, good evening, and if it's night, then good night. Now, you may not remember how to create your date. We used this function very early on in JavaScript, but there's also a few other things to keep in mind here, and I thought it would be a bit simpler for me to just tell you how you can get the time, and then you can apply the rest. So this is basically what you want to do in order to get the hour of the current time. So not only do you want to create a new date like this, but then you want to use a method within that called .getHours with a capital H. So create yourself a variable, name that variable whatever you like, and then you put in equals new, and then date with empty brackets, .getHours, capital H, empty brackets. So this will give you a number. So for example, if the time is 11 AM, it's going to be 11. If it's 3 PM, it's going to be 15, etc. So that's the way in which you'll be able to get the hour number. So I want this text to appear here based on what the time is, and this is for a bonus. Try and find a way to work out how you can get a different image. So you download a few images, maybe from a search engine, download a picture for morning, one for daytime, one for evening, one for night, and see if you yourself can work out how to change the image based on the time of day. Now, like I said near the start of this course, I'm going to avoid telling you what concepts to use. I'm just pretending to be a customer almost, apart from obviously telling you this line of code. But apart from that, I'm trying to act like a customer, where I'm just saying, when it's morning, make it good morning. I want the picture to be different. What I recommend you do for changing the image is to go online. So do a bit of searching yourself, because what you'll find is that if you are ever with a customer, or they've set you some requirements and asked you to go away and make it happen, almost always there's going to be something you're not sure of how to do. So it's really important to gain that skill of thinking, okay, I'm not sure how to do this yet, but I'm going to find out how to. And that's a really, really important skill that people very much overlook when they're looking to learn how to code. So give it a try yourself. The most important thing here is that you're able to have this appear as good morning or whatever based on the time of day. Bonus points for changing the background color and changing the image. So best of luck, give it a try, even if you're not feeling confident. If you can just do the bare basics for this, or even just attempt to, that's much better than not giving it a try at all. So really do have a go at this yourself, and then I'll go over it with you in the next lecture. Hopefully you've had a good go at this practical yourself. Now let's go over one of the possible ways of solving this together. So as you can see with my HTML, it's all pretty much just hard-coded in at the moment. So for example, if I was creating a prototype, this would be a good way to do it. So essentially what I've got is just a header, a h3 with an ID saying welcome message, and then an image with a source hard-coded in. I've done a bit of CSS just to make things look kind of nice. I've centered the h1 and the h3. With the image that comes up, I've given it a border that's white and just kind of made sure it's kind of central, just to make it look a bit nicer. So now let's get into actually how we do this with the JavaScript and how we can actually get started with making it an actual responsive website that does what it says. Let's start by creating our variable to get the hour number. So here's the line in case you forgot. So I'm creating a variable called hour_num. I can call that whatever I please. I'll just call it hour to make it easier. Then I'm creating a new date. And so this is something we used right near the start of JavaScript in the module. And then we used a method within that called .getHours. And this returns just a number between 1 and 24 because it's a 24-hour clock. So if it's 1 o'clock, it's 1 in the morning. If it's 15, then it means it's 3 p.m. So if we look back at what we're actually trying to do here, the first thing we're trying to do is to have this appear as good morning, good day, good evening, or good night based on what time it is. So I think what we need to think about here is that there are 4 different possibilities. We've got a time between, and I'm just going to come up with this off the top of my head. I'm just going to write this out actually. So let's just say, for example, we want morning to be between, I don't know, 4 a.m. and 11 a.m. And let's say we want day to be 12 p.m. until, let's go to 6 p.m. And then evening we'll have as 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. Then night, let's have going from 11. That used to be 7. Because the reason why I changed that from 6 to 7 is you can't have, if we said evening was 6 and day was 6, then it'd be kind of confusing because then it's both day and evening. So we can't have that. So we'll have 7, and then let's have night as 11 p.m. until 3 a.m. Okay, perfect. So that's how we're going to do it. Now, what might have popped to mind is that we have a number of conditions here. So we're basically saying if the time is between 4 and 11, then it's morning. Else if it's between 12 and 6, it's day. Else if it's between 7 and 10, it's evening. Else the rest of the time it's going to be night, right? So what do you think? Let's go for using an if-else statement. So I'm going to start with if. I'll put in brackets the condition, which is going to be that the hour is between 4 and 11 a.m. So what I do here is I say if the hour is more than or equal to 4. Now we also want to add another condition. We want to say if the hour is more than or equal to 4 and it's less than or equal to 11, then blah 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 blah, right? So we want to use the operators, the logical operators we were looking at before. So we want to say, I'm just going to put in the word for now, just to simplify things. This isn't actually how I'd do it. If the hour is more than or equal to 4, and the hour is less than or equal to 11. Now you might remember that what we put in here for the and is 2 of the and signs. So now that we have that, let's put in what we want to happen. Well, what we want to do is we want to change this header here with the ID welcome message. So I'm going to do document.getElementById and put in the welcome message here. Then change the inner HTML. This is all very good revision for you. And then we'll put in good morning. Right, so my time on my computer right now is 11:42 a.m. So it's not actually going to fit into that. So let's just put that as 12 for now, just so that we can see it working. Okay, so let's take a look at why this might not be working. Oh, of course, we still have this. So just to make sure you understand what's happening here, the JavaScript is trying to read what the code is saying here. And this isn't code. It's absolute gobbledygook because it's not JavaScript code. So if we want to include this text in there, just like we had for HTML, we need to include it as a comment. Now the way that we do that with JavaScript, for some reason that didn't work. We have a forward slash, and this is a multi-line comment. If we wanted it to be one line, we can just do 2 forward slashes, and that makes this one liner comment. If we want it to be all of these lines, we can do backslash, and then the asterisk, which is the little star, and then at the end here we do asterisk backslash. And that turns everything in between there into a comment. So now, this won't be picked up, it will be ignored, and so it won't cause a problem. Fantastic. So as you can see, this is now saying good morning. Now, let's change that to 11 like we wanted it. And you're going to see that there's a problem here. It's still just about 11 on my clock. So I'm just going to change this down to 10. And I was just doing some debugging, so let's remove that. So there we go. So now that it's not 11 o'clock, now that it's less than or equal to 10, it's not working correctly. Because it's 11 o'clock. So this is basically looking for anything that's between 4 and 10. So if we change it back to 11 now, you'll see it's now working. Okay, fantastic. So the next thing we want to look at is we want to look at if the time is between 12 and 6 p.m. So we're going to use an else if here because we have a number of different conditions we want to include in here. So we can do else if, then in brackets we put our condition, which is hour is more than or equal to 12, and the hour is also less than or equal to 6 p.m, which is going to be 18. Then let's have this say good day. Now in order to test this, it's going to be kind of difficult, right? Because we have this var hour is equal to new date. So it's only ever going to return us 11, and then in the next 12 minutes it's actually going to return 12. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this now in a comment. And we're just going to use a placeholder variable just while we're testing. So I'm going to do var hour, I'm going to put that as 13. So I'm going to be using this in production now, but until then, while we're testing, we're just going to use just a hard-coded number. So let's have a look at if this works now. So var hour, let's pretend it's 1 o'clock. So if someone were to open this and the hour was at 1 o'clock, which is, it's more than or equal to 12, and it's also less than or equal to 18, then we should have good day. Fantastic. And now all we really need to do for the next one anyway, is we can just copy and paste that. So we can do less than 7 p.m. So that's going to be 19. Sorry, more than 19. And less than 10 p.m, which is going to be 22. We can have good evening. Let's just test that. Let's say it is 8 o'clock. So that would be 20. We have good evening. Okay, fantastic. And finally, any other time that hasn't been covered, because the time is going to be between 0 and 24, we have all the times covered except for between 0 and 3 and then 22 and 24. And all those times that we haven't included here are going to be night. So we can just include that as an else at the end, because we're saying if it's any other time, it's going to be night. So, oops, let's just copy this one. We can have that as good night. So let's test this finally with, let's say it's 11 o'clock at night. Fantastic. So it looks like it's all working now. Fantastic. So that's the first thing that we wanted to do. The next thing we could look at is, let's look at changing the background color, because that's also kind of within what we already know. So with that, all we need to do is add another line to each of these if statements now. So we can also do document dot body dot background color is equal to, so for the morning we already have a nice color here, which I've got in the, down at the bottom here. So let's use that one. And then we can use this line here for the day, for the evening, oops, and for the night. Now I'm just very quickly going to choose some colors for that. So for the daytime, let's make it a bit more orangey, let's say. Let's go for something like this. Looking good. And then for the evening, let's go for something a bit grayer, a bit bluer maybe. Maybe something like, that looks good. And then for night, let's just go for like a very dark yellow, just to make things interesting. Okay, fantastic. So if I refresh the page now, let's change this to, okay, so for some reason it's not working, so let's see why. Document.body.style, we need to add .style in there. There we go, that's better. And all the others have style, yes, okay. So this should work now. Okay, let's try it for, I don't know, 19. Yep, seems to be changing nicely. Let's finally go for a nighttime one. So let's go for midnight. And it's back. Okay, great. Final thing to look at now is how can we change the image? So what I think we should do, and I've done this before, is let's look at how we can change this. So let's go for JavaScript, change src. So let's have a look. Programmatically change the src of an image tag, that looks good. Yep, so this pretty much looks perfect for us. So it's basically saying that you just need to use an ID and then use .src. So let's give that a try and see if that's what we need here. So first of all, let's take a look at our image. Okay, so let's give it an ID of, let's just call it welcome image. And then in here, let's give it a try. So we've already got the morning one kind of set as the standard one. So as the morning.jpg. So let's miss that one out and let's go straight for the daytime one. So obviously what you want to do yourself is download a few images. I've already done that. So I'm just going to do document.getElementById. And that's welcome image. And then I think, yep, just .src equals, and then I think I've just called it day.jpg. So, so we need to change the time obviously to test this. So this needs to be, let's go for 13, let's go for 1 PM. Yay, so the image has now changed as well. Perfect, so this is all looking good now. Let's just update these ones too. So this one should be evening, and this one should be night. So obviously we need to change the hard-coded time. Let's go for evening, okay, and then night. Fantastic. And obviously what we could do at night as well, if we really wanted to, we could change the color of the text as well so it stands out a bit more. But essentially we've covered all the major areas here, and hopefully you have a better understanding of how we've used if, else, if and else to make this happen. So just to quickly recap what we've done, and also I will remove, I'll keep this comment in here because if someone else were programming it, they'd want to see how we've decided to make the timings. But I will go back to having this as our number. Okay, fantastic. So what we've done is we generated the hour, the actual hour, the time, and then we used if-else statements. And so we basically want to say if the hour is in the morning, then we want to change the message and the background color, and the image for a lot of them. Else if it's around daytime, then we have all this stuff. Else if it's evening time, and then finally else for the rest of the times. So we also use the logical operators here. So we're saying if the hour is more than or equal to 4 and the hour is less than or equal to 11. So we were able to start using those as well. And we also came across how we can change the image actually by doing getElementID by ID .src, and then you just give the name of the file to use. So hopefully that makes sense to you. If not, maybe go over this lecture again, give it a try yourself. It's always important to try this stuff yourself. And then when you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. So now that we've gone over using if, else, and else if statements, I'm now going to show you something relatively easy to do now that you understand how to create forms and how to do all this stuff. Now I'm going to show you how you can get values from HTML forms that you can then use your JavaScript to play around with. And it's really going to open up a whole new world of problem solving. So I hope you're excited to get on with this. So to begin with, I'm just going to create a form. So as you might remember from HTML, I used the form tag. So we don't really need to worry about any of this for now. So basically I can just remove all of that to make sure that it's not being complicated or anything like that. So the next thing I want to do is use the input tag. You might remember we use this for creating just standard input. So if I refresh this, you just get a box like this. Fantastic. So I'm just going to, I'm not going to make it fancy or anything. I'm just going to keep it really bare bones. I'm going to put above it, let's just say a paragraph, just to say, let's say, instruct you to put your name in there or something like that, right? Then I'm going to put in another one, and let's for this one put in your email address, and then we're going to add in another input. Type equals text, it's important. So then after our form, before we've used another input, you might remember from HTML. If you don't, then just ignore what I'm saying now. But what we were using before for buttons was we'd use the type submit. Sorry, one second, we do want to include the value. So we'd have submit. We would have, here we go, we have submit and then value equals, I don't know, click or something like that. So we'd have a nice button like this. Now, when we're playing around with JavaScript and stuff, we can just completely ignore that and we can stick with the buttons that we were doing before. So we've been using the button tag quite a lot, haven't we, for like, using onClick to call the functions and stuff like that. So for our forms, for now, all we need to use are these tags, the input ones. Make sure they're type text, and that's all good. So what we have so far is a very basic form. We have one that has name, one that has email. Now, what you guys, I'm sure, are dying to find out is how can we get those values that people put in and actually get them into our JavaScript and put them into variables or something like that. I'm just going to change that to click me. Okay, so first thing we need to do is create IDs for these guys. So then in our JavaScript, we have some way of accessing the different input types. So this first one I'm going to put just as ID equals name. I'm going to put name form, just so it's very discernible for you guys. And then I'm going to create another ID here. And for this one, I'm going to put it as email form. Fantastic. So now, just to test this out, what we can do is we can say, well, let's create this in a function so that we have to click that button. So let's call the function, and we'll put it here first, on click equals, and let's call the function something like return info. Then the empty brackets, of course. Okay, so we want to call our function return info. And it's been a few lectures since we've actually been creating functions, so let's revise this. First of all, we have to say that we're creating a function. So we just write the word function, and then we give the name of the function, which was return info, with empty brackets because we're not actually putting anything in there. Although actually we could put the ID name in there, but let's just leave it empty. Let's keep it very simple. So the first thing we can do is we can actually start getting the variable values. So we just create our variable. Let's call it name var is equal to, and this is where the fun stuff comes in. This is how we actually get it. So we do the standard thing of document dot get element by ID. It's very simple. So we want to get the ID. Let's go for name form. And then all we have to do is put dot value. Oops, outside those parentheses, dot value. And then let's just like alert that. So now, if we put something in here, it comes up here. Fantastic. So this may not look like much, but it's a super important thing. So we're now able to get what our users enter in, information, whatever it might be, and we're able to take that into our JavaScript, and now we're going to be able to do lots of fun stuff with it. So for example, let's change that from email to password. Let's change this ID to password. Let's call it pass form. So now what's really interesting is that we could like say that we, outside of this function, we can create var correct name is equal to, I don't know, let's just call it John user, and then var correct password is equal to John123, which, by the way, isn't my password, so just so you know. So now what we can do is if we create another variable where so basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make it so that whatever the user types in here, it has to be, and the password, it has to be the same as this, otherwise I'll give them a message saying access denied or something like that. So I'm going to create another variable called name pass. So this will collect whatever the user has put into this password field. So in order to do that, we do what we did before using this dot value, which we've just learned how to do. So instead of name form, I think it's pass form, dot value. Okay, so just to make sure this is all working, let's alert on both of these. Name var plus name pass, just to make sure it's all working correctly. My name is a password. Okay, interesting. So for some reason it's not returning the pass form. Let's make sure that's correct. Pass form. Okay, so now let's look at the console. So I'm doing Control-Shift-I to get up the developer's console. So let's add in the name here, then password here. Okay, so for some reason it's working now. Maybe I didn't refresh the page, but no need to use the developer's console. So now that we know that this is working, let's just make sure I'm putting name in here, pass in here, name pass, fantastic. So now what we can do is we can now say if that's not the same as this, then we're going to say access denied. So we're going to use an if-else statement. So we can say if correct name is equal to, I like to write it out so it makes sense if you were to speak it out loud. So if the name they put in is equal to the correct name, and because we have to have the password the same as well, the name pass is equal to the correct pass. So if this happens, then let's say alert access granted, welcome. And then when they close that, actually no, before that alert appears, let's do something fun. Let's do document.body.style.background color is equal to, let's go for yellow, because that's a nice welcoming bright color. So that's what happens if they got the name and password correct. If they haven't got it correct, then let's do the same thing. This time, let's have it as the grey. Grey would be good. And then access denied. Okay, so basically what I've put here is I've created, first of all, created two variables, one saying the correct name and the correct password, and then I've managed to get the attempts of the user, so whatever they've entered into here. The way that I've been able to do that is because I gave each of those inputs an ID for both of the inputs here. So because they have an ID, I can use document.getElementById, then the name of that ID, and then .value. And so that gets whatever it is, whether it's a number or a string. And then I can say here, using that, I can start to play around with it with my JavaScript. And I can say, you know, if this is the correct, basically, then give them access, otherwise don't. So let's give it a try. Let's first of all put in the right thing. So John user, then John 1234. No, 123. Access granted. Welcome. Fantastic. Access has been granted. I'm very happy about that. Now let's try again. This time let's put in the wrong name. John attempt 1, because I'm some kind of hacker. And I can say John 0000. Access denied. Oh dear. Now I can't get in. Okay, fantastic. So this is just one thing you can do. I want to show you just one more thing that we could do that might be fun, and that's to create a calculator. And I'll do that in the next lecture. So I'll see you there. So following on from the previous lecture, where we were finding how we could get values for our JavaScript from the HTML forms themselves using .value. So just to revise very quickly, what we were doing is in our inputs, our text inputs, we created an ID. With that ID, in our JavaScript, we could then say document.getElementById, and then just at the end we put .value, and that gets whatever the user has currently put into that text box. So just below we're going to create a very basic calculator where the user can put in two numbers, and essentially our script will multiply them together. So I'm just going to put in a break down here, and then H2 saying enter, let's do multiplying calculator. Then a paragraph saying enter two numbers, and we will return the value. Okay, don't exclamation mark. So now let's create a form. So that's the first thing we want to do, right? We don't need to worry about any of this stuff for now, because we basically want to get just two inputs in which the user can put in their numbers. So type equals text. Let's put a little paragraph saying number 1. Then I can just copy and paste that. Maybe a bit nicer than that though. Fantastic. This can be number 2. Now let's not forget, the important thing is we need to create IDs for both of these. So I'm going to put ID equals num1. Then here I'm going to put a second ID called num2. Okay, so now that we have the IDs, we've created a form with two inputs, and we've given each of those inputs an ID. Okay, so now what we want to do is get that information. So what I'm going to do down here is I'm just going to create another function. While I'm at it, actually, I'm going to create a button. I'm just going to call that calculate. So obviously I need to give this a function to call, so I'm just going to say on click. So this is when the user clicks it. Let's go for something called calculate. That'll be the name of the function. So now we just create this function here. So function calculate. Then within that we just need to get the values basically. So we just want to get two variables. But let's just go for, call them 1 and 2. So our first variable is going to be, we just have to document. As always, we want to get the element by the ID. We'll get the first one, which is num1. Then all we have to do afterwards is just put dot value. That's all we have to do. Perfect. And then we can get the second one as well, just by creating another variable called 2, and we just have to change this to num2, which is the ID of the second text input. Then simply we just do var3 is equal to 1 times 2. So we're just multiplying those two variables together now, and then let's alert saying your result is, then outside that we add in 3. Okay, so let's give it a try, see if it's working, and then we'll go over it once together. So 6 and 90. Your result is 540. Let's do one a bit more simple. Let's do 6 times 2, which should be 12. Okay, fantastic. So that seems to be working. Let's just go over how we've managed to make that work. Essentially what we've done is we've created a form, and we've had 2 text inputs within that, giving them both an ID, and then a button below with an on-click, and that calls the function. Within that function, all we're doing is we're creating 2 new variables, and all we have to do is get our element by ID, like we always do, and then at the end we just do dot value, and that gives us the value or whatever the user has put in. And then all I've done is just to illustrate to you that once we have those values, we can manipulate them however we want. So here we're just multiplying them together into a separate variable and then outputting it. So this is a very basic way just to illustrate to you guys that it's so powerful that we can now get the user input, and we'll be able to play with it in unlimited ways. So what I recommend that you have a go at now is think, okay, how could I create a basic form, a basic web page where I can get the user to put something in and I can do something with it, something of interest. So have a go at that, and then I'll be providing a few practicals where you can get some more experience, and then we'll go over the results in future lectures. In this practical, I'd like you to create your own basic bank. So for this one, essentially, all you need to do is put a welcome, saying, welcome to this bank, please withdraw some money. And then what I want you to do is have something where the user puts in their name and their password. And this, you need to store, sorry, I don't want to put this in a JavaScript way. Basically, I want you to somehow have a name and a correct password stored somewhere. And then when the user comes to add it in here, if it's not correct, so for example, I try and do this, and I try to withdraw, it tells me it's the wrong name, or the wrong password, or whatever. Access is denied. But if I'm able to put in the correct name, and I try to withdraw, let's say 89, okay, successful. However, if I try and withdraw too much, let's say we give them a limit of 100, and I try and withdraw too much, it says I have insufficient funds. So the main things to keep in mind as you do this is you're creating some way that I can put in some input. It should be name and password, and they need to be the same as a name and password that you have stored somewhere. And then you need to give them a limit on how much they have. So for example, you need to give them a balance. And then when they put in the amount, if the amount is less than how much their balance is, then you can say that they've made the withdrawal and give them their new balance. So that's after they've made this withdrawal. And if it's more than what they have, then you need to say you don't have enough funds for that. So give that a try, give it your best shot, and when you're ready, we can look at the solutions together in the next lecture. So I hope you had a good go at this practical yourself, and now you're ready to take a look at this lecture and see how I went about solving the practical. So let's look at how we can turn this basic HTML page into something like this, where we can add a few more interesting things, let's say. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is just add in a few of the basic stuff. So we've got the H1 here. This looks like some kind of H3, a smaller header, possibly even a H4. And I think that's just explaining what to do. So just, enter your name, password, and how much you'd like to withdraw. Please add your name, password, and amount to withdraw. And then afterwards, I'm going to create a basic form. We can ignore all this stuff in order to put in the name, the password, and their amount. So let's put in name. Let's first of all put in a paragraph saying name. Then after that, let's put in our input, type equals text. That's great. And then let's put in the ID that we want. Well, we'll do that in a second. Let's get the basics going first, eh? So first of all, we have this. We have one more. And then we want to have one more input, don't we? Okay, fantastic. Then after that, we're going to put in a button. And we want to make sure that we have a function in a second, but for now this will do, saying withdraw. Okay. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Except we don't want to have name repeated all those that many times. So let's go for password. And then let's go for amount. Great, so I think the next thing we want to do, because obviously eventually we want to be able to get the values from here, make sure that these two are the same as whatever we want them to be, and then we want to have an amount to put in. So that's a lot of stuff to think of straight off the bat. I think the first thing we should just focus on is, can we get these values? And the best way to test that is essentially, just in our JavaScript, is to somehow find a way to get the values out of here. So the first thing to do is to essentially decide that on this button we're going to call a function. So within this button tag I'm going to put the onClick. There we go. And then let's call this, well, let's just call this the withdraw. And then we'll put some parentheses around those. Okay, so now let's set about actually writing out the function here. So it's the withdraw function. So within here, let's start off by getting the values, and just so we can test it, let's like set up an alert or something. So the first thing I want to do is get the var name. So the way that we do that, as you may remember, is we do document.getElementById, and the ID is, I believe it's just called, oh, we haven't created IDs yet, so let's just do that. ID equals name form. And the second one, let's give it an ID of password form, so pass form. And then finally, for the amount, let's give another ID equals amount form. Okay, so now let's get them here. So name form, and then dot value. And that's how we get the value from the form. So let's do that 3 times. So this one's going to be password. I'm actually going to change these. I'm going to call this name attempt. That makes more sense because they're attempting to use them. So password attempt, and then amount. And we'll just call it attempts just because it fits in well with all these. Change these IDs. So this is password attempt. No, pass form. And this one should be amount form. And then let's just alert on all of these. Just with a really basic alert that's just name attempt plus password attempt plus amount attempt. So let's just give that a try, make sure it's working. My name, my pass, large number. So when we try that, that's not currently working. So let's have a look. The function should be withdraw. So I know we'll do Control-Shift-I and we'll look right into the developer's console. Oh, I see. It's the age-old typo. So as you can see here, the JavaScript files beginner with 1G and 2 N's. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go for name, password, and some money. Okay, so that's picking it all up. It's nothing fancy, but we're getting what we need. Great. So now let's get started on actually solving the problem of, next thing is to see, right, the person needs to enter the correct name and the correct password. So what we want to do is let's create the correct ones we want. So let's go for correct name equal to, let's just go for John Harper, and then the correct password is equal to, let's go for John1234, the most secure one ever. And then let's add in correct. Let's go for current balance. Let's go for 500. So you may be thinking, well, in real life when there's a bank, they can't just hard code this stuff in, right? So that's where databases come into use, and we'll be talking about those later on in the course. So for now you can consider these as placeholders, but of course in the future there'll be good ways in which JavaScript can actually can access the correct values from a database. So don't worry about that too much for now. So what we've got here are the correct name, correct password, and correct balance. And now we've gotten all the attempts here. So what we can do is we can start looking at, right, the first thing we want to do is make sure that the name and the password are correct. So if you are working on this yourself, you may have thought this is the perfect time to use if statements. So we can say if the correct name is, we could say if it's the same, if it's equal to the name attempt. So we can say if it's correct. What it might be better to do is to say if, and I'm going to switch those around because it just reads better. If the name attempt is not equal to the correct name, then what do we want to do? Well, let's alert, saying, and actually what I'd quite like to do is instead of it appearing as an alert at the top, I'd actually quite like for it to appear down at the bottom. So I'm just going to have a H4 here with an ID of feedback. I'm going to leave it empty for now. So that instead of alerting, I'm just going to go document dot get element by ID feedback inner HTML. So I'm going to have a message appear saying incorrect name. Try again. Okay. Then we're going to say, well, there are a lot of other things that could happen. So let's look at else if. So else if the password attempt is not equal to the correct password. And then we want something similar to happen, so we can just copy and paste this in here. Just change that to password. Try again. So let's go for this. Let's put in the correct name. We're going to put in the wrong password. Okay, so that's not yet working. So let's have a look. We'll go for Control-Shift-I. Let's get into the habit of using this tool. So withdraw is not defined. So I'm pretty sure that we want to be looking at this top one here. Uncaught syntax error, unexpected identifier. So if I click into here, it will show me exactly where it's talking about. So let's try again. Let's look for this unexpected identifier. So it's saying it's here. If name is not equal to correct name. Well, that's very easy to correct now. So essentially it's just missing those brackets we were talking about before. We need to include that in the condition. So now I can close this, refresh the page. So we'll go for John Harper for the correct name. We'll put an incorrect password. Let's put in an amount. Incorrect password, try again. Fantastic. Let's try it the other way around. So put in an incorrect name, the right password, John1234. Incorrect name, try again. Brilliant. So now let's go for the balance. So we want to say if someone's trying to so at this point they would have gotten the name correct and the password correct, but let's say they want to withdraw more than they have. So we can say else if, then in brackets, else if, let's say the amount attempt is more than the current balance. Then what we want to do, give some more feedback again, saying insufficient funds. Okay, So are there any other things that we can think of? Let's see. If you get the name wrong, the password wrong, or you withdraw too much. So that sounds about right for this beginner's bank. The last thing we want to do is say, well, so else, which is basically saying if none of this has happened. So that means that the name attempt is correct, the password attempt is correct, and the amount attempt isn't more than the current balance. Else, so let's do this, we can just say for now, let's go for something like withdraw success. So let's give that a try. Let's see if we can meet all the conditions, which are John Harper. So that's the correct name is going to be the same as the name attempt. Let's put in the correct password. And let's put in something that's less than 500, so 49. Withdraw success. Great. Let's just add to this a little bit and say your funds are now. And then we need to do a calculation, don't we? So we need to do essentially the current balance minus the amount attempt. So let's create another variable just here. So var new balance equals, let's see, current balance minus the amount attempt. Now, of course, instead of putting current balance here, I could have put 50, but sorry, 500. But then what if we had to change this number up above? Then it would have all messed up. And that's why it's so helpful to use the variables whenever you can. So now all we have to do here, we can just add that onto the end. So we add in, what do we call it? New balance. Okay, so let's give this a try. So the correct name, correct password, and let's go for 10. Excellent. So withdrawal success, your funds are now 490. And so that's about it for our beginner's bank. So I hope that made sense to you. Essentially, what we've been focusing on, the really important takeaways are that you can use this dot value when you're using getElement by ID. And that's when, in a form, you have the inputs. So you give them an ID, you get that ID using getElement by ID, and then dot value, you can get whatever the user has put in. And then we've basically been looking at how we can then use that information using if and else statements to then start doing some cool stuff like looking if the password's correct, making sure they're not withdrawing too much. So we're just getting a bit deeper into how we can use all these things that we're learning to actually have some practical applications. So I hope that made sense to you, and I look forward to seeing you in the next lecture. Now onto the well-known for loops. Just like if-else statements, these are essential for any programmer, and they're used all the time. Essentially, they're used for executing a block of code a certain number of times, each time using different values. So we'll get stuck in and get straight into it, because as you can see here, this might be a bit confusing to you at first, but it will very quickly make sense. So let's get stuck in. We're going to start with our JavaScript here, and we're just going to go straight into having a for loop. So essentially, the first thing we do is we write for. And then this creates a lot of stuff for us. We don't actually need to use all of it like this, so we're going to do it from scratch. So the first thing we're going to start off with is creating a variable. You can think of it being 3 little chunks of code that we have in this bracket that are used for different things. The first thing we're doing is we're creating a variable, and this variable is created before anything else happens in the for loop. So we're just going to create a variable. People tend to use the letter I. I don't know why, it's just kind of bog standard. So people can set, for example, we'll set it to I to 0. And you can do var I equals 0, but you don't actually need to. We can just do I equals 0. So that's the first thing that this block of code will do. It will create a variable called I, and it will give it the value of 0. We could give it whatever value we wanted, but having it at 0 tends to be pretty standard, and it kind of makes sense, and you'll see why in a bit. So the next thing that we do is we have a condition. And we say, for as long as I is less than 10, execute this block of code. And that doesn't make sense right now until you do the next thing, which is you do I++. So essentially what this is doing, and this is really important, it's saying once you've executed the code in the for loop, so whatever we have in here, I want you to add 1 to I. You might remember from one of the previous lectures, doing plus plus basically means add 1 to whatever the variable is. So essentially what we're doing, we're starting off with a variable of 0, and then we're executing the code. We're getting I equals 0, and it's saying, okay, yeah, I is less than 10 because it's 0, so execute the code, and at the end of this code, add 1 to this I. So I will now become 1. So just to show what's going on here, let's create an alert. And we want to say I is colon space, and then we're going to add I to the end. So I'm just going to run this and show you what I'm doing. Basically, I'm making sure each time the for loop goes that I is being outputted. So if I refresh this, I is 0. Then when I click OK, immediately another alert's going to appear. So what's happened here is essentially it's created this variable of 0, I equals 0, and it's passed the condition, yep, it's less than 10, and then it executed this block of code. So it said alert, I is 0, and that's what it did. And then as soon as it had done that, it added plus 1 to I, so I is now 1, and it goes to that again. So you're going to see that this is alerts are going to keep appearing until we get I is 9. When we get to I is 9, it's going to stop, because at this point I is 9, and then the code is going to add 1 to it, so I is going to be 10. And because I is no longer less than 10, it's just going to stop running. So now it's just finished. So that's for loops specifically. What you can also use it for, which is quite helpful, is you can use it to iterate through arrays. So let me show you what I mean. Let's create ourselves an array first. Let's go for array of fruit. And then in square brackets, that's how we make an array. We're just going to put in some different fruits. So banana, apple, orange, and let's go for raspberry. And just to make note of it, we've just been over this, and it's kind of confusing the first time you hear about it. Let me just assure you that the first time I came across for loops, I found it quite confusing, but essentially you use it so often in programming that it quickly becomes second nature. So don't worry if you're not completely understanding it now. What you'll start to understand it as soon as you start to use it more and more yourself. And the more you get used to it, it will make complete sense as to how to use it. So basically I've created an array here, and now what I can do is I can use a for loop to actually just iterate through all of these. So if I were to, for example, you might remember about indexes, so I could do something like this. And let's comment this out for a second so that this is no longer being used in the code. Okay, so that's commented out. Let's do an alert here of the first array. So in order to get the first index, so banana, in order to do that, all I have to do is square brackets 0. You might remember that from a previous lecture. If not, you've just been reminded, so no worries. Essentially, this gets 0 is the first index. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So if we refresh, this page says banana. Great. So if I wanted to have raspberry, I'd go for 3. But what if I wanted raspberry to be spelled correctly? Then I'll do this. But also, what if you wanted to iterate through these arrays? So you wanted an alert for each of these different ones. Well, then you could use a for loop. So what you do, let's just move that down a little bit. I'm going to do for, and then in brackets, I'm going to create my variable, I equals 0. So that could, for example, be the 0 index here. So maybe you're starting to understand what I'm going to do here. And we do I is less than. We could do 4, but let's say, for example, we don't know how long the list is. Then what we can do is use rFruit.length, which we've used before, and that will return just the length of the whole thing, which is 4. So as long as I is less than 4, which is what we want, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. Then we add 1 each time. And don't worry if you're not understanding this yet. Stay with me. I want to alert array fruit, and then in here, I'm just going to put I. So let's talk about what we've just done here. essentially we've created a variable called I, which is equivalent to 0. I is less than the length of this array, which is 4, so it's going to execute this code, which is going to be rFruit and then the index of 0, because I is equal to 0. So that's going to alert on banana, and then it's going to add 1. So I is then going to be 1, 1 is still less than 4, so it's going to execute. And this time it's going to be rFruit with the index of 1, which is apple, etc., etc. So let's run it and just make sure that it works. Banana, then it should be orange, apple, and then raspberry spelled correctly. Fantastic. So that's really the basics of for loops. It's both simple and complex at the same time. It's simple in that as soon as you understand what you're doing, it becomes second nature on when to use it, how to use it, and all that kind of stuff. But the syntax does look quite confusing at the start. So just like most of the things I advise with JavaScript, it's that you have a go at it yourself and you get used to the syntax until it becomes second nature. So essentially what you're doing is with a for loop, and in the brackets you create a variable, separate it with a semicolon, then you give the condition. So I is less than a certain number usually. And then you separate with another semicolon on what you do with I, whether you add 1 or you could also minus 1. That could work as well. Obviously not in this context, but you can use it just like that as well. So as I say, what I recommend you do is have a go yourself. Just do something very simple like we did at the top here, where you just alert the number and just see how it works using this syntax. So have a go yourself, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. With this practical, as always, I'm going to try and set this to you without going into technical detail on what I expect you to do. So let's pretend I'm a customer and I want you to create me a very basic web page, and I want you to have a small title that just says, "Welcome to my dealership." And then underneath, I want you to be able to list out all of the available makes of cars that we have. But at the time at which I am giving you these requirements, I want to be able to provide you with a list of all of the models, and I want you to be able to output that on the web page. So I'm not going to give you each of the individual names, I'm going to give it to you in some kind of list. And so I want you to be able to create some JavaScript, that's the only as technical as I'm going to get, create some JavaScript that can deal with this problem, where you don't actually, where I can essentially update something in JavaScript and that's going to change what appears on the page, rather than just hard coding in paragraphs with your HTML. So have a think about that. Think how you might be able to do it. To the right here, I've left this just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. The ... dots in the middle, that's where you should be coming up with some idea on how you could use what's there to output something useful. So best of luck, have a good think, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so let's give this a shot together. Essentially, I'm going to start from having nothing here and nothing in here, and then we can work on this together. So we have a blank screen. Let's start off with a header. So this is, say, Harry's car dealership. Then below, I think I'm going to put in H3. These are the models we currently have. And then I'm just going to have an empty paragraph here with an ID of car models. Okay, so that's because I know that we want to take something from JavaScript and populate the models that we have. So this is already connected with the JavaScript to the JavaScript. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to create. So what I was saying for the requirements of this practical is that there needs to be some way in which we have a list of all of the available models, and then that could be outputted into the HTML. So if we want a list of something, sounds like an array would be the best thing. So we can do var car models, or let's go for available models, equals, and then we use the square brackets, and then let's add them in here. So I don't know, BMW, Ford, Ferrari, and Aston Martin. Okay, cool. So we now have a list. So obviously what we want to do to get all of the available makes in here, each of the different elements, we want to be able to get those out and add them to something else. So what we want to be doing is actually getting each one of these and then adding it to, I don't know, like a paragraph or something that can just be outputted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a var called paragraph, just para, and then I'm going to make it as an empty string, so that then we can start to add each of these into the string. Because if we just outputted our array, then it wouldn't be the same. So what we'll do is we'll go for a for loop. So we'll go for I, and as always is equal to 0. And we want it to be less than the length of the array. So we're going to do available models.length. And then we're just going to add 1 each time. So for each time, so basically what we're saying is go through each of these and do something. And the do something we'll put in here. And all we have to do is put para, because we want to add whatever element we want to add it to the para. So we can use para plus equals, and then available models, and use I for the index. And for now, let's just alert on that. So what you will see is each time, the first alert will just be BMW, the second one will be BMW Ford, etc., etc. So we get BMW, BMW Ford, Ferrari, Aston Martin. So we can see each time we're outputting it that the para is just adding on new ones of these. Obviously, I think it'd be nicer if we could have a bit of space in between those. So I'm going to say it's that plus, and then let's have an empty space. So that when we reset this now, perfect. At least it has space in between it. So instead of alerting now that we know that that's working, what we can do is we know that at the end of this for loop, para is going to contain everything in this array. So now afterwards what we could do is we could say, okay, now let's get that paragraph we were talking about, document.getElementById. I can't remember what it was called, car models. And we'll change the inner HTML to be para. So what we should see, yay, these are all appearing now. And I'd quite like to have them like one after the other. So I'm going to change this to contain line break. You may remember line breaks from our HTML lectures. Excellent. So now what we're doing is we're basically, to this para, we're adding one of these, and then we're adding a line break. And then at the end of it, we're putting it all, we're changing the inner HTML, so it all appears like this. So just to review what we've done here, actually what I'm going to show you is that this is why it's cool, because if we had have just gone into the HTML and changed the paragraphs, then each time we wanted to change it, we'd have to go in there and add more paragraphs, blah, blah, blah. But let's say we were maintaining this website and they said, okay, we want you to add another one, like a Peugeot. I don't know how to spell Peugeot. But, so you literally just have to add it to this array, boom, and it's just going to keep on going like that. So that's why this is so useful. So what we've done is we created an array, and then we created a variable for an empty string. Then using a for loop, what we did, so stating the variable starting at 0, and then the condition was just it has to be less than the overall length, because this is index 0, not 1. And then we added 1 each time this has been completed, and we've basically just added to this empty string each of the different elements as we go through the indexes and a line break. And this is what we have at the end of it. So hopefully that makes sense to you. That's an introduction to for loops, which are, as I say, really, really important. So do have a go at practicing those. And we'll be going over while loops very soon as well. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Similar to for loops, while loops will execute a block of code whilst a condition is being made. What we were looking at in for loops was, for example, if you look here in the HTML, I'd write something like 4, then I'd create a variable, and now I'd say while I is less than 10 or something like that, and then add 1 to I each time the block of code is executed. The difference between for loops and while loops is within the while loop, it's not necessary that each time the whole block of code is executed, the condition will change, or the variable in the condition will change. So it's not necessary like if, for example, we said while I is less than 10, it wouldn't be necessary that each time the block of code is executed, I will be added by 1. So while loops can last longer in that sense, and they're used for different purposes. So let's get into one of those purposes right now. So if I just get started with a basic while loop. So basically all we have to do is write while, and then as always we put our condition in the brackets here. Now before I do actually, I'm just going to create a variable, and I'm going to call this variable whatever we like, count, let's say for example. So while count is less than 10, so I'm going to create what we call an infinite loop. So in while loops we can create something that's infinite, so it's just going to go on forever. So for example, let's just say var count is equal to 1. While count is less than 10, let's do something like, I don't know, alert this is count, and plus count. So when I run this, essentially the code is going to look at this condition here. While count is less than 10. Is it less than 10? Yes, so I'm going to execute. I'm going to alert this is count, and then I'm going to go back to the top to the conditional. Is count less than 10? Yes. And it's just going to keep going like that forever. So if I refresh the page now, you'll see that this appears, and I can keep clicking OK, but that's just going to keep appearing because there's nothing that I never change it. The count never changes, so it's never going to break out of this loop, so it's infinite. Now if we were to do something different, like for example, oops, let's not do the same thing again. Let's just remove this. Well, actually what I'll do to stop this from happening again, I'm going to add in, just like we did with the for loops, count plus plus. And let's make this a bit of a smaller number so we don't have to wait for too long. Let's start this again. So this time it's going to say this count is 1, this count is 2, and then it's going to end. So why didn't it do this count is 3? Well, because once it got into the number 2, okay, so 2 is less than 3, okay, execute this block of code again. Add 1, so it's 3. Count is no longer less than 3, it's equal to 3. So if we were to do while count is less than or equal to 3, run this again. It's going to say 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. So while loops have a lot of applications, and we'll be able to go into a lot more of them later on down the line, it's important for now just to appreciate the syntax of this and how it's subtly different from for loops. Because in for loops, every time the block of code to be executed happens, the variable we've created for the condition will change every time, whereas in a while loop that doesn't always necessarily happen. So one example of this is in games. Sometimes you'll have while loops to say, I don't know, for example, while the player health is over 10 or something like that, or sorry, while the character health is more than 0, and then the game can continue. But as soon as the character's health drops down to 0, it will end. So there are lots of applications like that that are different to for loops. But we'll be able to get into that in more detail later on. But for now, just have a go at creating some while loops, have a go at creating an infinite loop, and just close the tab because it's never going to stop. And try replicating something I've done here. And then when you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. Now, a very quick lecture, just to go over what I've mentioned in previous lectures. In HTML, you may remember that we had comments. So you could write in some text into your script, into your code, that wouldn't actually affect how the code is carried out. It's kind of ignored. So we'll just look at how you can do that here. So for example, if I go into my JavaScript, I'll just connect my JavaScript really quickly. Here's comments.js. So if I just go into my JavaScript here, and let's say I want to do something like change the background. So document.body.style.background color, equals, let's go for blue. Okay, now if I just put 2 backslashes in front of it, you'll see that it turns grey here in my text editor, and when I refresh the page, it will no longer be blue. That's because this is being ignored. It's being ignored because the JavaScript code knows that it's a comment. So you could have 2 slashes like that. If you wanted to have it multi-line, you do backslash, asterisk, and then below you do asterisk, backslash. It does the exact same thing again. So commenting is really helpful. For example, at the top of the page, you may want to put in this script is for blah, 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 blah. Or if you have like a really long function, for example. So function, long function, and then you just had loads and loads of stuff. And if you knew someone else was going to be coming along and looking at that function, you may want to just have like literally just a few lines just to say the purpose of this function is blah blah blah. You don't need to add reams of text, so comments can be really helpful either to remind yourself of what something does, or to have a to-do list at the top. That's always helpful, or to help someone else who's going to be looking at your code. Of course, the thing you should always strive for is to create functions and variable names and things like that that actually make it very clear as to what the purpose of a function and a variable is, so it's very readable, but sometimes it's almost inevitable. So whenever you're coding, do your best to create functions and variables that it makes it very obvious what they're for, but sometimes you might need to add comments. So you'll either use, like we have here, the 2 backslashes, or the slashes and the asterisks. So just have a quick go at creating your own comments, and then I'll see you in the next lecture. So this is going to be more of a revision practical, where you'll be going over a bit of HTML, a bit of CSS, and some of the earlier JavaScript concepts that we've been going over. So for this, I want you to create a tip calculator. So essentially, I want you to create a form, something like this, where someone can put in a certain amount for, let's say they've gone to a restaurant, some friends, and they've spent $300, and they should be able to choose their service. And based on their service, that will be how good the tip is. So obviously, if the service was terrible, they might just tip 5%. If it was really, really good service, they might tip 30% if they're feeling generous. And then they split see how much the tip will be, split between 4 people, for example. And then this calculates it and gives it the right amount. So this would be the 300 with a 30%, so 30% of the overall bill, and then that split between 4 people. So see if you can create something that it doesn't have to look exactly like this, but something with a background, something that's like this, where everything's contained in a nice color, and then people can enter in the amount. They can choose how good the service was, and then put in the number of people and then calculate. So one of the things you may not remember from HTML is how to do this option thing here. And so that's the one thing I'm going to give you a short nudge on, and that's right here. So I use something called the select tag, and then for each of the options, I just have to use the option tag with a value. So this is going to involve HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and using a lot of the concepts that we've been going over. So give it a try yourself, and then when you're ready, I'll see you in the next lecture. Great, so hopefully you've had a go now at creating your own tip calculator. Don't worry if it doesn't look like something like this. What's important is that you've given it a try, you've really applied your mind to try and solve the problem of creating this calculator, where you can input an amount, choose an option for how good the service was, and then split it between a certain number of people. If you manage to do that with using JavaScript to provide some sort of calculation, like here for example, then you've done really well. That's absolutely fantastic. And we'll create something similar to this. I'll make it as close to that as I can in the amount of time we have. So I'm just going to start from scratch as usual. I have a JavaScript and a CSS file attached, but nothing in there. So let's get started. So the way that I like to start these kind of projects is by getting all the HTML done first, then getting the JavaScript working, and seeing that it's outputting what we need, and then finally styling things at the end. That's just kind of how I like to do things. So that's how I'm going to go ahead and do it. So the first thing I'm going to do is create all of this stuff here. So it looks like I'm going to want to create pretty much a form, but because it's all different to the background color, what I want to do is I want to have it all in a div. So we haven't used divs in a while, but they're essentially boxes that you can use, or wrappers, where you can contain a lot of elements within them. So I'm going to put everything within a div, and indent that so it looks a bit nicer. There we go, perfect. So I'm going to put everything else in a form. Okay, fantastic. Remove all of this because we don't need it. So here we go, first input. Actually, I'm going to put a paragraph first that says total bill amount. And actually, just to pretend like we don't have this to go off of, we kind of know what the requirements are. So let's just go straight to looking at this, so we're not cheating too much. And let's have an input. And we can just leave that blank for now. Then we want to have another one, quality of service. And then we want to use the select option. And then let's add in some options. Let's go for, let's just go for like 3 or something. So let's go for bad, 5%. Okay, 10%. And obviously you shouldn't base your tip decisions off of this. I'm just putting in kind of random numbers here. Okay, so then we've got that, and then finally let's have a paragraph saying number of people. And we have a input. So now after the form we're going to have a button that just says calculate. So let's see how that looks. Okay, that looks pretty much like what we need, right? So now the next thing we want to be able to do is to be able to collect these different values in our JavaScript. So let's go straight to our JavaScript and let's just make sure that it's connected, everything's working by just doing background dot body dot style. Sorry, we don't want background, did we? We want document. There we go. Dot background color, that's where it is, equals red. Okay, fantastic. So it's working. That's always good. So I can delete that. Okay, so let's start by trying to get some of these values. So the first thing we need to do in order to get those values is to give these some IDs. ID equals, let's go for bill amount. And then for our select here, let's put in an ID of quality service. And then for our final one here, this was the number of people, so we can just put an ID of num people. Okay, and we want to add values for each of these because we're going to be, if you think about it, we don't want to actually extract this text, do we? We want to extract a number so we can add it to our calculations. So we want to have 5%, which is 0.05, 10%, which is 0.1, and great, which is 0.2. Okay, so now we're able to extract all the values, which is excellent. So the next thing we want to do is put them into variables. So we can have variable total amount equals, and let's just do each of these, quality of service equals var num of people equals. Okay, so the way we get these, as always, we do document dot get element by ID. This one here. The ID being this one, bill amount. And then the quality of service, that ID is this one here. So again, document dot get element by ID. The ID is this. Of course, at the end, in order to get the value, we need to do dot value to obtain what the user has actually entered in there. But we want to have that
here. It's better, we're getting there. And then finally, document, if I can ever spell document correctly. Nope, that's not what we want. Document.got get element by ID. And the ID is num people. And then to get the actual value, we just do dot value. Perfect. So now let's just test that we've actually got all this working. So let's put, let's have a function. So when the user clicks this button, let's do onClick equals calculate tip, then open brackets. So now let's do that in here. So we need to create our function, calculate tip, empty brackets, and then let's do alert, total amount plus quality of service plus number of people. Oh, nope, that's not correct. Num of people, perfect. So now when I refresh this, let's add in 500, 10%, 30. So what we should get back is an alert saying 500, 0.1 and 3. Okay, fantastic. Saying object HTML select element. So essentially one of the main things I need to do is actually take all of these variables and then put it into my function. So now what you will see is the bill amount will look fine. This will still come up as the select, which you saw before, but that's fine. You see 2340 object HTML select element, which is fine. It's still the number that we're looking for, and you'll see that it works later. So what's really great here is that we've been able to get the different values that the user is inputting. So that's perfect. So now we can start to actually calculate exactly what the tip should be. So the calculation will be, so var tip, let's go for per person, be equal to the total amount, then times, multiplied by the quality of service, which is going to be the 0.1 or whatever, and then we're going to take that whole thing and divide it by the number of people, which makes sense, right? So num of people. So let's alert on that now. Tip per person. And that should hopefully, let's say we go for 100, and let's say it's okay, so that's going to turn it into 10. Then let's have the number of people as 5, so the answer should be 2. Fantastic. So we already have the tip calculator working. Now we can just style up a bit, obviously put the tip amount at the bottom. So let's do that now. So let's go for just at the bottom here, still in the div. Let's just go for h4. That's blank for now. We have ID equals result amount. Let's go into here. We can use the old document dot get element by ID. We go for result amount. We can go dot inner HTML equals, and then tip amount. And then let's see if we can add in the break, and then plus tip per person. And let's see if that works. We can obviously remove the alert now. So we'll try it again, 100, then okay. And let's go for 2 people this time, so the answer should be 5. Tip amount 5. And then also we can add in here $, and then we can add in one more break. So plus, in quotations, 1 line break, and then per person. Okay, great. Let's try one more time, see how that looks. Let's go for 6. So that's not happy. Why? Because it's not working properly. Essentially, if you do 100 times 0.1, that's going to be 10 divided by 6. It doesn't fit properly. So we need to allow for decimal places as well. So for now, let's leave that. We'll add in 5. Okay, so this isn't working as well. Let's have a look as to why that might be. So Control-Shift-I. Okay, so it's saying unexpected, uncaught syntax. So essentially what I'm guessing is, let's have a look here. Simple enough, I just didn't add a plus sign there. So let's see if there was an issue with the decimal place as well while we're at it. So 100, 10, number of people, let's go for 6. Okay, no, it just gives you a lot of decimal places. And we want to change that anyway because that doesn't look too great. So now let's add in a bit of color, why not? So let's go for HTML color picker. Let's just go for this one. Okay, so I think it was kind of like a pinky color. It doesn't really matter what the previous one was. What matters is we make an awesome one now. So we'll go for that. So let's style our, let's see, we have our body background. So this is in our CSS now. Hopefully you remember this well. And let's also style our div. Seeing as we've only got one, we can just style the whole thing. And let's style that like this one. I like the look at that one. Okay, so we come in here, background color. Need to add a semicolon here. Move this back one. Okay, perfect. Okay, already looking a bit better. So now let's add a little bit. Let's add a border radius so that it looks a bit nicer. Let's go for 30px so we can basically rounding the edges here. Okay, and we'd have some padding so it doesn't, so the letters actually stick in there. So let's go for let's go for something like 50px. Maybe not that much. Let's go for 25. Okay, that's looking nicer now. I think we should also have text align center. There we go. That looks a bit better. Okay, so that's looking okay. Obviously, we could do with a nicer font. Let's go for font family. That kind of looks like monospace, I think. Great. In some ways, I actually prefer this one. Looks a bit nicer. So anyway, let's see what else we've got to go. So we've got the total bit amount, 300, 10, 10. Perfect. I think we could possibly do with making this a bit bigger. So let's just style our H3 or H4? Let's see, H4. So let's style our H4. So that our font size is, I never have any idea about font sizes. Let's just go for any one. Yeah, that looks much better. We can do with maybe having it a little smaller, but not too much. Let's go for 17px. Okay, great. So now let's do a little bit of handling on this, because if, for example, the person leaves any of these two empty, then we should give some kind of alert. And I also want to make this look a bit nicer because we don't want to have that many decimal places. So let's first focus on this bill amount and number of people. So we're going to have to use if-else statements now, because we want to say if the total bill amount is empty or the number of people is empty, then we need to like maybe have an alert appear or something like that. So in our JavaScript now, I basically want to create some kind of if-else statement that can say, if the total bill amount is blank, then send an alert saying you need to fill this in. Else, if the number of people is blank, send an alert for that. And then maybe have an else that's just, so if those things haven't gone wrong, then, you know, do the calculation and show the tip at the end. So what I'm going to do after I've created these variables here is I'm going to say if, and then in brackets I'm going to put my condition, which is the variable total amount. So if total amount is equal to a blank string, so basically if nothing's been put in, then I want to alert and say, please enter, oh no, I'm sorry, yeah, enter total bill amount. And then I want to say else if, then put another condition, which is number of people, which is num of people is also equal to a blank string. Then alert saying, please put in the number of people. So if those conditions aren't met, so if someone's actually put in the bill amount and the number of people, I'm just going to put else, and then we're going to include these two lines of code in there. So let's see if that works. Refresh this. I'm going to put in the bill amount, quality of service, but I'm not going to put in the number of people. So the tip amount has come up as infinity. So obviously something's gone quite wrong here, because I don't want to ever make a tip of infinity. So what it may well be, I'm just going to try this out. I might need to use 3 equal signs. Let me just check this really quickly before I go into it. Okay, fantastic. So essentially, sometimes you need to include 3 equal signs instead of 2. That's to say is exactly equal to it. So yeah, I'm just going to put 3 equal signs on either of those two, and then this should work better. So we've worked out that the bill amount one works. Let's put that in, but leave out the number of people. Fantastic. Please put in the number of people. Then let's just try this again. Leave that blank. We've got 100 people, but we don't know how much. Okay, we need to add in how much. Okay, fine. Let's say it was 1,000 people. Cool. Just $1 per person. That looks good to me. So now let's take a look at the final thing, which was that, let's say it's a bit of a messy number. Let's say we want to have that much. And it's not so clean cut as that. Let's go for 99 people. Okay. When you're calculating this at a dinner table and everyone's asking how much they should put in, you don't want to turn around and say, I think everyone should pay $69.361616161617. I would rather kind of have it a bit more rounded. So what I'm going to do is, where we have this var tip, I'm going to use a built-in method called math. And you can use something called round. That's saying, from the math library, let's say, I want to use this method, round. So now when I use this now, let's just put in 67 people. Still not working. Oh, that's because we need to add another bracket here. One here. Should work a bit better now. Let's try again. Okay, fantastic. So now it's rounding up. So essentially all you have to do is use this math.round method that's provided in JavaScript, and then just put the number you want, which is this, in some brackets. Okay, so I think we'll leave it there. It looks good enough. We've done some good HTML, some good CSS. Other things we could style could be the forms, the button, stuff like that. But for the purposes of this lecture, I think we've done a good job here. So hopefully you've had a go at it yourself and you've felt confident doing that. If you have time, I recommend trying to do something not exactly the same, but something similar. Some kind of application of basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Give it a go, create your own projects, let me know how it goes, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Now before we go into the next practical, we'll actually be using something in the functions that we haven't used before. It's called return. It's basically a way in which you can have a function returning some kind of value. So if I just talk you through this, for example, I'm just creating a function and I'm creating a value called my value, which is equal to 10. And at the end, I'm just saying return my value. And then, for a completely, well, actually I should add in a var just here, which will make a bit more sense. I'm just creating a completely new variable here called new value from the function itself. So you can actually use a function to generate a value into a new variable. So I'll just show you how I do that with a JavaScript. So return.js. I've already linked that up, fantastic. So I'm just going to show you how I do that in JavaScript. So I'm creating a function, and I'll just call it return function. You can call it whatever you want, of course. Empty parentheses. And then inside, I can just say, for example, var return value is equal to 100. And then at the end of the function, I just put to return that value. So that if this function is ever called, it can return this value. So here, for example, I'm going to create var generated value equals, and then I literally just have to put the name of the function. Now within this variable now, but thanks to using this line saying return value, I now have a new variable. And so I could, for example, alert on that. And this should work just fine. So yep, as you can see, it works. So this is all I wanted to go over. In functions, you can use something called return, so that then you can, just by calling a function, you can already generate a new variable or a new value. So have a go yourself, and then we'll be applying this in a practical not too far away. Now in this practical, this is probably going to be one of the most mentally challenging practicals we've done so far. It may seem quite simple, but when you start to consider how to create it, I can assure you it's not like you have to do hundreds and hundreds of lines of code, but you really need to think about each step of the process. So the requirements here are that if I refresh the page, when a shape appears, and it should appear as, it can appear as the same shape, same size, same color, it doesn't matter too much. Once you click on it, it can tell you how long it took to click on that shape. So if I click on it really fast, for example, you will see that it only takes 0.6 seconds. So the requirements, the basic requirements for this practical are to have a shape appear, and it should be at a random area in the screen, and then when you click on it, there's a time lapse, and then a new shape appears somewhere else, and it's able to tell you how long it took for you to click that before it appeared. So what's really important for this practical is that you don't just jump straight in with the code, because that's going to be quite difficult. What I recommend you do is you sit down and write out on paper or on your computer, you write out how you want to structure this. So how are you going to make the different things happen? How are you going to make sure that the shape appears? So I'll give you a clue there, because it's been a while since we've done CSS, but if you look at the property called display, you can have display set to none, which basically means it's not there, and then you have display block for it to appear. So that's one example of something that could be used. So you want to think about how you can basically measure the time, measure the number of seconds. You might have to do some searching for that. And then you want the shape to appear, and it should have a random, it could be a square, it could be a circle, random colors. That's not essentially important, but it's quite cool. But to have it a different position is very helpful. So you may need to look at, for example, how you can generate random numbers on Google, and you'll be needing to create a couple of functions. So give it your best shot, even if you don't get past just trying to write down how this could work. That's one of the big reasons why we're doing this practical. It's because it's starting to get into your mentality now that it's not just about being able to code, it's being able to plan out your code in a way that makes sense. So on larger projects. So give that a go. Try and code it out if you can, and we'll go over the solutions in the next lecture. So I hope you've had a good go at this practical. Of course, it's the largest practical we've gone over so far, probably the most challenging. So I hope you've had a good go. Don't worry if you didn't get everything right the first time, especially in this one. I remember when I first tried to create something like this, I had a good hard time, trying to get it to work. So don't worry too much about it. Let's go over it together, and I'll talk you through my thought process of how I'm going to get the different components working one by one. So first of all, I'm going to do the easy stuff first, really. The painless stuff that gives me some kind of mini positive feedback loop to see that something's working. I'm just going to put in a short paragraph saying click the shape below to test your reaction times. Okay, now I think I'm going to put a comment into my JavaScript at the top. So I'm going to have a to-do list, because for this one it's quite a lot of things to keep in mind, and I don't want to feel too overwhelmed. So the first thing I want to do is just have a box on the screen. That's literally all I want to do for the first one. Next I want to have it so when box is clicked, it disappears. So I feel relatively confident doing those ones. Now the next one I want to have is when the box is clicked and it reappears after, let's say, 3 seconds. And we don't completely know how to do this yet, so may need research. We don't completely know how to delay this yet, but we know that we're probably going to have some kind of function happening after a delay. So then the third thing is measure time between shape appearing and being clicked. Then, nope, just clicked. And then finally output that time. So I'm going to split these solutions into 2 parts. Because this is going to be kind of part 1. Then in part 2 we'll probably be going over, let's see, random location on screen, random shape, and random color. Okay, so we're going to go through each one of these and then click them off. So the first one is have a box on the screen. I think that's relatively simple, seeing as we've gone through the HTML and CSS stuff. We just want to create a box that's got a background color. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a div. We're going to have an ID. I'm literally just going to call this ID box. And then in our CSS, let's style it. So because it's an ID, we want to use the hash symbol and then box. And let's have the background color as blue. Now we also need to state its dimensions. So we need to do width. Let's go for 20px. No, sorry, 200px. Height. Let's go for 200 as well. So we've got a nice square. Okay, fantastic. So you might underestimate the power of just going step by step, but it's always been very helpful for me to have. So it feels great to just completely finish one of the tick boxes. So instead of just deleting this, I like to just do something like this, where I add a load of plus signs. Might seem silly, but for me it's a good way to see what's been done. So I have the box on the screen. That's good. When the box is clicked, it disappears. Okay, so you may remember that there was something useful in CSS, a property called display. So we could have it that when it's clicked, we'll change it to the display being none. So then it disappears. Okay, cool. So let's have on the div, say on click, and then we can have a function, and we can just call this disappear. So then in our JavaScript, we need to create this function called disappear. So we're going to do function disappear, empty brackets, and then we need to change the, so we need to document, so we want to change the CSS. So we do document dot get element by ID, and the ID is box. Change the style dot display, and then we want that to be none. Okay, so let's go for try on that. Okay, let's see why that's not working. So I'm going to do Control-Shift-I. Okay, so it seems to say, okay, it's saying it's not a function, and I've made this mistake one time before. I don't want to have brackets here, I want to have equals. Because it's saying if I'm using brackets, then display must be a function, but it's not, it's a property. So I do equals. Okay, fantastic. So the next thing we want to do is we want it to appear after a set time. So let's just update this. So this one is now also working, making some progress here. So when the box is clicked, it reappears after 3 seconds. May need research. Okay, so let's look at, so we want a function, let's think about this first. We want a function that turns the display from none back to normal, which we can just put as block. Block is a good display value. So we'll create another function, and we'll call it appear. And we want to have this. Oops. Copy this. And instead of none, let's have it as block. So we've got a function, but how are we going to have it called? Well, one cool thing we can do is in our function here, in our disappear function, we could actually call the appear function. Is one of the things to do. So when we click on an element, we're basically saying, let's go to the HTML, we're saying on click, we want to call the disappear function, which is this one. On clicking that function, what's going to happen? We're going to change the display to none, and then we're going to call this function. And this function is going to basically make the display block. So let's have a go at that. We're obviously not going to see anything, simply because it's going straight from none to block. You won't even notice. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is set some kind of delay here. So we're going to need to research how to delay. So let's do JavaScript delay function. Okay, this looks good. W3 schools, timing events. Here we go. So set timeout. That sounds good. Executes a function after waiting a specified number of milliseconds. Okay, that sounds exactly what we want. So where is it? Here we go. Dot set timeout. I'm just going to look at an example. So we can have this the syntax. Set timeout, and then you have the function and the number of milliseconds. Okay, so I'm just going to try it in here. I'm going to put set timeout. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not going to put it in here because that's not where I want the delay. I want to delay here. So basically, we're going to change the appearance to none, and then we're going to have a timeout before we call the appear function. So it looks like, according to this syntax, we don't need to have brackets. So it's going to be appear, comma, number of milliseconds. Let's go for 3000 as well. So that's going to be 3 seconds, basically. So after 3 seconds, it should reappear. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3. Hey, perfect. So we can now tick off the next one on our list. And I don't think there's much of a better feeling in coding than when you're ticking off a long list. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is measure the time between the shape appearing and being clicked. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to have some kind of variable. Let's create this right at the top so it's not within a function. It's best always to create your variables, if they're being used between functions, just outside of all of these. So let's put var start, var clicked. Okay, so when it appears, let's, when should we set it? Let's set it in here. So we're going to do var start equals, so we're going to want to use the date dot and sort of like the time now. So let's have a look at how we can get that. So let's go JavaScript date time, or no, yeah, time now. So date dot now. That's, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we want. So let's go for date dot now. And let's just see what that looks like. So let's just alert that. See what that looks like. So when this appears. Okay, so it looks like a very long number. So let's have a look at what exactly that is. Date now returns the number of milliseconds elapsed since January 1st. Okay, so actually that's going to be really useful, because what we can do is we can look at the date now when it appears, and then we can take it again when it's been clicked. And if we take -1 from the other, will have the number of seconds between it appearing and it's being clicked. So that all sounds pretty good to me. So why don't we try putting var clicked. Sorry, we don't need to do var clicked, we don't need to do var start because they're already variables. So in here, let's go for clicked equals date.now. And then here we should be able to say var for this actually. Let's go for var, let's see, reaction time equals, let's see, so clicked is going to be the longer one, so we want to do clicked minus start, and then let's alert on reaction time. So let's see if this works. So of course the first time that you click it, it's going to come up with none because, well, this appear function hasn't yet happened. But the next time we click it, you'll see it appears. So this is just the number, this is the alert start we have there. But if we click it again, I'll give it a few seconds. Okay, so it took about 8 seconds or 8,000 milliseconds. So let's just fix that so it looks a bit better. So let's, reaction time is clicked minus start divided by 1,000. Let's get rid of this alert here. So first time it's saying none, which is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4.5 seconds. Okay, fantastic. And let's just also have plus seconds, just so we know what it's going on about. And we can also, let's have the appear function called right at the start when the page is loaded, so we don't get that none at the start. So let's look at that. Let's take a look. Need to do a bit more research here. JavaScript, how to execute or call function on page load. Let's have a look here. This looks good. Okay, yep, this looks absolutely fine. So we can just put at the top maybe window.onload equals, and then we just call the appear function. Let's see if that works. Yep, seems to work fine. So quite fast here. So I'll give a bit of time. Yep, 2 seconds. Okay, fantastic. 0.85 seconds. Okay, so it looks like it's working nicely. So now we've managed to do all the main things for part 1. We've been able to measure the time between the shape appearing and being clicked. So let's have that lovely feeling of ticking it off of our list. And we've also been able to output the time. So I'm very happy with how this is going so far. So just to summarize what we've done here, as you can see, we haven't actually used that much code. We've been able to do some pretty cool stuff. So in our HTML, we've said that if we click on this div, which we styled using our CSS, background color, width and height, we said on click, we want to run this disappear function. And in here, the disappear function, what it does is it makes the display style property of the div, it makes it disappear, because the div ID is box, and so we say the display is none, which makes it disappear. We then measure the time from when it was clicked, and then we look at the so the reaction time will be the time between when it started and when it was clicked. And when the page loads, we found this way to call appear as soon as the page loads. So we've got the start as well. So we're able to do clicked minus start, divide by 1,000 to get the reaction time. And then just at the end here, we were able to find this awesome method called set timeouts, which JavaScript provides, where we say call the appear function after 3,000 milliseconds. And obviously we can make that number random, which we'll be doing in the next part, which I actually haven't put in here. So let's go for random delay time. And that's what we've been able to do with just not many lines of code, maybe about 15 lines of code. We've been able to do something really awesome here and test the reaction times. So well done for going through this lecture. In the next one, we'll be going over how we can make this shape look random with different background colors and shapes and positionings, and we'll be able to have a random delay time. So what I recommend you do in between this lecture and the next one is have a look at random. So Google or use a search engine to look at random, like JavaScript random, how to get random numbers, something like that, and you'll see the beginnings of what we'll be doing in the next lecture. So I'll see you in the next one.